In the Marvel Universe, Xiao has traversed time and acquired a gaming technology system. By launching games, he can garner rewards proportionate to his reputation. Yet, Xiao muses, if life itself is a game, why must it be confined to the virtual realm? Morality and legality intertwine in the vibrant streets of Los Santos and Liberty City, where five-star citizens abound. In Call of Duty, Titan Group, technology reigns supreme as players are meticulously selected. Resident Evil beckons those seeking serum for evolution, hidden on Neon Island. Meanwhile, Stranding, the three-body problem, Skyrim, Titanfall, Halo, and Warhammer reveal that the cosmos itself is an expansive gaming arena. Chapter 1. Merlin's Modification Shop. In Liberty City, specifically Hell's Kitchen, lies Merlin's Modification Shop. It is August, and the sweltering heat keeps the streets relatively deserted during the day. However, as night descends, a multitude of individuals from various professions emerge. Populating the bustling avenues of Liberty City, sin and luxury coexist. Within the expansive workshop illuminated by bright lights, a slanted steel plate vehicle rests on a workstation, while a young man clad in a blue work uniform diligently wields a welding gun, reinforcing the joints. The vehicle's exterior is peculiar, resembling a Formula racing car with a low chassis and a rudimentary steel frame. Most striking is the front section, which slopes like a shovel. Suddenly, the rolling shutter door rises with a clatter, ushering in a deep rumble of a motorcycle as a bald man in a black leather jacket, marked by a circular target insignia on his forehead and a hint of madness in his smile, rides into the workshop. Upon entering, the biker dismounts from his now idling motorcycle and observes the youth, who is engrossed in his work behind protective goggles. He refrains from interrupting, instead leaning against a chair, idly tossing darts while he waits. Dazzling white light intermittently flashes, causing the biker to frown. For one so accustomed to focusing intently, he finds the glaring light quite unpleasant. The white smoke from the welding rises and gradually ascends to the ceiling of the workshop before being extracted by the exhaust fan into the outside air. As the last connection is welded, the young man removes his goggles and turns to address the visitor. "May I assist you?" he inquires, casually placing the goggles on a nearby workbench. He then strides over to a refrigerator in the corner, retrieving a bottle of Coca-Cola to drink, tossing another bottle toward the biker. The biker catches it deftly, pulls the tab, takes a sip, and studies the young man before him. The youth, named Merlin Xiao, is the proprietor of this modification shop. In Hell's Kitchen, maintaining a business is no small feat though young. Merlin Xiao is an adept vehicle modifier, with the armored vehicle, the Skull Horse, serving as the hallmark of his shop's reputation in Hell's Kitchen.in edition. The counterpart is responsible for the sale and modification of weapons. Although not the largest vendor in Hell's Kitchen, every item on offer is of exceptional quality. "You have how many explosive rounds in stock?" "Our boss wants them all. And a few 2 Malawian Quaches sniper rifles, while you're at it. Also, 1 Evil King." With precision, the sharpshooter crushed a soda can and deftly tossed it into the trash bin beside the roll-up door. "Are you planning an assassination?" Upon hearing this, Merlin raised an eyebrow in surprise and glanced at him. Setting aside the explosive rounds and 2 Malawian Quaches heavy sniper rifles, the Evil King, as a laser weapon, is perfectly suited for covert infiltration and assassination. However, it would undoubtedly come at a steep price. The Evil King laser rifle is far superior in real life than the criticisms it faces in the 3 men and a dog game. "Yes, how much can you sell?" The sharpshooter offered no further explanation. Think you're already wielding such power underground and still resorting to assassination," Merlin remarked, before leading the sharpshooter to the backyard of the modification shop. "Follow me." In the backyard, a row of modified sports cars and sedans stood in alignment, their dazzling exteriors and futuristic designs instantly capturing the sharpshooter's attention. What drew him most was a pitch-black vehicle with a bulky rear and a round mouth on its front, resembling a seahorse from a frontal view, sleek and imbued with futuristic technology. "You even modified a Batmobile. How's its performance?" The sharpshooter couldn't help but approach, admiringly stroking the car's body. "That's called the Vigilante. It just needs an engine now." "What's the price?" he inquired with curiosity. "Prices range from 1 million to 30 million, but if you can procure some plutonium, it could be cheaper." Plutonium is a crucial material in the atomic energy industry, necessary for many vehicle engine technologies in the 5-star Good Citizen game. Acquiring such regulated materials is no easy feat, and his supply is limited. However, it should not pose a significant challenge for Jinbin. "Plutonium." The sharpshooter made a mental note. "By the way, I remember you were starting school soon. How's the dart preparation coming along?" he casually asked on their way to the warehouse. He highly regarded Merlin's knife forging skills, as the darts he crafted perfectly suited his touch. "Working on them for you. If possible, could you make me some bat-themed darts?" I'd like to see how effective they are. After seeing the Batmobile, the sharpshooter felt a surge of excitement. You'll need to find some tungsten alloy nostalgia. Shouldn't come cheap. Merlin teased, tilting his head. Not an issue. There are 3 boxes of explosive rounds left, totaling 36 rounds, 6 boxes of armor-piercing rounds, totaling 72 rounds at MK2 sniper rifles still. These weapons have proven to be quite popular, thus the inventory is rather limited. The last Reaper has already been reserved if you desire one. You shall have to wait a week. Very well, please proceed with the order. After bidding farewell to the customer, Merlin glanced at the time, extinguished the workshop lights, and hung up the sign indicating a break before departing Hell's Kitchen. On his Ducati 916, the crimson Ducati streaked through the streets like a red specter, as Merlin reveled in the howling wind and fleeting shadows, lowering his body and feeling a surge of exhilaration. Merlin was not of this world, or rather, his soul was not dead in his previous life. He was an enthusiast of extreme sports, particularly drawn to shooting and racing games, with his favorite being morality and law. He also enjoyed titles such as Resident Evil, Call of Duty, and Halo. During an underground racing competition, he ultimately could not evade death, plunging off a cliff to meet his demise. However, perhaps due to the Grim Reaper's inexperience, he awoke once more, having reincarnated as a high school student in the Queens District of Liberty City. The original body was named Merlin Xiao, whose father was killed in Hell's Kitchen, subsequently being found and beaten to death by enemies. Thus, he found himself inhabiting this Western persona, accompanied by the 9th art technology system embedded within his mind. This system allowed him to unlock technology within games by launching them and gaining influence. The inaugural game assigned to him was the highly immersive Morality in Law 5, an action-adventure open-world game and a simulator for virtuous citizens. Upon its release, it unsurprisingly ignited a sensational wave of popularity, rapidly captivating the entire internet. Chapter 2. The wheelchair-bound hacker Lester. Upon acquiring the system's rewards, Lester, like a character from a classic tale of vengeance, embarked on a familiar path, an elaborate scheme of retribution that culminated in the obliteration of his adversaries. Subsequently, he commandeered a modification shop, repurposing it as a clandestine exchange hub. Given his precarious status, he found himself unable to access numerous rare materials and equipment, resorting instead to leveraging external connections. As the reputation of the shop's weaponry began to resonate through Hell's Kitchen, it caught the attention of Kim, leading to a significant influx of supplies from this new ally. Progress accelerated remarkably, culminating in the recent development of atomic engines for vehicles. In the borough of Queens, Roosevelt Road, at the Hall Apartments, the low rumble of an engine gradually faded as Merlin alighted from his vehicle and ascended via the elevator to his residence. Just as he inserted the key into the lock, a stern reprimand pierced the stillness beside him. Merlin, you must wear a helmet while riding and refrain from returning so late. Riding through the streets on your motorcycle is perilously reckless. The door to the adjacent apartment swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a suit, exuding an air of authority. His piercing gaze, tinged with a hint of exasperation, fell upon the youth clad in work attire. This was George Stacy, the sheriff of Manhattan and Liberty City, and also the father of Merlin's classmate. Gwen Stacy, a neighbor and a friend of Merlin's late father, who had been an officer in the Liberty City Police Department. Their bond had deepened. Yet tragedy struck when Merlin's identity was revealed, leading to his father's demise at the hands of enemies, while Merlin himself was ensnared during his journey to school. George had vowed to look after Merlin, a promise weighed down by guilt, for upon awakening in this new life, the first visage he encountered was that of George, etched with remorse. Understood. Thank you, Merlin replied, perpetually uncertain of how to navigate George's kindness. He offered a gentle smile before retreating into his home. Bang! George stood before the now-closed door, mouth agape, ultimately surrendering to a heavy sigh. Merlin, I grasp your desire to honor your father through the modification shop. But the chaos in Hell's Kitchen is too perilous for a child like you. Thus, I hope you will remain at home during this holiday. Silence enveloped the room. And George, with a resigned grimace, returned to his own abode. Confronted by his wife's inquisitive gaze from the sofa, he could only shrug helplessly. Perhaps we could let Gwen take him to a band practice? It might be beneficial for him to unwind and shift his focus, she suggested as George poured himself a glass of wine and settled onto the couch. Not a chance. That boy is fixated on his father's modification shop. He has no interest in going elsewhere, George replied with a shake of his head, like a sullen calf that refuses to be led. He downed his drink in one gulp, his spirits dampened. Isn't it because you're always preoccupied, allowing those people to find him directly at school? In response, the wife found herself at a loss for words, merely uttering a complaint. George remained silent, pouring himself another glass of wine. In the adjacent room, Merlin prepared a hand-grab pancake for a midnight snack, washed up, and then lay down, immersing himself in the system. Reputation points have reached 3 million. Rewards distributed: super combustion technology, electromagnetic pulse gun technology, 2 combat machine guns. Upon discovering that the desired technology was absent, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. Rewards are issued every 500,000 points, with each distribution varying between 3 to 10 technical documents, primarily depending on the complexity of the technology. The game had been running for 3 months now, and achieving 3 million downloads in this era signifies a dominant presence in the gaming industry. However, Merlin had no intention of stopping there. Once the time was ripe, the real-world version would be launched, rendering Freedom City even more liberated. Los Santos would be no exception. After digesting the technologies in his mind, Merlin reopened his notebook and browsed through the gaming forums. Is anyone taking me to the casino? Mainly want to unlock some outfits. First time playing the Apocalypse. Anyone joining? Any takers for the job at Full Fortune Bank? How do I unlock explosive bullets? Seeking a tutorial. Going to the island. Bringing newbies along. Who said the money truck can be cleared with guns? It's just poor. Merlin's beard. This game is truly astonishing. I feel like all the games I played before were mere filth. Oh, heck, I just want to borrow a plane from Senko. How did I end up with 3 stars immediately? The place where dreams begin, Bayon-Keton. With the game's surge in popularity, major news outlets began reporting on it as well. The Horn Herald stated, Morality and Law 5 is not merely a crazy and entertaining video game, but also satirizes the dark realities existing in contemporary Eagle Country. The Brook Times proclaimed, this transcends all single and multiplayer games, online and offline. Each of the 3 protagonists has their own backstory, creating a vast sandbox. The Freedom Gazette noted, although the game contains a significant amount of violence, it remains an excellent game. Indeed, while accolades were plentiful, criticisms were equally abundant. Ding. Just as Merlin was engrossed in the online comments, his phone suddenly chimed. He picked it up to see a notification of funds received. It appeared that Jean Bing had successfully sent him the money. After browsing the forums for a while longer, weariness enveloped him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Today, he had acquired the electromagnetic pulse gun technology and now needed to devise a way to obtain the desired equipment and materials. In the final fortnight, Merlin's modification shop experienced no significant disturbances, seemingly due to Jean Bing's intentional oversight, which deterred any troublemakers from causing a ruckus. Merlin was not surprised by this development. Given the numerous weapons and modified vehicles for sale, it was impossible for Jean to overlook him. Although Merlin's father was an extramural member with a close relationship with Sheriff George of Manhattan, certain events that transpired during this period allowed for some maneuvering. On the last day of the holiday, Merlin activated his system. Reputation has reached 3,500,000. Rewards obtained. Spire Shadow Modification Technique. Lester Hacking Skills. 801 Baddie Technique. Blessed be Lester. Upon seeing today's rewards, Merlin's eyes instantly sparkled. Lester's hacking abilities were indisputable. He could not only infiltrate police systems to rescind bounties, but could also assist in placing bounties on others. Furthermore, he had the capability to decode the plans of Fabola. Numerous significant cases, both online and offline, had been orchestrated by him. However, he did have a penchant for overindulgence. In Chapter 3, Punisher, Daredevil, Lester charged a fixed fee of 20%. Given his skills, this was rather reasonable in reality. Yet, if given the choice, he preferred the amiable Pavel, who only charged 2%. Merlin rubbed his throbbing temples. The volume of knowledge acquired from today's rewards was quite substantial, requiring a moment to process. Nevertheless, the excitement bubbling within him allowed him to temporarily disregard the discomfort in his head. With Lester's hacking skills, he could finally commence the construction of the simulator in reality. Just as Merlin was contemplating the simulator project, the rolling shutter door suddenly ascended. Subsequently, a rugged, tall, and imposing figure stepped inside. Merlin had already completed his studies, and as he turned around, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. His gaze settled on the skull-emblazoned black shirt worn by the man. Do you recognize me? Frank, observing the youthful boy clad in work attire, was somewhat astonished. After scanning the surroundings and confirming there was no one else present, he realized that this individual was indeed the proprietor of the modification shop. As spoken of in the underworld, of course, you have recently gained quite the notoriety. Let me recall how the streets describe you. Merlin pondered for a moment. A clever fool attempting to use the law to bring justice to those Mexicans and Irish. Yes, that's exactly how it said, he affirmed, clapping his hands decisively. Frank thought to himself that had it not been for the boy's youthful appearance, he would have already dealt him a lesson. However, he had his own reasons for being there. I wish to procure some goods, he stated in a low voice, directly revealing his intent. Frank, utterly disillusioned with the law in this city, had resolved to exact vengeance for his wife and daughter in his own manner. Merlin scrutinized Frank for a moment until the latter's expression grew somewhat awkward, prompting him to speak. It is currently after my working hours, but for you, I can make an exception and extend my hours. Follow me, he said, rising and heading towards the backyard. Frank glanced at the slanted magic treasure on his workstation before swiftly following suit. Upon seeing the peculiar array of sports cars in the back row, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. Before him, Merlin at the warehouse entrance beckoned him. As Frank stepped inside, the first sight to greet him was a neatly organized armory, where the harsh fluorescent lights illuminated a chilling atmosphere. Yet, for a man, witnessing this scene ignited a fervor within him. Frank's hands began to itch with anticipation. With a snap, as he marveled, Merlin had already retrieved a handgun from the shelf against the wall. It was an armor-piercing pistol with a standard magazine capacity of 18 rounds, expandable to 36 with a larger magazine, and capable of firing in rapid succession. However, the moment the notion of automatic fire was mentioned, Frank lost interest. Generally speaking, due to the nature of handguns, if they were capable of such rapid fire, the recoil would inevitably compromise accuracy. Thus, equipping a submachine gun would be a far superior choice. Noticing Frank's expression, Merlin understood his thoughts and refrained from further commentary. Instead, he raised the armor-piercing pistol and aimed it at a distant metal target. The sound of gunfire echoed as sparks flew from the steel target. Frank's eyes widened. He could see clearly that the tremor during the pistol's rapid fire was minimal. Its stability was comparable to that of a submachine gun. I usually recommend this pistol after modifying the armored skeleton horse in my shop, Merlin remarked, casually tossing the armor-piercing pistol to Frank. Catching the pistol, Frank noted that the bore was significantly thicker than that of an ordinary handgun, seemingly equipped with some kind of recoil compensator. Merlin continued his introduction, detailing a pump-action shotgun outfitted with explosive rounds, capable of taking down a vehicle with a single shot, as well as a Vulcan machine gun and a rocket launcher. He also mentioned a recently completed sniper rifle with explosive and armor-piercing ammunition, enhanced with night vision for effective stealth operations. This one is quite sought after. You're fortunate. It may not be around in a couple of days. Do you need any vehicles? The slanted magic treasure in the workshop has just been completed, ensuring your smooth passage through the streets. Frank found himself momentarily stunned by the extensive arsenal, which even included rocket launchers and Gatling heavy machine guns. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful individual possessed such an alarming cache of weaponry, with each unique weapon's capabilities leaving him utterly astounded. However, regardless of how enticing these weapons and vehicles were, Frank could only gaze longingly, as his pockets were rather shallow. After the introductions, Merlin seemed to sense Frank's predicament. If you're short on funds, I do have a suggestion. What suggestion? Frank inquired, caressing the heavy sniper rifle in his hands with evident affection. Become a player and engage in the game. Engage in the game? He paused momentarily upon hearing the words, his first thought gravitating towards electronic sports, swiftly followed by the notion of survival games within affluent underground organizations. Given his current capabilities, the latter seemed far more suitable for him. In a couple of days, I shall send you a gaming website. At that time, you may simply accept the tasks presented. I, too, am a participant in this realm, and for now, you may regard me as a merchant providing weaponry within the game. Upon hearing Merlin's words, Frank's eyes flickered, and a formidable criminal syndicate emerged vividly in his mind. Yet, at this moment, his sole desire was to avenge his family, rendering such thoughts secondary. He pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall entrust this to you. Although his funds were limited, before departing, Frank expended all his money on a sniper rifle and a substantial quantity of ordinary ammunition, along with 3 explosive rounds. Once Merlin had neatly packaged the items in a wooden box, he prepared to see Frank off. However, as they approached the doorway, a mysterious figure dressed in a snug red suit, shrouded by a hood, appeared before them. Frank squinted. Night demon. Just come in. Standing outside might frighten someone. And when will you change that hideous outfit? Merlin scoffed, clearly familiar with the individual. Who is this? Matt disregarded the jest and turned his attention to Frank. Frank, my client, do not act recklessly. Once you exit the modification shop, you are free to do as you wish. Matt fell silent for a moment, seemingly reflecting on the identity details of Frank. Chapter 4. Midtown High School, Academy Technology Exhibition. The motorcycle gang and the Mexican-Irish group held a certain notoriety in Hell's Kitchen. Thus, their entanglement in legal matters had drawn considerable attention. However, the outcome was evidently predictable. Those summoned to court managed to exploit legal loopholes with a bit of financial maneuvering and were subsequently released. Now, facing Frank, who bore a weapon case, Matt appeared to grasp the situation. He opened his mouth, yet words of consolation eluded him, being a lawyer himself. He understood the sentiments of those involved in the case even more profoundly. It's all right, I will take my leave. Frank had no intention of seeking assistance. He was resolute in personally confronting each of his adversaries. Matt did not impede him, but as Frank passed by, he suddenly spoke. Perhaps you might consider waiting. I could recommend a law firm for a reappeal. Thank you, but that will not be necessary. Frank paused momentarily before departing the modification shop without hesitation. Once Frank had left, Matt turned his gaze towards Merlin. What did he just purchase? Client confidentiality. I cannot disclose that. Merlin shrugged and then turned to head towards the workshop. Is there anything else? I will be closing soon. Hearing this, Matt chose not to press further and instead inquired about more pressing matters. I have heard that you have developed some new products. I came to see if there is anything within my means to purchase. After the vigilante was created, he was quite eager to buy, but unfortunately, his finances were lacking, making it impossible for him to even establish a law firm. Consequently, he often frequented the modification shop, though he rarely made any purchases. Merlin, exasperated, rolled his eyes. This fellow would often come into the shop and drone on about how he ought to walk the straight path and become a partner to the superheroes, jointly safeguarding the tranquility of the city. In essence, he simply wished to obtain things for free. However, considering the assistance the vigilante had provided in resolving many disturbances, Merlin chose not to dwell on it too much. There was a newly developed firearm priced at $3,000. A gun? I have no need for such an item, Matt said, waving his cane dismissively. If the Batmobile in your garage were to be discounted, I would be inclined to purchase it. Truth be told, he had been unable to forget that vigilante since he had laid his hands on it, but the exorbitant price tag of tens of millions was rather daunting. Don't even think about it. Even at half price, you wouldn't be able to afford it, Merlin replied bluntly, but soon changed his tone. However, if you were truly interested in buying, I might be able to provide you with a lead. What lead? Matt inquired. Let me return after I receive the invitation card on Saturday, and then we shall discuss it. Do you truly not require my newly developed firearm? Merlin, momentarily at a loss for words, decided to shift the topic. You are quite skilled at keeping people in suspense. This is an electromagnetic pulse launcher, capable of incapacitating virtually any electronic device. Matt exclaimed, I am in dire need of that. An electromagnetic pulse launcher would be ideal for infiltrating and combating crime. I plan to showcase this at the technology exhibition once school resumes. If a tech company collaborates, the pulse bullets should be considerably more affordable by then. Merlin casually handed him a compact pulse launcher. Production and sale may not commence until the end of the year. Matt took the electromagnetic pulse launcher, resembling a signal flare, and examined it with great care. This is the ammunition, 6 rounds in total, sufficient for your use over a week. Ultimately, with a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, Matt produced $3,000 and handed them to Merlin. Although he had established a law firm, the cases he received were not particularly lucrative. Thus, $3,000 represented a significant sum for him. Thank you for your patronage. Do visit again, Merlin said, disregarding Matt's reluctant expression as he snatched the bills from his hand and waved him off with a smile. You truly are a shrewd merchant. Make sure to reserve that Batmobile for me. Matt, not lingering any longer, departed to combat crime, hoping to catch up with Frank to see if he could lend a hand. After Matt left, Merlin finally closed the doors of the modification shop and rode his Ducati back home. The following day, in Queens, at Midtown High School, September had arrived, and the sweltering heat was gradually becoming stifling, leaving pedestrians on the streets feeling mildly irritable. However, this was of little consequence to the students of Central City High School, as their focus this evening was solely on one matter, the long-anticipated science and technology exhibition. Prior to the holidays, the school had assigned some tasks to the newly promoted graduating class, centering around the exhibition, which was entirely voluntary. Nevertheless, many students formed teams and eagerly signed up to participate. Unlike the graduation prom, this science exhibition was pivotal to their prospects of gaining admission to esteemed universities. Should their projects stand out, even those with less than stellar grades might receive recommendations and special admissions from various institutions. Thus, the exhibition area was particularly bustling tonight, with numerous teams arriving to showcase their inventions and research. In addition to teachers, there were many representatives from technology companies present, and with a stroke of luck, one might even discover some intriguing innovations. The boundless imagination characteristic of student life often eludes adults. In the midst of the crowd, Gwen, with her short golden hair, was tiptoeing and scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Soon, her eyes brightened as they landed on a booth not far away, where a boy was conversing with a bespectacled girl. Merlin, Gwen exclaimed joyfully, waving her hand, and swiftly maneuvered through the throng to reach the booth. Today, Merlin's demeanor had transformed significantly from his usual appearance at the workshop. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, exuding an aura of innocence. Gwen, I thought you were off to band practice today, Merlin remarked, somewhat surprised at her arrival. I was merely curious about what peculiar creation you dared to present at the exhibition. Gwen tilted her head, leaning closer to peer at the display behind Merlin. Through the glass. A gun? It looks more like a signal flare gun. This is an electromagnetic pulse emitter intended for use against electronic devices, Merlin explained, gesturing to the description affixed to the glass. It's all written there, no need to guess. Gwen's gaze shifted upwards to the instructions, and she sheepishly smiled. All right then, she said, raising her head to look at the girl with whom Merlin had been speaking. Who is she? Hannah Musk. We've just been introduced, Merlin replied. Hello, Gwen. Hannah greeted softly, her tone tranquil. Chapter 5. Atomic Energy Gun. Stark Industries. Gwen observed Hannah's sweet and gentle face beneath her red-framed glasses and discreetly leaned closer to Merlin, nudging him with her shoulder, teasingly inquiring. So, you fancy demure girls? I assumed your mind was occupied solely with gasoline gears. If you didn't constantly stand me up, I might consider you, Merlin retorted, giving her a playful pat on the back before turning to Hannah with a casual smile. Gwen bared her teeth, extending her palm in a playful gesture of retaliation, but after contemplating her still-developing strength, she decided against it. As she contemplated retaliating verbally, a sudden commotion erupted at the Technology Exhibition Center, suggesting the emergence of a remarkable exhibit. Merlin, swept along by the crowd, gravitated towards the source of the disturbance. Upon entering, they discovered a robust, crew-cut student bullying a slender classmate burdened with a backpack. Nearby stood two other crew-cut individuals, one black and one white, who observed the scene with mocking expressions. It was that nuisance, Fleischer, once again tormenting someone. Noticing the chaos, Gwen furrowed her brow. Well, it isn't an exhibit. That appears to be Peter. Merlin, observing their struggling classmate pinned to the ground, suddenly spoke up. Gwen glanced over at the revelation, recognizing her friend, and gasped, preparing to intervene. However, Merlin spoke first. Fleischer, release Peter. This is the Technology Exhibition Center, not your football field. With that, he drew a peculiar handgun from his waist and aimed it at them. The action startled the surrounding students. But upon seeing the toy-like model of a gun, their expressions shifted to incredulity, disbelief, and amusement. Fleischer instinctively took a few steps back. But upon recognizing that Merlin wielded a toy pistol adorned with spiraled springs, he couldn't help but scoff. Gwen, taken aback by the appearance of the weapon, noted its entirely blue body, resembling plastic, with the front not featuring traditional barrel holes, but rather a ring of yellow springs, resembling a wave emitter. The combination of blue and yellow, along with its bizarre design, rendered it indistinguishable from an ordinary toy gun. However, having spent ample time indoors, she recognized the firearm as a weapon from a recently popular game, recalling it vividly from online mode. Well, this time it truly is a toy gun. Gwen prepared to spring into action at any moment. Do you wish to test it? Merlin's expression remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the odd stares around him. Watching Fleischer's confident demeanor, uncertainty flickered in his opponent's mind. Merlin had always been a low-profile presence at school, previously a target of bullying. Yet after an altercation before the break, during which he had brandished a wrench to teach his tormentors a lesson, few dared to provoke him thereafter. Eventually, some students discovered that he worked at a car modification shop and carried tools with him. Get lost, you freak. Do you think a toy gun can intimidate us? Do you take us for fools? A furious voice erupted from Fleischer's ear, followed by his enraged black companion charging forward. He instinctively considered intervening, but thought it prudent to allow someone to test the waters. This gun is still in development. I hope you'll be fine. As the approaching figure drew nearer, Merlin squeezed the trigger. The fierce Turner extended his hand with a menacing expression, reaching for the toy gun in his opponent's grasp, intent on snatching it away and hurling it to the ground to shatter into pieces, after which he planned to teach him a lesson. However, just as his palm was about to make contact with the toy gun, a peculiar wave suddenly emanated, followed by an unparalleled force that struck him. Bang! A sizzling atomic wave erupted, creating an arc of electricity in the void. The recently approached Turner was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into the two individuals behind him, Fleischer and his companion. Under the immense impact, the three of them were propelled out of the encircled area. Thud! A series of thumps echoed in the silent exhibition hall, rendering the surrounding students momentarily frozen, their mouths agape in astonishment, seemingly still in shock from the recent spectacle. What had transpired? What was happening? At that moment, the exhibition teacher navigated through the crowd, and upon seeing the three men groaning in pain on the ground, his brow furrowed. Soon, his gaze settled on Merlin. Did you do this? He found it hard to fathom how the other had managed to send three burly men flying. Merlin nodded, ready to explain, when a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly approached him with excitement. Hey, kid, may I see the gun in your hand? Glancing at the atomic energy gun, which bore little resemblance to a conventional firearm aside from the handle, he hesitated. Who are you? Merlin inquired, puzzled. Oh, I am Milan Otero, a technical investigator from Stark Industries' R&D department. Here is my business card. Realizing he had been somewhat abrupt, Milan quickly produced a business card from his pocket and handed it over. After examining the card and confirming its authenticity, Merlin nodded. All right, but this is only a prototype, so please avoid touching the coils and trigger. He handed over the atomic energy gun. Given that they were participating in the college technology exhibition, it was evident they sought the attention of military-industrial enterprises. Thus, there was no need for pretense. Thank you. Milan expressed his gratitude, excitedly accepting the atomic energy gun. The teacher, who had initially intended to inquire about the incident, slowed his pace and began to ask the students about the situation. Are you all right? While Milan examined the atomic energy gun, Merlin helped Peter up from the ground. Due to their families being neighbors, Merlin had been friends with Gwen since childhood, and it was through Gwen that he had met Peter at school. However, recently, Peter had been frequently chasing after Spider-Man with his camera, while Merlin had been engrossed in games and technology since his arrival. As for Gwen, if all went as expected, she was the Spider-Man causing quite a stir in the Big Apple lately. After Peter stood up and nervously checked his backpack to ensure everything was in order, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. I'm fine. Peter, next time you encounter such a situation, retaliate. Otherwise, they will continue to bully you, Gwen remarked, her gaze lingering on her physically fragile friend, a hint of helplessness evident in her expression. Perhaps you should consider taking up martial arts. If needed, I can recommend my coach to you. Before seeking revenge, Merlin had also sought out a retired military instructor to learn combat and firearms for a period. Chapter 6. Electromagnetic Pulse Bomb. Future Information Warfare. Listening to Merlin and Gwen, Peter tightened his grip on the backpack he held. Thank you, but rest assured, no one will bully me again, he expressed gratefully, then spoke earnestly. Gwen assumed he intended to heed Merlin's advice and learn martial arts, which brought her a moment of joy. Merlin, however, noticed Peter's firm grip on the backpack and furrowed his brow. I will send you the coach's email shortly. Until your skills improve, do not act impulsively, he advised. All right, I need to use the restroom, Peter said, uncertain if he had absorbed the advice, and swiftly left the hall with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Once Peter had departed, Gwen turned to Merlin with surprise. You've learned martial arts? When did that happen? During the holiday. She had either been cooped up at home or swinging through the skies of Apple City, leaving little time for interaction with Merlin. She felt somewhat awkward facing him, especially since she had stood him up during their previous date to pursue a criminal. After watching the movie alone, Merlin raised an eyebrow. Gwen, just kidding, I'm not upset. That film looks quite enjoyable. It would be a pity if you missed it. Then let us go see another one this Saturday. Gwen tilted her head invitingly. Saturday, huh? I'm afraid I might be a bit busy then. Merlin indicated towards the side, where, unbeknownst to him, other tech company representatives had gathered, engaging in a debate with Stark Industries technical agents. Electromagnetic pulse disruptor, atomic energy gun. As a top student, Gwen fully understood the technological implications of these two weapons. Though she comprehended their significance, a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Well, it seems you've been up to quite remarkable things lately, she acknowledged. Hey Milan, you can't be such a jerk. Hurry up and show us what you've got. No, I haven't finished yet. The astonishing scene had not only captivated Stark Industries technical agents. Companies like Hammer and Osborne had also taken notice. However, they were a step behind, having been outpaced by Stark Industries representatives. Amidst the technical experts from various companies, some reporters were present as well. Observing the heated discussions, Merlin promptly approached them. Gentlemen, I have brought some exhibits. Perhaps you would be interested in taking a look, he said, gesturing towards his exhibition area. Upon encountering Merlin, the few agents engaged in a debate hastily realigned their demeanor, regaining a professional posture. You are Merlin Xiao, correct? I am from Hammer Industries. Here is my business card. Others similarly presented their cards. To be frank, they had not anticipated such a remarkable surprise at this Midtown High School science fair. As a prestigious institution in Queens, Midtown High boasts commendable teaching resources and has nurtured many exceptional students. Each science fair typically showcases impressive inventions, yet this year's event was on an entirely different level. Numerous laboratories, having invested millions without breakthroughs, unveiled their innovations here. Under Merlin's guidance, a multitude of technology agents flocked to his exhibit area, drawing the curiosity of other students and teachers who gathered around. Soon, Merlin's display was enveloped in layers of eager onlookers. This is a micro-electromagnetic pulse emitter. I believe this is familiar to everyone. Merlin began to elucidate, gesturing towards his exhibit. Electromagnetic pulses? Indeed, this concept is well known, having even been employed in warfare. During the northern and southern conflicts, it was utilized. In recent years, the troublesome Eagle Nation has deployed numerous such devices, causing local residents to regress a century in terms of technological advancement. This represents a soft kill area attack method, with electromagnetic pulse munitions primarily intended for future information warfare. Electromagnetic pulse munitions are categorized into two types, nuclear and non-nuclear. Comparatively, non-nuclear electromagnetic pulse devices have a significantly smaller radiation range. They function by compressing a charged coil through implosion, generating an instantaneous electromagnetic pulse that obliterates electronic devices within the radiation radius. However, following the Eagle Nation's initial deployment, nations worldwide began to fortify their defenses, establishing layered shielding at varying distances. Consequently, the sole advantage of non-nuclear electromagnetic pulse munitions in warfare lies in their lack of lethality to personnel. Of course, in certain circumstances, they can effectively disrupt network communications. On the other hand, nuclear electromagnetic pulse munitions are far more formidable. These were detonated in space during the Star Wars program orchestrated by the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation. More accurately, they were nuclear test detonations. The explosions emitted substantial gamma radiation alongside powerful electromagnetic pulses, resulting in the destruction of 1/3 of satellites in low Earth orbit. The concept for electromagnetic pulse munitions was inspired by this phenomenon. Merlin's comprehension of this subject was largely informed by a book published by the esteemed Liu Cixin. At present, the technology surrounding electromagnetic pulse munitions is not yet fully matured, and miniaturization remains a challenge. Economic viability and practicality must also be considered. However, future developments will undoubtedly focus on the extension of electromagnetic pulse weaponry. Numerous technology agents exhibited intrigue as Merlin continued. Let me elaborate on the applications of electromagnetic pulse weaponry. My primary interest lies in facilitating police apprehensions. Primarily utilized in automotive interception and communication disruption, the compact electromagnetic pulse emitter exudes an aura of futuristic technology, yet proves rather impractical on the battlefield. Grounding, shielding, and filtering significantly diminish its efficacy. Conversely, it exhibits superior effectiveness in urban vehicle interception and the destruction of electronic devices. After addressing the issue of size, this miniature electromagnetic pulse emitter also resolves the challenge of area of effect strikes, as its pulse projectiles can accurately target individual entities. Each projectile contains cylindrical explosives, enveloped by a coil of wire. The projectile must first be fully charged. Upon release, the internal explosive detonates instantaneously from one end, generating a violent shockwave. The shockwave propagates forward, exceeding the speed of sound within the medium, while the explosives in the reaction zone detonate successively under extreme temperature and pressure. The helical wire structure forms a linear magnetic field that triggers the explosive from left to right, causing the fractured casing to short-circuit with the coil. During rapid movement, the magnetic flux within the coil is incessantly compressed, inducing ever-increasing electric currents that ultimately feed into the terminal virtual cathode. Consequently, this culminates in the creation of a formidable electromagnetic pulse. Chapter 7. The sudden appearance of the lizard man. The crowd gathered around the booth gazed in awe at the articulate youth before them. Those familiar with the game of ethics and law would quickly recognize the recently unveiled pulse gun and the electromagnetic pulse emitter on display. However, as it is merely a game, not everyone possesses the requisite skills. Despite its immense popularity within the gaming community, not all players engage, often hindered by considerations of computer specifications and financial constraints. The electromagnetic pulse emitter captured the attention of technical agents from various companies, though their enthusiasm paled in comparison to that elicited by atomic energy weapons, which are regarded as a groundbreaking frontier in research. As time progressed, technical agents from different enterprises congregated around Merlin's exhibit, and soon his hands were brimming with business cards. Observing the increasingly vacant surroundings of their own exhibition area, the participants had no choice but to temporarily abandon their displays, joining the throng that surrounded Merlin's booth in fascination. Meanwhile, in the men's restroom, Peter sat upon the toilet, his backpack resting in front of him. He unzipped the bag and retrieved a vial of green liquid. The light filtering through the translucent potion cast an ethereal green hue upon his excited, yet resolute visage. Witnessing Merlin's transformation from a timid and despondent figure into one of burgeoning confidence and maturity profoundly impacted him. Coupled with his admiration for the superhero Spider-Man, Peter aspired to become a hero himself, earning the respect and adoration of the masses. During this holiday, he devoted himself to researching cross-species genetic serums, ultimately discovering a promising direction within the genes of lizards, leading to the creation of the super serum he now held. Although this vial of serum was not fully developed, the recent humiliations spurred him on. "Come on, buddy, you can do this," he murmured to himself, taking a deep breath for encouragement. With determination, he plunged the syringe into his arm, the green serum coursing through the subcutaneous tissue and penetrating into the muscle fibers. initiating a gradual transformation of the cellular genes within. Suddenly, Peter's pupils dilated, morphing into cold vertical slits, while his skin visibly sprouted green keratin at an alarming rate. Just then, the restroom door was battered with a loud thud. Fleischer and his two companions, having arrived at the restroom, were engaged in an angry discussion about the recent embarrassment. Damn it! Fleischer slammed his hand against the nearby restroom door, cursing furiously. I refuse to believe that guy is carrying that toy gun all the time. His white companion gritted his teeth, clearly eager to find an opportunity for retaliation. Meanwhile, the black man turned, hesitated before suggesting, perhaps it's a wrench or something. Shut your mouth. Fleischer glared at him, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. With a flick, a flame ignited. But he seemed to sense something amiss and suddenly stiffened. What is wrong with you? His two companions, waiting for the flame, looked at him in confusion. Slowly, Fleischer turned his head toward the restroom door, whispering, "Did you hear that noise?" Noise. The other two fell silent, straining to listen. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping accompanied by low growls echoed in the stillness of the restroom. Suddenly, the restroom door was forcefully flung open, and a lizard man, nearly 3 meters tall and covered in green skin, emerged slowly from within. Its cold vertical eyes scanned the scene with chilling intensity. The faces of Fleischer and his companions turned ashen. As time passed, the technology exhibition neared its conclusion. After reluctantly receiving the atomic energy gun from the wistful Merlin, it was nearly time to wrap things up. Students and teachers began to leave in succession, while the exhibiting teams started to pack away their displays. This is so boring. It would be better to watch a band perform, Gwen complained as she and Hannah assisted Merlin in tidying up the booth. How about we head to my place later and invite Peter for a barbecue on the balcony? Merlin suggested with a smile while stowing away the electromagnetic pulse emitter. Go to your place for a barbecue? I don't recall you ever cooking anything. You're not planning to make us your free labor, are you? Gwen eyed him skeptically. I didn't ask you. I was asking Hannah, Merlin replied, ignoring her teasing and turning his attention to Hannah. The individual had always seemed like a mere shadow within the school, with little known about their home circumstances. Hannah, engrossed in her task, lifted her head to find Gwen and Merlin gazing at her. After a moment's hesitation, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and nodded in agreement. All right. Just as Gwen was about to utter something further, a terrified scream suddenly echoed through the exhibition hall. Help! There's a monster in the school. Gwen immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, sensing an impending threat, and her expression turned grave as she glanced towards the corridor. In the corridor, 3 students from Fleischer appeared utterly terrified, frantically sprinting in their direction, frequently glancing back as though pursued by some horrific entity. Suddenly, a green claw slammed against the corner wall with a resounding thud, reverberating through the corridor. Following that, a towering green lizard man, its head nearly brushing the ceiling, burst around the corner, exuding an aura of chilling madness, its icy gaze fixated intently on Frank and his companions. Oh, those still remaining in the exhibition hall, witnessing the chaos, shrieked and rushed towards the exit. Fortunately, the technology exhibition was nearing its conclusion, and the crowd was relatively sparse, alleviating concerns of a severe stampede. Gwen. Merlin snapped back to reality, instinctively calling out, only to realize that she had vanished without a trace. To his bewilderment, the lizard man, upon entering the hall, inexplicably turned its attention towards him. What the hell? Why is it chasing me? Merlin thought, momentarily stunned as the creature shifted its focus from Frank and the others. Hannah, go with them. I'll hold it off here. He assumed that Gwen had likely dashed off to change clothes and would return shortly. No, we must stick together. Hannah insisted, her fear palpable. I don't know why it is fixated on me. I can't afford to look after you. Merlin retrieved his atomic gun, pulling Hannah closer as he spoke earnestly. Just as Hannah was about to respond, a thought struck Merlin, and he added, oh, and don't say anything like take care when you leave. Chapter 8, 2. Unmanned rifle, incendiary rounds. If you truly wish to assist, go retrieve the box from my motorcycle. He tossed her the keys. Hannah cast a worried glance at Merlin, but understanding her presence would do little to help. She tightly grasped the keys and headed towards the garage. Merlin. A low, raspy voice emerged as the lizard man confronted him, its massive claws reaching out, seemingly intent on capturing rather than harming him. Just as those fearsome claws were about to make contact, a powerful arc of electricity surged forth. The immense force caused the lizardman's towering form to stumble back several steps, involuntarily retreating. As the lizard man staggered backward, on the verge of regaining his balance, 2 strands of web suddenly shot forth from behind him, adhering to his shoulders. Clad in a sleek black and white suit that accentuated her graceful figure, Gwen Spider-Man had descended from the shadows, gripping the web with determination and pulling with all her might. Thud! The already off-balance lizard man fell to the ground in a disheveled heap, emitting a muffled thud. Wow, splendid teamwork, buddy, well done, Gwen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Merlin, who stood across from the fallen creature. I think it would be best if you ensnared him with your webs, Merlin suggested, gesturing toward the struggling lizard man. Oh, my apologies. This is my first encounter with such a creature. I'm a bit exhilarated, Gwen replied, shaking her head before extending her hands. The white, sticky strands of web shot forth, ensnaring the lizard man's clawed hands and feet as he attempted to rise. Spider-Man. Peter looked up at Gwen, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. However, the image of the grotesque lizard form he had just seen in the mirror quickly transformed his expression into one of sorrow and madness. Roar, he bellowed, instantly breaking free from the webs, and without a backward glance, surged toward Merlin once more. Good grief, Merlin muttered, bemused. He recalled that he and Peter had no particular grievances. In fact, they were quite good friends. Yet now, transformed into a lizard man, Peter seemed intent on targeting him. Considering Peter's recent peculiar behavior, Merlin surmised the identity of the creature before him. As the lizard man charged, Merlin pulled the trigger, unleashing a burst of atomic energy arc waves aimed directly at its head. However, due to the incomplete nature of his atomic weapon, the impact was not formidable. Anticipating the attack, the lizard man raised an arm to block it and continued his advance undeterred. Gwen, trailing behind, fired webs in an attempt to hinder the beast. But like the atomic arc waves, her efforts only slightly impeded its progress before being torn apart by sheer force. No. You cannot advance any further, Gwen exclaimed anxiously, her hands moving rapidly as dense strands of web shot from her wrists, all converging on the creature's tail. Grasping the thick webbing, she planted her feet firmly on the ground, leaning back with all her strength to pull against the lizard man. Yet, in an instant, she felt weightless and was flung backward. A large, green severed tail, ensnared in webs, landed beside her, its tip twitching grotesquely. How disgusting. It looks like a tentacle, she commented wryly, quickly regaining her footing and shooting a web into the air, swinging towards the exhibition hall ceiling. Peter glanced back at his severed tail, snorting lightly as a new tail began to grow back at a visibly accelerated pace. Bang! At that moment, an atomic blast struck his head, momentarily clouding his senses. However, it was uncertain whether that strike had affected a particular nerve within him. It instead ignited the madness lurking within his soul. With a ferocious roar, he bared his fangs at Merlin and charged forth like a speeding automobile. Merlin, upon pulling the trigger once more, discovered that the energy reserves had been entirely depleted. Merlin. At that moment, a frantic shout erupted from the entrance, as Hannah, breathless, returned to the exhibition hall clutching a silver box. Merlin's eyes brightened at the sight. Observing the advancing lizard man, he hesitated not a moment, discarding his atomic energy gun and instead sprinting forward to meet the threat head-on. Merlin. Gwen, witnessing his reckless advance, could not suppress her shock. With the lizard man looming between them, Hannah seemed to intuit Merlin's intent, skillfully tossing the box toward him. Under the anxious gazes of Gwen and Hannah, the distance between Merlin and the lizard man dwindled. Despite the disparity in their sizes, Merlin showed no signs of slowing down. Rather, he accelerated, even perceiving the foul odor emanating from his opponent's body. As the lizard man lunged with its menacing claws, Merlin executed a sudden backward roll to evade, narrowly slipping past. Bang! The weapon box thrown by Hannah landed perfectly in his arms. He swiftly opened it, retrieved the firearm, loaded the magazine, disengaged the safety, gripped the handle, pivoted, and aimed, all actions flowing seamlessly. When the lizard man turned back, it was met with the dark, gaping maw of the gun. The semi-automatic rifle erupted in a dazzling display of flame, unleashing a torrent of bullets. However, despite the barrage, the impact failed to inflict significant damage. Useless, Peter exclaimed, shielding his vulnerable eyes with an outstretched arm as he continued his relentless advance toward Merlin. The embedded bullets swiftly forced out of his body, his wounds healing rapidly. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of alarm as he gazed at his arm. What is this? To his horror, the bullets embedded within him ignited, flames erupting from his arm and rapidly engulfing his entire being. Roar! Like a self-immolating giant, he let out a tortured scream toward the heavens. Just as Merlin's ammunition was exhausted, he reached for a new magazine, but the lizard man, now ablaze, suddenly veered frantically toward the restroom. Merlin quickly loaded the magazine and, rifle in hand, pursued with vigilance. Gwen, having just regained her composure upon landing, hastily followed along the ceiling. Drip, drip. Inside the men's restroom lay chaos. The mirrors shattered as if struck with tremendous force. A profound silence enveloped the space, save for the sound of dripping water and the crackling sparks from the flickering light fixtures. Merlin approached one of the destroyed stalls, the wooden panels completely obliterated, still bearing traces of charred remnants. The toilet within had shattered completely, exposing the drain below. Chapter 9. The escape of Peter. The police arrive. The odor was overwhelming. Merlin leaned forward to peer into the gaping hole, and a foul stench surged up from the sewer, nearly choking him. It appeared that someone had slipped away through the drain. Once he confirmed the escape, he relaxed and glanced at Gwen, who was hanging upside down from the ceiling. Are you going to pursue? Gwen cast a glance at the sewer, rolling her eyes at him. If you are willing to chase, I will follow. Forget it. I'm no superhero. I thought this smell wouldn't bother you. Merlin shrugged, then pondered, teasing her. By the way, you just called my name. Do you know me? Gwen's body stiffened for a moment. She had unconsciously shouted his name out of worry. Fortunately, her mask concealed her expression. Your friend calls you that. She quickly devised an excuse, hoping to divert the conversation before she revealed too much. I admire your courage, but you are merely an ordinary person. Life is singular. You should refrain from such reckless pursuits in the future. She admonished him seriously. Leave matters like this to me. Merlin felt somewhat helpless. Gwen fell silent at his words, unsure why someone would be sent to assassinate him. She was aware of some details concerning Merlin and his father, having even sought information after acquiring her powers. But by the time she arrived, those gangs had been eradicated. By the way, help me find my friend. Her name is Gwen, with short golden hair. I lost track of her in the chaos. No problem. Hearing that Merlin had not forgotten her, Gwen felt a surge of relief. She vanished into the restroom. Swinging on her web, Merlin prepared to head home. Hannah. Just as he turned the corner, he spotted Hannah cautiously making her way along the wall. My goodness. Are you all right? Hannah seemed startled by his exclamation, but upon seeing Merlin safe, she relaxed immediately. I'm fine, but that creature escaped. Let's wait for Gwen here. Merlin reassured her. By the way, when did Gwen go missing? Is she all right? Hannah recalled Gwen only after hearing his reminder. Don't worry, she'll be back shortly. Merlin, with his rifle in hand, led Hannah back to the hall, retrieving the discarded atomic gun and reorganizing the rifle back into the box. Burning bullets, along with armor-piercing, high-explosive, metal, and hollow-point rounds, all belong to the category of special ammunition. 2 firearms are required for assembly. Hannah, who had followed closely behind, was still somewhat perplexed. However, it wasn't long before the golden-haired Gwen joyfully found them. Merlin. Hannah, I'm so relieved to see you both safe. Hannah cast a puzzled glance at Merlin, uncertain how he could be so certain that Gwen was unharmed and would return. It was truly disheartening. At such a critical moment, he had abandoned them. Merlin, feigning sorrow while holding the weapon case, remarked, Ah, how disappointing it is that you left us in our time of need. Gwen, who had initially appeared overjoyed, suddenly felt awkward, but quickly devised an explanation. No, that's not it. I ran with the crowd and thought you two were right behind me. When I realized you weren't, I hurried back. I was genuinely worried, and to think I would be doubted for risking my safety to find you. Gwen turned the tables, displaying a look of grievance. Is that so? Merlin observed her with an odd expression, surprised by the quality of her performance. Before long, police cars swiftly arrived at the school, cordoning off the entire venue. Some daring teachers and students lingered nearby, curiously watching, and it was only after the police's arrival that they cautiously followed into the venue. Gwen. Merlin. Hearing the familiar voice, both Merlin and Gwen ceased their bickering and turned towards the entrance. George, clad in a bulletproof vest and wielding a handgun, looked at the two with delight. To be honest, upon hearing that neither Gwen nor Merlin had made it out during the recent escape, he had feared the worst. With each step he took closer, his heart tugged with anxiety, but thankfully, the two eventually appeared before him unharmed. Dad. Gwen joyfully dashed over. Once he confirmed that they were both uninjured, George finally felt a wave of relief wash over him and proceeded to assess the situation on site. Since Gwen had not been present during the incident, the only eyewitness, apart from Spider-Man, was Merlin, who had repelled the monster. Thus, Gwen and Hannah could leave first, while Merlin was taken away by George. However, just before departing, Merlin tossed the car keys back to the two of them. As agreed, return and wait for me. He winked at them before opening the car door and taking his seat in the passenger side next to George. Given the gravity of the situation, it was remarkable that they still had the appetite for barbecue. Gwen caught the keys and couldn't help but comment, then turned to Hannah beside her. Are you coming? Of course, let's go. I've already assured my family that I'm safe. All right, speaking of which, I haven't had the chance to ride that big beauty of his yet. He's surprisingly generous this time, Gwen exclaimed, tossing the car keys in her hand. Her spirits lifted as she headed toward the school exit. Typically, Merlin's Ducati was off limits to others. At the Manhattan headquarters, in the interrogation room, George gazed at the electromagnetic pulse emitter in his hand, uncertainly looking at Merlin, who sat across from him. Did you develop this? Indeed, this is my exhibit for today, primarily targeting clients like yourselves. Merlin appeared rather unperturbed, casually nodding in response. So, this rifle is yours as well, the kangaroo's FAMAS? Indeed, I made some modifications. Merlin did not dwell on the name, and this firearm, post-modification, bore a striking resemblance to the FAMAs from the land down under. However, it was originally the Type 95 rifle prior to its alteration. You modified the weapon yourself. Merlin, what have you been up to lately? Upon hearing Merlin's confirmation, George furrowed his brow. A sense of unfamiliarity creeping in towards this child he had previously regarded as his own. Once such an obedient child. It seemed he had changed since the passing of his friend. Perhaps you should pay attention to the electromagnetic pulse emitter. Merlin refrained from answering, instead glancing at the exhibit box to his right, exuding a hint of exasperation. Moreover, I have recently vanquished a monster. I have asked all that needed to be asked. How much longer must you confine me? Gwen and the others are waiting for me at home. Chapter 10. Intense kisses and encirclement indeed. This time Merlin not only committed no infractions, but also repelled the suddenly appearing monster, safeguarding his classmates. This was all visible on the surveillance. Given the grave implications of the Lizard Man incident, which could easily incite panic if mishandled, Sheriff George found himself unable to leave, resorting to sending someone to escort Merlin home. Upon returning home, Gwen and Hannah had already set up the grill on the balcony, igniting apple charcoal. Merlin, you're finally back. Hurry up and slice the meat. The apartment's spacious outdoor balcony rivaled the size of some rooftops, making the grill arrangement feel neither cramped nor oppressive. Where's Peter? Did he not come? Although Merlin had a rough idea of Peter's situation, he still sought confirmation. At his inquiry, Gwen shook her head despondently. Whether due to a cold or a melancholic mood was unclear. In any case, he had no intention of joining them. It seems it will just be the three of us drinking, Merlin remarked, raising the beer he had purchased on the way back. That will suffice. Gwen's eyes brightened. At home, she was strictly monitored by George, making it nearly impossible to indulge in any beer. Only at Merlin's place could she clandestinely enjoy a sip. Once the barbecue was ready, the trio gathered around the grill, sipping refreshing beer while delighting in the city's nocturnal splendor and engaging in lively conversation. Typically, it was Merlin and Gwen exchanging playful banter, with Hannah watching from the sidelines, a smile gracing her face as she occasionally chimed in. Afterward, Gwen cleared her throat, the scent of alcohol lingering, before cautiously returning home, while Merlin prepared to escort Hannah back. At this hour, aside from the main urban area, the streets had become desolate. In such circumstances, returning home alone could prove perilous. Various narrow alleys harbored a significant likelihood of concealed malevolence. Come on, hop in, Merlin said, lighting the fire, tilting his head towards Hannah, whose cheeks were flushed. He had not anticipated that the other party would possess such a meager tolerance for alcohol after just one glass. She appeared somewhat dazed. However, under the hazy glow of the streetlights, the rosy-cheeked Hannah looked remarkably endearing. With a slight unsteadiness, Hannah climbed onto the back seat, her arms tightly encircling Merlin's waist, her entire form nearly pressed against him. He mused to himself, quite taken aback by her physicality, before releasing the clutch and starting the motorcycle. It seemed that Hannah had heard his remark, as her already flushed cheeks deepened in color. The low rumble of the exhaust reverberated through the quiet street, gradually fading into tranquility. As Hannah sat behind him, she felt the rush of wind whipping past her ears. The cool breeze invigorated her somewhat dazed mind. Aside from Manhattan, places typically conducting DUI checks were scarce, particularly at this hour, allowing Merlin to navigate the roads with ease until they swiftly arrived at Hannah's home. Here we are. Get some rest. Your assistance at the venue today was invaluable. However, upon noticing a prolonged silence from Hannah, who sat behind him, Merlin turned his head in confusion. In that instant, a blushing Hannah leaned forward. Without hesitation, he reciprocated by wrapping his arms around her waist, drawing her closer, and they began to share a passionate kiss atop the motorcycle. After what felt like an eternity, Hannah's breath quickened beneath the moonlight, her eyes, framed by crimson, gazing dreamily at Merlin, who was mere inches away. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted them. Both turned to see a silver-haired elderly lady squinting at them, seemingly trying to ascertain something. "Grandma!" Hannah exclaimed, hastily jumping off the motorcycle and rushing towards her, her face flushed with embarrassment. "See you tomorrow." Merlin smiled and waved before revving the motorcycle and vanishing into the night. "Ahaha, it seems I've interrupted something." Hannah's grandmother chuckled, observing her granddaughter's rosy cheeks. Indeed, Hannah felt somewhat flustered as she stared in the direction of Merlin's departure, momentarily lost in thought. The following day, Merlin went to check on Gwen, but as he expected, she was not home. The emergence of the lizard man would certainly not go unnoticed by her. She had likely donned her spider suit and was swinging through the skies of the Big Apple, intoxicated by the thrill of the chase. It remained uncertain whether she had ventured into the depths of the sewers. As Merlin arrived at his destination on his motorcycle, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of eager reporters and tech company personnel. "Hello, According to police reports, it was you who repelled the lizard man. Is that true? Our investigation indicates that Spider-Man was also present. Why was it declared that you were the one to fend off the lizard man? Is it due to your close relationship with Sheriff George Stacy? How did you manage to repel the lizard man? Step aside, step aside. He is currently unavailable for your interviews. We are the main focus here. Before Merlin had even alighted from the vehicle, he found himself encircled by a throng of reporters, all clamoring with pointed questions and leading remarks, striving to unearth a sensational story or a point of contention. Meanwhile, representatives from various tech companies were inadvertently pushed aside by the press. Merlin gazed at the microphones thrust towards him, feeling a sense of helplessness, fearing that if he opened his mouth, he might inadvertently have one shoved inside. In such moments, silence proved to be the wisest course of action, for even in silence, they could twist his words into myriad interpretations and affix all manner of sensationalized headlines. To remain silent was to acquiesce. Speaking was an even more precarious endeavor. Fortunately, the principal of Central City High School soon intervened, summoning security to temporarily pacify the reporters. After all, these individuals had not made prior arrangements, and their impromptu interviews were against regulations. We shall convene a press conference shortly, at which time you are welcome to pursue your inquiries. No, we simply wish to understand the specifics of yesterday's events. You cannot obstruct our quest for the truth. Yes, he must remain. The reporters were immediately incensed, exclaiming that they had come prepared and could not be dissuaded. Their interest in Merlin stemmed from his youth, believing he might divulge more information. However, the principal, well aware of the reporters' tenacity, did not indulge them. He directed security to escort Merlin into the school, effectively barring the journalists from entry. The representatives from various tech companies adjusted their collars and followed suit, having come to discuss potential collaboration and perhaps even entice Merlin, the high school student, to join their ranks. With atomic energy weapons developed, the necessity of traditional university education seemed redundant. It was far more advantageous to recruit him directly into their companies for training. Chapter 11. Justin Hammer and Peter's intentions upon entering the school. The principal led Merlin directly to his office. Xiao, please take a seat. The principal, named Anso Sosa, was a mixed heritage individual clad in a suit, appearing to be in his 50s, robust in stature, and wearing an expression of kindness and satisfaction as he regarded Merlin. Please, others, take a seat as well. After Merlin settled into his chair, the principal gestured for the representatives from the tech companies to sit down. A teacher entered bearing a tray of tea, serving each individual a cup. Once the atmosphere had settled, Principal Anso surveyed the room. But he was taken aback when his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in a black suit, spectacles perched on his nose, exuding the aura of a successful businessman. Justin Hammer, you have come in person? Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries, a military tech company notorious for its piracy and low-cost production. Despite its dubious reputation, the company had managed to survive under the pressure of Stark Industries, demonstrating a certain level of resilience. Merlin's initial thought upon seeing him was of the infamous screaming fireball missile. Of course, he did not intend to underestimate Hammer. This child is a genius. He is worth my personal visit. If he joins my Hammer Industries, I shall undoubtedly cultivate his talents to surpass even Tony Stark. Though Tony Stark often frequents various entertainment venues and is surrounded by scandalous headlines, earning him the title of a playboy, no one can underestimate the intellect he possesses, especially as Stark Industries continues to unveil innovative military products. As long as Tony Stark remains in the picture, Hammer Industries will never rise again. However, last night's Tech Expo ignited a glimmer of hope for Hammer. Merlin, listening to the grandiose plans presented, remained unperturbed, contemplating whether he could draw Hammer Industries into the game. Furthermore, he sought to recruit a vital technician, Justin Hammer's daughter, Justine Hammer, who is destined to become the future Scarlet Cloak. Possesses not only the spatial teleportation abilities of her cloak, but also the acumen of a shrewd businesswoman and negotiation expert. Her roles as a technician and in Co-Prosperity Insurance are perfectly suited. Why not join Stark Industries and form a powerful alliance with Tony? A representative from Stark Industries stood up, having received Obadiah's directive to make every effort to recruit this high school student. Obadiah clearly wished to cultivate a successor to Tony, someone dedicated to serving him. If you go there, you'll only be overshadowed by Tony Stark. Only Hammer Industries offers you the best stage. The Stark representative expressed their sincere intentions, stating that if possible, the Stark president would mentor her, allowing for swifter growth. Merlin silently scoffed at this remark. From his understanding of Tony, he was hardly the mentoring type. A heated argument ensued between Hammer and Stark representatives in the office, yet neither side presented substantial offers. Only vague promises. Other tech companies attempted to join the discussion. Gentlemen, quiet down. I believe you should consult my guardian regarding this matter. I cannot make such decisions alone. I have class to attend, Merlin announced, feeling a headache from the cacophony of voices. Ignoring their pleading gazes, he swiftly gathered his belongings and exited the office. The occupants stared, momentarily dumbfounded by the abrupt departure. Merlin, now of age, had signed contracts that held legal weight, prompting them to entice him with grand promises. Yet, he left without a second thought. George, Stacy, Hammer, and others displayed expressions of frustration. They genuinely disliked dealing with law enforcement, especially a steadfast sheriff. As such individuals are the most challenging to navigate. They turned to the principal, who smiled and reassured them, "Our school respects student opinions." Even if Merlin were tempted, he would intervene. Their primary intent in bringing these companies was to promote the school, with numerous tech companies converging on Midtown High to compete for a single student. Such publicity would undoubtedly enhance the school's reputation. Upon returning to the classroom, Merlin was greeted with a cheerful wave from Gwen in the back row. He smiled in response, but his attention was drawn unexpectedly to Peter Parker. Peter's complexion appeared rather pale, as if he had recently suffered from a severe illness. Upon noticing Merlin's entrance, his eyes brightened. "Peter, are you all right?" Merlin inquired subtly, seeking to probe the reason behind Peter's relentless pursuit of him the previous night. As he stepped further inside, a faint, unpleasant odor compelled him to wrinkle his brow instinctively. "I'm fine, just a bit under the weather," Peter replied, shaking his head before engaging in an enthusiastic conversation with Merlin. "Are you familiar with cross-species regenerative gene experiments?" Peter suddenly posed. "Cross-species regenerative gene experiments? Lizard? Salamander?" Merlin raised an eyebrow, uncertainly echoing the question. "Yes, after visiting Professor Connor's lab at Oscorp, I suspect the issue might lie within the experimental algorithms. However, I couldn't deduce it myself, so I thought to ask if you have any research in this area." Merlin understood Peter's motives for his earlier inquiries, likely impressed by his own intellect. In the past, Merlin had indeed delved into biological studies and found common ground with Peter. However, since the release of the latest game, he had seldom pursued this interest. He would only resume such studies upon the arrival of games like Resident Evil or Prototype. "Send me an email, and I'll take a look when I have some time," Merlin suggested. With the matter clarified, he no longer felt troubled, instead contemplating Peter's thoughtful demeanor. Having him as a minor support for a city-related plotline could prove beneficial, if he were compensated appropriately, with both Gwen and himself overseeing the situation. Coupled with his own robust physique and self-healing abilities, there shouldn't be significant issues. After a day filled with classes, Merlin felt drowsy and decided to take out his notebook to begin drafting the Onion website. In approximately 3 days, he anticipated completing the platform, aiming to gather a few players for a trial run by Saturday. After school, Merlin and Gwen returned home, only to find the fridge nearly empty. They ventured out to the market to procure some groceries, with Gwen accompanying him. However, on their way back, a heavily made-up woman dressed provocatively called out to him from the street. "Hey there, need some company? Just $30, and I'll cater to your every desire," she teased, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she winked at Merlin. Merlin paused, contemplating for a moment. "All right, lead the way," he replied. Gwen, trailing behind, was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 12. Gwen's Embarrassment. The decay rate algorithm. Upon hearing Merlin's affirmative response, both Gwen and the flamboyantly dressed woman were taken aback. The woman stood at the curb, having merely intended to flirt with the passing couple, never expecting the young man to acquiesce. "This is the money. My place is just up ahead. Come with me." Merlin produced $30 and handed it to the still somewhat dazed woman, then proceeded towards the Wall apartment. "Hey Merlin, do you even know what you're doing?" Gwen finally reacted upon witnessing Merlin's gesture, anxiously chasing after him with her question. Her mind was still in a whirl, unable to comprehend why Merlin would consent to such an arrangement. "Of course, $30 for a single occasion isn't exorbitant," Merlin replied, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes as he observed Gwen's agitation, choosing not to elaborate further. As the young woman contemplated the $30 in her hand, thoughts of Merlin's youthful, charming visage made her excitedly lick her lips, prompting her to hastily follow him. Surely, a quarrel between two young lovers had led to this unexpected opportunity for her. Such a young lad, even if it meant a loss on his part, was hardly a misfortune. She hadn't anticipated such unforeseen gains today. "You're aware of that, are you?" Gwen retorted, somewhat irked, staring at Merlin's composed demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon returning home, Gwen watched as Merlin ushered the woman into his room and, in a huff, stormed into her own house, slamming the door with force. "Gwen, what's the matter? Why so furious?" Mrs. Stacy, seated in the living room, was taken aback by her daughter's abrupt entrance. "I think it would be best if you went to Merlin's house to check on him," Gwen replied, crossing her arms and pouting. "Merlin, what has happened to him?" Mrs. Stacy paused, recognizing that while Merlin was somewhat reclusive, he was also a resilient and sensible young man. "He brought a woman home from the street." "What? My goodness. Is that true? At the revelation, Mrs. Stacy sprang to her feet. You'll find out if you go and see. Come here, handsome. I assure you I'll make you feel delightful. The moment she entered, the woman crouched down, her eyes glistening as she leaned toward Merlin, her hands reaching out eagerly. I know at your age, the fire within is intense. Let me help you cool it down a bit. Compared to your little girlfriend, I can offer you all sorts of pleasures that will surely elevate your experience. Wait, can you really do anything? Merlin interjected, seeing the woman nearly ready to devour him. Of course, as long as it's not too perverse, I can manage, she replied, casting him a seductive glance. Surprised to discover that this young lad had a sense of intrigue. That's good. However, upon hearing what Merlin requested of her, the woman was instantly taken aback. Is this something a person can even conceive? Oh dear, this is far too much. Didn't you say you could do anything? I meant anything at all. Yet. Her voice wavered at the suggestion Merlin made, making it seem a bit difficult to articulate. Outside the door, Mrs. Stacy and Gwen exchanged wide-eyed glances at the unfolding conversation within. Bang, bang, bang. Merlin, open the door. Mrs. Stacy urgently knocked, not opposing the idea of Merlin's pursuits, but insisting it be conducted in a proper manner. Not in such a haphazard way as to pick someone up from the street. What if he gets sick? I'm coming. Soon. Merlin opened the door, gazing curiously at the somewhat sullen-faced Mrs. Stacy. Gwen has informed me. Mrs. Stacy inhaled deeply, striving for a calm demeanor. I understand the trials of adolescence, but such matters are to be avoided at all costs. What are you talking about? Merlin swung the door wide, revealing the scene within. The three of us had enjoyed a barbecue on the balcony yesterday, leaving a multitude of plates in the sink, untouched and unwashed. She claimed that for merely $30, she could handle anything. Inside the room, a young woman donned an apron, her face clouded with displeasure as she incessantly complained. Goodness, can't you soak the dishes in some detergent? The residue has hardened on the sides of the bowls, making them exceedingly difficult to clean. Today has indeed been unfortunate. Encountering a situation like this is simply absurd. How foolish of me to think he could ever be interested in someone like me, especially since he already has a girlfriend. This is a scam, Gwen remarked, Mrs. Stacy, observing the young woman in the kitchen grumbling as she scrubbed the dishes. Mrs. Stacy and her daughter were momentarily taken aback. So, you sought her out solely to wash your dishes? Mrs. Stacy found herself puzzled by Merlin's reasoning. Indeed, seeking another cleaning service would be a waste of time, as I have my own obligations. She claimed $30 would suffice for anything, so I entrusted the task to her, Merlin explained. Mrs. Stacy and her daughter exchanged glances, realizing the rationale behind his actions. Gwen, perceiving the glint of amusement in Merlin's eyes, recognized she had been outsmarted, although it was not what she had anticipated. Her fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the fear of accidentally harming Merlin, she would undoubtedly let him taste the repercussions of her strength. Mrs. Stacy, observing her daughter's mortified expression, seemed to comprehend the situation. Very well, just be cautious. In the future, allow me to handle such matters. She chuckled softly and then departed. Meanwhile, Gwen remained, ready to confront Merlin. The young woman lamented, Is no one here to speak on my behalf? While $30 is certainly inadequate for a full cleaning service, it is more than sufficient for merely washing dishes. As she watched the two high school students bicker playfully on the sofa, she inwardly criticized the absurdity of it all and continued scrubbing the bowls with a steel wool pad. It was evident that the time allotted was insufficient to adequately soften the caked-on grime. Despite the unexpected turn of events, as long as she could earn some money, all was well. Take a look at this, Merlin said, pulling Gwen over to view the email Peter had sent him regarding an experimental algorithm. Merlin was not exaggerating. He indeed had pressing matters to attend to. In terms of biological research, Gwen surpassed him significantly, being an intern under Professor Connors. As for why Peter sought Merlin's assistance, it stemmed from a prior conversation in which Merlin had mistakenly presumed Peter would become the next Spider-Man, leading him to mention calculations related to interspecies gene experiment decay rates. Did Peter send this to you? Gwen was somewhat taken aback, yet soon became engrossed in examining the data within her notebook. However, her brow quickly furrowed. The lizard regeneration gene. Wasn't that Professor Connor's research project? For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly recalled the lizard people that had appeared at the convention center the previous night. Indeed, it seemed that Peter was also involved in this project. We had discussed it this morning. Due to the rapid decay rate during the experiments, the success rate was plummeting, leading to a series of unforeseen complications. There must have been an issue with the algorithm. Gwen deftly maneuvered her mouse, magnifying the experimental data for closer scrutiny. Ever since she had acquired her spider abilities, her understanding of biological genetics had become increasingly adept. Thus, upon reviewing the experimental data, she swiftly identified the problem. After confirming her findings, she skillfully retrieved paper and pen from Merlin's room and began to write. The scratch of the pen tip against the blank page soon yielded a succinct array of formulas. After several corrections, she promptly approached Merlin to hand him the notebook, eager to input her calculations. I should test this algorithm at some point. It seems promising. Chapter 13. City Lights. Once Merlin ascertained that all the dishes were thoroughly cleaned, he politely saw the young lady out of his home, despite her lingering gaze. He then returned to his abode to collaborate with Gwen on the experimental calculations that Peter had sent over. The foundational formula for interspecies genetic research stood at 12. In this equation, the probability of success after each trial was represented, while the decay rate indicated the degree to which the success probability diminished after each experiment. As long as they could identify a formula that could amplify or reduce factors during the experimental process, they could mitigate the speed of decay. After a period of discussion, and once they felt they had nearly finalized their adjustments, Merlin sent the revised formula back to Peter. As dusk settled, Merlin prepared a light supper. But upon returning to the living room, he discovered that Gwen had mysteriously vanished once again. Another unexplained departure. He shrugged, not overly concerned, as he had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, his laptop emitted a live news report. The lizard creature had re-emerged at the Williamson Bridge, and the police were hastily responding. However, the bridge was congested with vehicles and crowds, rendering the situation grim. Oh my goodness, thank heavens, the child is safe. It's Spider-Man. Merlin settled onto the couch with his supper, eating while watching the live footage from Williamson. On the screen, Gwen, clad in her black and white spider suit, had just arrived at the scene and was already engaged in combat with the lizard creature amidst the heavy traffic. Yet, as Merlin observed for a moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The lizard creature on screen appeared somewhat different from the one Peter had transformed into. Another lizard person? He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The world appears to be on the brink of chaos. However, true turmoil may only ensue following the ostentatious announcement from the notable figure at Stark Industries. Contemplating this, Merlin hastily finished his late-night snack before dismissing the news broadcast and returning to the creation of his star-studded website. The emergence of the lizard people has instilled a sense of dread among the citizens of Apple City. Yet since the incident where one escaped from Spider-Man by leaping into the river, there has been no sign of them. The police, in their investigation, traced leads to Professor Connors at Oscorp, but he had already resigned and vanished without a trace. This led the authorities to regard Professor Connors as a significant suspect, initiating a targeted search. However, by Saturday, their efforts yielded no results. Instead, Gwen had been frequently seen with various scrapes and bruises. When Merlin inquired, she merely cited skateboarding as the cause. Meanwhile, a grave incident transpired in Hell's Kitchen. The leader of the motorcycle gang was assassinated, with reports suggesting an explosion at the scene, leaving the room in a gruesome state of dismemberment and bloodshed. On Saturday afternoon, at Merlin's modification shop, the workspace remained unchanged, save for the absence of the slanted magic treasure and the presence of a sleek, low-slung sports car, its front resembling a trident. The car's aerodynamic beauty exuded a sense of futuristic technology. Absent the four wheels, it could easily be mistaken for a vessel from the future. Its surface was adorned with a glossy, bubblegum princess paint job. As the roll-up door ascended with a clatter, Frank entered, emanating a heavy aura. How does the gun feel? Merlin inquired first. Frank paused momentarily before nodding. Quite well. Tell me how to join the game. In the wake of the motorcycle gang leader's demise, the other two factions had grown wary. Exercising caution, Frank refrained from acting impulsively, opting to await news from Merlin's end. His sole desire was to eliminate every member of the gangs responsible for the deaths of his wife and daughter, leaving none alive. Until then, he was not inclined to perish himself. More precisely, he sought a more reliable strategy from Merlin, thereby avoiding rash actions. Opening his phone, Frank appeared perplexed, but eventually retrieved it. Upon the screen illuminating, a strange star icon caught his eye. Given the limited content on his device, it was the first thing he noticed. He tapped on it. Following his instincts, Frank did as instructed, and a web page unfolded on his screen. Upon observing the displayed content, his eyes flickered with intrigue. It was a star marketplace, showcasing an array of products, including items from Merlin's shop. To make purchases, one could use cash or complete tasks to earn corresponding rewards. For instance, concerning the three gangs, successful task completion could yield anywhere from $500 to $10,000. I can also provide you with weapons and strategies, Merlin offered, for a fee of 20%. What say you? Merlin extended 2 fingers in a gesture of agreement. Frank pressed the buttons on his phone, gazing at the multitude of vehicles and weapons displayed, including fighter jets, helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles, which sent a shiver down his spine. Who were the individuals behind this game? What is the plan? Or do you intend to handle this alone? Noticing Frank's prolonged silence, Merlin urged him to respond. Frank snapped back to reality, adjusting his mindset. Very well, I agree, as long as I can eliminate them all. I have no qualms about sharing the reward with you. His indifference towards the monetary compensation stemmed solely from his desire to extinguish his enemies. Now, you may freely choose from the vehicles and weapons available at my shop. I can also provide you with the precise locations of everyone in the gang, including the leader. This is a headset for you to receive information at all times. If necessary, I can also come to your aid. All right, let us take action tonight. Subsequently, Frank and Merlin re-entered the armory. He selected a pump-action shotgun, a dagger, and an armor-piercing pistol. He then picked the angled magic treasure that Merlin had crafted just the previous week and drove away from the modification shop. Initially, he intended to choose something more flamboyant, but the ostentatious paint job made him opt for the seemingly simpler angled magic treasure. Hell's Kitchen, 38th Street. Frank maneuvered his vehicle through the dimly lit streets, heading towards the motorcycle gang's territory. After avenging your wife and daughter, do you have any plans for what comes next? Merlin's voice suddenly broke through the headset. Frank pondered for a moment. Not at the moment. Well, your mind is consumed with vengeance. The gangs here are interconnected. Relying on legal repercussions to imprison them is futile. This dark drama requires light to purify them, and the city needs illumination. How does the name City of Light sound? Frank felt a flicker of interest. Yet the name struck him as overly juvenile. Just as he was about to respond, Merlin suddenly issued a warning. Target ahead. Buzzing. Chapter 14. Assassin Erica. The Fallen Gang. The cacophony of motorcycle exhausts reverberated through the shadowy streets, where a group of gang members, adorned with colorful bandanas and exuding an air of reckless arrogance, dominated the roadway, riding their motorcycles with impunity. Fortune favors us. The motorcycle gang has come out to wreak havoc. I can hardly wait to see them swept away. Upon hearing this, Frank tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze sharp and focused as he pressed the accelerator. The angled magic treasure glided like a spectral wraith beneath the streetlights, racing along the path provided by Merlin's directions. Inside Merlin's modification shop, he munched on snacks while observing the live surveillance feeds, where the flow of motorcycles, filled with boisterous gang members, traversed the streets. As the transformation continued, they swiftly arrived at an expansive square. In the center stood a woman clad in a blue casual outfit, her figure both graceful and poised, surrounded by members of the motorcycle gang. Despite the incessant roar of motorcycles and the cacophony of whistles encircling her, she merely furrowed her brows, revealing little sign of alarm. Observing this, Merlin scanned her face to retrieve her identity. Soon, a detailed dossier materialized on his screen. To his surprise, the information revealed Erica Nassis, daughter of a Greek diplomat, former girlfriend of Matt, and currently the foremost assassin for the underground faction in Apple City, known as Jean Bing. Typically, Jean Bing's contacts with him were mere targets, yet Erica remained an enigma, seldom seen. However, the targets often complained to him about Erica, and though he had never met her, he was somewhat acquainted with her circumstances. The square was filled with the deafening roar of motorcycles and the taunting whistles of gang members, creating an atmosphere of mockery that would have shattered the resolve of an ordinary individual. Yet, Erica clearly did not fall into that category. Squinting, she surveyed her surroundings. Although she held these men in disdain, being cornered was undeniably troublesome. Just as she prepared to take the initiative to break the deadlock, an unusual rumble suddenly erupted from outside the square. In the next moment, a vehicle resembling a bulldozer barreled into the circular formation of motorcycles, sending gang members and their bikes tumbling in chaos, propelled skyward by the force of the impact. Bang, bang, bang. Frank, piloting the angled magic vehicle, tore through the ranks, swiftly clearing a path from the inner circle outward. The once boisterous gang members, who had arrogantly encircled Erica, were now scattered like leaves in the wind. In no time, the square that had echoed with cheers was reduced to a scene of devastation, strewn with motorcycles and moaning bodies, some crushed beneath the weight of the fallen machines. With a triumphant grin, Frank produced a cluster of grenades, intending to eliminate the remaining individuals at the scene before pursuing the few who had managed to escape. Yet, upon noticing the woman in the center, he hesitated momentarily. Just dispose of her. She is no frail creature, Merlin's voice echoed in his mind. Although still conflicted, Frank's doubt evaporated the instant his gaze met Erica's, and he unhesitatingly hurled the grenades. With a hum, the angled magic vehicle darted away from the scene. Damn it, Erica muttered, her expression shifting as she observed the scattered grenades clattering to the ground. Swiftly, she vanished into the shadows like a ninja, recognizing the necessity of caution. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of thunderous blasts, fireballs erupted into the sky above the desolate square. Turn right, then another right after 500 meters ahead. Frank's gaze turned icy as he watched the motorcycle gang member disappear into the alley. Following Merlin's instructions, he deftly turned the steering wheel to the right, reducing his speed. That fellow wouldn't be able to ride quickly in the narrow passage. Arriving too early could easily lead to him being caught off guard. He complied and eased off the throttle. The robust black man, clad in a black scarf, navigated the dark alley on his motorcycle, seemingly undeterred by the foul stench of garbage surrounding him. Occasionally, he glanced nervously over his shoulder, and upon confirming that no one was in pursuit, he finally exhaled in relief. Who could possibly be targeting us? Once we return, the motorcycle gang will surely make you pay. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that his comrades in the square had been utterly annihilated, still fixated on the idea of revenge. As the motorcycle threaded through the narrow alley, he was intimately familiar with the surroundings and soon reached the exit. The moment he emerged from the oppressive darkness, his heart finally settled. Yet, in the very next instant, his eyes widened in horror as he seemingly spotted something amiss. Out of nowhere, a familiar modified vehicle crashed into him. Bang! The impact sent both the motorcycle and its rider soaring through the air like a rag doll, before crashing heavily onto the ground. The black man's body tumbled, breaking apart in a grotesque manner. Blood began to seep from his head, spreading ominously across the pavement. Yes, just in time. Merlin cheered from behind the screen, exhilarated. I've won. I won to be modest with 3%. Frank remained silent, halting his motorcycle as he stared in shock at the lifeless figure lying in a pool of blood, gaining a deeper understanding of the young Merlin's ruthless nature. Remember to finish him off. Below are the Irish-Mexican crew. Their firepower is considerably stronger, so be cautious. Those engaged in drug trafficking and smuggling possess heightened vigilance, raising the difficulty significantly. At Merlin's words, Frank regained his composure, raised his pistol, and delivered a final shot to the black man's head before adhering to the directives and heading to his next destination. Bang! Wearing a red scarf mask and clad in tactical attire, Erica appeared on the scene, her eyes narrowing at the sight of the deceased black man. With indignation, she glared at the place where Frank had vanished and set off in pursuit once more. There's one behind the right door, Frank announced, firing at the entrance. Bang! In the next moment, a corpse tumbled out. There's one behind the pillar at 3 o'clock and 2 behind the herb boxes. There's a shotgun at the 3rd floor staircase. Throw a grenade. Chernobyl has jumped out of the window. He's now in a black Cherokee. Throughout, Frank, aided by Merlin's intel and the formidable explosive power of his pump-action shotgun, traversed through the chaos as if in an unchallenged realm, effortlessly overcoming every adversary. After a sudden raid, Frank felt as if he were a mere puppet in a video game, emerging unscathed from the stronghold of the gangs. He could hardly believe his luck. Chapter 15. A clear path ahead, the explosion in front of the police station. How to combat the odds. After all, Merlin's presence was akin to having X-ray vision, and as an elite Marine Corps member, sustaining injuries would be utterly inconceivable. This was a suburban area of Hell's Kitchen, the epicenter of the Mexican-Irish gang's core members. To eradicate the gang meant eliminating the key figures. The peripheral henchmen would inevitably disband without the gang's support. In truth, to obliterate the gang completely would involve countless members scattered across various locations, and even if located, considerable time would be consumed in pursuit. He proceeded towards Avenue 36. Predicting that his destination was the Brooklyn precinct, it would be prudent to resolve matters before their arrival. I have no desire to undertake a second mission. Merlin's urging echoed in his earpiece. Upon hearing this, Frank's eyes widened as he swiftly raised his weapon, executing the gang's second-in-command who still drew breath. He then leaped through the window, descending to the 1st floor in mere moments. Once in the vehicle, he promptly revved the engine and accelerated along the route mapped out by Merlin. Change your route. At this rate, by the time you catch up, the target will have reached the precinct. After calculating the distance, Merlin furrowed his brow, opening the Apple City map to reconfigure the pathway. It appeared that infiltration was still necessary. Once the route was determined, Merlin wasted no time in minimizing the map window and began entering the initial codes. After 1 kilometer, there's a junction. Turn left and merge onto the ring road. Do not ease off the accelerator at red lights. Simply charge through. Understood. Frank had already witnessed Merlin's capabilities and nodded in agreement without hesitation. The sleek vehicle swiftly entered the ring road, attracting the attention of many. Although it was late, Brooklyn streets still buzzed with activity, and numerous onlookers raised their phones in curiosity. Soon, Frank encountered his first traffic signal, the red light glaring from a distance. However, recalling Merlin's instructions, he maintained his speed, hurtling forward. Ding! The red light flickered momentarily before transforming into green, and Frank's vehicle became a mere blur as it zipped past. Throughout the journey, Frank navigated with ease, the traffic lights favoring him as he continued onto the city streets. Some drivers, eagerly awaiting the green light, were bewildered to see it flash momentarily only to revert back to red, as if taunting them. Meanwhile, Frank's vehicle boldly cruised past, unperturbed. Brooklyn. Though lacking the vibrancy of Manhattan, this district is alive with the bustling interplay of various cultures. Cheryl Alves, a Mexican by descent, predominantly engages in his traditional trade of herbal sales. Within the confines of Hell's Kitchen, he has assembled a band of Mexicans who operate as a gang, collaborating primarily with the Irish. Each month, he pays a nominal fee to the sheriff in Brooklyn, ensuring his operations remain undisturbed, far more lucrative than the meager earnings back in Mexico, steeped in herbal dealings. However, today brought an unexpected turn of events as the fool who had previously taken him to court brazenly infiltrated his stronghold, dispatching his men one by one like a harbinger of death. Damn it, he had raised them for nothing. They proved utterly useless. The thought of his empire crumbling at the hands of a single individual ignited a seething anger within him, causing him to pound the steering wheel. The relentless red lights along the route seemed to conspire against him, exacerbating his frustration. Fortunately, upon crossing this intersection, he would arrive at the police station, offering him a slight reprieve. Ding! The light shifted from red to green, and the vehicles ahead began to move forward. Come on, can you hurry up? He muttered, his irritation mounting as he observed the sluggish pace of the cars in front. He pressed the horn in a fit of rage. Yet, this action appeared to provoke the driver ahead, who abruptly halted just as they were about to set off. Damn it! Cheryl seethed. His teeth clenched as he slammed the horn, its piercing sound echoing through the night. But in the next moment, a shocking turn of events unfolded. The traffic light that had just turned green now reverted to red. The driver in front was equally taken aback. What the hell? Just as he contemplated flooring the accelerator to push through, a modified vehicle, towering above his SUV, made a right turn into the adjacent lane. Inside, a familiar figure brandished a shotgun, aimed directly at him. Cheryl's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he instinctively locked the car door, yearning to escape. Yet, it was too late. Frank had already pulled the trigger, unleashing a hail of deadly projectiles. Bang! Boom! In an instant, a black SUV erupted in flames, and Cheryl succumbed to the inferno within. Oh my God, they're going to explode! The driver in front exclaimed, startled into a hasty retreat from the blast zone. Frank lowered the shotgun, relishing in the moment of vengeance as the blazing wreckage of the SUV brought him a fleeting sense of exhilaration. The police's response time was commendable. Were you planning to surrender or become the beacon of the city? Merlin's voice echoed once more. The blaring sirens pierced through the urban streets as police cars sped toward Frank's location. By the way, you've now reached a 4-star status. Being a 5-star citizen could be quite rewarding, with the first unlock promising a mysterious bonus. I've checked, and the officers trailing behind have ties with various ethnic gangs in the region, so you need not worry about collateral damage. What say you? Frank could distinctly discern the excitement and eagerness in the voice of his interlocutor through the headset, as if they were eagerly anticipating his imminent chaos. However, having avenged his grievances, he yearned for a tranquil refuge and refrained from inquiring about the significance of the 4-star or 5-star ratings. The mission has been accomplished, hasn't it? He inquired. Ah, what a pity. Merlin on the other end of the line seemed to grasp his sentiment and expressed a hint of regret. As long as he evaded the police's pursuit, the task would be deemed complete. If escape proves impossible, I can come to your aid. But that would incur an additional 10% fee. With the initial 20% and the 3% from the wager combined, Merlin would ultimately claim 33%. Nearly half of the total. All right. Frank adjusted his breathing, glancing back at the approaching squad cars, and accelerated. However, his expression soon turned grave as he noticed a helicopter hovering above in the night sky. Something felt amiss. Merlin, what has transpired? Why has the police presence suddenly escalated? Considering Merlin's capabilities, he couldn't help but suspect that this might be part of the other party's orchestration. Chapter 16. The encircled Frank makes his fiery entrance. Let me take a look, Merlin replied, somewhat taken aback. Though Frank had now reached a 4-star status, there was no necessity to deploy helicopters in the real world. Navigating the police system with ease, he swiftly uncovered the reason behind the heightened vigilance. Oh, your annihilation of 3 gangs has been discovered. The enraged Chief Colin, having lost his financial resources, is determined to apprehend you. After ascertaining the situation, Merlin chuckled softly. Your current predicament is rather dire. Despite Frank's formidable prowess, he had yet to attain a level beyond human capabilities, and facing a multitude of police officers was a daunting challenge. Unless he could find refuge within a labyrinthine neighborhood to play hide and seek. His current location in the heart of Franklin District presented a significant obstacle. While the ground might not pose an excessive threat, the helicopter overhead made evading the pursuing officers exceedingly arduous. The streets ahead were surely lined with barricades and officers ready to intercept. Suddenly, several police cars emerged around the corner ahead, executing a classic American-style blockade. Frank's gaze sharpened momentarily before he slammed the accelerator, driving his vehicle straight into the fray. Bang! Bang! The intercepting police cars were instantly sent careening aside, and Frank sped away. Yet, the police helicopter continued to circle overhead, its bright searchlight trailing him relentlessly. How about it? Should I come to your rescue? Merlin's voice resounded once more through the headset. Frank remained silent, continuing his evasive maneuvers on the road. With the helicopter hovering above and police cars pursuing from behind, while the unknown number of interceptors awaited him ahead. In this urban jungle of towering buildings, escaping pursuit was a formidable task. All right, how do you plan to extract me? Ultimately, Frank, glancing at the meager reading on the fuel gauge, resolved to seek assistance from Merlin. Although this would entail relinquishing an additional 10% of his share, it would also incur a debt of gratitude to Merlin. He was not particularly concerned about the division of profits. Otherwise, he would have requested help sooner. Circle back to the police station. I shall await your arrival there, Merlin remarked, setting aside his snacks before briskly departing the lounge and making his way to the rear garage. As he surveyed the rows of sports cars within the garage, a sense of indecision washed over him. Which one should he choose? His gaze settled on a vigilante vehicle equipped with a rocket engine, contemplating for a moment. Ultimately, he exited the garage and returned to his workstation. This one it shall be, he decided. It would be a pity not to utilize the ultra-powered vehicle on its inaugural outing, widely recognized as a flying apparatus. The ultra-powered model before him was adorned with a vibrant, bubblegum princess-themed livery, wielding a long sword and flaunting an unabashedly ample physique. It was also armed with deadlock missiles, atomic jet propulsion, and pneumatic jump mechanisms. However, to facilitate the pneumatic leap, the vehicle's structure was considerably lightweight, rendering it less durable. Following Merlin's instructions, Frank found himself retracing his path at a crossroads. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of Colin, observing from the helicopter above. What is going on? Is he lost? He pondered, bewildered as he witnessed Frank's sudden reversal. Despite knowing that more police awaited ahead, there seemed to be no reason to turn back. Surely, surrender would be more prudent, or was he contemplating an alternative route? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, yet the helicopter's spotlight continued to shadow Frank. Regardless of the circumstances, this individual had cost him a significant sum in backup cash, and even if he chose to surrender, he could not be allowed to escape. Watching the frenetic movements of the vigilante vehicle below, akin to ants scurrying about the streets, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Bullets whizzed past Frank's ears as he and the police engaged in a relentless chase, unknowingly returning to their original location. The once exploded vehicles now lay as charred frames, wisps of smoke drifting through the city streets. Firefighters, having received prior notification, had taken refuge at the roadside, forming a line and leisurely observing the pursuit unfolding before them. I enjoy driving the vigilante vehicle in Los Santos as well, but I never expected it to manifest in reality, one remarked. To be honest, this fellow's execution is remarkably impressive. He has truly replicated the vehicle one-to-one from the game. I wish I could weld one myself, but I lack both the time and patience. Reality reflecting the game. This guy must have earned 5 stars, right? Another chimed in. No, that's far from the case. At most, he deserves 3 stars. What are you all talking about? What game? The firefighters, often at odds with the police, found themselves intrigued and began to indulge in the unfolding drama. Moreover, the vehicles and narrative within the game unfolded before his very eyes. Those who had experienced the moral intricacies of the game would find this scene utterly surreal. As he watched the diagonal magical vehicle soar past, colliding with a police car, it continued to race unabashedly down the street, pursued by a fleet of police vehicles flashing their lights behind. They seemed almost compelled by an impulse to be model citizens. Frank swiftly crossed the street and arrived at the police station's entrance. Listening to the increasingly imminent wail of sirens, the officers inside the precinct appeared bewildered. Had they indeed captured someone? Frank halted his vehicle, observing the multitude of police officers emerging from the station, glancing back at the pursuing police cars, and then looking up at the helicopter hovering above. At that moment, he found himself encircled, having walked willingly into this predicament. Was he truly surrendering? Colin, aboard the helicopter, was equally astonished. Could the individual who had decimated his 3 money bags truly be this foolish? Or had he avenged himself and relinquished all ties? He leaned towards the latter. This development was advantageous. It spared him the trouble of capturing Frank. Frank raised his hands and surveyed his surroundings, feeling surprisingly unperturbed, instead curious about the manner in which Merlin would make his entrance. Just then, a voice crackled through his earpiece. No sooner had the words left the speaker than a rush of air followed, and a pink phantom, radiating energy, suddenly breached the police encirclement, hovering above him. The vehicle flipped, and Merlin, seated in the driver's seat, turned upside down, extending his hand towards Frank below. Instinctively, Frank grasped the wrist of the outstretched hand, and in the next moment, He was engulfed by a profound sensation of weightlessness as he was lifted into the air. The police officers surrounding Frank were momentarily stunned, witnessing a pink apparition dart past, after which their target vanished from sight. However, Colin, perched in the helicopter, had a clear view of the scene. A pink sports car, spontaneously taking flight, propelled upwards like a rocket, executing a seamless roll mid-air. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Plague Doctor. Ignore. Before long, the officers regained their composure, casting their eyes skyward, where the pink sports car drifted among the architectural streets like a fallen leaf. At the moment the car righted itself, Frank found himself unceremoniously deposited into the passenger seat. The driver was a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak, wearing a beaked mask reminiscent of a plague doctor from the last century. "Remember to fasten your seatbelt. If you get thrown off, it's not my concern," Merlin exclaimed, reveling in the roaring wind and the rapidly passing buildings, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such exhilaration had only been experienced in the realm of gaming. This was his inaugural venture into the reality of it. Frank, recalling the earlier maneuver of the car, quickly secured his seatbelt. "What is this?" Once the situation stabilized, he cast a puzzled gaze at Merlin's current attire. "The new skin of the plague doctor. What do you think? Is it not shrouded in mystery?" Frank fell silent. It was now certain that this fellow was truly a character from a different dimension. The vehicle's paintwork was a vibrant pink, adorned with a naked anime theme. Their previous conversation had hinted at a certain adolescent flair, and now it was evident. It appeared that he had spent too long in the military, unable to keep pace with the developments of the outside world. As the vehicle hovered mid-air, gravity began to take effect, and just as it was about to touch down, the atomic engine recharged to full power. Boom! The intensely vibrant rear emitted a burst of blue-purple energy. Under the force of its powerful thrust, the vehicle, which had been drifting like a falling leaf, transformed instantaneously into a speeding arrow, slicing through the traffic above, leaving a pinkish phantom in its wake. Frank, seated in the passenger seat, felt an overwhelming rush propelling him forward. "Hold on tight." Merlin's lips curled in excitement beneath his mask as he abruptly turned the steering wheel. The pneumatic system adjusted, and the vehicle, once gliding above the traffic, began to spin like a top. Frank was left astonished. The spectacle of the vibrant vehicle, resembling a pink spinning top, drew the attention of pedestrians and occupants of other cars alike. "Oh my God, buddy, that is definitely incredible," exclaimed one onlooker. "Good grief. I must be so infatuated that I'm hallucinating. Pink, it must be my favorite bubblegum princess design. You are just a solid color. What is that? My heavens. Is a car flying in the sky? When did they develop flying cars? I'm about to be stuck here forever," shouted another, filled with exasperation. Daddy, look. A flying car." The firefighters, who had just been preparing to clear the debris, stood in slack-jawed amazement as the pink phantom zipped overhead. Many curious souls emerged from their vehicles, brandishing their phones to capture the marvel soaring above them. Those familiar with the vehicle recognized it instantly, while those who were not could only marvel at what they believed to be a groundbreaking new concept, filled with awe and envy. For the habitual commuters, only envy remained in their eyes. Buzzing, Colin, having regained his wits, instructed the helicopter pilot to give chase. They could not let this opportunity slip away. "Frank, there are accomplices. Hurry and pursue them." With a thud, Merlin piloted the vibrant vehicle down onto an open street and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. "How does it feel?" he cheered, turning to Frank beside him. Frank, however, found himself at a loss for words. It felt as though he had just been tossed into a washing machine, his head still spinning and his stomach churning. The whirring of helicopter blades filled the air, accompanied by a brilliant beam of light that enveloped them. In the distance, the shrill sound of sirens grew increasingly closer. They had just managed to escape the encirclement, yet they were still far from eluding the relentless pursuit of the police. Frank, battling against a wave of dizziness, squinted upwards at the helicopter that circled ominously above. This situation was untenable. The airborne threat had to be neutralized, he remarked gravely. The aerial advantage was utterly ruthless. Merlin, fully aware of the gravity of their situation, surveyed his surroundings after turning right at the intersection. If Manhattan represented the epitome of urban splendor, then Brooklyn was undoubtedly the most populous and diverse borough. However, aside from the iconic Brooklyn Bridge, the area lacked any truly representative skyscrapers or towers. Nevertheless, the Central District boasted a considerable number of commercial buildings. As they sped along, Merlin's gaze quickly fixated on a nearby structure that resembled the World Trade Center. His eyes glimmered upon observing the sleek glass facade enveloping the edifice. "Hold on tight." With a plan forming in his mind, he accelerated. Frank, upon hearing his words, felt a jolt in his chest. Since being rescued moments ago, he had come to realize that this individual was not merely an eccentric, but a madman. "What are you planning?" he inquired, scanning the convertible for anything to grasp. but found nothing of substance. Ultimately, he clutched the edge of the door, feeling a modicum of reassurance. Without uttering a word, Merlin steered their vehicle directly towards the World Trade Center. As they approached, the car showed no inclination to slow down, exuding a reckless bravado that bordered on suicidal. Even though Frank placed his trust in Merlin, a sense of trepidation gnawed at him. The scene before him was decidedly perilous. Gritting his teeth, he widened his eyes. Fixated on the looming structure, the oppressive aura of impending doom growing ever more palpable. At this distance, given their current speed, even a reduction in velocity would lead to an inescapable fate. Just as Frank braced himself for the inevitable, a sudden whoosh erupted from beneath the vehicle. In an instant, a familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as the scenery plummeted. The car was propelled skyward. Here it comes. Merlin, wholly concentrated on the approaching edifice, began to manipulate the aerodynamic thrusters, causing the front of the car to rise, aligning the chassis parallel to the glass surface of the building. Under his deft control, the vehicle glided like a leaf carried by the wind, gently adhering to the glass wall. As the wheels made contact with the sturdy steel framework, he resolutely pressed the thrust button on the steering wheel. With a thunderous roar, the lightweight car transformed into a pink arrow, shooting upward in a vertical ascent. Skimming along the glass facade as if traversing a roadway, soaring towards the heavens. As the speed gradually diminished, Merlin's grave expression softened. And upon gazing at the glass pathway leading to the starlit sky ahead, he realized they had succeeded. A wave of exhilaration surged through him as he jubilantly cried out, "Whoa! Aha, did you see that? We did it!" Frank, whose expression had been tense, suddenly exhaled in relief. He turned to glance at the wildly enthusiastic youth in the driver's seat, resolving that this would be their final collaboration. The smog in Apple City was so thick that the magnificent starry sky remained obscured, which would have made the experience even more perfect. Merlin, returning to reality from his exhilaration, lamented with a hint of regret, "You still wish to ascend?" Chapter 18. The fireworks display in Brooklyn. We are meant to ascend. Merlin smirked, as the force of the jets countered the pull of gravity, gradually reducing their speed, suggesting they might soon detach from the glass wall. However, the atomic engine had completed its charging, and he pressed the button once more. Boom. Both Frank and Merlin leaned back, their backs pressed firmly against their seats. The super burn erupted again, propelling them skyward at breakneck speed towards the rooftop. Oh dear, are these people toying with me? Colin, aboard the helicopter, gazed blankly at the pink sports car racing vertically against the glass wall. Catch up. Shoot them down. At Barclays Center at the exit, Tony Stark had just attended a gala and was embracing a stunningly attractive singer, preparing to depart amidst a throng of bodyguards. "Mr. Stark, please hold on." Just as he was about to enter the vehicle with the lady, he was unexpectedly called out. "I am Christine, a reporter for Scene magazine. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions? I've been waiting for over 3 hours." The bodyguard, happy, glanced at the reporter's appearance, her golden waves cascading down, clad in a fitted professional outfit, her white shirt accentuating her figure, exuding an air of intellectual beauty. "She looks quite impressive," he muttered. "Quite impressive?" Stark, who was about to enter, suddenly became intrigued. Upon seeing Stark turn back, Christine's face lit up with delight. "Hi, of course." Stark approached her, casting a glance at her figure. "Indeed, quite impressive." "What?" The female reporter, unable to catch his words, inquired. "Your figure is commendable." Stark repeated candidly. "Is that so?" "Everyone says that." Christine proudly puffed out her chest, causing it to bounce enticingly. All right, what would you like to ask?" Stark's brows twitched as he quickly extended his hand. Christine ceased her idle chatter and promptly aimed her recording device at him. "Mr. Stark, what are your thoughts on the nicknames Merchant of Death and Arms Criminal?" "Well, they're not too bad, but I dislike the term criminal. I have invested that money into medical equipment and agricultural technology. I save countless lives every year and prevent many from famine. And hey, what are you filming?" Just as Stark was preparing to engage in a thorough discussion, the reporter's camera inadvertently drifted away from him, pointing towards the sky. "Oh, boss, look behind!" Happy exclaimed. Stark tilted his head in irritation, then turned curiously, thinking he might see something more captivating than himself. However, upon turning and gazing upward at the building, he couldn't help but remove his glasses, his eyes widening in astonishment as he fixated on a particular spot. "Oh my goodness, is there a magic show tonight?" A police helicopter hovered above the edifice, its bright searchlights illuminating the glass facade, showcasing a speeding pink sports car to the onlookers below. Everyone around pulled out their phones, marveling at the spectacle. Many assumed it was a specially arranged magic act. What a brilliant illusion. How on earth are they doing this? They wondered. Is there a magic show? Why wasn't I notified? Who is the magician up there that has the police cooperating? A commotion erupted below, though there was little panic. Yet, the next scene sent a shiver through their hearts. after 3 bursts from the atomic engines. The supercharged vehicle carrying Merlin and another had reached the pinnacle of the skyscraper. The police helicopter had also maneuvered to their side, officers within the cabin poised with rifles, ready to aim. What should they do next? Although the previous scene was utterly wild, it seemed futile as the helicopter continued its pursuit. With the ground police no longer a threat, the peril at this height was still dire. A hail of bullets could easily spell doom. Merlin remained silent, suddenly jerking the steering wheel, causing the car to veer as if on flat terrain. As the vehicle changed direction, bullets from the rifles whizzed past them, striking the glass. The glass shattered instantly, cascading into a myriad of fragments. You'll find out soon enough, Merlin declared, glancing at the building's edge, and pressed the atomic engine button once more. Boom. The supercharged car surged forward, the cacophony of gunfire quickly falling behind. Soon, the explosive acceleration propelled them beyond the rooftop, soaring into the sky. The moon tonight was resplendently full. A colossal orb appeared beside them, resembling an enormous disk, casting a cool glow. Under the luminous moonlight, the vehicle exiting the building seemed to defy time, spinning weightlessly. The icy wind whipped against their faces like a blade. The drone of the helicopter grew louder, closing in rapidly. I hope you're not just gazing at the vast moonlit sky for Frank's sake, he gritted his teeth. This night is more exhilarating than his entire life. Of course not. Just watch closely now. After relishing the sensation of high-altitude suspension, Merlin swiftly took control of the aerodynamic apparatus, lifting his posterior and executing a graceful flip in midair. The vehicle, which had been facing away from the helicopter, gradually transitioned to face it directly. Merlin and his companion were even able to discern Colin's stern expression from the helicopter. A car, a helicopter, a ground vehicle, and an aerial apparatus stood in a surreal standoff against the night sky. Suddenly, Frank, gripping the edge of the car door, was startled by a series of electronic alarms. Having served frequently in the military, he immediately recognized it as the sound of a radar lock. Let the fireworks commence. In the very next moment, Merlin's gaze sharpened as he decisively pressed the button. With a whoosh, a missile, adorned with a white tail, soared through the night sky like an agile sprite, heading straight for the helicopter. Colin and the officers inside the helicopter were instantly engulfed in terror. Boom! A fireball erupted above Brooklyn, scattering debris like a magnificent display of fireworks. Mission accomplished. After admiring his handiwork, Merlin reignited the atomic engine, altered their course, and gradually vanished into the night. Chapter 19. The incident after the exhilarating escapade, Frank could no longer contain himself. He flung open the car door and rushed to the trash bin, violently expelling the contents of his stomach. Heaven knows what he had just endured. Meanwhile, Merlin, unfazed, removed his plague-black robe and beak, leaving his workstation to review the mission's outcome on his laptop. You are utterly insane, Frank exclaimed, rinsing his mouth with a bottle of icy water, still shaken. You get used to it after a while, Merlin replied nonchalantly. I'm not talking about that. Could you perhaps give me a heads up before you pull such daring stunts in the future? It would be nice to be prepared. Rest assured, there are usually rookie perks. Luck tends to be on our side. Merlin waved his hand dismissively as he sat before the computer. Frank was taken aback. Wait, those extreme maneuvers were your first attempt? That is not a joke to take lightly. He stared in disbelief. I'm not jesting. Today just happened to coincide with the rookie benefits, allowing me to test the new vehicle. So you mean to say, this is your first time driving this car? Frank was momentarily speechless. Yes. Today was the first. Merlin's explanation was abruptly interrupted. Hold on. Just stop talking for a second. Frank raised his hand to halt him, then composed himself. He truly did not dare to pry further into the matter. Sometimes, ignorance could be bliss. However, regarding this incident, he had no doubt about one thing. Surviving was nothing short of a miracle. In truth, the planning had been impeccable until the end, which had indeed been excessively reckless. He vowed never to ride with this madman again. Escaping from prison would be more prudent. After a long night, Frank felt somewhat exhausted and slumped onto the sofa in the lounge to rest, while Merlin was busy calculating the task rewards. The total remuneration for the mission amounted to $6 million, and according to the 33% share, my portion totaled $198,000. The remainder is yours. Let us check if the funds have been credited. Merlin waved his phone in front of the contemplative Frank. All right. Frank promptly retrieved his phone and opened the app. Upon seeing the increased balance in his account, he nodded, then, pondering something, curiously inquired, can the money be withdrawn? Of course, it can be withdrawn at a 1-to-1 ratio. Whatever amount appears on the account can be taken out. Wow, I never expected to become wealthy after a single mission. Frank expressed his surprise at the possibility of withdrawal. The division is merely my planning fee. We must also account for the equipment you borrowed from me, which constitutes my personal investment. A slanting magic treasure, a pump-action shotgun, an armor-piercing pistol, 3 explosive rounds, 1 sticky bomb, 16 grenades, and 12 armor-piercing bullets. Merlin, like a financial enthusiast, began itemizing the expenses. "Let us round it down to 200,000. Frank remarked, "You truly are a heartless merchant." The total remuneration for this mission was merely 6 million, and after distributing 33%, there remained over 400,000. After deducting 200,000 for the equipment, he realized he would be left with just over 200,000. If not for the rounding off, he might have ended up with even less. Is this what it means to be a capitalist? Frank thought, a gloomy expression crossing his face as he transferred the funds to Merlin. Although he still had a substantial sum remaining, the thought of the total reward being 6 million diminished his joy. He had avenged a great wrong, yet felt an inexplicable sense of gloom. "Hey, do you have anything else you wish to purchase? How about reserving a skeleton horse armored vehicle? And maybe buy some bullets as well?" Merlin, elated to receive the funds, continued to inquire. "Goodness, even my 200,000 in hand is under scrutiny," Frank replied. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while, but as time wore on, Merlin needed to return home promptly to avoid any unwanted encounters with George. As the roll-up door slowly closed, Merlin sat on his motorcycle and, glancing at Frank, suddenly asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Frank paused momentarily, yet did not respond, seemingly deep in thought. Nevertheless, Merlin continued, "Since the law cannot punish evil, why not become the punisher yourself? This game is entirely dependent on the players." "I will consider it," Frank replied, not directly addressing the question, and then donned his jacket. Swiftly disappearing into the inky darkness of the night, his self-painted skull shirt still adorning his form. The following day, an announcement and bounty swiftly plunged New York City into turmoil. However, this incident occurred in Brooklyn, sparing Manhattan from its repercussions. Otherwise, along with the recent Lizard Man affair, it would have been enough to give George a severe headache. The Hell's Kitchen motorcycle gang and the Mexican-Irish cartel were decimated by a single individual, resulting in the loss of 1 police inspector and 3 officers during the pursuit, all tragically perishing in a helicopter. At the center of this turmoil are 2 individuals. One is a well-known figure, a retired army soldier named Frank, whose motives are transparent. He seeks vengeance for his wife and daughter. Journalists, through their investigations, quickly uncovered the court's ruling from that day, intensifying the pressure on law enforcement. As for the second mysterious figure clad in plague attire, no one has yet uncovered their identity. However, there are emerging leads in the investigation of Frank's whereabouts, while discussions about the valiant Frank and the enigmatic plague doctor unfold. An intriguing topic has quietly gained traction online, a wildly popular game called Morality and Law in Apple City. The visuals from the scene included iconic vehicles from the game, such as the slanted magic treasure and the supercharged sports car. Many players were initially hesitant to confirm their suspicions, but upon launching the game and witnessing the striking similarities, they were compelled to accept it. The game forum erupted with excitement. "Guys, I'm certain that what happened last night in Brooklyn involved the slanted magic treasure and the supercharged. Honestly, that scene of the supercharged racing against the helicopter under the moonlight was stunning. I've set it as my wallpaper." By Merlin's beard. "When did the game introduce an offline mode? I had no idea. Hurry, I want to become an offline player. Star, send me an invite code. I want to unleash the tyrant. I want to activate the celestial. I want to command a tank. I want to rob. Someone, add me as a friend." The events of last night have ignited a fervor among players, unaware of the legendary figures hidden among them. Chapter 20, Star System, The Banquet. As images were compared, many eyes turned towards the game released by Star. Initially confined to gaming circles, it rapidly transcended its boundaries, gaining widespread attention. Journalists, unable to find a breaking story due to the Lizard Man lull, pounced on this new hot topic like sharks sensing blood. Give him love, a crime simulator. Video game vehicles come to life, a technological marvel. A game that unveils the facade of the Eagle Nation, a true-to-life experience. At the pinnacle of Brooklyn, against the backdrop of a full moon, the clash of speedsters and aircraft, sin and justice. Who embodies justice? Who represents evil? Why has the law become a glove for malevolence? A bitter irony. Within the realm of current discussions, it appears that 9 out of 10 topics revolve around the game Give Him Love and the duo of Frank and Merlin. As the fervor surrounding the game intensifies within Apple City, its influence has begun to extend to regions such as Los Santos in Florida. Consequently, Merlin's reputation has surged, prompting the system to undergo an update. Reputation has reached 5 million. Offline mode has been activated. The Liberty City server has been detected. The Star system is now operational. Please recruit players promptly to establish the Liberty City gaming platform. Rewards distributed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the technologies of Tyrant 2, Heavenly Kill Fighter, Sparrow Helicopter, Orca Submarine, Starshine Fighter, and Avenger Fortress Fighter. Intelligence level 1. Life is but a stage, and the game is its play. When you perceive the world as a game, you become a participant within it, much like the Abyss. However, the designer of this game is not someone just anyone can aspire to be. Of course, I would prefer you regard the preceding statement as mere nonsense. Merlin remarked. This update has arrived swiftly and unexpectedly. The technologies of Heavenly Kill, Tyrant, and Orca have all been released in this update, each striking a chord within him. Regrettably, there was no mention of Telardo or the long-desired orbital cannon. As for his intelligence, the system had already granted him a modest beginner's reward upon binding, and now it has increased slightly, rendering previously obscure technologies much clearer. After accepting the rewarding technologies, Merlin turned his attention to the newly established subsystems following the system update. The STAR system, an artificial intelligence framework predominantly focused on offline real-life interactions, stands as the cornerstone for the construction of the offline gaming platform. Following Frank's triumph over 3 gangs in Hell's Kitchen yesterday, their assets, including funds, properties, and enterprises, were seized by Merlin. This encompassed the sale of herbs, nightclub smuggling, villas, and apartments, coupled with his substantial savings. The introduction of the subsystem will facilitate the initial production and platform establishment without difficulty. As the player base expands and tasks multiply, his enterprises are bound to flourish, leading players to eventually purchase properties from him, thereby creating a seamless cycle. Regarding management, Merlin has temporarily recruited several insiders online, transferring ownership and leasing rights into his hands. Should anyone resist departure, players will inevitably take action, adding an extra layer of enjoyment to the tasks at hand. With the STAR system in place, he need not overly concern himself with production. The vehicles and weapons for sale can be efficiently manufactured through automated assembly lines. Initially, he intended to wait for Iron Man Stark's transformation before attempting to establish a rapport and learn about artificial intelligence. As twilight descended, a few local residents visited to procure vehicles and weapons, yet nothing of significant consequence transpired. While Merlin was engrossed in his research on the subsystem, an unexpected ringtone emanated from his bag. The melody was one he frequently played while driving. He retrieved his phone and raised an eyebrow at the caller ID, straightening his posture slightly. "Hello, Uncle George," he answered. "Merlin, do you have a moment? Please return swiftly. We've received an invitation to a banquet," George stated, glancing at the invitation from the mayor in his hand. "A banquet? Why would I be invited?" Merlin inquired, momentarily taken aback. "It pertains to your electromagnetic pulse emitter. Many technology companies are expected to attend." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Merlin's eyes. "Very well, I shall return at once." After ending the call, he checked the time. "That fellow hasn't arrived yet. I wonder what he is occupied with," he muttered, before closing the modification shop and cycling homeward. He awaited the arrival of Daredevil, Matt, who had promised to meet last week, but was likely preoccupied with combating crime. However, with pressing matters at hand, he had no choice but to depart. Meanwhile, at Stark's private villa in Manhattan, Tony Stark lounged on the couch, legs crossed, as footage of the previous night's incident in Brooklyn played before him. Due to this event, the alluring woman he had hoped to bring home had slipped away. Initially, he had assumed that the car racing in defiance of gravity against the glass facade of the commercial building was merely an illusion, something achievable with meticulous planning. Even with the helicopter's explosion and the car soaring away in plain sight, he still believed it to be an extravagant magic act. This nation has never lacked for the audacious and the ingenious. Yet upon returning and meticulously scrutinizing the recorded footage, his expression grew increasingly grave. Despite repeated examinations, he discerned no flaws. Thus, only one possibility remained. The flying car was genuine. The subsequent day's reports confirmed his suspicions. But how was it accomplished? A rocket engine, perhaps? That was the only plausible explanation he could conceive. At that moment, his phone vibrated. "Hey, I'm currently occupied. Pepper can take over." It was his uncle, Obadiah, on the line. "No, I'm calling to invite you to a banquet. Are you aware of the Midtown High School Technology Fair? A high school student has developed an electromagnetic pulse emitter and atomic energy technology. P.S. a genius, dare I say, a prodigy surpassing even you." Tony rolled his eyes, ready to decline, but then glanced at the newly downloaded app, and an idea sparked. "I shall attend." Chapter 21. The banquet. Stark delved into his research and discovered that both the Superburn and the Slant Magic vehicles had appeared in a game. Similarly, the electromagnetic pulse emitter showcased at the Midtown High Technology Exhibition, along with the once-seen atomic energy gun, also had prototypes in that game. Perhaps there was a connection between these elements. Consequently, his initial disinterest in the banquet shifted upon learning that Merlin would also attend. Donning more formal attire, he recognized the significance of this gathering, as many influential figures would be present, profoundly impacting his future. Merlin, clad in work overalls, had just returned home when George, who had been waiting, urged him to prepare. "All right, But it's just an electromagnetic pulse emitter. It's not that grand, is it? He curiously inquired before stepping inside. If it were a fully developed atomic energy gun, that would be another matter. You certainly lack such influence, especially given the soaring crime rates across various regions. Not to mention the recent significant events in Manhattan and Brooklyn. These occurrences have profoundly affected society, prompting the mayor to organize this banquet. Nevertheless, your electromagnetic pulse emitter is also a crucial point, George explained succinctly. Fine. Merlin shrugged and then closed the door behind him. Once back in his room, he chose not to diverge into casual attire, but instead opted for a formal suit. Attending a banquet in casual clothing would not only embarrass him, but also George, his guardian. Now a high school student, wearing casual clothes would have been acceptable for a gathering among friends, yet such an event demanded respect. And donning anything less would be seen as disrespectful. After all, those who received invitations to such gatherings typically had a formal outfit prepared. As Merlin emerged from his room, George's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. It's been a while since I've seen you in that suit. I must say it fits you well. The phase of rapid growth had passed, and it hadn't been long since he had last worn it. This suit was tailored by his father earlier in the year and had often been worn for various gatherings and parties. Let us go. Be mindful at the banquet, George said with a smile, ruffling Merlin's hair before gently guiding him into the elevator. By the way, where's Gwen? Merlin casually asked as they entered the lift. She went to band practice. Like you, she's been hard to come by lately, George replied, his expression tinged with reflection. Unbeknownst to him, his daughter had grown up. Yet he too was busy, grappling with the lizard men situation. Had it not been for this banquet, he would likely still be at the precinct, searching the city alongside the officers. The two engaged in light conversation, their bond deepening significantly. Manhattan, Park Avenue, Waldorf Astoria. This hotel stands as the tallest in the world, having hosted successive presidents and witnessed a significant portion of the nation's history. It frequently hosts grand banquets, drawing many politicians and dignitaries. As they walked through the corridor, George began to enlighten Merlin about the hotel's features. In no time, their casual conversation led them to the entrance of a grand edifice, where numerous elegantly attired individuals were entering in succession. George adjusted his tie and produced 2 invitation cards before approaching the entrance. The attendant, upon receiving the cards, glanced at them briefly, confirming their validity, then inclined slightly and smiled, gesturing for the 2 men to proceed inside. As they passed through the grand doors, the opulent hall dazzled Merlin's eyes. Long tables were scattered throughout the space, and under the bright lights, fashionable women and graceful men mingled, with occasional light laughter resembling the sound of wind chimes drifting through the air. After a cursory glance around, Merlin's gaze settled upon a gathering in the center of the hall. Stark, Obadiah, and Hammer stood together, each holding a glass of wine, engaged in conversation. Nearby, a burly man clad in a white suit, his head gleaming bald, was smiling broadly while clinking glasses with a middle-aged gentleman whose hair was streaked with gray, dressed in a suit that exuded authority. Jean Bing. Merlin was taken aback, surprised to see him at the banquet. However, considering his stature and the reason behind the mayor's hosting of this event, it was understandable. Let us approach, George said, patting Merlin on the shoulder as he headed toward Jean Bing. What are your thoughts on the Hell's Kitchen massacre, Mr. Fisk? Mayor Kristen inquired, taking a sip of red wine, his tone slightly elongated. Although Jean Bing presented himself as an entrepreneur and philanthropist, the mayor was undoubtedly well aware of his true nature. Yet, both men tacitly agreed to maintain this delicate balance, as long as they did not cross any lines. They were indeed culpable, but the police involved in the collaboration were also deserving of their fate, leaving the sole victim to become the monstrous dragon. This is not a matter for celebration. Jean Bing shook his head, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances. However, we must pursue the root cause, which lies in these 3 gangs' blatant disregard for the law, exploiting its loopholes to evade justice. The sword of Damocles has yet to descend, thus leaving only the butcher's knife, Kristen said with a somber tone, his words carrying an undertone of reprimand. Hell's Kitchen, being the most chaotic area of Apple City, would always lead him back to Jean Bing in times of turmoil. At this, Jean Bing maintained his composure. This merely indicated that the edge of Damocles' sword had dulled, lacking the intimidating glint that once instilled fear. Kristen's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of George and Merlin in his peripheral vision. Ah, Mayor Kristen, Mr. Fisk. George greeted the two with a nod as he and Merlin approached. It appears that someone capable of sharpening the blade has arrived. Christian raised an eyebrow, addressing Merlin with a hint of implication. Jean, with a light chuckle, praised Merlin, remarking that he must be the prodigy behind the invention of the miniature electromagnetic pulse emitter. Merlin Xiao, who reportedly developed a weapon specifically designed to alleviate your burdens by intercepting criminals. Such familial affection is truly enviable. having had previous encounters. He likely possesses some understanding of Merlin, thus his words carried a certain depth. Ah, that's rather exaggerated, George replied with a shy laugh, his demeanor somewhat aloof. Jean, however, remained unfazed and turned his attention to Merlin with keen interest, as many of the weapons he had recently acquired were sourced from the latter. Chapter 22. Tony Stark. Invitation code. The conversation among the group drew the attention of Tony and others nearby. You all continue your discussion. I have some matters to attend to. Upon spotting Merlin, Hammer no longer clung to Tony, swiftly making his way toward Merlin and his companions. Along the way, he casually seized a glass of wine from a server and deftly dropped a tip, his movements flowing seamlessly. With a warm smile, he approached the group, raising his glass. Hello, Mayor Christian, Mr. Fisk, Sheriff George, and our future scientist, Merlin. Hello, Mr. Hammer, Merlin responded politely, holding a generally favorable impression of Hammer, finding him to be an intriguing individual. Have you given it some thought? Hammer Industries is undoubtedly your optimal choice. We boast the finest team and resources. Your intellect would only thrive under my guidance. While amusing, his audacity is remarkable, and at times, his words can be rather ill-timed. Merlin smiled wryly, gesturing toward George beside him. With an elder present, Hammer's approach seemed somewhat presumptuous. Although many parents in Eagle Country do not overly interfere in their children's choices, the youth still require some oversight from their guardians. This city has its fair share of dreamers misled by false promises. Contracts can serve not only as a means to ensure commitments, but also as tools to stifle talent. Ah, my apologies. The brilliance of this young man is simply overwhelming, making me somewhat impatient. Hammer seemed to realize his eagerness and quickly offered an apologetic smile to George. Shortly after Hammer joined the conversation, Tony and others followed suit. Once pleasantries had been exchanged, Mayor Christian broached the main topic. I examined the miniature electromagnetic pulse emitter that Merlin showcased at the technology exhibition, and I believe such a weapon would be ideally suited for deployment within the police department. The crime rate in the city has been on the rise, and traffic issues have grown increasingly severe. Many criminals even deliberately provoke the police, showcasing their superior driving skills as if to walk the police like dogs, an utter humiliation. However, it is unreasonable to expect the police to be omnipotent. They can only helplessly endure such humiliation. Amidst my distress, the technology exhibition at Central High School bestowed upon me a delightful surprise. With the advent of the electromagnetic pulse emitter, I am confident that such issues will soon find resolution, facilitating the work of law enforcement. After a lengthy discourse, Mayor Christian turned to Merlin with a smile, finally addressing the crux of the matter. One of the principal reasons for my invitation today pertains to this very subject. I intend to equip each police force in Apple City with one of these devices. However, for inquiries regarding orders, you must consult our protagonist. With Sheriff George present, there was no need for excessive worry. A mere expression of support would suffice. The gazes of Obadiah and others promptly converged upon Merlin and George. Many present were representatives of arms enterprises, yet police project orders also harbored significant interests. Although the order quantities for the miniature electromagnetic pulse emitters were relatively modest compared to those for military use, their high-tech nature ensured a substantial price point. Furthermore, it offered an opportunity to gain a certain level of prestige. Ultimately, George found himself surrounded by Obadiah, Hammer, and others, while Merlin, expressing his willingness to heed George's counsel, excused himself to seek sustenance. As his intellect incrementally increased, so too did his bodily demands. Having absorbed a wealth of knowledge, his stomach began to grumble in protest. Child, would you care for some juice? Just as Merlin navigated the dining table in search of his preferred fare, a figure approached him. No, thank you. My stomach requires solid nourishment, Merlin replied without turning. Do you enjoy playing games? I imagine you must be playing the game Morality and Law. I've seen your miniature electromagnetic pulse gun and atomic energy gun. They are nearly identical to those in the game. Upon hearing this, Merlin sliced a piece of ham and turned around. Oh, Mr. Stark. He was taken aback to see a middle-aged man with a seductive mustache, dark circles beneath his eyes, and an air of arrogance. Are you also playing this game? No, I just downloaded it and haven't had the chance to play yet. How are you finding it? Tony, observing the child voraciously consuming ham, reined in his haughtiness and acerbic tongue, displaying a measure of tolerance towards the youth. Quite well. The technology behind my electromagnetic pulse emitter and atomic energy gun was inspired by it. Currently, there are few games on the market that can rival it, especially with its diverse gameplay and freedom, along with thought-provoking narratives. Speaking of games, Merlin was suddenly invigorated. Stark chose not to interrupt, listening quietly until Merlin paused, at which point he inquired, "Are you aware of the events that transpired in Brooklyn last night?" Of course. What are your thoughts on the gaming vehicles that appeared during that time? Has this game introduced an offline mode? Is someone supplying players with weapons and vehicles? He scrutinized Merlin, attempting to glean some insight from the boy's expression. This is the tentative conclusion drawn from a day's worth of collected information, though certainty eludes him. He speculates that it may resemble the existence of an onion site. However, thus far, the information presented is scant, leaving the intentions of the other party indeterminate. Yet, the technological implications contained within have sparked considerable intrigue. Beyond the two individuals from yesterday, the only one connected to this is Merlin, who, after scratching his head and pondering for a moment, nodded. Indeed, the game is currently expanding its offline mode and has begun recruiting players. Is it truly happening? Stark's eyes gleamed with excitement, astonished by the reality of it. He then inquired, how does one become a player? Merlin, feigning caution, scanned the surroundings before leaning in to whisper, it's a matter of luck. An invitation may suffice. I happen to possess an invitation code. Would you like it? Merlin intended to select only a batch of players initially, subsequently employing an invitation code system to allow them autonomy in choosing their teams. How much does it cost? Stark asked. Oh, it's free. I belong to a technical role within the game, and my research funding is provided by the game itself. Thus, the invitation code holds no value for me. Just note this string of numbers, 003, coupled with your identity information. Entering this sequence into any computer's initial segment will grant you access. Technical role? Stark easily memorized the string of numbers, finding himself somewhat taken aback by Merlin's earlier statement. Chapter 23, Platform Construction, Interception by the Lizard People. For Tony Stark, the affluent individual, joining the game is undoubtedly the most fortunate occurrence. Not only does he possess wealth and technical expertise, but his narrative quests are numerous, significantly enriching the gameplay. Otherwise, each day would be filled with either robberies or gang conflicts, which would inevitably become tiresome. Future collaborations with organizations such as Hydra, SHIELD, The Hand, and various intelligence agencies will further enhance the game's narrative. A technical role implies a focus on research, with the intent to sell research outcomes to the gaming platform thereafter. Typically, they do not engage in gameplay tasks for profit, although they may post requests for any required tasks. Merlin provided Stark with a brief explanation. Stark was surprised to learn that it is, in fact, a substantial trading platform. But he quickly realized that without monetary transactions, few would choose to become players on the platform. Nevertheless, the potential behind this gaming platform's creators is evident. Throughout the ensuing conversation, Stark sought further information about the game from Merlin. However, it appeared that the platform had only recently been established, yielding little useful information. Before long, George's team finalized a proposal, ultimately deciding to partner with Stark Industries. As for Hammer Industries and Osborne Industries, one boasts a notorious reputation, while the other focuses primarily on biotechnology. In contrast, Stark Industries, a leader in national defense, appears considerably more reliable. The fundamental terms of the contract stipulate the acquisition of technology patents for $10 million over a 3-year period, granting freedom to sell upon fulfilling police orders. Obadiah believes that a miniaturized electromagnetic pulse device could yield significant results when employed in individual combat weaponry, particularly in regions with relatively outdated weapon technology, where it may produce remarkable effects. Once the matters concerning the miniaturized electromagnetic pulse weapon were settled, discussions shifted to strategies for reducing crime rates in Apple City, primarily among a gathering of various sheriffs. Meanwhile, during a conversation with Stark, Merlin inadvertently veered into discussions about atomic fusion technology. Please feel free to visit my home in the future. Do not hesitate to reach out if you require anything. Here is my business card. Jean Bing, with a cordial demeanor, handed a business card to Merlin before nodding to the somewhat sullen George and departing the banquet hall. As the evening wore on, the banquet was concluded following Mayor Kristen's final address. Do your best to avoid dealings with him. His facade as an entrepreneur and philanthropist belies a far more perilous nature. George cautioned as he observed Merlin accept the business card instead of discarding it. Engaging with him could lead to your exploitation. Merlin replied, though he has never met Jean Bing, their mutual interests run quite deep. Understood. Once the contract is finalized, I will contact you regarding the $10 million. Remember to keep a low profile after receiving the funds. On the surface, the money should still appear to be with me. George, oblivious to Merlin's inner thoughts, earnestly advised, I take this seriously. With $10 million, selling just 1 or 2 vigilante units could yield a substantial profit. In the following days, Merlin dedicated himself to establishing a gaming platform, primarily investing time in the acquisition and construction of repair shops, modification facilities, weapon stores, and bunkers. Upon completion, he intended to integrate the STAR system, creating a fully automated intelligent production line for weaponry and vehicles. Simultaneously, properties in Hell's Kitchen, including apartments, villas, and nightclubs, were being consolidated, while the herb trade and smuggling routes gradually resumed operations. Although he had yet to encounter a new leader and could only accept tasks online, the financial gains kept his subordinates content, and the reduced interactions inadvertently enhanced their safety. This was largely due to the subsystem's network signals being untraceable. Additionally, figures such as Bullseye and Daredevil had joined the ranks of players, and with the rising notoriety of the Punisher, the troubles faced by Hell's Kitchen enterprises were effectively addressed. This also facilitated the expansion of the platform's holdings, leading to a period of smooth development. As for the inclusion of the two individuals, it was quite straightforward. The blind spot was merely intrigued, while Daredevil, Matt, was quick to agree upon hearing the prospect of earning substantial money to fund his vigilante pursuits. Once the foundational production and industrial chains of Hell's Kitchen stabilized, Merlin also prepared to launch servers to recruit players for expansion. If players were recruited too early, although the funds were available, the infrastructure would lag behind, and the requisite weapons and vehicles embodying the game's characteristics would not keep pace, making the gaming platform untenable. Merlin began to develop steadily. With the emergence of the Punisher, Hell's Kitchen, unlike before, had enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. After all, the Punisher was a true harbinger of death, capable of annihilating entire families without hesitation. On Friday, in Queens, after riding his motorcycle to drop Henna off at home, Merlin was now hurrying back himself. Meanwhile, Gwen had been exceedingly busy lately, and their encounters had become infrequent. Today, she had even missed classes. Peter was in a similar predicament. The deep roar of the motorcycle echoed through the streets, occasionally drawing envious glances from young onlookers. Suddenly, a ringing sound pierced through Merlin's earpiece. "Little Mute, answer the call." Little Mute referred to the Star Artificial Intelligence System. As the call connected, an urgent voice quickly filled his earpiece. "Merlin, where are you right now?" "I'm on 6th Street. What's wrong?" Hearing Gwen's anxious tone, Merlin instinctively furrowed his brow and reduced his speed. "Listen, you are in grave danger. The lizard creature that appeared at the Tech Expo is looking for you. You need to get home as quickly as possible." Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted ahead. Merlin's expression tightened as he spotted a figure emerging in the distance. "Hello? Are you listening?" Gwen's voice grew increasingly frantic as she noticed Merlin's silence. "It's too late. He's already on your trail." Without warning, a manhole cover on the road ahead shot skyward, followed by the emergence of a massive, green claw grasping the edge. A gigantic, menacing lizard man leapt forth, blocking Merlin's path. Seeing this, Merlin did not panic but immediately veered to change direction, attempting to turn around. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, as he abruptly maneuvered his motorcycle. Paying no heed to caution, he braced himself against the fuel tank, executing a desperate leap. Bang! A heavy manhole cover whizzed past like a cannonball, causing Merlin's motorcycle to disintegrate beneath him. Chapter 24. Heavy Revolver. Explosive arrows. Merlin landed and rolled, then crouched on the ground. Glancing back at his beloved Ducati now reduced to a pile of debris, a fleeting pang of sorrow crossing his face. "My beloved bike. Merlin, come with me willingly, and I shall not harm you," the lizard man rasped, his voice low and gravelly, as he began to approach with heavy, deliberate steps. Merlin stood up, turning to face the approaching menace, and sighed helplessly. "Could you not wait a moment longer? I am not yet prepared." Upon hearing the words, Peter, whose mind was gradually descending into madness, momentarily froze. "What do you mean?" "Peter, I know it's you, and I am aware of your purpose in seeking me. But now is not the time." Peter was taken aback, his cold, slit-like pupils suddenly narrowing. "You have always known about this." He instinctively retreated a step, astonished. "I deduced it from the experimental data you sent me. In truth, I have known from the very beginning." Peter lowered his gaze to Merlin, who maintained an expression of innocence, appearing to any onlooker as a naive high school student. Yet, at that moment, an unfamiliar sensation surged from the depths of his heart. It seemed as if every aspect of his fate was ensnared within the invisible web woven by the other. However, the influence of his genetic makeup soon compelled him to cast aside these thoughts. His resolve solidified once more as he stepped forward, towering over Merlin with his imposing physique. "Then you must understand what I desire. Join us, and we shall become the first evolutionaries of humanity. For millennia, humanity has remained stagnant, and our frail bodies require a transformation. From this moment forth, human beings shall no longer be plagued by diseases and the agony of lost limbs." Peter exclaimed, arms outstretched, his voice tinged with madness. "I would rather not become like you. It's rather unappealing," Merlin remarked, glancing at Peter's grotesque lizard-like visage and green, scaly skin, his eyes twitching slightly. Compared to a lizard man, he preferred the allure of powered armor and mechs. "You have no say in this." Peter appeared to have anticipated this reaction. Thus he did not exhibit excessive anger. He was confident that once Merlin injected the regenerative serum, his perspective would surely shift. for he believed that his current form was the epitome of perfection. As he spoke, his massive claws lunged toward Merlin. "You are indeed somewhat repulsive. Perhaps you should refrain from touching me," Merlin retorted disdainfully, drawing an atomic energy gun from his waist. "Useless. To me, that is merely a toy." A flicker of derision crossed Peter's eyes. He had witnessed the gun's power during a previous technology exhibition, where it had failed to hinder him, and now, having undergone tremendous evolution, he was even more formidable. Even the special incendiary rounds would pose no threat to him. This time, it's not a mere prototype. Merlin tilted his head and pulled the trigger. Buzz. The atomic energy erupted in the air, creating a dazzling arc of lightning. Peter, hurtling toward Merlin like a cannonball, was instantly propelled backward. Bang! His massive form traced an arc through the air before crashing onto the street, sprawled out in disarray. After repelling Peter, Merlin chose not to employ the atomic energy gun again, instead retrieving a hefty revolver. "Now, experience my newly developed masterpiece. A dual heavy revolver. Its body exuding a metallic essence unlike that of ordinary handguns. In the game, it is capable of downing 2 foes with a single shot." Peter rose to his feet, shaking off the lingering fog in his mind, and then turned his gaze toward Merlin across from him. As he beheld the weighty revolver in Merlin's hand, its dark muzzle instilled an unexpected sense of foreboding within him. Just then, a cacophony of police sirens echoed from a distance, growing ever closer. The authorities were on their way. The police in Manhattan had been relentlessly searching for the lizard man's whereabouts, patrolling day and night. Consequently, upon Peter's appearance, particularly in the heart of Queens, they reacted swiftly. The blaring sirens ignited a surge of anxiety within Peter. "Roar! Merlin!" Peter bellowed, hastily seizing the nearby fire hydrant. With a sharp snap, the red hydrant burst apart, unleashing a torrent of water under immense pressure. Peter, wielding the hydrant, prepared to hurl it, but in an instant, a deafening shot rang out. Merlin had pulled the trigger, and a powerful recoil reverberated through his hand. Bang! In the next moment, the hydrant, along with Peter's hand, shattered explosively. "Well, that was fortunate," Merlin grinned, acknowledging the sheer power of the revolver, which boasted reliability without the risk of jamming. However, the tremendous recoil diminished shooting precision, particularly with the upgraded double-barrel revolver in his possession. Peter stared momentarily at his shattered hand, yet it rapidly began to regenerate at a visible pace. As the sirens grew increasingly insistent, Peter, shaking off his surprise, propelled himself forward once more towards Merlin. Merlin adjusted the gun's aim downward and squeezed the trigger again. Bang! Peter's right foot erupted painfully, causing him to stumble and slide forward on the ground. Bang! The bullet whizzed past, this time missing its target. Peter, using both hands and feet, began to crawl across the ground with the agility of a giant lizard, his flexibility markedly enhanced. Hissing, he expelled a scarlet tongue, winding his massive body along the earth. His cold-slit pupils fixated on Merlin, drawing closer with each movement. However, in the next heartbeat, as if sensing something, his body abruptly froze. Merlin had, at some point, drawn a second heavy revolver, brandishing both weapons in Peter's direction. What a lack of martial ethics. How many guns does this guy have? Peter thought, feeling overwhelmed. One gun was already a challenge, but 2 would surely lead to his downfall. As the sirens approached ever closer, doubt began to creep into his mind. Suddenly, a flurry of black arrows whistled through the air from a distant point, striking him with precision. The metallic arrowheads glimmered ominously, and in the next instant, Peter's massive form was engulfed in a series of fiery explosions. Boom, boom, boom. As the flames gradually subsided, an arrow once again whistled through the air, exploding into a vast net that descended upon Peter's direction. However, as the inky smoke dissipated, the net revealed nothing beneath it, only an echoing solitude. Meanwhile, Peter, shrouded in flames, had mysteriously vanished from his original position. Quite the trickster, are we? Typically, when a monster is engulfed in an explosion, it often means it has made its escape. While speaking, Merlin, like a cowboy, twirled 2 revolvers on his fingertips before smoothly sheathing them in his holster, then turned his attention to the sudden arrival on the battlefield. Chapter 25. Hawkeye, the dilapidated Ducati, accompanied by a descending rope, a figure clad in a black long robe, hooded and bearing a quiver, approached Merlin. "Avengers, Hawkeye," he declared. "Kid, are you all right?" Clinton hurried over to Merlin, expressing his concern. Upon arriving at the scene, Clinton had witnessed a lizard man charging towards a high school student, and without a second thought, he instinctively drew his bow and shot. Although he regretted not capturing the lizard man, the successful rescue of the student was a consolation. "I'm fine, thank you," Merlin replied with a smile, opting not to elaborate further. Clinton's gaze briefly fixated on the revolver at Merlin's waist before shifting to his face. Merlin Shaw. The identity of the young man sprang to mind. The recent turmoil in Apple City had certainly drawn the attention of SHIELD, prompting Fury to dispatch him and Natasha. Clinton was tasked with investigating the Lizard Man, while Natasha was to handle the Punisher and the Plague in Hell's Kitchen. As a recently prominent genius high school student, Merlin had naturally come under their scrutiny. Investigations suggested a possible connection between him and the Punisher in Hell's Kitchen. Fury had arranged for them to meet, allowing for conversation and invitations based on the situation. Despite the significant impact of the Punisher and the Plague's actions in Apple City, SHIELD concluded that these individuals possessed potential talent, making collaboration or recruitment a favorable option. Organizations like the Mystical Division and the Bureau of Paranormal Research often resorted to threats and inducements to select suitable criminals for cooperation. Such pragmatic and efficient methods were commonplace in the United States. Just as Clinton was about to engage in conversation to foster a connection, the wail of police sirens approached, and numerous police cars swiftly surrounded the scene. Merlin. George anxiously leaped from his vehicle. Upon learning that Merlin was also present and had been targeted by the Lizard Man, he was understandably alarmed. Only after confirming Merlin's safety did he turn his attention to the mysteriously dressed Clint. "Who are you?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. Judging by the other's demeanor, he seemed to be some sort of agent. "Are you with the Bureau?" "I am Clint Francis Barton, a member of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics." "What does Homeland Strategic do?" George furrowed his brow upon hearing the lengthy name, and after a brief pause, he directly inquired about the crux of the matter. "We are a specialized task force dedicated to handling extraordinary incidents. However, I cannot divulge any further details," Clint replied, presenting his SHIELD identification card. George briefly scrutinized both the card and Clint's face, and after confirming their authenticity, he returned the card. "Is there anything we can assist you with?" "No, everything will proceed as usual," Clint responded, reclaiming his credentials. "Very well. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out to us." George did not press further, but instead pulled Merlin closer. "You, young man, should refrain from wandering about," he said, wrapping his arm around Merlin's neck and pulling him back into the vehicle. Clint observed Merlin being taken away for a reprimand and opened his mouth to speak. But after a moment's reflection, he deemed the matter of the Lizard Man to be of greater importance. Glancing at the nearby sewer entrance, he furrowed his brow slightly before descending into it. The following day, at the Silent Sun Club, Merlin, clad in casual attire, stepped out of the car and glanced up at the intricately engraved name on the sign before entering the establishment. As soon as he crossed the threshold, his eyes sparkled with excitement. A row of pristine motorcycles and motorbikes lined the shop, their elegant forms reflecting a captivating metallic sheen under the light. The array of brands, including Honda, Yamaha, BMW, Augusta, and Harley-Davidson, was overwhelming. The roar of the throttle echoed within the store as a burly, bearded middle-aged man sat atop a black Harley 883. Testing it out. Merlin had arrived somewhat early, and the shop was still relatively empty, allowing the burly man to spot him quickly. "Here for parts?" Jack inquired, recognizing Merlin. Given that Merlin frequently sourced his motorcycle parts from them, and due to their age difference, Jack was quite familiar with him. He could sense the boy's genuine passion for motorcycles, though he regretted that he did not favor the rugged aesthetic. "No, I'm here to purchase a motorcycle," Merlin replied, shaking his head as he made his way to the Ducati section. "Buying a motorcycle? Why? What happened to your Ducati?" Jack questioned with a hint of confusion. He knew Merlin was into customization and generally managed to repair most issues unless they were severe. "It got smashed to bits by a monster. I can't exactly rebuild it like a set of building blocks," Merlin said with a hint of exasperation. "A monster? A lizard man?" "Yes. Oh my God. You were the one from 6th Avenue yesterday," Jack exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. No wonder the bike looked so familiar. "Tell me, what was it like to have a close encounter with a lizard man?" Merlin regarded the eager, bearded man with bemusement. "I'm here to buy a motorcycle, not to share tales." "No rush. We can chat while you select your bike," Jack replied nonchalantly. "What vehicle do you intend to purchase this time?" "Perhaps another Ducati. However, it need not be brand new, as I seek one to modify." Merlin pondered the dangers of daily riding and contemplated acquiring an old motorcycle to transform into a Tyrant 2, capable of traversing both land and air, equipped with deadlock missiles. This way, he could effectively respond to unforeseen circumstances. "Modification, you say?" Jack mused for a moment before a thought struck him, prompting him to clap his hands. "Follow me. A Ducati 916 has recently been abandoned in my shop. Aside from the engine being functional, it is in a rather dilapidated state. I plan to dismantle it in a few days." He led Merlin outside to a nondescript area where a nearly unrecognizable, worn motorcycle stood. At first glance, it appeared more like a junked vehicle. "Can this truly be started?" Merlin questioned, eyeing the rust-covered machine that seemed on the verge of collapse. Of course. Let me show you, Jack replied, twisting the key. At the moment of ignition, the engine emitted a sound reminiscent of a tractor. Merlin remarked, buzzing. But soon the clattering sounds faded, and the engine settled into a smoother rhythm. It can indeed start, he said, somewhat astonished. Upon closer inspection, he found the power system to be satisfactory, though the frame gave off a sense of impending disassembly. I'll take this one. How much? For reasons unknown. As Merlin expressed his intent to purchase, the front of the Ducati seemed to shift slightly. In Chapter 26, the peculiar Ducati motorcycle, as Merlin and Jack negotiated the price. They paid little mind to this occurrence. No payment is necessary. Since you plan to modify it yourself, you will undoubtedly be purchasing numerous parts from me. Consider this motorcycle a gift. Jack, unaware of the bike's origins, had initially intended to scrap it. Given Merlin's interest, he felt it inappropriate to accept payment, especially since the profit from the parts he would sell would be substantial. If significant modifications were to be made to this motorcycle, it would nearly amount to the cost of another bike. Very well, let us meet at the usual place. Once I complete my inspection, I'll send you the parts list, Jack affirmed. Merlin nodded and departed from the Silent Sun Club. Wait, I haven't mentioned the incident with the lizard men from yesterday. Jack extended his hand, watching Merlin's retreating figure with regret as he returned to his shop. The platform over at Hell's Kitchen was gradually falling into place, and it was a particularly busy time. Following the failure of the previous day's events, Peter and Professor Connors would undoubtedly expedite their plans. Jack realized he needed to keep pace, striving to recruit a portion of players before Peter's plans commenced, and devise a means to organize a large-scale mission within Apple City. Upon returning to the modification shop, Merlin retrieved the technical documents and blueprints for Tyrant 2, while simultaneously sketching the structure of the Ducati 916 to begin adjusting the modification plan. Just as he was finalizing the proposed alterations, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller's identity, Merlin's expression shifted to one of exasperation. The ringing persisted, seemingly intent on continuing until he answered. Reluctantly, he pressed the answer button. Merlin, have you gone back to your modification shop again? What did I tell you yesterday? Don't venture out until that lizard man is apprehended. The moment the call connected, a boisterous voice erupted from the other end. Merlin gasped and quickly held the phone away from his ear. Once George's tone softened, he cautiously returned the device to its original position. You know, my motorcycle was shattered into pieces yesterday. It is my very soul. I cannot be without it. Therefore, I merely ventured out today to purchase another bike. He explained earnestly. What type of motorcycle do you desire? I can procure one for you. There is no need for you to go out, George replied, his concern evident. Forget it. I won't disturb you further. I am certain you lack time. Merlin was resolute. Indeed, he truly has no time. Return home as swiftly as possible. I don't know how that lizard man has fixated on you, but your current situation is perilous. Avoid lingering outside, and keep your phone on at all times. Understanding the significance of the motorcycle to the young man, George could only offer a few worried admonishments. Let us see, Merlin concluded, swiftly disconnecting the call. If fortune smiled upon him, he might be working through the night. Meanwhile, George at the police station sighed in resignation after ending the call, when suddenly the office door swung open. Sheriff George, we have news regarding Spider-Man and the Lizard Man. Let us go. George promptly stood and followed suit. Once the modification plan was finalized, Merlin sent out the parts list. Shortly thereafter, Jack delivered the motorcycle along with the components. After unloading everything from the small truck into the workshop, Merlin stood beside the Ducati, stroking his chin in contemplation. He then approached the motorcycle and brushed away some surface grime. It was unclear how long the bike had been abandoned. Its exterior and numerous parts were already rusted and missing several components. Observing the dirt that had accumulated on his fingers, he dusted them off. Let us get to work. With that, he first picked up a pressure washer to moisten the entire surface, followed by applying soap and commencing the rinse. After several washes with the high-pressure water, although the motorcycle still appeared dilapidated, its surface was significantly cleaner and more refreshed. Beneath the layers of black and red rust, hints of pink paint began to emerge. Once rinsing was completed, Merlin commenced disassembly, meticulously sanding each part with great care. This is a test of patience. Yet Merlin finds immense pleasure in witnessing the gradual transformation of the components in his hands. As time slipped away into the evening, after repeated cycles of cleaning and polishing, and the installation of numerous electrical parts, the once dilapidated Ducati, destined for the scrap heap, had metamorphosed into a stunning new Ducati 916 adorned in resplendent red and white paint. The bright finish gleamed under the lights, accentuating the elegant curves of the motorcycle's frame, while the worn tires had been replaced with sleek, matte black ones, reminiscent of a sultry beauty lounging provocatively on the ground. A sultry beauty? Merlin scratched his head. pondering how such a thought had crossed his mind. Was it perhaps due to his prolonged singlehood? Shaking off the notion, he circled the motorcycle for a thorough inspection. Provided there were no issues, he intended to retrofit it with an atomic engine and a deadlock missile. Fortunately, during a recent procurement of weapons, Jean had provided rare atomic energy industrial materials, including plutonium, alleviating any concerns regarding the construction of the atomic engine. At that moment, Merlin appeared to notice something. Halting in front of the bike and crouching down to examine the two protruding headlights. They bore a smattering of red paint, likely a consequence of overspray during the recent painting. Although precautions had been taken prior to spraying, it was common for stray paint spots to appear once the protective coverings were removed. Merlin grabbed a cloth and attempted to wipe the paint away. However, when that proved ineffective, he sprayed a bit of rosin and resumed his meticulous cleaning. The cloth glided over the surface of the headlight, producing a slick sound as it engaged with the rosin. After a couple of vigorous wipes, Merlin pulled the cloth away, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. What in the world? A crimson haze enveloped the headlight, as if diluted red paint had dispersed across its surface. Yet, it was merely a trace of paint. How could it have spread so extensively? Bewildered, he tried wiping again with the cloth, but to no avail, so he resorted to using his fingers. As his fingertips glided over the smooth, moist surface of the headlight, he glanced down to find no trace of red paint on them. He then attempted to rub the headlight again, hoping to dislodge some of the paint. Buzz, buzz. However, just as he was about to retract his fingers to inspect them, the motorcycle's engine roared to life, causing the frame and exhaust to tremble. Merlin had the ignition grounded? Suspecting a potential issue with the ignition relay or wiring, he stood up, temporarily setting aside the headlight predicament to investigate further. As he rose, his fingers left the headlight, and the self-starting engine gradually quieted, ultimately returning to tranquility. Merlin paid it little mind, instead opening the location of the relay for inspection. After confirming the relay was functioning properly, he proceeded to examine the wiring. After searching thoroughly, Merlin found no issues. Everything appeared to be functioning normally. Unconvinced, he searched once more, yet still encountered no problems. What was going on? After his fruitless investigation, Merlin stood aside, biting his thumb, gazing perplexedly at the motorcycle before him. In his early days of learning, such situations occurred frequently, but as he gained proficiency, he had become intimately familiar with every component of the motorcycle, swiftly identifying any issues that arose. However, this particular motorcycle was peculiar. It ignited spontaneously without any warning, yet the ignition system was flawless. After pondering for a moment, he decided to remove the electronic control unit and replace it with a new one. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he returned to the headlight to clean off some paint. It seemed a bit lacking. Observing the reddish glow on the headlight, Merlin scratched his head, feeling somewhat strange. He crouched down, rubbing his fingers over it in an attempt to cleanse it. However, as soon as his fingers made contact, the red hue on the headlight rapidly spread, akin to the rosy blush of a shy maiden. Buzz. With the new electronic control unit installed, the motorcycle roared to life, the engine suddenly starting and the entire chassis quaking. Merlin glanced at his palm that had touched the headlight, then at the vibrating engine, as if he sensed something. Tentatively, he rubbed it again. Buzz. The throttle surged, causing the motorcycle to tremble even more violently, filling the workshop with its resounding roar. Merlin furrowed his brow. Yet inexplicably, a thrill surged within him. He placed his other hand on the headlight, rubbing both with fervor. Buzzing intensified. The deep sound seemed as if it would burst through the roof, and the bike's tremors escalated. Suddenly, a thick spray of engine oil shot out from the quaking exhaust, as if the motorcycle had been liberated, silencing its roar and gradually extinguishing the engine. Goodness! Merlin recoiled in terror, staring at the dripping oil from the exhaust. Then glancing at his own hands, his expression one of shock. Something was amiss. Something was definitely off. Could it be that Gwendolyn's words had struck true? Motorcycle, motorcycle. You and your bike go on. All that fills my mind are oil and gears. Something is bound to go wrong. Although he had once been infatuated with motorcycles, he had never experienced anything like this before. At that moment, the motorcycle seemed to embody a life of its own. Perhaps it was due to his heightened intellect that his affinity for machinery had also increased, resulting in this strange sensation. Something was truly amiss. Merlin circled around the motorcycle, attempting to discern any underlying issues. After considering his options, he sought out other vehicles for comparison. Automobile enthusiasts assemble. A unique frequency signal disseminated throughout Apple City. Beneath the shroud of darkness, numerous vehicles parked in garages ignited automatically, their headlights illuminating as they began their journey toward designated locations. Chevrolet Camaros, General Motors vehicles, ambulance Hummers, and behemoth heavy trucks transformed into ethereal phantoms as they raced along the roads, ultimately converging in a concealed, abandoned factory in Brooklyn. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of engines and the cacophony of exhausts, a procession of brightly lit vehicles illuminated the dimly lit factory as they entered one after another. With a sharp metallic clanging sound, the vehicles ascended, swiftly morphing into towering humanoid machines. Leading them was Optimus Prime, a grand figure adorned with flame tattoos. Exuding an aura of authority, as he surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly realized one individual was absent. "Where's RC?" he pondered. "She has only 2 wheels and may not arrive swiftly, especially since many of her components are malfunctioning. We are uncertain if she can make it," remarked Ironhide, leaning against a pillar nonchalantly. "Regardless, as long as we remain concealed, we typically encounter no issues. Furthermore, humanity's technological advancement is significantly behind, so we need not overly concern ourselves with our safety." However, the next words from their leader, Optimus Prime, shifted the atmosphere to one of seriousness. "Recently, we have received intelligence that Decepticon members have also arrived on Earth, and Megatron, who fell into the glaciers, has been awakened. We must expedite our efforts to locate the source of the Allspark. They, like us, are concealed within human society, so you must exercise caution henceforth." The mention of the Decepticons and Megatron weighed heavily on the Autobots present. "Have you gathered any useful information?" After reminding his companions, Optimus began to consolidate the intelligence. Bumblebee scratched his head, peering through a concrete pillar at the moon outside. As the earliest scout to arrive on Earth, he remained a dilapidated Chevrolet stuck in the second-hand market. Ironhide and the ambulance merely shrugged in resignation. Optimus could only shake his head in frustration. The arrival of the Decepticons intensified his urgency, yet he understood that haste would yield little fruit. Ultimately, the assembly concluded, and RC still had not arrived. With no valuable information to share, they temporarily returned to their respective locations. "You all go and search for RC, relay the information to her, and urge her to stay vigilant." With this directive, Optimus announced the disbandment. Verum. The numerous Autobots swiftly transformed into vehicles, parting ways and vanishing into the abandoned factory. At that moment, RC was undergoing modifications. Merlin approached the backyard and stood before the entrance of a workshop. As the rolling shutter door slowly opened, a vast intelligent assembly line workshop unveiled itself before him. The silvery mechanical arms danced incessantly, engaged in welding, transportation, screw installation, and spraying. Surrounding them were closed glass tubes, each containing various rare elemental materials. At the final terminal, armored skeletal steeds, Santolau, and other vehicles were meticulously constructed. Given the workshop's modest size, Merlin refrained from programming an extensive array of functions, opting instead to include only a few popular vehicle modules. Vehicles such as the Hyperburn and Vigilante, due to their need for precious and scarce materials for their engines, typically had a dedicated assembly line for engine production. Merlin towed an atomic engine, freshly manufactured, away from the workshop and back to his workstation. In Chapter 28, the transformative Ducati, he gazed at the pristine motorcycle before him, pondering for a moment. He had just tested the headlights of other vehicles, finding no issues, nor did he experience any peculiar sensations. However, upon returning to touch the Ducati motorcycle, the engine's roar and the fuel spouting from the exhaust had ceased, leaving him to wonder if it had entered a sage-like mode after being released. Shaking his head to dispel the strange thoughts, he pulled the atomic engine closer. He called several mechanics from local repair shops, including Jack, to describe the situation. Yet none had ever heard of headlights triggering engine activation. Generally, when faced with such inexplicable issues, replacing all the suspect components often resolved the problem. Thus, although the root cause remained elusive, it was likely linked to the engine. Since he was planning to modify the engine, replacing it would likely suffice. He also decided to replace the bulbs and wiring. Indeed, it seemed he was gradually becoming a parts changer himself. Time was of the essence, and Merlin did not wish to linger too long on the motorcycle. The gaming platform was still in its early stages, requiring his vigilant oversight. Consequently, he resolved to work through the night to complete the motorcycle's modifications, prioritizing his own safety in the process. He began by thoroughly cleaning the oil residue from the exhaust pipe and the ground before commencing disassembly. Alcee, while being cleaned, suppressed her indignation. Forced to endure the manipulation of her physical components by this human in order to conceal her identity. The following morning in Merlin's modification shop, he removed his gloves and surveyed the Ducati motorcycle with satisfaction. After the modifications, the original engine had been replaced with an atomic energy engine, and the exhaust outlet had been repositioned to the rear. Additionally, 2 red-painted wing weapon pods were affixed to either side, which connected to the engine for energy-assisted flight. The overall transformation imbued the motorcycle with a sense of weightiness yet lightness. Prior to this modification, Merlin had aspired to acquire the futuristic Santolau, but found it too ostentatious for the streets. After the heavy and cumbersome four-cylinder engine of the Ducati was removed and replaced with a compact atomic engine, the fuel tank was emptied, making way for the installation of 20 deadlock missiles. Furthermore, with the transition to the atomic engine, numerous components were dismantled, and beneath the cockpit, Merlin equipped it with a Gatling gun. Additionally, at the front of the vehicle, to enhance close combat and interception capabilities, laser guidance technology derived from the malevolent Pluto was integrated, allowing for automatic interception. One could assert that the transformed Ducati had become a formidable arsenal, capable of traversing the ground and soaring as an aerial vehicle. Consequently, safety during outings was no longer a concern. Equally astonished was the modified Alcee during the engine's removal. She felt a twinge of apprehension, as it was akin to removing the very essence of her heart. However, she was taken aback by the transformation that ensued when a new power core was installed by this human. Her entire being seemed to evolve, undergoing a dramatic metamorphosis. If not for Merlin's presence, she would have eagerly activated the new power engine to take it for a spin. Merlin let out a long sigh of relief, only to be engulfed by the fatigue that the overnight work had wrought upon him. Yet, he did not immediately succumb to slumber. Instead, he nourished his empty stomach with some food before retreating to the lounge. He hoped that the next endeavor would involve a game centered around biotechnological advancements. He heavily flopped onto the makeshift bed, gazing at the ceiling, murmuring a few words before drifting into sleep. Although his intellect had been enhanced, his mind soared while his body remained stagnant, rendering it challenging to sustain the cognitive computations required for certain research endeavors. It was not uncommon for him to feel hunger pangs after extensive research. Lost in contemplation, his consciousness slipped into a realm of darkness. The familiar sound of a bell jolted Merlin from his slumber. As he sat up, rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the time on the wall. Realizing it was past 5 in the afternoon, he was surprised at how long he had slept. The ringing persisted, prompting him to answer. "Hi," he yawned lazily. "Merlin, where are you now?" came Gwen's voice from the phone. "Me? I'm still at the shop. Is that lizard man looking for me again?" Merlin said, running a hand through his hair as he descended the staircase, eventually reaching the sink. "No, it's not that. There's something I need your assistance with." "When do you have time today?" "Let me freshen up. I'll be back shortly." "Did you just wake up? Did you pull an all-nighter?" Gwen inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. "Ah, yes. Wasn't my Ducati smashed to pieces the day before yesterday? I bought a second-hand one and worked on it overnight." After hanging up, Merlin splashed cold water on his face, rejuvenating his previously drowsy demeanor significantly. After completing his grooming routine, he checked the progress of the Hell's Kitchen platform. In recent days, he had established collaborations with several weapon shops and auto repair stores. The platform would supply arms and vehicles, while they would handle sales, with profits to be shared. Several intelligent production lines had been constructed, fully capable of supplying these establishments. It was time to recruit some players. Merlin swiftly searched through the information of everyone in Hell's Kitchen and, having selected the appropriate personnel, discreetly sent out invitations one by one. Once this task was complete, he rode off on his modified motorcycle, leaving the shop behind. Shortly after Merlin departed, a stunning woman with chestnut curls arrived at the entrance of his workshop. Observing the closed roller door with its business suspension sign, she paused momentarily. What unfortunate timing. Tilting her head slightly, she lingered for only a brief moment before tossing a miniature device onto the ground and driving away. Natasha had only recently arrived in Hell's Kitchen and, after meeting with the Punisher, Frank, she had been referred here. However, her luck appeared to be lacking. Yet, based on the intel she had gathered, there were other establishments selling specialized vehicles and weapons, so she felt no profound regret. During her investigation, a mysterious star-themed gaming platform came to light, seemingly collaborating with numerous weapon shops and auto repair stores, recruiting players online to undertake various missions. She attempted to hack into it, but even enlisting the help of Director Fury and all the technical staff proved futile. Consequently, she could only investigate offline weapon shops and auto repair places. Starting her vehicle, she grasped the steering wheel with one hand while retrieving her phone with the other, preparing to search for the next offline weapons store. However, as the screen illuminated, her pupils dilated in surprise. A yellow star emblem had somehow been installed on her phone. Chapter 29, Gwen's Request. The antidote serum star Natasha was momentarily taken aback. She had been tirelessly seeking a way to become a player, yet this development arrived so unexpectedly. Furrowing her brow, she turned the steering wheel to park the car by the roadside. Once the vehicle came to a halt, she sat in the driver's seat, staring intently at her phone in contemplation for a considerable time. Upon her arrival in Hell's Kitchen, she had sought out Frank. According to Director Fury's assessment, Frank Castle had undergone rigorous training in the Marine Corps. He excelled in hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, coercion, and intelligence gathering, and was well-versed in various firearms and vehicles. He was a level 10 agent, while she, having injected the serum and lived for several decades, had only attained level 10 as well. Therefore, as per Fury's instructions, they merely needed to maintain normal contact. Fortunately, during their interaction, he displayed no significant hostility and even shared insights about the star-themed gaming platform. Upon becoming a player, one can undertake any task, and the rewards earned can be utilized to purchase extraordinary weapons and vehicles at offline stores, with the option for withdrawal as well. Evidently, the Star platform harbors no intent to conceal this, yet such transparency renders it challenging for her to ascertain the true purpose behind the game's development. Ultimately, with unwavering resolve, she pressed the button. Regardless of the circumstances, if she wished to investigate, she must immerse herself in the experience. Upon opening the application, the same page she had encountered with Frank materialized on her phone. Navigating to the marketplace, she searched for nearby shops. Soon, the map, indelibly etched in her memory, appeared with precise accuracy. The Merlin modification shop, from which she had recently departed, was clearly marked. Her next destination was a nearby weapons store. Scanning the Star marketplace, a plethora of peculiar weapons and vehicles captivated her gaze, almost indistinguishable from what she had seen online, though many remained in a gray, locked state. Suddenly, a notification popped up on her phone. Merlin's beard. Arrive at the Brooklyn Police Department and retrieve the slant magic treasure to take it back to the Merlin modification shop. Task reward, 50,000. Merlin, this vehicle was confiscated by a fool at the police station. If you bring it back, I can modify a car for you free of charge. Stealing a car? Natasha's expression turned peculiar. Could it possibly pertain to that scoundrel Frank? She opened the task, contemplated for a moment, and opted to accept it. After acceptance, she did not rush. Instead, she restarted her vehicle and proceeded to a prearranged weapons store. Welcome. An elderly man, meticulously polishing a golden revolver behind the counter, glanced up at her before resuming his task. The allure of a woman's presence paled in comparison to the firearm in his hands. Natasha's gaze fixated momentarily on the revolver he was cleaning, and she instantly recognized it. The golden revolver. She had just seen it in the marketplace. I wish to purchase a firearm. Do you have Model 2 and specialized ammunition? Upon hearing Natasha's request, the elderly man, who had been polishing the revolver, stood up in astonishment. You're a player? Since collaborating with the Star platform, he had yet to encounter a player, which piqued his curiosity. Indeed, Natasha displayed her proof on her phone. Choose whatever you wish to buy. The elderly man, having confirmed her identity, did not inquire further. He pulled the switch beside the counter, causing the display rack to swiftly rise, revealing the concealed weapons within. Heavy sniper rifles, pump-action shotguns, carbines, the evil Pluto, rocket launchers, and the Vulcan Gatling gun. Nearly every weapon available in the Star marketplace was present here. The elderly man, seasoned in such matters, stood calmly, awaiting her decision. Show me the evil Pluto. Meanwhile, upon returning home on his motorcycle, Merlin was greeted eagerly by Gwen, who seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. My heavens! Merlin, you have finally returned. Upon witnessing Merlin's return, Gwen finally exhaled in relief. This is a sentiment I ought to express, she mused. You have been exceptionally busy lately. Often out of sight. After a brief embrace, Merlin released her and, without waiting for a response, directly inquired, what assistance do you require this time? And regarding joining your band, that is out of the question. Our ensemble wouldn't devour you. Gwen rolled her eyes. Yet she couldn't deny that her bandmates were indeed quite boisterous and had persistently sought to recruit Merlin. They believed that Merlin possessed a spirit of adventure, perfectly suited for rock music. I have come to seek your help with some research, she stated, pausing momentarily to glance back at her mother, who was seated on the living room sofa. Then, with a mysterious air, she hooked her arm around Merlin's neck and propelled him into his home. Speak here. What is it? You seem so secretive. Merlin felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be that she was about to confess her identity as Spider-Man? Gwen took a moment to gather her thoughts. Then, with the enthusiasm of a devoted fan, exclaimed, You know, my idol is Spider-Man. That's the first I've heard of it, Merlin replied, scratching his head. Gwen continued, I've sung his praises before you so many times. And it seems it was all for naught. Internally, she rolled her eyes before continuing, Spider-Man has always been my hero, and the hero of Apple City. Just yesterday, he sought me out. He has been pursuing the lizard and informed me that there are 2 lizard creatures, one of whom is Professor Connors. I've learned that Professor Connors is planning to unleash a serum in Queens that will transform everyone into lizard people. However, his strength alone is insufficient, which is why he approached me to develop an antidote to thwart their plans. Her rehearsed words flowed effortlessly from her lips, her excitement shimmering through her expression, as if it were an honor to receive Spider-Man's request. Merlin observed her animated demeanor with a peculiar expression. It seemed Gwen's acting skills had notably improved. Once she finished speaking, he slowly responded, The assistance I require is mutual. Together, we shall expedite the development of the antidote. Gwen articulated the purpose of her visit, acknowledging her uncertainty about when Connors would execute his plan, but emphasizing the urgency of producing the antidote. But we lack a laboratory. How shall we conduct our research? Merlin asked, raising his hands in exasperation. Although he possessed a lab, it was not equipped for biological studies. Fear not, I have already devised a plan. This evening, we shall infiltrate Oscorp. I have an employee card, Gwen replied. Merlin rested his chin on his hand, contemplating under Gwen's anxious gaze. The foundational platform in Hell's Kitchen was nearly complete. Within a week, it should be feasible to expand into Apple City. This is indeed the inaugural large-scale narrative mission for the first batch of players, should one miss it. Who knows how long they might have to wait for the next opportunity. Chapter 30, Infiltrating Oscorp, heading to Stark in Afghanistan. No problem. Under Gwen's expectant gaze, Merlin nodded in agreement. Truly, you are my dearest friend. I knew you would acquiesce, Gwen exclaimed, excitedly patting Merlin on the chest. Ahem, take it easy. Your strength is rather overwhelming. At the moment her palm struck, Merlin nearly lost his breath. Although he had trained his body and practiced combat and marksmanship for some time, he was only slightly stronger than the average person. I apologize, Gwen said quickly, waving her hands in a gesture of contrition. During this period, she had frequently pursued those two lizard men through the sewers. While her strength had significantly improved, she still tended to unconsciously exert excessive force when overly excited. It's quite all right. I haven't had dinner yet, so I'll leave that to you, Merlin replied, rubbing his chest nonchalantly. No problem, Gwen declared, thumping her chest, causing quite a stir. Gwen ordered some takeout, and after they finished their meal, it was almost evening. At that moment, the employees of Oscorp had also clocked out, and Merlin rode his motorcycle, with Gwen in tow, departing the apartment towards Times Square in Manhattan. Both Oscorp and Stark Industries are situated in the heart of Manhattan, albeit one near the stadium and the other close to Times Square. After passing through Times Square, Merlin parked the motorcycle in the underground garage adjacent to the company. He was relatively familiar with Oscorp, having attended Professor Connor's cross-species genetics exhibition alongside Gwen and Peter. It was from that point on that Gwen began to exhibit unusual behaviors. Looking up, he noticed that most of the lights inside the Oscorp building had been extinguished, with only scattered areas still illuminated. Typically, it was the sales or power maintenance departments that worked overtime. Follow me. Gwen confidently led Merlin through the front entrance of the company. The lights in the lobby were still on, yet there were hardly any people, leaving the space quite desolate. They took the elevator and soon reached the 36th floor. Traversing the serene corridor, Gwen guided Merlin swiftly to the employee entrance. She produced her employee card, swiped it, and a green light illuminated, causing the alloy door to slowly ascend. With a click, the lights flickered, swiftly illuminating the vast laboratory within. The two stood at the doorway, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us get started. Gwen, well-versed in the surroundings, walked over to a nearby cabinet and retrieved 2 dust coats, tossing one to Merlin. Once they were both clad in their garments, the first step was to power on the computer and assess Connor's experimental progress and data. The lizard possessed a control gene for regeneration, making it the most suitable gene for cross-species genetic fusion. However, in the context of interspecies interactions, while theoretically feasible, the challenges are considerable, and significant flaws often arise during the transfer of genes to the human genome. Professor Connors aims to harness the regenerative mechanisms found within lizards and apply them to stem cell technology, thereby accelerating cellular regeneration and repair to achieve the remarkable feat of limb regeneration. The experiments have indeed yielded successful results. However, the side effects of gene fusion have proven to be quite pronounced. Stem cells are progenitor cells endowed with the capacity for proliferation and differentiation, possessing the remarkable ability to self-renew and generate other highly differentiated descendant cells. They are equipped with functions of repair, metabolic regulation, and self-renewal. In the realms of biology and medicine, stem cells hold a position akin to that of a crownless king. Many individuals routinely employ stem cell treatments to diminish facial wrinkles and delay the aging process. In Connor's interspecies gene experiments, lizard regenerative genes were fused with stem cell growth factors to attain limb regeneration capabilities. Thus, it is likely that Professor Connors is losing his sanity due to the impact of brain stem cells on the nervous system. Gwen extended her hand to project a series of cellular data, hypothesizing, this seems to be the most promising avenue. Merlin nodded in agreement, suggesting, we can save this for later. Our primary focus now should be on developing an antidote serum. Gwen shook her head, indicating that they lacked the time necessary to refine the regenerative agent. Merlin pondered for a moment, concluding, to create the serum, we must disrupt the regenerative mechanism of the lizard's genes. Upon hearing this, Gwen's eyes lit up. This direction was indeed promising. She swiftly retrieved data pertaining to the lizard's regenerative mechanisms from the experiment. Merlin took out paper and pen, beginning to draft calculations alongside her. After a night of work, there remained no significant progress on the serum's research. Yet such is the nature of experimentation. Once a breakthrough is achieved, progress tends to follow smoothly. In the early hours, Gwen pulled Merlin away from the company, aware that their clandestine activities could lead to awkwardness if discovered. Throughout the night, Merlin, having caught up on sleep during the day, felt relatively alert, while Gwen, possessing a naturally robust constitution, experienced no fatigue. The following morning, after sharing breakfast with Gwen, Merlin rode his motorcycle to the Brooklyn district. He had previously asked Stark to keep an eye on an aerospace military factory, and today he had found one situated in Brooklyn. It is quite easy for Stark Industries, closely linked to national defense, to locate an aerospace military factory. The factory was nestled in a suburban area, surrounded by lush greenery, somewhat concealed from view. "Hey, over here," called Happy, spotting Merlin from a distance on his conspicuous red motorcycle. Merlin parked beside the factory and shook hands with Happy. "Hello, is Mr. Stark not here?" he inquired, glancing curiously behind Happy. He had to leave unexpectedly due to urgent matters. There were orders coming in from Afghanistan. He had initially intended to meet you, but his friend pressed him to leave. "Allow me to convey his apologies," explained Happy. He hardly seemed like someone who would express regret. Merlin shrugged and then walked past Happy into the factory area. As for Afghanistan, who knows? This place was originally a collaborative aircraft manufacturing facility between Lockheed and Aston Martin. But due to unforeseen circumstances, the negotiations fell through, leaving it temporarily abandoned. While it may not be capable of producing the most advanced fighter jets, it can certainly manufacture some civilian helicopters and standard aircraft engines. Upon entering the factory, the interior appeared vast and spacious, with several decommissioned fighter jets displayed in the courtyard. However, it did not seem chaotic. Many pieces of equipment were covered with dust-proof cloths. Happy began to provide an introduction. Chapter 31, Sudden Assault. Killer John Wick Lockheed is a prominent aerospace company, ranked among the leading aircraft manufacturers in the Eagle Nation. Aston Martin, on the other hand, is a name that resonates with many, renowned as a luxury automobile manufacturer. "It seems I have indeed stumbled upon a bargain," Merlin mused as he circled the area. Noticing that the equipment still looked remarkably new and had scarcely been used, he nodded in satisfaction and subsequently transferred the payment. His intention in acquiring the aircraft manufacturing facility was, of course, to develop helicopters and fighter jets. After all, aircraft differ significantly from vehicles and weaponry in terms of the extensive space and specialized equipment required during the development phase. Engines are one matter, but it is indeed quite a substantial bargain. "However, I never anticipated that you would genuinely consider leasing this factory," Happy remarked, surprised by the incoming payment notification on his phone. He recalled that Merlin was still a high school student who had recently developed an electromagnetic pulse generator, earning a cool $10 million, a fact he was well aware of, given the collaboration with his boss's company. What astonished him, however, was the audacity of the young man to independently lease an aircraft factory. At his age, Happy remembered, he was still daydreaming about the cheerleading goddess. "I wish to delve into this field. Do you require assistance? I can help you find some personnel." "No, not at the moment." After finalizing the paperwork, Happy departed from the aircraft manufacturing facility. Although Stark was urged by Captain Rode to head to Afghanistan, Pepper at the company still needed his protection. Meanwhile, Merlin remained behind to initiate the equipment and reconfigure the production line, adding intelligent robotic arms. He stayed in the workshop until nightfall, dozing off momentarily to refresh his spirits. With the thought of heading to Osborne Tower to collaborate with Gwen on the serum, he reluctantly closed the factory doors and swiftly rode away on his motorcycle. He had no intention of leaving anyone in the lurch. In the borough of Brooklyn, the persistent strife among gangs, fueled by the diversity of its inhabitants, seldom subsides as night falls. Thus, Merlin sped through the streets on his motorcycle, leaving no trace behind, a fleeting red specter in the night. However, as he traversed a secluded suburban area, a Ford Mustang suddenly barreled down the street towards him, accelerating with reckless abandon. Inside the vehicle, a young man clad in a black vest, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuded an air of arrogance with his pale complexion. His eyes gleaming with excitement as he pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The black Mustang roared like a feral beast, charging straight for Merlin. In the passenger seat, several ruffians jeered at Merlin on his motorcycle, as if they could already envision the scene of him being hurled through the air. The piercing alarm of a fire control radar echoed sharply. To Merlin's surprise, the first strike arrived with remarkable swiftness. Faced with the oncoming muscle car, he chuckled softly before decisively pressing a button. With a whoosh, under the dim streetlights, a missile surged forth, trailing smoke. The next moment, a brilliant fireball erupted into the night sky above the quiet, desolate street. In that instant of explosion, Merlin caught a glimpse of the terror etched on the faces of the occupants, illuminated by the fiery glow. Oh, family, who understands? Who the hell goes out with a missile? Merlin mused to himself. He halted his motorcycle, the searing flames casting a crimson hue upon him. He had grown accustomed to such chaos. In this land of freedom, hesitation could prove fatal, and one must never entertain the notion of luck. After relishing the artistry of the explosion, he restarted his motorcycle and departed the scene. Yet, he had not traveled far when a nagging instinct compelled him to stop beside a narrow path. Following the trail, he discerned a villa at its end, tire tracks from the Mustang leading ominously from the lawn. A sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to retrieve his phone for a quick search. What a coincidence, he murmured. Upon confirming the identity of the villa's owner, he clicked his tongue and swiftly turned his motorcycle around, heading toward the estate. Arriving at the villa, he noted that the front door had been violently breached, the interior in disarray. The cold moonlight streamed through the windows and doorway, illuminating a man and a dog, both seemingly lifeless on the floor, blood pooling upon the polished surface. Merlin approached, gazing at the man sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his forehead. He had long, dark hair, a seductive beard, and his closed eyes bore an expression of melancholy tinged with a hint of frost. A hitman, John Wick. A ruthless individual who could eliminate 3 men with nothing but a pencil. Oh, the poor little dog, Merlin said softly as he crouched down. Observing the feeble breathing of the beagle, he reached out to cradle the creature in his arms. Thinking they could use a test subject, he prepared to take the beagle with him. Casting a glance at the still unconscious John, he left a message on the man's phone before departing the scene. Beagle in tow. Osborne Industries, a laboratory for interspecies genetic experimentation. Oh my heavens, Merlin, why have you brought a dog in here? Gwen exclaimed, pointing at the beagle nestled in Merlin's arms. I found it on the way. We don't have any test subjects, do we? Let us use this dog, Merlin declared, placing the beagle on the examination table, its life hanging by a thread. Gwen felt a pang of compassion at the thought of using the dog for experiments. All right, it's on the brink of death. If we can save it, assisting with the experiment may not be so bad, she conceded. Merlin urged her on, explaining that without the regenerative serum, the creature would surely perish. Is it truly dying? Gwen finally registered the dire condition of the beagle, initially believing Merlin had simply acquired it from somewhere. Coming to her senses, she activated the equipment and began preparing the regeneration serum according to Professor Connor's research notes. Meanwhile, Merlin, though not a veterinarian, anxiously monitored the beagle's status. Fortunately, Gwen worked swiftly and with the materials left by Connors. She produced a vial of green regenerative serum within half an hour. The beagle's resilience allowed it to endure until the serum was ready. Without hesitation, Merlin took the serum from Gwen and injected it into the beagle. Is the serum still effective? It sounds so close to death, Gwen remarked. Observing the dog's blood-stained mouth, a surge of sympathy washing over her. Who could have treated it so cruelly? Let us wait and see. As long as it doesn't pass away before the stem cells divide and generate new ones, it should be fine, Merlin reassured her. Under their watchful eyes, damaged cells within the beagle began to divide rapidly, producing new cells to repair the injured areas. As the new cells formed, its weak breathing gradually stabilized. Have you ever performed sterilization on an animal? Sterilization? Gwen paused, her expression turning peculiar as she regarded the beagle on the table. Although she had never done it before, she knew that if the bleeding could be halted immediately after the incision, it would suffice. The beagle twitched involuntarily, unsure if it was due to the genetic regeneration or an inexplicable malice in the air. Very well, let us proceed. Sterilizing it will prevent any unruly behavior in the lab, Merlin said, stepping aside. Are we really going to sterilize it? Does its owner know? Gwen inquired, excitement mingling with uncertainty as she approached with the anesthetic and scalpel. We are doing this for the dog's health. There's no issue, Merlin waved dismissively. Gwen accepted this, refraining from further questions, and first administered the anesthetic to the beagle, then began preparing the sterilization tools. Although the dog had received the regenerative serum, there was uncertainty whether it could regrow if its testicles were removed and the wound sealed, even with the effects of anesthesia. After attending to matters concerning the beagle, Merlin and his companion once again immersed themselves in serum research. The following morning, in Brooklyn, John lay on the cold floor, clutching his bloodied head, and drew a sharp breath as he slowly sat up. A sudden recollection seemed to dawn upon him, prompting him to stagger to his feet and scan the living room. Yet he found no trace of his beloved dog. He crouched down, extending a finger to touch a pool of blood, his pet's blood. Memories of the previous night flooded back. His beagle had been savagely beaten to the ground with baseball bats by a group of thugs, who then callously tossed it at his feet. The long-standing comfort of his life had dulled his sense of danger, leaving him vulnerable to such an audacious home invasion. The dispute had arisen over his prized Ford Mustang. John promptly exited the living room and searched his villa, but still found no sign of his dog-esque body. His gaze fell upon the shattered door and the empty garage, his brow furrowing in concern. Suddenly, his phone buzzed twice in his pocket. He retrieved it and, upon glancing at the message, squinted in confusion. It was a software push notification, yet he had never downloaded such an application. What had transpired last night? A throbbing headache accompanied him back to the sofa in the living room. The events of the previous night seemed far from simple. He strained to remember. But aside from the intrusion by the Russian thugs, nothing else lingered in his mind. Ultimately, his attention returned to the unexpected notification on his phone, which might hold some connection to the events following his unconsciousness. He tapped open the message but had yet to peruse the software page when an alert suddenly jolted him. Merlin's mustache. Annihilate the Russian gang. Reward, 1 million. The Russians have wreaked havoc in Brooklyn. Their scion even attempted to run me over yesterday. So I believe their gang ought to be eradicated. By the way, your poor dog has been rescued by me and has undergone neutering. Remember to bring the funds. Good heavens, what a significant favor this is. Below this message was an address, Merlin's modification shop in Hell's Kitchen. Learning that his beloved pet was still alive sent a surge of exhilaration through John since the passing of his wife. The beagle had become his sole connection to her memory. After momentarily calming his emotions, he cleaned the wound on his head, then smashed open the long-sealed underground weapons cache. Armored with a selection of weapons for protection, he set out for Merlin's modification shop. Upon arriving at Hell's Kitchen, he beheld the closed roll-up door of the shop, accompanied by a sign proclaiming its temporary closure. After a moment of silence, he approached a side door and knocked. A series of knocks echoed through the air, prompting John to cautiously retreat a few steps, his hand discreetly brushing against the grip of his pistol, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, amidst the suspense, a familiar barking resonated from within, a sound that filled him with relief. Duke, is that you? What a joy to know you are still alive. The sound of his beloved dog calmed John's frayed nerves, his tension dissipating with the recognition. Ah, how irritating. I had just fallen asleep, a youthful voice lamented, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. The small door swung open to reveal an overly youthful boy, momentarily startling John, yet he remained vigilant. Peering past the boy into the room where his dog was confined in a cage, barking excitedly. Come on in, John said, glancing at the unsuspecting Merlin before stepping inside. His gaze fixed on Duke. Did you not bring a gift? Merlin inquired, lounging on the sofa, disheveled and bleary-eyed as if just roused from slumber. John felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It seemed rather inappropriate to arrive empty-handed after Merlin had rescued his dog. However, the awkwardness was fleeting, as his primary concern lay in understanding the current situation and the intentions of this youthful stranger. Who are you? John asked, probing for clarity. I am Merlin Xiao, the owner of this establishment. I happened to pass by your home last night and took the liberty of rescuing your beloved dog. However, the regenerative serum injected into him has some side effects that warrant a few days of observation. John contemplated this revelation, struggling to recall any prior acquaintance with the young man before him. Yet, the mention of potential side effects stirred a sense of worry within him, compelling him to hasten toward his dog. Duke, upon seeing his master, erupted with exuberance, leaping against the cage with a cacophony of noise, causing the iron bars to tremble as though they might collapse at any moment. John was taken aback. Duke seemed to possess an amplified strength, his fur gleaming with an eerie greenish sheen. His claws and teeth appeared as formidable as a lion's, presenting a striking transformation that suggested some form of genetic alteration. Nevertheless, the affection in Duke's eyes remained unchanged. What has happened to Duke? John turned to inquire, noticing Merlin's lack of malice and allowing himself to relax slightly. You are aware of the recent commotion surrounding the lizard people, I presume? The same regenerative serum was injected into him. Otherwise, you would be looking at his little grave right now. Lizard people, regenerative serum. John pondered. Although he had been living as a recluse, he was still aware of the major happenings in Apple City. Do not forget to gather funds for the resurrection serum. It is quite costly, Merlin added. Chapter 33. The Disappearance of Tony Stark. Despite Duke's apparent transformation, John felt a profound sense of gratitude for his survival. However, he was somewhat astonished that this high school student possessed a regenerative serum. How much does it cost? He inquired, although he had been an assassin for many years, accumulating a considerable amount of assassin coins. His wealth, amounting to thousands or even billions, seemed trivial compared to the exorbitant price of a life-restoring serum. Let us say 300 million, and you owe me a favor, Merlin replied nonchalantly. As for the side effects, he glanced at the fierce beagle in the cage. I believe it would be quite beneficial for it. It would certainly put your mind at ease. John cast a look at his beloved dog, although it appeared somewhat odd. It bore an inexplicable charm. While the regenerative serum was primarily designed for human genetics, extracting the effects of stem cells for use in animals yielded commendable results. Aside from some physical changes, its intellect remained intact. Did you install this software for me? After ensuring his dog's safety, John finally recalled the matter concerning the star. He pulled out his phone. No, I am merely the manager of this game's modification shop. Once you become a player, you can earn rewards by completing tasks, which you can then use to purchase vehicles and weapons from me. Have you seen the in-game store? John nodded in understanding. So, the mission to eradicate the Russian gang was also issued by you? Indeed. Can you handle it? If not, you may collaborate with other players and divide the spoils amongst yourselves. I am rather pressed for time to assist you, Merlin yawned, having spent the previous night engrossed in research, leaving him little time to intervene. No need. John shook his head with a stern expression. Even without Merlin's assigned tasks, he would never spare the Russian gang. Similarly, the leader of the Russian gang had set his sights on John. The driver of the Ford Mustang the previous night was his son, and he held John responsible for his son's demise. He believed that only someone of John's caliber, once the top assassin, could accomplish such a feat. Suit yourself. Your dog will remain here for observation for a while. If you wish to extend your stay, you may, but do not disturb my sleep. With that, Merlin, visibly fatigued, departed from the temporary reception area and returned to his quarters. John watched as Merlin's silhouette faded from view, then turned his gaze back to his dog. Overcome with the feeling of having it back, he couldn't resist lifting it out of the cage. I'm sorry. When Merlin awoke, John had yet to leave, gently petting his beloved dog. Woof, woof, woof. Upon seeing Merlin, the beagle, which had been enjoying the affection, suddenly erupted in fury, barking angrily and attempting to charge at him. However, John swiftly intervened. Beagle, calm down. It's just a neutering procedure. It's for your own good, helping to prevent various troubles and diseases. As Merlin strolled by, he languidly remarked that the clock had struck 6 in the afternoon, and Gwen was likely awaiting his arrival. After refreshing himself, he returned to the makeshift reception hall. John had yet to leave, evidently preoccupied with some matter. I wish to procure some weaponry from you. 2 heavy sniper rifles, various types of specialized ammunition, a ballistic knife, and 2 heavy revolvers. Upon completing his ablutions, Merlin articulated his desire to acquire these unique weapons, intended for exceptional circumstances, as his ordinary arms sufficed for daily use. Very well, follow me, John responded decisively. After bidding farewell to John, who wore an expression of determination, Merlin mounted his motorcycle and sought out Gwen, who awaited him beside Osborne Industries. Good evening. Merlin greeted wearily as he settled across from her, where a meal had already been prepared. Are you all right? Gwen inquired, concern etched on her face upon observing Merlin's current state. I'm fine. I can manage, he replied, feeling a twinge of hunger after a day's rest. Without further ado, he picked up a sandwich and began to eat. Gwen smiled sheepishly, aware that her genetic mutation had significantly enhanced her physique, while her childhood friend remained an ordinary human. Finding the disruption of day and night rather taxing, to alleviate her discomfort, she picked up her phone to divert her attention. Hey Merlin, look at this news. Tony Stark, the CEO of Stark Industries, was attacked in Afghanistan and is currently missing, she exclaimed. There are so many people reveling in this. Merlin took a sip of juice before accepting the phone to glance at the headlines. Tony Stark, in Afghanistan, attacked by terrorists, currently missing, dire circumstances anticipated. Obadiah has issued a statement, vowing to recover Tony Stark. The Department of Defense has released a statement. Parliament has issued a warning regarding Afghanistan. The internet seemed on the verge of explosion, inundated with reports about Stark's encounter with terrorists, as various parties swiftly issued statements, some resolute, others condemnatory. Beneath these articles lay a plethora of gloating comments. The arms dealer has been apprehended. Even God must have grown weary of this. Death merchant, spreading demise, shall ultimately meet death. Suddenly, I find the terrorists' actions justifiable, a relief to the heart. This might lessen the suffering of refugees in war-torn regions in the future. Merlin glanced through the comments, but soon lost interest. He had anticipated such developments. He remained unperturbed, knowing that action would likely unfold in a few days. The primary focus now was to expedite the development of the serum. Stark Industries and the defense personnel were likely in an uproar. Gwen, however, paid little heed. As her connection to Stark Industries was superficial, she was merely a spectator, consuming the unfolding drama. After ordering a couple of coffees to invigorate themselves, they awaited a few hours. As dusk settled, they made their way, familiar with the path, towards Osborne Industries. In the depths of Afghanistan, within an obscure cavern, Stark, once filled with vigor, now appeared pale and despondent, resembling a forlorn wanderer clutching a battery. Beside him stood Dr. Ethan, a frail figure with spectacles. His survival was a testament to Ethan's remarkable medical skills and innovative thinking. Fragments of an explosion were embedded in Stark's cardiac vessels. Had it not been for the battery crafted by Ethan, which temporarily contained the debris, Stark's life force would have been irrevocably extinguished upon the fragments reaching his heart. In Chapter 34, The Serum's Success and Stark's Plea for Help, Stark bitterly mused. Who would have thought that I would be brought to this brink by the very weapons of my own company? As the CEO of Stark Industries, it was indeed ironic that he found himself facing his demise due to his own creations. Now, he clung to the battery and the electromagnet strapped to his chest, barely surviving in the cold, dim cavern while the relentless members of the Ten Rings gang encircled the entrance, offering no glimmer of hope. Mr. Stark, you must rally your spirits. The outside world is undoubtedly in chaos. Everyone is searching for you. You have witnessed the weapons of the Ten Rings. Your life's work is now in the hands of these murderers, yet it will soon become your legacy. Are you truly willing to accept this fate? Ethan urged, adjusting his glasses as he regarded the despondent Stark. His homeland awaited him, yet he recognized his inability to escape. His only hope rested with Tony Stark. Do you not wish to take action? Ethan pressed. Stark remained silent, his gaze cast downwards. When Ethan could no longer contain himself and sought to inspire, Stark's voice emerged, heavy with pessimism. What can I possibly do? Whatever my actions may be, they will kill me, even if they spare my life. I shall not survive more than a week. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly towards the battery he held. The charge within the battery would sustain him for less than a week. Once it depleted, the rudimentary electromagnetic device on his chest would lose its magnetism, allowing the remnants to flow into his heart through his veins. As night descended, the cavern grew increasingly frigid. Ethan managed to gather a pile of firewood from an unknown source, igniting a small bonfire in a clear patch of ground. Stark, wrapped in a thin blanket, sat across from Ethan, their faces flickering in the dancing flames, reflecting a myriad of emotions. This is a crucial week, is it not? Ethan suddenly broke the silence. Stark remained silent, his pupils mirroring the flickering flames, as if a thought had ignited within him, his eyes growing brighter. Perhaps you are right, he conceded. Resolute, he sought out members of the Ten Rings, expressing his willingness to construct Jericho missiles, contingent upon the provision of calculation panels and missile components. Upon hearing that Stark, the resolute individual, had finally acquiesced, the leader of the Ten Commandments gang was, of course, filled with exhilaration, welcoming him as if he were a long-lost kin and readily accommodating all his requests. Only the computer panel elicited a moment of hesitation. However, once Stark clarified that it was solely for the purpose of calculating the fragmentation of cluster missiles, the leader consented. In this desolate locale, he hardly believed there would be any signals. In the ensuing days, the city of Apple remained abuzz with news concerning Stark, yet as time wore on, many began to surmise that Stark had perished. Meanwhile, in Brooklyn, the Russian gang, which had dominated the neighborhood, was annihilated single-handedly by John, leaving no survivors. The number one assassin, who had been absent for quite some time, resurfaced, causing ripples in the world of hired killers. Merlin, on the other hand, was nightly accompanying Gwen to the Osborne industrial facility to research the lizard serum, while during the day, he busied himself at the aircraft manufacturing plant, refining the first intelligent assembly line. Drawing from his experiences in Hell's Kitchen, the production line for the stealth Annihilator-armed helicopters was erected in just 3 days. With materials and components now in place, the first unit had commenced production. Many parts of the Annihilator helicopter already existed in reality, thus requiring minimal additional fabrication. The primary focus being the outer stealth coating technology. Simultaneously, George was occupied with tracking the whereabouts of the lizard people, despite receiving notifications from his mentor. He found himself pressed for time. The atmosphere in Apple was rife with commotion, yet it lay shrouded in an eerie tranquility, resembling a powder keg poised to explode. All eyes were fixated on the news of Stark's disappearance. On Saturday evening, at Osborne Industrial, Merlin and Gwen stood before the experimental projection platform, their expressions tense as they gazed at the virtual projection of the yellow genetic data. According to the experimental sequence, this strand of genetic data represented the lizard's regeneration gene. At that moment, the stem cells influenced by the gene were continuously dividing and expanding, forming new cells. Let us begin, Merlin stated, observing the rapidly dividing genetic cell clusters with a nod. Upon hearing this, Gwen promptly introduced the blue genetic data before her into the lizard's regeneration gene sequence. In an instant, the blue genetic data spread like ink on white paper, swiftly permeating the regeneration gene. Subsequently, under their watchful gaze, the regeneration gene sequence began to tremble violently, infected by the blue genetic data. With a sharp electronic sound, the regeneration gene sequence collapsed like a precarious bridge. Witnessing this, the initially tense demeanor of the two transformed into one of exhilaration. Ah, marvelous. We have succeeded. Merlin, Did you see that? We did it. We succeeded, Gwen exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. After nearly a week of sleepless nights and relentless effort, they had finally triumphed. Hold on. We need to continue testing. Do not rush. Although Merlin was also thrilled, he had anticipated this moment and thus did not exhibit the same enthusiasm as Gwen. Yes, let's expedite the testing. Our success hinges on tonight. Gwen, regaining her composure, hurried back to the projection experiment station. In truth, once successful, the subsequent experiments could proceed continuously based on the decay rate algorithm. As midnight approached, Gwen cautiously extracted the prepared green serum from the constant temperature device. Just as Merlin was about to speak, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon viewing the message, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Truly, a double blessing had arrived. In Afghanistan, within a cave in the Gobi Desert, Stark held a palm-sized computer, having discarded the battery in favor of an energy source emitting a soft white glow. Although he was covered in grime, his mental state was markedly improved compared to a few days prior. What are you planning to do? Ethan inquired curiously. Merely possessing an armored shell is insufficient. I need to devise a method to call for support, Stark replied, glancing at the armor components crafted from missile shells, shaking his head. Call for support? There's no signal here, Ethan remarked, puzzled. It's worth a try. At worst, I can charge out in this armor, Stark said, placing the palm-sized computer panel atop a missile, feigning adjustments. Chapter 35, Stark's Rescue Mission. The 6 players accepting the task 003 was the invitation code Merlin had provided at the previous banquet. By entering it along with his identity information, he would gain access to the platform. However, after receiving the invitation code, he exercised caution and refrained from entering it immediately, as he did not wish to be located. Therefore, he sought to gather more information and confirm its validity before committing to join. Indeed, he had followed leads to Hell's Kitchen. Yet, before he could ascertain the details, he found himself in this dim cave. Now, he had no choice but to hope that the gaming platform Merlin mentioned could accurately pinpoint his location. Surrounded by surveillance, the endeavor of constructing his armor would inevitably be discovered sooner or later. As he inputted the invitation code and identity information, the compact computer screen transitioned to a loading page. Soon, a star icon flickered, followed by the emergence of a new page. The Star Marketplace appeared first. While he was eager to explore the array of peculiar items within, he was acutely aware of his pressing needs. Recalling Merlin's mention of task postings on the platform, he swiftly scrolled the screen in search of that option. Before long, the option to publish a task emerged. Seeing this, he felt a surge of anxiety, glanced at Ethan, who was still feigning ignorance to deceive the 10 Commandments members, and his expression hardened with resolve as he tapped the screen. A new page swiftly materialized before him. Welcome, Mr. Tony Stark. Please articulate the task you wish to publish. Stark swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat as he beheld a glimmer of hope. I have been kidnapped by the 10 Commandments gang in the Middle East. Who will come to my rescue? After inscribing his task, he uploaded it. The loading page whirled for a moment before displaying a line of text. Task generated successfully. Please select the task reward. Task reward? Stark was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the 0 balance displayed on the platform. Stark, are you ready yet? At that moment, Ethan, who was acting nearby, urged him quietly. Stark had been crouched there for too long. If he lingered much longer, those in the monitoring room of the 10 Commandments gang would surely notice something amiss. Responding to Ethan's prompt, Stark hesitated no longer. He would have to sell his knowledge for now. However, when he attempted to input the data on the Jericho missile technology, it was rejected, and the platform indicated that the relevant technology was already available. He then tried to enter information on other Stark Industries weapon technologies, but they were similarly dismissed, with the platform asserting that it possessed equivalent or more advanced technologies. Ultimately, he turned his gaze to the energy source in his chest and the concept of armor swirling in his mind. He hesitated briefly, but recalling his current predicament, he resolved that dying and being dragged to hell was not his style. With that thought, he began drafting the technical data, sending the cold fusion reactor technology into the platform. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the heavy iron door, and the leader burst in, flanked by armed men. Stark's heart skipped a beat, yet he feigned calmness and continued inputting the technical data. Although it was merely palladium, transcribing it still required a certain amount of time. To his surprise, the platform possessed controllable nuclear fusion technology, albeit in a still bulky form, unlike the palm-sized, safe, and stable cold fusion in his chest. What are you doing? The leader's expression softened slightly. After all, this individual was his golden goose. Ethan stepped forward to translate. I am programming for the missiles. The cluster missiles require program instructions in the air, Stark replied nonchalantly, as the Jericho missiles were of his own invention, allowing him the freedom to speak as he wished. Ethan translated this to the leader of the Ten Commandments gang. Very good. Indeed a professional, the leader remarked, observing Stark's earnest demeanor as he diligently coded something related to the missiles, despite having no understanding of the technicalities himself. The leader, smiling broadly, exchanged a few words in Arabic with Ethan, offering praises and encouragement before departing the cave. Bang! The iron door slowly closed. The Ten Commandments gang had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Stark exhaled a sigh of relief. What are you doing? Ethan seemed to sense that something was amiss and promptly inquired, issue a mission to rescue us. Tony replied nonchalantly, what? You can reach out to the outside world? At these words, Ethan immediately became animated. Stark did not respond, but instead focused intently on compiling the information. Upload successful. Assessing value. Estimated value. 130 trillion. Congratulations. You have become a 5-star technician. Stark glanced at the figure briefly before promptly entering the amount into the generated mission. Mission generated. Rescue 5-star technician, Tony Stark. Reward, 300 million. Mission dispatched, awaiting player acceptance. Merlin's beard has accepted your mission. The Punisher has accepted your mission. Don't Mess With My Dog has accepted your mission. Black Widow has accepted your mission. Hawkeye has accepted your mission. Erica has accepted your mission. Personnel limit reached. The mission had scarcely been issued when it was claimed by 6 individuals. Stark stared blankly at the names of those who had accepted the mission. Aside from the Punisher, whom he recognized, what were the others? Could they not use real names? A brief introduction of their respective professions would certainly assuage his concerns as an employer. Yet, he pondered, could Merlin's beard possibly refer to that child of Merlin? Mr. Stark, Ethan said, noticing his daze and offering a gentle reminder. I'm here. He understood the need to act swiftly, so he pretended to exit the interface before switching to the data page. This was his only means of contacting the outside world. Nevertheless, he resolved to prepare for all contingencies. Returning to his workstation, he resumed hammering away at the iron. In Hell's Kitchen, Natasha, while engaged in a car theft, did not hesitate to accept the mission related to Tony Stark. Recently, various intelligence organizations had been in turmoil over Stark's affairs, with everyone searching for him, including S.H.I.E.L.D. Little did she expect to encounter it within a game. Meanwhile, Hawkeye and Erica accepted the mission due to the monetary incentive, while the Punisher and John were summoned by Merlin. As for Daredevil Matt, he sat in his law office, having just listened to the task audio on his phone, only to hear that the personnel limit had been reached moments later. He sat in silence, pondering how this group could be so quick. Were they picking on him because he was blind? Chapter 36. The Gathering My Money, My Erica, Matt lamented, staring up at the ceiling with a look of desolation. Although he had also joined the ranks as a player, his adherence to the superhero code meant he rarely took lives, rendering his earnings negligible in comparison to those of Hawkeye and the Punisher. He found himself in a peculiar situation. While he could claim to be short on funds, he was not entirely destitute. In fact, he had become quite affluent. The lack of funds stems from his inability to afford certain vehicles in the Star Mall, as he is currently saving money to purchase a vigilante outfit. Conversely, he has recently amassed several million through a gaming platform, a stark contrast to his previous impoverished state, where he even found himself financially strained while taking on legal cases for the underprivileged. However, at this moment, money is of secondary concern. He is more preoccupied with news about his ex-girlfriend, Erica. Regrettably, these young individuals lack chivalry, taking advantage of him as a blind man. Determined, he resolved to investigate further. Reflecting on the players, he thought of Merlin, and perhaps it was that fellow. He decided to visit the store that evening to inquire. To his surprise, Hawkeye was also present. After all 6 individuals accepted the mission, an address promptly appeared on everyone's phones, though it was not the location of Tony Stark. Please proceed to Merlin's Modification Shop. Merlin's Modification Shop. A truck, emerging from the police impound lot, was piloted by Natasha, disguised as a driver, who glanced at the address on her phone with a flicker of intrigue. She had just stolen the slanted magic gem, and it was conveniently on her route. Although Erica was aware of this shop through Jean, she had never visited it in person. The last time she trailed Frank, he had vanished into the night sky, and she lost track of him. As for Hawkeye, Frank, and John, the 3 were regular patrons of the shop. That evening at Merlin's Modification Shop, a low rumble shattered the tranquil night. A silver phantom sped down the street, a motorcycle embodying futuristic technology. Its most striking features were the shimmering silver streamlined lights and its 2 large, robust wheels, which, under the silver glow, resembled a racing phantom leopard. To complement the bike's futuristic appearance, the rider donned a white luminous prototype suit, resembling a target, making him quite conspicuous in the darkness. As the motorcycle came to a gradual stop in front of Merlin's shop, the silver light strips on both the vehicle and the rider extinguished. While undeniably stylish, riding it was rather uncomfortable. Upon removing his helmet, Hawkeye, with a circular target on his forehead, stepped off the bike and remarked. He had fallen in love with this Saint Taro the moment it was released, even purchasing the matching Deathstream outfit. However, after a few days of riding, he found it less comfortable than his trusty bike, feeling it was too low to the ground. Just then, the thunderous roar of a heavy motorcycle echoed once more. And as two red lights approached, a long-handled motorcycle adorned with a skull-shaped front came to a halt in front of the shop. The motorcycle exuded a rugged aura, its body seemingly composed of skeletal frames, with its skull head's eyes glowing crimson like a hellish demon, radiating a wild, wasteland vibe. Standing in stark contrast to Hawkeye's sleek Saint Taro, a special Christmas edition, The Journey of the Saint, the vehicle slowed to a stop, and a burly man clad in a white skull shirt stepped down from the motorcycle. Sensing the demeanor of the newcomer, Bullseye's eyes flickered with caution as his hand instinctively rested at his waist, though his expression took on a hint of madness. The Punisher, Frank, also noticed the striking presence of Bullseye, as the latter's ostentatious vehicle and flamboyant attire made him impossible to overlook, resembling a spirited young man. Frank felt a twinge of eagerness. Just as tensions escalated between the two, a truck gradually came to a halt in front of the shop. A driver clad in an orange work uniform emerged and proceeded to remove his clothing. From within, a sultry woman donned in a form-fitting black combat suit appeared at the entrance. Natasha tossed her hair with a playful smile, observing the charged atmosphere. "You two carry on. I'm merely here to deliver a vehicle." She opened the rear compartment, unveiling a slanted hooded muscle car. Frank recognized it as his car previously seized by the police. "Is there a recovery service?" Suddenly, a sound akin to a beast's roar filled the air, interspersed with an engine noise reminiscent of a cat's cry. Following this, a black and red muscle car rolled up and halted before the shop. The adventurer, known as Iron Fist Hellfire, was modeled after the Dodge Hellcat. The trio squinted as a man in a suit with long, melancholic hair exited the vehicle, accompanied by a deep growl. A green-furred dog, exuding a wild aura akin to a lion, leaped from the car, barking fiercely at the three and revealing its sharp, menacing fangs. "Duke, quiet down," John said, stroking his beloved dog's fur to soothe him. Compared to days prior, Duke had grown significantly, resembling a small lion, yet still emanating a cold-blooded presence. The four individuals and one dog exchanged glances in silence, the cool night air feeling unusually oppressive. Bullseye discreetly withdrew his hand from his waist, not wishing to be the target of their collective focus. None among them appeared to be simple. Just then, the rolling shutter of the modification shop slowly opened, shattering the silence. Merlin stepped forth. "Black Widow, do not provoke my dog." The Punisher, Bullseye, one is still missing, he contemplated aloud. "I'm here." A chilling voice suddenly echoed near Merlin, startling him. Clad in a mask and a tight red suit, Erica emerged from the shadows like a specter, wielding a trident. "Well, since everyone is present, follow me," Merlin beckoned, turning to enter the shop. The five outside exchanged glances, with Natasha leading the way into the shop in the slanted hooded muscle car, followed closely by the others. To her surprise, the prodigy from Midtown High had made an appearance here. After parking the vehicle at the workstation, Natasha, intrigued, turned to Merlin, disregarding the notification on her phone that her task had been completed. "This establishment was bequeathed to me by my father, and I have no desire to see it falter." Merlin retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and tossed it to her, followed by another for Erica, Target, and Frank. The atmosphere lightened considerably, with everyone holding a bottle of cola as if they were attending a gathering. "Woof woof. I almost forgot about you." Merlin casually grabbed a beef bone from beside the refrigerator and tossed it out. Chapter 37. The Invisible Eradicator, Journey to Afghanistan. "I have saved your life and provided you with sustenance. Surely, that alleviates your troubles, and there is no need for such resentment." Merlin observed Bick, who was gnawing on the beef bone, and affectionately patted his head. "Woof." Just as Bick was happily enjoying the bone, he suddenly attempted to snap at Merlin's hand. However, Merlin anticipated this move and deftly evaded it, giving Bick a light tap on the head. Bick lunged again, but missed once more. "Woof woof, woof." Merlin playfully teased him for a while, but Bick, now visibly irked, let out an exasperated bark and returned to gnawing on his bone, ignoring him. "I suppose I should release my grip." John found it amusing to see his beloved dog in such a huff and reached out to comfort him with a gentle stroke. If anyone else had dared to tease Bick, the leash in his hand would not have remained so steady. A little playful banter would surely strengthen their bond. John mused that Bick would likely never forgive Merlin for having him neutered. Natasha and Erica noted that among those present, Merlin appeared to share a familiar rapport with the other three, while it was the first encounter for the two of them. "When shall we commence our mission? Where is Tony Stark at present?" Once everyone was seated, Natasha took the initiative to delve into the matter at hand. Upon hearing her query, all eyes turned to Merlin. According to the mission directive, they had gathered here, and it was clear that the focal point was Merlin. One at a time, I can address all your inquiries, Merlin assured, gesturing for calm and gathering his thoughts. The mission site is a concealed cave in Afghanistan, where our target, Tony Stark, is also located. In this endeavor, I will serve as logistical support, responsible for transportation, as well as providing weaponry and strategy. As for the commencement of the mission, we will depart as soon as you confirm your readiness. Regarding the division of the spoils, there are 6 of us and 1 dog present. John and his dog will share 1/6. John widened his eyes slightly. Although he had no qualms about the division, something about it felt off. The remaining 5 of us will each take 1/6, amounting to 50 million each. Merlin concluded, awaiting their responses. The group had little objection to Merlin's proposed division, for without his logistical support, their mission would prove exceedingly challenging. Natasha herself was not particularly concerned about the division, as long as she could meet Stark. Among those present, few were aware of Natasha's true identity, while the others possessed some knowledge. The Punisher and John needed no introduction. They were notorious for their solitary prowess in annihilating entire groups. Erica and Bullseye were also renowned assassins within the underworld. Despite Bullseye harboring a growing disdain for Erica due to Kingpin's increasing favoritism towards her, he found little concern in it since joining the gaming platform, undertaking various missions that yielded far greater rewards. Engaging in gameplay and assassination proved far more exhilarating than the tasks assigned to him by Kingpin. Though not intimately acquainted, they could sense each other's capabilities, and ultimately, there were no objections among them. Once everyone had chosen their weapons, Merlin led them to a vacant area behind the modification shop. Wow, you even have armed helicopters in your shop, Natasha exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, a Black Hawk Special Operations helicopter, Frank echoed, incredulous as he read the model before him. The others marveled at the imposing black beast shrouded in darkness. Its elongated fuselage resembled that of an osprey, equipped on either side with missile launch systems, exuding agility and grace. The exterior bore a coat of stealthy black, reflecting almost no glaring light. This stealthy annihilator, based on the Black Hawk, boasted cutting-edge stealth technology and an atomic engine, capable of evading satellite and radar detection. Stealth technology? Natasha arched an eyebrow, then reached out to touch the frigid surface of the fuselage, akin to caressing ice. It can accommodate 6 individuals. Let us board. With that, Merlin opened the hatch and took his place in the pilot's seat. Without uttering a word, Erica stepped inside the helicopter, followed by the others, each clutching their weapons. Natasha, Frank, and John sat in a row, while Bullseye settled next to Erica, separated by the formidable Bick. Good dog. Bullseye attempted to reach out and pat Bick's head, but the dog nearly snapped at his hand with a swift turn. You'd best not provoke it, John cautioned coolly from across. Bullseye's head twisted slightly, a flicker of malice in his eyes as his mouth began to twitch. However, in the next moment, the gazes of the Punisher, Natasha, and John converged upon him. Bullseye, we are allies now. Once we reach our destination, you may kill as you please. This mission will undoubtedly enhance your reputation in the assassin world. However, should you find yourself ejected from the helicopter, you shall lose everything, Merlin, the pilot, reminded him. Bullseye was immensely skilled, capable of transforming nearly any object into a lethal weapon. Even a paper airplane in his hands could penetrate glass. Apart from the Punisher, the others would likely falter against him individually. Yet, together, Bullseye would surely meet his demise, discarded from the helicopter. The target felt the gazes of several individuals upon him, his lips twitching momentarily before reluctantly returning the paperclip to his gums, a look of dissatisfaction etched on his face. We are ready for takeoff. With the rear growing silent, Merlin activated the engine of the destroyer. The propellers began to hum, gradually gaining speed until they formed a blurred circle. The aircraft ascended slowly into the air. As the stealth system engaged, ripples undulated across the surface of the fuselage, allowing the massive armed helicopter to seamlessly meld into the inky darkness of the night, its only sound being the soft thrum of the spinning blades. However, as it soared higher, the noise dwindled to a whisper, fading into silence. Damn it, Matt, who had just arrived at Merlin's modification shop, slapped the door in frustration upon hearing the roar of the helicopter. He was once again a step too late. The stealth destroyer, carrying 6 individuals and a dog, glided over the Eagle Nation, swiftly reaching the border. It deftly navigated through layers of detection, successfully crossing into Afghan territory. In the early hours of dawn, amidst the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, the destroyer silently materialized in the night, hovering midair. All right, team, we have arrived. Remember to put on your headsets. Natasha and the others strapped on their parachutes and opened the hatch. Not far away, amidst the barren desert hills, flickering lights appeared. Chapter 38, The Prelude, a warplane. The operation commences unbeknownst to them. The propellers of the armed helicopter had ceased their spinning, and the base emitted a stream of ethereal blue energy. Supported by the auxiliary atomic engine, the destroyer resembled a hawk stealthily prowling in the darkness, twinkling with scattered lights as it quietly lurked in the night sky. Natasha and her companions appeared well acquainted with the routine. Donning night vision goggles, they leapt into the void, swallowed by the pitch-black night as the cold wind howled around them. Erica followed suit, and the last to jump, John, lagged slightly behind due to the need to bring his beloved dog along. After everyone had descended, Merlin at the controls opened his laptop. "Can you all hear me?" he inquired through the headset. "Received. Received." The steady voices of Natasha and the others rang out in response, harmonized with the sharp whistling of the wind. "Excellent. The first order of business is to affix the electromagnetic signal device to their computer. Let Erica lead the infiltration. Once I have control over all surveillance, you may engage. Of course, if anyone seeks a thrill, I won't mind. As for any personal grievances among you, those can be addressed after the mission." "A bit of entertainment never hurts," Merlin reminded them. Among the group, the most unpredictable was undoubtedly the target, a rather neurotic individual. In their usual conversations, Merlin found common ground with him, both enjoying a bit of fun, though the target relished in taking lives while Merlin preferred seeking out excitement. However, according to the neurotic nature of the target's mind, when encountering unfamiliar individuals, he impulsively retaliated with a few quips and, without thinking, tossed something over. "How about we compare the number of people we've taken down?" The target's voice suddenly resonated in the earpiece. Natasha offered a faint critique of the Clich D game. "I find it appealing, but it requires a bit of incentive," Merlin remarked with newfound interest. Before anyone could respond, he continued, "I can keep a real-time tally of your kills, and the ultimate champion can receive." Merlin paused, and as the prospect of a reward piqued everyone's curiosity, no one interrupted him. "A Buckingham Blaze." The Buckingham Blaze is a fighter jet modeled after the 28 fighter aircraft, equipped with onboard machine guns and rapid-fire guided missiles, with the option to install countermeasures and interference flares. Its most distinctive feature is its speed. Under the mastery of skilled pilots, even the most formidable foes would seem diminished. The earpiece fell silent, as they seemed taken aback by Merlin's audacity to offer a jet as a prize. "Oh, folks, I'm already intrigued." Natasha's voice echoed in the earpiece, articulating the collective sentiment. A fighter jet as a reward undeniably made this mission more engaging. Who could resist such a magnificent toy? Yet, some questioned where Merlin would acquire a jet. However, given that he could procure a stealth-equipped armed helicopter, the Blaze was hardly a stretch. Additionally, a further incentive was added. Saving Tony Stark would count as 10 kills. Within the base, the 10 Commandments gang numbered nearly 100, and capturing a single Stark could yield more than a tenth of the total. In a scenario where everyone's abilities were relatively equal, this would effectively create a significant disparity. "Who wishes to participate? Signal with a 1. 1. 1. The chorus of voices rang out in the earpiece. "Good luck, everyone." Merlin wished them as Natasha and her companions approached the ground, ready to deploy their parachutes. After severing their parachutes, they swiftly ascended a nearby hill overlooking the 10 Commandments gang's encampment, surveying the patrolling guards and lights, eager to commence their endeavor. Erica had mysteriously vanished from sight. Natasha and the others remained patient, quietly awaiting their moment. The leader of the 10 Commandments gang, Nadal, sat in the surveillance room, munching on rations while observing the footage. Tony Stark had merely dozed for a brief moment. Now, he swung his hammer vigorously while Ethan assisted beside him. The newly shifted deputy couldn't help but commend their industriousness. However, Nadal, gazing at the various components being forged on the screen, began to sense something amiss. These seemed to be armor components. He stood up, leaning closer to the monitor, uncertain as he contemplated. Soon, a conspicuous helmet caught his eye as Tony Stark assembled various components, revealing a rudimentary silver armor within the cave. Nadal was quick to realize he had been duped. "Damn it," he cursed, springing up and inadvertently kicking his recently awoken aide. "Follow me. We've been played." The aide, still dazed from the abrupt awakening, instinctively followed his leader out. Shortly after their departure, a woman clad in red, Erica, stealthily entered the surveillance room. Fortune favored her. She approached the computer station and swiftly placed a magnetic circular electromagnetic device atop it. A wave of detection pulsed through the amplified signal. A crackling current echoed in her earpiece, followed by Merlin's voice. "Action. Tony Stark is in a perilous situation. Expedite your pace." Merlin observed the surveillance feed. Noting the leader of the 10 Commandments gang advancing towards Stark's location, his tone grave. "It's finally time to commence." The marksman grinned widely, dashing forward from the hilltop. Click, click. John and the Punisher checked their rifles. Woof, woof, woof. Bick emitted a low growl, his green fur bristling with vigor. "Go, Duke," John commanded. and Bix surged forth like a wild beast. The Punisher and the others quickly followed suit. What was that? A patrolling guard, alerted by a noise, instinctively turned his head. Whoosh. In the next instant, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air as a flurry of bat-shaped shurikens sliced into his throat. Bang, bang, bang. The two accompanying guards collapsed silently to the ground. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and the camp erupted like a detonated powder keg. Enemy attack. The alarmed guard's warning was abruptly silenced as chaos engulfed the camp. The Punisher and his team infiltrated the site like phantoms. Target 1, 3 o'clock. Target 2, 6 o'clock. Munitions crate. Chapter 39. Mission accomplished. Sudden turn of events. Without a glance, John fired a burst at the 3 o'clock position. Rat-a-tat-tat. A terrorist, emerging from the cave's corner, received the bullets squarely in the chest, erupting in a mist of blood as he fell. As he passed, John dispatched a finishing shot to the man's head. Upon entering the cave's narrow confines, he stowed his rifle and drew his sidearm, leaning slightly forward, gun angled, cautiously advancing. Target 1, 1 o'clock. In the dimly lit cave, only the surrounding faint lights illuminated the space, which was filled with the sounds of rifle fire. The moment a voice crackled through the headset. A shadow appeared at the 1 o'clock position ahead. Bang, bang. With the two sides in close proximity, as the adversary hesitated to raise his weapon, John did not waver for an instant before pulling the trigger. Bang, bang. In the span of a second, a cloud of blood erupted from the opponent's chest and head. 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the head. Such was the technique of the Mozambique drill, effective for close-range engagements. The initial 2 shots were aimed to disrupt the opponent's rhythm while stabilizing John's own. The final shot to the head would significantly increase the likelihood of a fatal blow. The headset continued to emit signals from others. Corner 1. Came the command, just as a gun barrel emerged from around the corner ahead. John seized the mop, lifted it, and swiftly drew his handgun to deliver a fatal shot to the enemy's head. When a single shot was assured to kill, there was no need to aim for the chest. Yet, at that moment, an enemy suddenly materialized, raising a rifle to take aim at him. Corner 3. Bang. The gunfire resounded, and the enemy's head exploded in an instant. The lifeless body stood rigid for a moment before collapsing to the ground, revealing Frank in the background, coldly wielding a shotgun. Frank nodded at John, and then continued toward the direction of Tony Stark. Duke, the Freedom Dog, bloodied and battered, approached John, healing visibly from his gunshot wounds. Having injected a regenerative serum, Duke was unlikely to die here, so John allowed him to wreak havoc within the cave. John affectionately patted his head before raising his handgun and pressing forward. The cave was a labyrinth, and all the guards were thrown into disarray. The sharpshooters were like cold-blooded instruments of slaughter, either indifferent or frenzied, reaping lives indiscriminately. Among them, Natasha's performance was notably subdued. Elika, John, and the sharpshooters were all assassins, while Frank was the pinnacle of individual combat prowess. Although Natasha was an operative, her broad expertise primarily lay in infiltration and intelligence gathering, rendering her less adept than her more assassination-focused counterparts. Consequently, she had claimed the fewest kills in the group. However, she evidently had a target in mind. After dispatching a few enemies with ease upon entering the cave, she made a beeline for Tony Stark's location. What is happening? Nadal, furiously kicking the iron door, halted and turned as the cacophony of gunfire outside gradually faded, a sense of foreboding washing over him. I'll take a team to investigate. His deputy gestured, promptly leading 2 others away from the scene. Watching his subordinate's retreating figure, Nadal felt an inexplicable premonition that they might not return. Damn it. Blow the door open for me. He hurriedly dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind, then pointed angrily at the closed iron gate. Originally intended to prevent Stark and his companion from escaping, it had now become their final bastion. After speaking, he swiftly retreated, while the other 2 subordinates placed sticky explosives above the iron door before hastily retreating to a nearby corner for cover. Boom. A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke that rose, causing the entire cave to tremble as countless fragments of rock cascaded down. It seems my rescue has arrived, Stark thought with joy, standing within the confines of his armored suit as he spoke to Ethan, who was transmitting data beside him. Is it reliable? I mean, the person you found on a gaming platform. Ethan expressed his lingering concern. Stark fell silent for a moment, feeling a twinge of uncertainty within. Although one of the players accepting the mission was a Punisher he was somewhat familiar with, it was possible that the opponent's fans might intervene as well. However, based on the technical prowess displayed, this hidden platform seemed to possess considerable strength. Just as he pondered this, an explosion suddenly resonated from the entrance. Boom. Dust and debris filled the air as the iron door was violently blown open. I'll hold them off, Ethan declared resolutely, glancing at the data still transmitting before charging out with his weapon in hand. Ethan, Stark shouted desperately, watching his companion's fearless silhouette, wishing to dissuade him. Yet, it seemed Ethan did not hear, plunging into the smoke without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. I'm here. Pursue. Rat-a-tat-tat. The relentless sound of gunfire echoed from outside and within his armor. Stark could only pray for the data transfer to expedite. But in the next moment, the leader of the Ten Rings gang unexpectedly entered. I must say, your friend is quite admirable, but unfortunately, the price paid is life itself, Nadal remarked, brandishing his pistol with a glint of excitement in his eyes as he regarded Stark within the armor. Stark, a genius indeed, had chosen not to join the pursuit, but remained behind to observe the new weapon Stark was developing in the cave. Perhaps we could sit down and converse. You did express a desire for Jericho missiles, and I can continue manufacturing them for you, Stark offered with a smile, attempting to buy some time. However, Nadal, eyeing the data cables nearby, was evidently unimpressed by such tactics. With a smirk, he raised his pistol, aiming it at Stark. Your equipment is quite impressive, Nadal remarked. And Stark felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he gazed at the dark muzzle pointed at him. Hurry! Hurry! Suddenly, Nadal's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at his chest, a short spear had pierced through him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Thud! Erica tossed the lifeless body aside, and then turned to Stark. Mission accomplished, she stated, tapping her earpiece. Stark gazed in astonishment at the woman clad in a striking red outfit, wielding dual tridents. Are you the player assigned to the task? He inquired uncertainly. Erica nodded with a cold expression, about to respond when the other party abruptly raised his heavily armored arm. With a resounding crack, a missile shot forth, hurtling towards her. Erica's expression shifted momentarily, instinctively turning her head to evade the incoming threat. Boom. Chapter 40. Conflict, Erica's demise. The missile detonated in midair behind Erica, the searing shockwave propelling her away. A piercing whistle filled the air simultaneously. Bang! A flurry of bat-shaped darts embedded themselves into the surrounding stone walls amidst the chaos. Erica gritted her teeth against the searing pain emanating from behind, her gaze fixed on the exit. The target, with a cold demeanor, regarded her intently, a playing card materializing in his fingers as if by magic. Had it not been for Tony's missile, Erica might have fallen victim to the darts. Hey, don't move. Bald guy, Tony, donning a helmet, had descended from the platform, raising his arm to point at the target, the internal missiles primed and ready. The target, however, paid him no heed, continuing to warn Erica, he is mine. I was here first. Erica wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, rising to shake her dual prongs defiantly, her resolve unyielding. While she was not overly concerned about the mission, relinquishing her hard-won prize was not in her nature. At that moment, Merlin's voice crackled through her earpiece. Target, heed the game rules. The target twisted his neck and let out a sinister laugh, declaring that killing was all that mattered. What are you talking about? Do you know each other? Stark, observing their exchange, was momentarily bewildered. However, both Erica and the target dismissed him, offering no reply. Swish. Erica was the first to strike, launching a short prong like a swift arrow towards the target. She surged forward, transforming into a red blur. Understanding the target's abilities, she knew close combat was her best strategy. As the short prong approached, the target, with his remarkable dynamic vision, merely tilted his head and effortlessly caught it. Here you go, he mocked, returning the prong with even greater speed and precision. Erica executed an aerial flip, attempting to catch her returning weapon. However, just as she was about to grasp the prong midair, a dart came flying from behind, striking the prong with devastating accuracy. Snap! With a shower of sparks, the prong veered off course, embedding itself in Erica's palm. Good grief, Uchiha throwing, Merlin exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the scene through the surveillance feed. With her hand pierced, Erica was thrown off balance by the impact, landing awkwardly on the ground. She swiftly rose and maneuvered behind a rock, gazing at her perforated palm. With great fortitude, she stifled the pain and yanked out the short spear in one breath. Blood splattered as she quickly tore a strip from her crimson attire to bind her hand, her eyes radiating a fierce determination. It appeared genuinely agonizing. How ruthless. Stark, witnessing this seductive red-haired assassin's brutality, could not help but gasp in astonishment. At that moment, he grasped that both individuals were likely players dispatched for a rescue mission. Yet it seemed their discord stemmed from an inequitable division of spoils, a consequence of his own actions. With this realization, he settled nearby, calmly observing the unfolding drama. From the skirmish, it was evident that the red-clad assassin was significantly weaker. The short spear twirled in Elika's hand before being firmly gripped, her back pressed tightly against the rock as she anxiously awaited the next move. The marksman, eyeing the concealed Elika, flicked his wrist, summoning 3 darts into his palm, then cautiously approached. Having nearly exhausted his ammunition during the prior bloodshed, These were the last 3 darts remaining, accompanied by 1 magical card. As the marksman drew closer to Elika, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the exit. Cease your actions. Whatever grievances you harbor, discuss them outside, Natasha declared. Aiming her pistol at the marksman, he turned at the sound, ready to respond, when a sudden gust of wind caught his attention. It was Elika seizing the opportunity to strike. Whoosh! The sharp spear sliced through the air, grazing his throat and eliciting droplets of blood, yet it halted midway. The marksman, undeterred by the wound, firmly grasped her arm. In that instant, his dart sliced across Elika's wrist, causing her to drop the spear from her agonized grip. In a blink, the fallen spear was caught by the marksman, who promptly thrust it into Elika's chest. Truth be told, I've long harbored disdain for you, he murmured. Leaning closer as their gazes locked, the light in Elika's eyes beginning to fade. She felt her life force ebbing away, her expression one of bitter defiance. Suddenly, a thunderous gunshot reverberated through the cave, and the previously arrogant marksman stared in disbelief before collapsing to the ground, a look of resignation etched on his face. Frank, cigarette clamped between his teeth, stood beside Natasha, his shotgun still smoking. For such a nefarious individual, even a temporary ally warranted no hesitation. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he addressed Natasha. Amidst the din of barking, John and Duke arrived at the scene, accompanied by another individual. Unbeknownst to them, the once cacophonous gunfire outside had ceased, leaving an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint scent of blood lingering in the cave. As Stark regained his focus, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the person accompanying John. Ethan, with his somewhat thinning hair, cautiously sought refuge beside John, fearful that the large green-haired dog might devour him. Although the creature had just rescued him, it had also nearly bitten him. Had its owner not intervened in time, he would have surely met his end. Do not fret. He poses no threat to humans, John explained with a hint of exasperation. After his transformation, he had made it abundantly clear to his beloved canine that humans were off limits as a meal. Woof. Duke joyfully wagged his tail at Ethan. Ethan, observing Duke's lion-like appearance and his icy gaze, could easily believe that the dog could swallow a person whole. Are you all players accepting missions? Stark inquired cautiously, eyeing the newcomers and the menacing green-haired dog. Indeed, we are here to rescue you. Is this person your companion? Frank, holstering his weapon to convey his benign intentions, gestured towards Ethan. Yes, thank you, Stark replied, his guard lowering somewhat once Natasha produced her credentials. His apprehension mainly stemmed from the previous incidents involving Target and Erica, which made him doubt the reliability of these players. I recall there were 6 individuals assigned to this mission. One must still be unaccounted for. He is in the sky. Chapter 41. Conclusion. The pursuit of the Predacons buzzing filled the air as the morning light broke over the horizon, casting a soft golden glow on the yellow sand and barren land. Under the watchful eyes of Stark and his companions, a sleek black-armed helicopter descended slowly into the camp, resembling a colossal black eagle. As the cockpit door swung open, revealing the youthful visage of a descending boy, Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. Merlin, my goodness, it truly is you. Just moments ago, Frank had informed him that the logistics and planning for this mission were being handled by Merlin, and he had found it hard to believe. After all, the lad was still in high school. The thought of him traveling thousands of miles to Afghanistan was beyond his imagination. Merlin waved cheerfully. Long time no see, Mr. Stark. Indeed, it has been a while. To be honest, your appearance took me quite by surprise, Stark replied, shaking his head in astonishment. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Merlin's gaze shifted to the 2 individuals lying on the ground. Erica, clad in red, lay lifeless, her chest pierced by a short spear. Behind Target was a gruesome scene, though he still exhibited faint signs of life. Target is remarkably resilient, Frank remarked. The gunshot had shattered his spine. Had the shot been any closer, it would have been fatal. Why must they resort to such violence? Completing the mission should suffice, Merlin sighed, shaking his head. The operation had proceeded smoothly under his constant updates, with minimal injuries reported. Even without his presence, they could have dealt with the adversary, albeit with a higher margin of error. Yet, in the end, infighting had led to 1 death and another rendered incapacitated. However, Merlin had anticipated this and was not overly surprised. That said, it was quite astonishing that you did not finish him off. Considering Frank's methods, Merlin felt a twinge of curiosity. For now, we are still allies, Frank remarked nonchalantly. The game is not yet over. Merlin shrugged and then turned to Stark and the others. Are you planning to return with us, or will you wait for someone to pick you up? There happened to be 2 vacant spots now. He indicated towards the 2 individuals on the ground. Ethan looked at Stark, feeling somewhat bewildered by the current situation. Of course, I'd rather leave than stay in a camp filled with corpses, Stark replied without hesitation. Very well. Let us lift them aboard and place them in the center of the cabin, We shall depart now and discuss matters on the plane. What about my armor? Stark inquired, pointing to his original suit. Naturally, it must remain here. My aircraft cannot accommodate it. If you are reluctant to part with it, you may call your people to retrieve it. It seems there is no other option, Stark thought, as he was loath to relinquish his first suit. However rudimentary it may be, as it held sentimental value. After shedding the armor, he joined Natasha and the others on the helicopter, simultaneously calling Obadiah and Pepper to assure them of his safety and to request their assistance in retrieving his belongings before departing the camp. Natasha also reported the situation to Director Fury. However, Fury was currently preoccupied with a perplexing mysterious invasion signal. Apple City, Broadway in Manhattan. Broadway serves as the theatrical and entertainment hub of Apple City, adjacent to Wall Street, and has long been a favored destination for the affluent. Yet today, the once thriving streets of Broadway were engulfed in chaos, as a yellow Chevrolet sports car sped down the avenue, closely pursued by a police cruiser. Both vehicles raced along the street. The dilapidated Chevrolet's driver, a short-haired high school student, frantically covered his head with his hands, shouting incoherently. Strangely, the pursuing Ford Mustang police car was devoid of a driver in the front seat. Bumblebee, halt. Hand over that human to me. The commanding shout resonated through a specialized frequency. Receiving the signal, Bumblebee did not respond, instead accelerating with Sam towards an open area. Soon, amidst the chase, they arrived beneath a desolate overpass, surrounded by towering concrete pillars. Bumblebee drifted sideways, opening the door and unceremoniously ejecting Sam from the vehicle. Then, to the astonished expressions of those nearby, Bumblebee began his transformation. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the crisp sound of mechanical movements, the car's components disassembled and reconfigured, transforming the Chevrolet, purchased by his father for $4,000, into a towering robot. In the moment of transformation, Bumblebee unleashed a barrage from his arm cannon, targeting the relentless police vehicle, Barricade, in pursuit. Boom. The plasma cannon erupted before Barricade, sending a dense cloud of smoke and sparks into the air. Barricade deftly drifted to the side to evade the assault, and in the next instant, transformed into a colossal robot with glowing crimson optics, charging through the haze with razor-sharp claws poised to strike at Bumblebee. Simultaneously, a diminutive robot, resembling a spider, sprang forth from Barricade's form, darting towards Sam in hot pursuit. Within the Decepticons, Barricade served as both a scout and a hunter, typically equipped with a Cybertronian spider akin to a hunting hound. Faced with this relentless chase, Sam, bewildered and panicked, desperately navigated through the columns of stone. Yet, in his frantic escape, he was clearly no match for the agile small robot, which swiftly ensnared his backpack with its claw. Thud! The diminutive robot yanked Sam down to the ground. The whirring claws of the small robot spun rapidly, resembling a drill as they advanced menacingly towards Sam. Tell me, are you the Casanova? No. I am Sam Witwicky. Sam exclaimed in terror as he beheld the approaching drill. No, you are indeed the Casanova. Realizing the imminent danger as the drill closed in, Sam suddenly recalled, Wait. My online username is Casanova. However, before he could finish his sentence, a red laser pierced the small robot's head. In shock, Sam turned to see a modified red Ducati motorcycle racing toward the two massive Autobots. Whoosh! At that moment, the sky echoed with the sound of slicing air as a gray F-22 Raptor suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Pust! For missiles screamed forth, enveloping Bumblebee in their deadly embrace. Boom! The explosive force hurled Bumblebee away, crashing heavily against a concrete pillar. Just as Redwing prepared to transform and seize Bumblebee, several missiles detonated around him. Boom! Fireballs erupted from the F-22 Raptor, sending Redwing plummeting to the ground. Chapter 42, The Wrath of Redwing. The punishment of the Victor Bang. After landing, Redwing transformed back into robot form, rolling a few times before gazing in astonishment at his assailant. Who dares? RC? Bumblebee, recovering from the explosion, clearly recognized RC soaring in the sky, transformed beyond recognition. He uttered uncertainly, could it really be her? It was well known that RC and her sisters had always been significantly weaker in firepower and engine capabilities, but what in the world was flying above them now? Shouldering a massive Vulcan machine gun, wielding laser pistols in both hands, and with two missile pods strapped to her back, she hovered in the air, propelled by an atomic engine that spewed blue flames. In stark contrast to the originally slender RC, who wielded merely two handguns. The figure before them had undeniably transformed into a one-person arsenal. Both Red Spider and Roadblock gazed at the airborne RC with expressions of disbelief. They had encountered Autobots numerous times on Cybertron, and RC had primarily functioned as a diminutive scout, her attacks barely causing any discomfort. Yet now, She bore no resemblance to her former self. Oh, for heaven's sake. You even had the resources to modify a little robot. Truly, you are nothing but a bunch of resource-wasting fools, Red Spider scoffed, snapping back to reality. Given the precarious state of resources on Cybertron, every ounce was critical. RC's enhancements were undoubtedly a waste. I am not equipped with Cybertronian technology. I am no mindless imbecile. RC retorted sharply. You will come to realize that regardless of your modifications, you remain merely a feeble insect. As she observed the diminutive figure in the sky daring to taunt him, Red Spider propelled himself into the air with his engine, his massive mechanical form soaring forward. A few missiles ignited and shot towards RC. However, accustomed to such threats, RC inhaled deeply. Although it offered little practical benefit, the psychological boost significantly enhanced her engine's power. This habit had lingered from her transformation into a piston engine. Rather than retreating, she charged ahead. Through her translucent crimson visor, a virtual display flickered as red frames blinked rapidly, locking onto the incoming missiles with remarkable speed. RC raised her twin handguns and squeezed the triggers. Crimson lasers erupted from her firearms, striking the approaching missiles with precision. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted into a spectacle of fireballs. Whoosh. RC burst through the smoke, positioning herself directly in front of Red Spider. Taste this. The barrels of her Gatling gun began to rotate slowly, followed by a torrent of bullets forming a blinding beam that rained down upon Red Spider's face. Point-blank fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, sparks flew from Red Spider's visage, liquid splattering everywhere. Just moments ago intent on teaching RC a lesson. He now howled in agony as he plummeted to the ground. Red Spider, Roadblock, engaged in combat with Bumblebee, stared in shock as Red Spider fell, clutching his face. When did RC become so formidable? At that moment, RC seized the advantage, unleashing a barrage of deadlock missiles from above, cascading down like a torrential rain upon both Red Spider and Roadblock. Boom, boom, boom. Quick move. RC shouted to the still-dazed Bumblebee as she glanced at the explosion engulfing Red Spider and Roadblock. Red Spider was correct, no matter the modifications. Her size and reserves were limited. The recent onslaught had already consumed a significant portion of her ammunition, aside from the lasers from her handguns. Continuing to entangle in this matter yields no benefit. Oh, the moment the Bumblebee regained its senses, it swiftly transformed into its car form, carrying the shaken Sam as it pursued the retreating Alcee. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, the fearsome, grotesque figure of the Red Spider emerged. Its face marred and bleeding, resembling a malevolent specter. Under the relentless fire of the Vulcan cannon, there was scarcely a part of its mouth, eyes, or cheeks that remained unscathed. Alcee. Gazing at the vanishing forms of Alcee and Bumblebee, the Red Spider emitted a low, resentful growl. Its voice seemingly forced out from deep within its throat. Nearby, a barrier quivered in trepidation, casting a fearful glance at the Red Spider, whose current appearance and voice were indeed terrifying. Later that evening, at Merlin's modification shop. What? You consider me part of the wager? After disembarking from the helicopter, Stark's voice resonated. You are worth 10 lives. Otherwise, everyone would rush to commit murder, and no one would come to your rescue. Merlin and Uncle Punishment lowered Erica's lifeless body while conversing. Meanwhile, Natasha and John lifted the target eye down. For heaven's sake, this wager should never have existed. It is utterly frivolous. Stark expressed his dissatisfaction at being treated as a stake in the bet. This wager has startled me. You are exceedingly unprofessional to allow such lunatics to be recruited. He gestured toward the target eye, lamenting. Alas, I was saved by my red-clad beauty. The events unfolded too swiftly, and by the time he comprehended the situation, both had collapsed to the ground. There was no choice. The individuals accepting the mission are chosen at random. You ought to pray that this team contains only one madman. After placing Eliza on the ground, he waved his hand dismissively. If the rescue team consisted entirely of such individuals, you would likely be facing a significant loss of blood now. This also reflects the uneven caliber of participants in this gaming platform. It seems one must exercise caution in issuing missions in the future. Stark, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of apprehension. He did not wish to leap from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. How shall we handle these two? Natasha and John inquired after setting the target eye on the ground. Although they were aware that both the target eye and Erica were exceptional mercenary assassins, their knowledge of their acquaintances was scant. Just leave it to me, Merlin replied. Tony. At this moment, the long-awaited Pepper and Happy excitedly approached. Once Tony confirmed the completion of the mission, he followed Pepper and the others as they departed, while John and the others began discussing the division of rewards. Since the target eye did not perish, the promised 50 million was duly credited to the player's account. Meanwhile, Erica's share was entrusted to Merlin for handling. The group did not place much value on wealth. Having obtained what they desired, they prepared to leave. So, who ultimately claimed the wager's bounty? Natasha suddenly inquired. Frank and John, on the verge of leaving, paused in unison. Allow me to present a refined version of your text. Merlin opened his computer for a brief moment. The ultimate victor was Uncle Fan. Chapter 43. Embraced the glorious evolution. The following day, in a concealed and narrow workshop beside a drainage ditch in the sewers of Queens, two imposing lizard men with emerald-hued skin were diligently concocting potions. The dim light illuminated the rows of verdant elixirs on the shelves. The formidable lizard man, Professor Connors, stood alongside the slightly leaner and more agile Peter Parker. After abandoning the idea of recruiting Merlin, the pair had retreated to the shadowy depths of the sewer to establish a makeshift laboratory, tirelessly producing lizard serum in preparation for their ultimate scheme. Suddenly, a phone rang, echoing through the stillness of the sewer. Both men turned to exchange glances before directing their attention to the mobile device resting on the adjacent table. The previously dark screen flickered to life. Connors approached, his large hand grasping the phone to inspect its contents. He furrowed his brow upon noticing an unfamiliar notification and looked towards Peter, who also held up his phone, revealing the same message. His cold, slit-like pupils narrowed as he scrutinized the icon on the screen, his mind racing with thoughts. The ability of an unknown party to remotely install something on his phone indicated that they could ascertain their location. Had they been compromised? Yet that seemed implausible. If their whereabouts were already known, there would be no need for such an installation. Moreover, locating their signal within the dim recesses of the sewer was no trivial feat. As he pondered, Peter had already taken the initiative to open the notification. Task: Lizard Evolution. Humans originated approximately 7 million years ago. With the emergence of the Sahelanthropus around 7 million years ago, followed by the appearance of the first humans about 6 million years ago, and the hominins around 8 million years ago. Approximately 200,000 years ago, Homo sapiens emerged. Throughout history, humanity has traversed from the Stone Age and the Iron Age to the current Information Age. Over this protracted timeline, technological advancements have flourished, yet humanity itself appears to remain stagnant. The advent of the lizard men seems to herald the dawn of a pivotal moment in human evolution. To guide this evolution, the presence of historical greats is essential. Join the glorious evolution mission. Acquire the materials to construct 6 Canali devices and install them in Manhattan, Queens, and Central Park in Brooklyn. The rise of the lizard. Will you accept the mission? Connors and Peter Parker gazed at the task displayed on the phone, their blood running cold yet simmering with an exhilarating fervor. Evolution, historical greats, and the rise of power seemed to resonate profoundly within their hearts, causing their tails to sway uncontrollably. Connors and Peter reluctantly diverted their gazes from their phones and locked eyes, each perceiving a flicker of intrigue within the other's expression. Professor Connors inquired of Peter, "What are your thoughts? Shall we continue with our original plan?" Their initial strategy involved utilizing the Canali device atop the Osborne Industrial Tower to disperse the lizard serum into the atmosphere, thereby facilitating the evolution of the surrounding neighborhoods before expanding further. However, the prospect of acquiring materials to manufacture additional devices that could envelop the entirety of Apple City had now emerged. Connors refrained from answering immediately, instead turning his attention back to the task on his phone, lost in contemplation. The sudden appearance of a mysterious task aligning with their ambitions instilled an uncanny feeling, as if unseen hands were orchestrating their fate. Let us observe further, Peter. Return to school tomorrow and investigate if this enigmatic software has recently surfaced in society. I will endeavor to trace it through calculations on my end. Despite the allure of the task, its abrupt emergence left him hesitant to accept it outright, preferring to gather more information first. They had lingered too long in the underbelly of the city, nearly losing touch with the world above. I believe we should proceed. This aligns perfectly with our objectives. Why not give it a try? Peter proposed. I understand, but it's wise to proceed with caution. In truth, Connors was equally inclined to confirm, yet a sense of uncertainty lingered within him. Though profoundly altered by the lizard serum, a semblance of rationality remained. Very well. Hell's Kitchen, Merlin's workshop. Merlin sat before his computer, staring intently, somewhat surprised that the other party had not taken on the task. Has the transformation into a lizard muddled their mind? He chose not to fret excessively, but instead began to expand the coverage area of their platform. Hell's Kitchen had stabilized, and foundational production posed no issues. Only a few high-tech items required Merlin's personal craftsmanship. However, once completed, they could simply offer them as limited editions in the marketplace, as rarity enhances the value of special vehicles and weapons. Moreover, initially, only the affluent and the privileged could afford such items. Once the platform extended to other districts and player numbers stabilized, Connors' Canali device should be ready as well. After an indeterminate passage of time, Merlin exhaled deeply and pressed the enter key, The edited program was dispatched across Apple City via the star system. With this accomplished, Merlin began to peruse the latest news. A police chase unfolded on Broadway. A suspected F-22 Raptor was sighted soaring above Apple City, under the bridge of the power plant. A mysterious attack is suspected. Merlin, who had been lounging on the couch in a state of lethargy, immediately straightened up upon reading this. He proceeded to open the news report, the first image depicting a chase on Broadway, enlarging the blurred surveillance footage. He widened his eyes upon observing the situation within the police vehicle. Goodness, Transformers? Although he had heard of the collaboration between Marvel and Transformers in his previous life, and even knew of Iron Man's anti-Transformer armor, he never anticipated that he would find himself in a world where Transformers truly existed. Somewhat uncertain, he continued to scrutinize the news footage frame by frame, ultimately hacking into the police surveillance system to examine all the recordings related to the two vehicles. However, it wasn't long before he stumbled upon something unexpected. He quickly rewound the footage and hit pause. What is this? The screen displayed a striking woman riding a modified Ducati motorcycle, racing down a secluded street, and her bike bore an uncanny resemblance to his own Ducati. Chapter 44, The Bashful Alcee. A virtual projection? Merlin couldn't help but glance at the Ducati parked quietly in his garage below, resembling a piece of art draped in a red gown. Recalling the bizarre malfunctions that had occurred during the motorcycle's cleaning and modification, his expression grew peculiar. Could it be mere coincidence? He murmured to himself, then continued to examine the footage frame by frame. Ultimately, he confirmed that the woman speeding on his Ducati was merely a virtual projection. More precisely, it was his Ducati that had ventured out while he was in Afghanistan, projecting an image of a woman to conceal its escapade. The events of that day had led him to believe he was losing his sanity. Gazing at the surveillance footage on his computer, Merlin pondered for a moment while stroking his chin before continuing to watch. Next, he observed the battle scene beneath the bridge. Through the footage captured by the police, the site appeared ravaged, as if by a colossal creature, with what seemed to be samples of industrial liquid resembling blood left behind. After viewing this, Merlin reclined on the couch, staring up at the steel-beamed ceiling, deep in thought. It was now certain. This world indeed had Transformers. A smile crept onto his lips at this realization. There are indeed opportunities for adventure. He did not rush downstairs. Instead, he utilized the Starry system to begin infiltrating the defense systems of the Eagle Nation, seeking information on Area 7 and Sam. Indeed, just 2 days prior, the Eagle Department of Defense had experienced a mysterious cyber intrusion, yet the cause remained undetermined. Frozen mysterious gigantic organic robots, mysterious cube research project files, special forces studying extraterrestrial entities in Area 7. After Merlin closed his notebook, he descended the staircase and entered the workshop, approaching his Ducati motorcycle. He said nothing as he stood silently with his arms crossed, observing it. The atmosphere in the workshop was quiet, save for Merlin's solitary presence facing the bike. Yet an inexplicable tension began to permeate the air. Alcee, the object of his gaze, felt her heart race with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. What could this human be planning? Surely, she vowed, her anticipation was not for the sensation of having her parts fiddled with, but rather for the enhanced performance following modifications. Alcee's mind began to wander, pondering why a human possessed such peculiar abilities, particularly directed at her. Was it a sign from the Creator? What else was there to conceal? Just as her thoughts became increasingly erratic, Merlin's sudden words startled her. Now, she truly panicked. What did he mean? Had she been discovered? Or was he conversing with someone else? Her mind was a whirlwind, yet her exterior remained composed and still. Observing Alcee's calm demeanor, Merlin spoke again. I've already seen you through the surveillance near the Manhattan power plant. That woman was merely a projection. The battle by the bridge must also be connected to you, correct? Alcee remained motionless. Are you really going to wait for me to check the weapon reserves before you reveal yourself? Merlin approached steadily. Just as his hand was about to touch the motorcycle frame, it suddenly trembled violently. Click, click, click. The cacophony of mechanical sounds melded together as the red Ducati transformed before Merlin's astonished eyes into a sweetly featured, elegant robot. This was truly exquisite, not in a deranged sense. As she stood mere inches from Merlin, Alcee awkwardly stepped back a few paces, her azure eyes, visible beneath her faintly tinted visor, nervously fixed on him. I apologize. I didn't mean to conceal myself nearby. After all, you were the one who purchased me. To be honest, facing the human before her left her somewhat flustered. The commanding tone she had intended to maintain weakened considerably. Perhaps it was due to the unintentional pilfering of Merlin's weapons and engine modifications. Or perhaps it was a result of the blunder involving the roaring headlights upon her arrival. Merlin gazed at her delicate, graceful mechanical form. Certainly in comparison to the Transformers he was familiar with. Coupled with her motorcycle shape, he had largely deduced her identity. Who are you? Yet, to confirm his suspicion, he still inquired. I am Alcy, hailing from the planet Cybertron. Alcy steadied her composure and replied. Did you engage in battle at the power plant? Was it for the Allspark? Yes, but wait. How do you know our objective? Alcy instinctively responded but quickly realized her surprise, asking in astonishment. It dawned on her that the other party had remained remarkably composed upon her arrival, exhibiting no signs of panic at the sight of an extraterrestrial being. I have researched all available information about you, including your conversations with Sam, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Ironhide, and your fellow compatriots, the Decepticons, Megatron, and others, Merlin remarked. Pausing momentarily before raising his eyebrows and fixing his gaze on Alcy, slowly continuing, and the location of the Allspark. What? You know the location of the Allspark? Where is it? Upon hearing this, Alcy became instantly excited and approached Merlin with urgency. God knows how long they had waited on Earth without any news regarding the Allspark. Calm down, take a breath. I only have a general idea of its location. Pinpointing it precisely will require more time. Merlin quickly waved his hands in explanation, observing Alcy's excitement. While researching you, I also looked into information related to the Allspark. It is in the hands of the United States, but the exact location is uncertain. It has already been taken by the human military. Upon hearing this, Alcy momentarily froze, then fell into deep contemplation. If it had been taken by humans, the situation would indeed become complicated. Having lived among humans for a period, she understood the intricacies of human society. Are you certain? She asked seriously. Of course. I can send you the data. Subsequently, Merlin transmitted a segment of data to Alcy, confirming her suspicions. Merlin, would you like to meet Optimus and the others? Your information is crucial. After confirming, Alcy became somewhat exhilarated and cautiously posed the question. Chapter 45, Star Software. The game vehicle manifested in reality since the modification of her engine and firepower. She no longer dared to underestimate Merlin, this high school human, especially given the mystery he had exhibited today, rendering him even more enigmatic. Absolutely, Merlin readily agreed. However, he soon recalled something and curiously asked Alcy, you have two sisters, don't you? Yes, how do you know? Alcy inquired, slightly puzzled. I discovered this during the transmission. It appears they share a common core with you. You infiltrated my program? Alcy's voice grew somber. Don't forget, your body has been entirely modified by me. Merlin pointed to her pulsating blue atomic engine and then asked, since you all possess a core, does that mean the sensations are also shared? Alcy, initially a bit angered, felt her cheeks flush and, without a word, swiftly transformed into a Ducati motorcycle resting on the ground. Hey, you still Haven T answered me. Merlin tapped on her exterior. Yet, no matter how he called, there was no response. I merely wished to understand the technology behind your connection. Merlin wished to experiment with whether he could weave a colossal supercomputer utilizing a core from the fire source through the shared technology of the Alcy sisters, thereby constructing a mechanical legion. Observing Alcy, who remained shyly withdrawn, Merlin reflected on his recent words and quickly raised an eyebrow, realizing the abruptness of his inquiry. The following day, at Zhongqing High School. Hey, Fleischer, did a new app appear on your phone last night? Star, you have it on your phone too? Of course. It popped up unexpectedly while I was engaged in a doomsday quest. I became a player. What about you? I accepted as well. I want to see if the items in the store are genuine. If they are, I must acquire a tyrant. What are you talking about? What app? You don't have it? I have no idea what you're discussing. Oh, come on. Why wasn't I invited to become a player? This must be discrimination against us black folks. It's probably because you didn't purchase the game. Among the trio of Fleischer, only the black member did not receive an invitation. As Peter entered the school, students nearby buzzed excitedly about the newly emerged Star app on their phones. For these teenagers, it was undoubtedly an exhilarating and cool phenomenon. Once they became players, they could undertake tasks to earn money and even acquire vehicles and weapons exclusive to the game. Furthermore, there were nightclubs and apartments available for purchase. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed in front of the school gate, followed by the arrival of a sleek, black vigilante vehicle. My goodness, is that the Batmobile? No, that's a vigilante vehicle. What on earth? Could it be that someone really bought one? Although the vigilante car was entirely black, it stood out as though under the spotlight, captivating everyone's attention. In reality, no man could resist such a vehicle. At that moment, the door of the vigilante car slowly opened, revealing a young man with brown, curly hair, appearing quite refreshing. Harry. As he stepped out, someone immediately recognized him. Harry Osborn, son of the president of Osborn Industries. Oh look, that's the St. Taro, my favorite motorcycle. And there's the Santolo. So thrilling, the Beophyte warrior, the terrestrial comet. Excited exclamations erupted at the school gate, while those who had neither downloaded the game nor become players stood bewildered, completely oblivious to the source of the celebration. With each vehicle from the game making its appearance, a variety of peculiar, Concept-like vehicles lined the parking lot as if it were an auto show. The students of Zhongqing High School suddenly realized just how many wealthy heirs were among their classmates. It was astonishing that despite receiving the game invitation only the night before, some had already arrived driving vehicles from the game. Last night, many individuals, upon becoming players, impulsively placed orders directly within the game, while others, more composed, excitedly drove to physical stores to confirm their purchases before taking home their chosen vehicles. A significant number were drawn to the exhilarating, vigilante, and tyrant vehicles, equipped with nitrous acceleration and atomic engines. However, due to their limited availability, only a select few managed to acquire them. Harry was evidently among this fortunate group. Simultaneously, the expansion of the platform and the influx of players stirred considerable unrest in Apple City, akin to a radiation effect. Those who were initially engrossed in the news of Stark's cessation of arms dealings also diverted some attention to the unfolding events. Nevertheless, the storefronts established by the platform were located in Hell's Kitchen, necessitating careful consideration before any actions could be undertaken. Meanwhile, Merlin, observing the vehicles cruising past the school gates, could hardly contain his glee. Throughout the night, the figures following the monetary amounts surged explosively, surpassing even the speed of printing money. The robotic arms of the automated production line were on the verge of overheating. Witnessing actual purchases of game vehicles led many others to succumb to the temptation of placing their own orders. As a result, Merlin's balance continued to grow rapidly. However, the player count in Apple City still hovered around a mere few tens of thousands, and it was anticipated that this number would stabilize soon, at which point individuals would begin undertaking missions. Peter, glancing at the star application on his phone and observing the excited discussions among his peers, felt his initial hesitation transform into firm resolve. That evening, Peter returned to the sewers to meet with Professor Connors. Due to being a wanted man, Professor Connors remained in hiding, delegating the task of assessing the situation to Peter. "What did you find?" Connors inquired eagerly upon Peter's return. "I noticed that many of my classmates installed the app last night and successfully purchased vehicles from the store. The missions are genuine. This platform will undoubtedly help us procure the materials for the Generi device," Peter replied passionately. Calm down, Peter," Connors urged, noticing Peter's eagerness to embark on missions. "We must consider the true intentions behind this platform." "Intentions? It is either a profit-seeking venture or the machinations of a madman aiming to incite chaos. Regardless, it cannot pose a significant threat to us. We have no retreat left, Professor," Peter insisted, clenching his fists earnestly. At this, Professor Connors fell silent, recognizing the truth in Peter's words. Indeed, they had lost everything. Chapter 46, Orbital Cannon, Optimus Prime. After school, Merlin hurried to his modification shop. Following the conclusion of Stark's mission, he had entrusted Erica's body to Matt and had issued a mission to resurrect his girlfriend, with the target being the hand. Additionally, he launched a mission concerning Bullseye, which was taken on by the Asian scientist Kenji Yamashiro, known as the Lord of the Dark Wind. Recently, Merlin has seized the opportunity to track the Dark Wind Lord, seeking to uncover the source of the Edmund metal. He holds a keen interest in Edmund, vibranium, and the magical metal URU from Asgard. During this time, Uncle Punishment has taken a respite, biding his time for Merlin's strategic movements. With the expansion of platforms and an increase in orders for vehicle weaponry, many gang members have remained in a state of constant busyness, either delivering goods or en route to do so. The surge in orders necessitates a vast array of materials, thereby propelling the economic growth of the industries under the gold banner. Consequently, the previously chaotic Hell's Kitchen has descended into an eerie calm, appearing outwardly indistinguishable from a typical neighborhood. Outside the modification shop, Merlin sits quietly on a stool, savoring the night breeze. Not far away, atop a small hill, a colossal beam from a searchlight pierces the darkened forest, illuminating the pristine clouds above, forming a striking emblem. This represents the Autobots faction from Cybertron. The source of this light is RC, who is perched on a tree trunk, wielding the searchlight as she calls out to the other Autobots on Earth. Autobots, assemble. Just as Merlin gazes curiously at this scene, the pages of the notebook on his small table flicker suddenly, and a window pops up. The Lizard Rise mission has been activated. Merlin diverts his attention from the sky to the newly accepted task, a smile gracing his lips. As anticipated, it has indeed been accepted. After murmuring this to himself, he begins dispatching transport missions to suitable players. Ding! As he composes the task, a notification sound resonates within his mind. It's the system. Reputation has reached 10 million. Rewards received: Orbital Cannon Technology, Duraso Technology, and 02 Con Jolly Military Tank Technology. With the expansion of the platform, the game's reputation has surged dramatically, finally reaching the 10 million mark. Throughout the day, iconic game vehicles such as the Vigilante, Tyrant, Super Burn, Tiraldo, and Saint Talone have gone viral online, rapidly beginning their expansion to other cities and even other countries. Thus, the current 10 million is merely the beginning. The orbital cannon. Merlin's eyes gleam with excitement at today's rewards, yet he quickly feels a pang of concern regarding his current situation. Although the platform has expanded, it consists solely of himself and an artificial intelligence subsystem. Establishing a free city server is feasible, but continuing to develop further single-handedly poses significant challenges. While he can still produce vehicles like Tiraldo and Tyrant 2, constructing larger Bastion vehicles such as the Avenger and the Orca submarine becomes a daunting task. Building them requires not only space, but also vast quantities of materials and time. Despite Stark's cold fusion core significantly reducing the time needed, it remains insufficient for Merlin's ambitions. To establish a space-based cannon, it is essential to launch satellites into the cosmos, an endeavor that requires no further elaboration. However, the construction of such a system is imperative, and as the platform is laid, it will inevitably attract the attention of many. The presence of deterrent weaponry is indispensable. Presently, although Merlin possesses financial resources, he lacks the necessary materials and equipment, primarily due to a weak foundational base. Contemplating these matters, he retrieved the business cards of Stark Industries and Hammer Industries, examining them briefly before setting them aside for future consideration after the conclusion of the Lizard mission. In the game, apart from his brother's exceptional skills, he has nearly acquired all technology related to weaponry and vehicles, and the next game should soon be unlocked. He remained unhurried, continuing to explore the two technologies below. The Drossos, a versatile ground-air vehicle, is commendable, yet it falls short in maneuverability compared to fighter jets. With Stark's cold fusion technology, he finds little reason to dwell on the Drossos, although selling it to players might be feasible. Interestingly, Stark Industries stock has recently plummeted, and he has invested significantly, pondering when the classic moment of Iron Man might manifest. As for the Khan tank, he could devise a way to produce one. Amidst Merlin's musings, the distant roar of engines shattered the night's tranquility. Accompanied by the approach of headlights, a convoy led by a fiery red-built truck surged down the street. "They've arrived," remarked Arcee, standing beside Merlin as she gazed into the distance. Rising to his feet, Merlin curiously observed as the convoy drew nearer. Upon reaching the storefront, the vehicles began to transform before Merlin's astonished eyes. Under the cool moonlight, the sounds of mechanical collisions, the friction of sparks, the centrifugal force of spinning tires, and the crisp resonance of metal punctuated the air. Amidst this metallic symphony, a colossal red and blue Autobot knelt before him, its imposing metallic visage curiously leaning closer to Merlin. "Merlin Xiao, what a coincidence," a fellow high school student, a deep, sultry voice emanated from the figure. Optimus Prime appeared taken aback. This human was elusive, with no traceable information available online aside from his name. Merlin playfully tapped on the Autobot's large face. Surprised by the gesture, Optimus quickly rose. "Human, you are quite impolite," he remarked, expressing his discontent. "A cannon shot should teach you a lesson in courtesy." A vexed Ironhide chimed in. "Ironhide, let us not forget the purpose of our visit," the nearby ambulance reminded him, casting an apologetic glance at Merlin. "My apologies. He was recently doused in lubricant by a dog." "Hello, I'm Sam," announced a figure emerging from Bumblebee, offering a greeting to Merlin. "I'm Megan," chimed in a girl clad in a red crop top and denim shorts, her sun-kissed skin and alluring waist on display as she smiled and waved. The individual adorned with large hoop earrings exuded a primal allure, a true embodiment of earthly beauty. Bumblebee, Ironhide, and Ratchet were present. "I am Merlin." After a brief introduction, we swiftly delved into the matter of the Allspark. The old glasses had lost their efficacy. The location marked for the Allspark had been relocated, though I was still investigating its whereabouts. Merlin took the antiquated spectacles from Sam's grasp and spoke. Chapter 47. The Allspark. "The Canary device has been installed. How did you acquire these?" Optimus Prime inquired, lowering his head to fixate on Merlin with a grave tone. Upon receiving the data from Arcee, it was forwarded to them without raising suspicions regarding its authenticity. The question lingered, however, regarding how a mere high school student had obtained such information. "Of course, I found a way to hack in and sift through the data," Merlin replied, distributing bottles of cola to both Megan and Sam before producing several jugs of motor oil. "Would you like some? This is a customization shop, and we have an abundance of motor oil." "Thank you." Bumblebee expressed his gratitude, eagerly grasping a jug. "Hey, kid, you truly suit my taste," Ironhide remarked, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation as he happily accepted a jug. Ratchet nodded in appreciation as he took one as well. Though it could not replenish the energy of the Allspark, it served as a refreshing beverage. "Thank you. What do you seek in return?" Optimus Prime asked, taking a sip of the motor oil before continuing. He discerned that this human was unlike Sam and the others. The modifications made to RC's engine and the expertise in network infiltration were telling. The Decepticons had failed to uncover this information during their cyber invasion. Yet this individual could glean it from RC's words, which spoke volumes. RC, and the Allspark, Merlin's voice resonated, causing the previously relaxed atmosphere to shift abruptly into one of tension. RC, feeling somewhat disoriented, questioned, "Human, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Ironhide leaned forward, his tone darkening. The expressions of Optimus and the others also turned solemn. They had come to Earth in search of the Allspark, the last vestige of their Cybertronian essence, and could not possibly entrust it to outsiders. "Calm down, everyone. Let's all remain composed," Sam interjected hastily, sensing the brewing storm. He then turned to Merlin. Anxiety etched across his face. "Hey, buddy, are you out of your mind? That object is their lifeblood." Merlin scratched his head, apologizing. "I misspoke. I meant to say that upon obtaining the Allspark, it would be entrusted to me for a period of study." Upon hearing this clarification, the tension in Optimus and the others dissipated. With the atmosphere easing, Sam exhaled in relief. "As long as you can assist us in locating the Allspark, allowing you to study it for a time is acceptable. RC can remain to protect you." Optimus contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. They were reluctant to abandon the hard-won lead. Moreover, the Decepticon members have also arrived on Earth, and they must race against time. Ultimately, an agreement was reached. Merlin would assist them in locating the Allspark, and upon obtaining it, they would allow Merlin to study it for a period. As for who would ultimately possess the Allspark, that remains uncertain. RCI is tasked with closely guarding Merlin's safety during this time. "Merlin, could you leave me a contact number? I trust you wouldn't mind if I frequently visited your shop," Megan suddenly inquired as she leaned closer to Merlin before departing. In the workspace, a modified Dodge Hellcat rested quietly beneath the lights, its modified hood intake showcasing its power. The sleek muscular lines stirred admiration. This vehicle belonged to John, and its modifications were inspired by Dom. Megan was particularly fascinated by these muscle cars. "Of course, but remember to contact me in advance." "I may not always be at the shop," Merlin replied with a smile, gesturing toward the roll-up door. "The contact information is posted on the door. Can't you just give it to me personally?" Megan blinked in confusion, realizing he and T brought his phone. RCI interjected suddenly. Megan paused, taken aback by RCI's hostility, but ultimately resignedly approached the door to jot down the contact information. Once everyone had departed, Merlin closed the door and rode home with RCI. The preliminary tasks had commenced. They were merely awaiting the opportune moment. A month later, during the evening at the Statue of Liberty, a small truck slowly approached and halted beneath the massive base of the statue. Inside the driver's seat was a young man clad in gray work attire who took out his phone. "Arrived at the task location, please deliver the cargo." Upon confirming he had reached the designated spot, the young man exited the vehicle and set the boxes down on the ground. "Cargo delivered. Congratulations, player, on earning $300. The young man smiled in excitement as he witnessed the 300 points increase on the star platform. "This transportation task pays quite well. It's a shame this is the last one," he sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. Typically, transport tasks yield only $30 to $100, but evolutionary transport tasks consistently exceed $300. He had nearly earned $3,000 that week alone. After placing the cargo at the specified location, he deftly drove away from the scene. Shortly after his departure, two immense lizard-like figures emerged from the Statue of Liberty and approached the cargo. Peter opened the box and nodded upon seeing the silver cylindrical launch components inside. "The launch parts have arrived. Tonight, we can complete the assembly of the final Canali device," he remarked to Professor Connors beside him. "Excellent. Once assembled tonight, we will begin adding the regeneration serum tomorrow, reigniting the torch of the Statue of Liberty and taking the first step in human evolution." At that moment, Connors could hardly contain his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Over the course of the past month, they traversed various task locations throughout Apple City, from Manhattan and Brooklyn to Queens, the Bronx, and finally reaching the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Ultimately, they successfully assembled and installed all 6 devices. Now, they merely needed to place the regenerative serum within the apparatus, which, once aerosolized, would envelop the entirety of Apple City. They would become the heroes of humanity. Peter's eyes gleamed with determination, filled with anticipation for the future. At Merlin's modification shop, as the roll-up door gradually ascended, Frank stepped inside. "I hear my inferno has been completed," he remarked, addressing Merlin, who was clad in work attire and engrossed in his tasks at the workstation. "Don't touch anything. The electromagnetic cannon isn't fully installed yet," Merlin cautioned, giving Alcy a gentle tap and then glancing towards the refrigerator. Frank, already familiar with the surroundings, opened the door, retrieving a bottle for himself and tossing another to Merlin. "Yes, but we still need to conduct some tests. Once the test flight goes smoothly, you can take it out," Merlin replied, catching the soda and taking a sip, nodding in agreement. How have things been here lately? I've heard that numerous weapons shops and modification hubs have been shut down, Frank inquired, surveying the area. As the situation evolved, various gaming vehicles ran rampant throughout Apple City. Due to the inability to trace the origins of the platforms, law enforcement had no choice but to target the shops involved in the sale of weaponized vehicles. I've had no issues for now, Merlin replied. Chapter 48. The chaotic Apple City and armed robberies. The location of Merlin's modification shop was somewhat secluded. And with the increasing number of police closures on modification hubs and weapon shops, the once stable gang life had been disrupted. Additionally, Merlin occasionally disseminated tasks, while numerous participating merchants also began issuing missions, leading to a resurgence of chaos in Hell's Kitchen and significantly impeding the actions of the Apple City police. It remained uncertain how long it would take for the authorities to reach Merlin's location. As the number of players grew, many merchants joined the platform to begin posting tasks, such as searches for the founders of West Coast gang rap, bounty missions, car thefts, orchestrated heists, and herbal trade. Many recognized the potential within the platform and eagerly joined, resulting in an increase in active assets within the gaming environment. As long as the star system and bunker research remained undetected, the police could not impede the platform's growth. Furthermore, Apple City was home to numerous planners, akin to Pavel and Lester. However, I must say, I haven't heard your name mentioned much lately, Merlin remarked, discarding his empty soda can into the trash as he continued modifying the electromagnetic cannon for Alcy and the others. It's been a chaotic mess lately. A veritable mix of characters. I can't even identify a target anymore. Perhaps it's best to take a break for now. Frank settled onto a nearby sofa, observing that Merlin was the only one present in the shop, and suddenly inquired, "Do you have any plans to hire? I'm looking for something to do." "Do you know how to modify vehicles?" Merlin replied, turning back to him in surprise. "I am not particularly skilled in modifying vehicles. Yet I possess a fair degree of expertise in weaponry," Frank remarked, gesturing towards the armory in his backyard. "Very well. Since I do not often spend time at the shop, your assistance in managing it would be advantageous, provided you refrain from eliminating any of my patrons within its confines." Merlin pondered for a moment before acquiescing, though he issued a word of caution. The clientele who frequent his establishment are quite the mixed bag, and he harbored some apprehension that Frank might take out familiar customers. "Rest assured, since I seek a period of tranquility, I shall not instigate any trouble," Frank assured him. "There is no need for excessive restraint. If certain customers provoke you, feel free to deal with them, for here. The notion that the customer is always right does not apply. It appears you are not entirely merciless," Frank teased. Each time he collaborated with Merlin, the latter would demand a handsome sum, which seemed rather exorbitant. However, the corresponding planning and hacking skills possessed by Merlin justified such remuneration. Occasionally, he could even assist in eliminating bounties placed by the police. "If you are disinterested in compensation, I would not mind," Merlin rolled his eyes. "In that case, I shall seek out Daredevil. I have heard his associate is quite adept in matters of legal disputes. He has been rather preoccupied of late." Daredevil, Matt, has been focused on the Hand Organization's activities. Upon hearing Merlin's words, Frank recalled that he had not encountered any news regarding Daredevil recently. "Very well. Let us proceed to Merlin Aviation." After dealing with RC, Merlin exhaled a sigh of relief. "Merlin Aviation? I have leased an aircraft manufacturing facility where helicopters and fighter jets are produced. Surely, you do not presume that a humble modification shop could produce a fighter jet?" Frank inquired. "Brooklyn, Perito Bank." Bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly pierced the cacophony of the bustling street, momentarily silencing the surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing female scream shattered the tranquility, setting off a chain reaction as people on the street began to panic and flee from the vicinity of the bank. Bang! A group of masked robbers kicked open the bank's doors, brandishing their bullpup rifles as they shouted, "Everyone down. Friends, it is time for you to make a choice. Everyone on the ground. Now." One of the robbers stormed into the lobby, heading directly for the front desk, brandishing his weapon to intimidate the bank employees behind the counter. "You, and you, step out from behind the counter, just like that. Raise your hands." Ding ding ding. "Oh please, do not fire." The blaring bank alarm, the terrified wails, and the robbers' coarse threats became a symphony of chaos, transforming the once serene lobby into a scene of turmoil. "Silence. Whoever speaks shall be prepared to meet their maker." The increasingly irritable robber fired a burst into the air, and at the instant the crisp gunfire erupted, those who had been groveling on the ground fell silent. Their cries abruptly halted, leaving only expressions of sheer terror. "Mike, you are observing these individuals. We are about to procure funds and equipment. This marks our inaugural mission, and we must execute it with utmost finesse." The leading robber, satisfied with the now subdued crowd, nodded approvingly. After issuing a brief reminder to his companion, codenamed Mike, He proceeded towards the vault, equipped with a welding gun and explosives. No problem, but you must be swift. The police should be arriving shortly. Rest assured. Boom. Merlin and Uncle Pun, riding Alcy, halted above Brooklyn's 8th Avenue, as a sudden explosion reverberated from within the Perito Bank. The road ahead was temporarily blocked, with a line of police cars cordoning off the bank's exit. Merlin and Uncle Pun were left to wait on the periphery. As time passed, it seemed that more players were taking on heist missions. Frank remarked on the unfolding situation. They must be profiting. Their gear has certainly improved. Currently, the quickest and most exhilarating way to earn money is indeed through bank robberies. Everyone aspires to grow and strengthen. Merlin replied, leaning against Alcy. Throughout the journey, the wailing of police sirens and the whirring of helicopter blades filled the air. Police cars, helicopters, ambulances, and fire trucks were omnipresent on the streets. In the sky, someone was piloting a Tyrant 2, while another was engaging in an exhilarating display of stunts after adorning their vehicle with a Red Bull emblem. However, whether due to lack of skill or inexperience, they ultimately collided with a building, erupting into a fireball. Firefighters were currently extinguishing the blaze, while ambulances attended to those affected by the explosion. Even at traffic lights, one person was maneuvering a diagonal demon vehicle, while another was driving a spiked Phantom, engaging in a spectacle of vehicular chaos. The sight of cars being flung aside was indeed spectacular. The police were not to be outdone, pursuing with vigilante vehicles like the Yippee and Durasso. Among them, there were also players. Chapter 49. Inferno, Iron Tyrant. Thus, after a month of fermenting chaos, the entire Apple City was in disarray, with an array of peculiar vehicles visible on the streets. You have been surrounded. Do not even think of escaping with the money. Release the hostages immediately, and we shall discuss matters like gentlemen. The squad leader, wielding a megaphone, stood behind a police car, delivering a series of scripted demands to the robbers inside the bank. Bang! As the bank's glass door was forcefully kicked open, a group of robbers swaggered out confidently. The squad leader was about to speak, but upon seeing the armament on the robbers, he was rendered speechless. This is utterly absurd. Both Merlin and Uncle Pun outside were equally astonished. Wow, they are indeed well prepared. The emerged robbers resembled human fortresses, clad in heavy black armor that enveloped their bodies securely. The imposing figure leading the charge donned a rhinoceros metallic helmet, brandishing a minigun, its cold barrel beginning to rotate ominously. Clad in an exquisite rhinoceros heavy armor set, far more costly than standard heavy gear, yet undeniably more stylish, this outfit was a rare, limited edition within the game. Upon witnessing the foe brandishing the minigun, a chorus of expletives erupted from the police officers, who hastily discharged a few rounds before they scrambled to escape. The minigun's barrel whirred at an alarming speed, igniting with blue flames, unleashing a barrage of bullets that tore through the air. In an instant, the police vehicles resembled mere paper, reduced to a mass of ruin riddled with bullet holes. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless fire, one police car after another erupted into fireballs. Both Merlin and his companion felt the ground tremble and the heat wash over them from a distance. Sniper, take him down. The team leader, dust-covered and anxious, ducked behind a building, seizing his radio to shout. No sooner had he finished speaking than a gunshot rang out. Bang! The robber, caught mid-fire with the minigun, staggered as a bloodstain blossomed on his shoulder. Armor-piercing round. The expressions of the robbers shifted instantly. There's a sniper. Take cover. Yet, before they could retreat, an orange armored vehicle barreled through the police cars, akin to a metallic beast, breaking into their perimeter and blocking the sniper's line of sight. Rebels, Merlin thought, somewhat astonished by the wealth of this heist crew. The robbers hastily tossed the money into the vehicle, discarding their heavy weaponry on the ground, and clumsily climbed into the armored truck clad in their cumbersome gear. Buzzing, as if in a dream, Frank reflected on the armored vehicle making its escape. Pursued by police cars and helicopters, what had once been the Hell's Kitchen, notorious for its criminality, now seemed almost serene in comparison to the chaos outside. Just then, a vigilante vehicle, sirens blaring, zipped past them, creating a gust of wind as it sped toward the armored truck. Suddenly, a wave of electromagnetic energy erupted, causing the armored vehicle, which had been racing down the road, to stall abruptly. In quick succession, the police convoy, led by the vigilante, encircled the armored truck. Merlin, captivated by the spectacle, found his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Tomorrow promised to be even more eventful. Ah, Spider-Man, you shall never catch me. A shadow suddenly swept overhead, prompting both men to glance up. At that moment, Gwen, the Spider-Woman, was in pursuit of an individual equipped with a jetpack, soaring through the sky. Spider-Man swung through the city, but the jetpack-clad figure proved elusive. However, just as the opponent basked in triumph, Gwen, the Spider-Man, deftly flipped her hand, conjuring not a web-slinging device, but rather an atomic energy gun aimed directly at him. The criminal exclaimed, whoosh, as a wave of force suddenly erupted, the powerful impact sending him crashing from the skies. Quite the commotion, Frank remarked, his voice low and contemplative. Merlin, satisfied with the photograph of Spider-Man drawing the gun, nodded approvingly before mounting his motorcycle. Let us depart. Though night had fallen, Apple City beneath the starry sky resembled a festive celebration. The streets, nestled among the towering structures, pulsated with an array of chaotic revelry. In stark contrast, the shadows had grown orderly, with many engrossed in acquiring their desired weapons or vehicles, joining the fray outside. Additionally, a plethora of homebodies emerged, armed and ready to uphold justice. In summary, it was a scene of utter disorder. With a click, a series of lights illuminated the expansive hangar, revealing 3 aircraft resting quietly like fierce beasts. They were the Stealth Raider, the Celestial Death, and Frank's Inferno. Good heavens! You crafted this behemoth as well, Frank exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he approached the Celestial Death in awe. Your Inferno is impressive too. I've equipped it with some remarkable enhancements, akin to Iron Man's, Merlin replied, moving to the Inferno and opening its belly compartment, revealing a glowing white cold fusion energy core. Winking at Frank, Tony Stark was willing to entrust you with such technology? Frank inquired, gazing up at the core that radiated a milky light, astonishment etched on his face. Or did he assist in its creation? It's my own creation. It wasn't overly difficult, Merlin casually stated. After integrating the cold fusion core, I reinforced the aircraft's exterior, enabling it to reach speeds of up to 10 Mach. For countermeasures, I opted for a decoy foil, complemented by homing missiles, effectively addressing the Inferno's sluggish acceleration. Merlin elaborated on the specifications of the Inferno before stepping into the cockpit. I shall conduct a test flight and return shortly. Frank retreated a few paces, nodding in acknowledgement. Under his watchful gaze, the nimble Inferno glided into the vast plaza, its engines igniting as the exhaust ports rotated, unleashing a surge of white energy. With immense thrust, the aircraft soared into the night sky. Whoosh! The Inferno momentarily paused in midair before abruptly darting forth, vanishing in a flash of white light against the backdrop of the night. Merlin piloted the aircraft swiftly over Apple City, but just as he accelerated to 1 Mach, 2 beams of white light suddenly appeared ahead. As they drew nearer, Merlin discerned the true nature of the lights, Iron Man and Iron Tyrant. Chapter 50. You dare to photograph me, you wretched creature? The jets of light danced in a mesmerizing contrast of large and small, resembling a great fish pursuing a smaller one against the backdrop of the inky night. Ah, Mr. Stark, what a coincidence. Upon discovering the two, Merlin also noticed the approaching Inferno fighter. As he spoke, Merlin adjusted the control lever, and the aircraft, once parallel to the ground, began to ascend vertically. Like a nimble firebird, it spiraled around the two, leaving a trail of flame in its wake. Merlin, Stark exclaimed, surprised at the familiar voice. It's me. I'm here to test out the newly crafted fighter. By the way, your reactor is remarkably efficient. Perhaps one day I'll construct a suit of my own. Merlin added with a hint of jest. And who is that hulking metal contraption behind you? It bears quite a resemblance to the one you donned in the cave, albeit much larger and rather unsightly, rivaling even the Hulk from our recent scuffle. Stark, observing Merlin maneuvering the fighter like a butterfly while delivering quips, found himself at a loss for words. All right, Merlin, no need to ascend any further. We risk frostbite at this altitude. However, I must ask you to wait below to catch me. My energy reserves are dwindling. As he approached the critical point, Stark hurriedly relayed his concern. Merlin noted the ice formation sensor triggering an alarm and promptly reduced the speed of the fighter, fully aware of the dire consequences high-altitude icing posed to machinery. As the unexpected aircraft circled them without launching an attack and subsequently withdrew, Obadiah inside the Ironmonger breathed a sigh of relief. Merlin's fighter was equipped with a countermeasure system, preventing Obadiah from locking onto it immediately. Just as the threat departed, a layer of frost suddenly manifested on the surface of Obadiah's metallic shell, causing the missile launchers, poised for retraction, to become stuck. The sound of cracking ice resonated like a symphony, and within mere moments, the colossal frame of the Ironmonger was encased in a layer of ice, causing its internal drive system to cease functioning in the frigid temperatures. Without propulsion, the Ironmonger emitted a mournful groan before plummeting towards the ground like a heavy iron barrel. Meanwhile, Iron Man, soaring at high altitude, remained unfrozen. However, his core energy had been depleted. The repulsors at his feet and palms flickered weakly before surrendering to gravity as well. With a swoosh, the fighter glided through the dark sky, positioning itself beneath Stark. In the instant before their paths converged, Stark activated the backup energy, momentarily halting his descent before landing steadily on the front section of the aircraft. You arrived just in time, Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines in Apple City would feature me. He gestured playfully at Merlin through the cockpit glass. Truth be told, I would have found that quite entertaining, Merlin quipped in response. Merlin chuckled lightly before steering his aircraft toward the direction where Iron Tyrant had plummeted. What are you planning to do? Stark inquired. Clinging tightly to the surface of the cockpit, his brow furrowed in confusion. Deliver the final blow, as John taught me. You should refrain from mingling with those assassins. Stark pondered for a moment before realizing who Merlin referred to, and then turned around, bracing himself against the pressure of the aircraft's descent. Inside was Obadiah, the very same individual who had previously engaged in arms dealings in the shadows of Stark Industries. He had only uttered a couple of words. Yet the ensuing events were evidently clear. A klitsch plot indeed. Before long, Merlin piloted the descending aircraft, pursuing his target. Once the radar locked on, he unhesitatingly pressed the missile targeting button. That scoundrel dares to challenge me. One by one, missiles with intersecting stabilizers burst forth, enveloping the falling Iron Tyrant completely. Boom, boom, boom. In the darkened sky, fiery orbs erupted, illuminating Stark and the aircraft in a crimson glow. Hey, what are you doing? Stark exclaimed suddenly, a powerful force pushing against him as a fireball abruptly materialized before him. The aircraft accelerated sharply, charging directly into the heart of the blazing inferno. Whoosh! The surging flames instantly engulfed both the aircraft and Stark. In the next moment, the raging fire burst forth like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, piercing through the searing fireball, leaving a trail of billowing smoke in the night sky. Oh my heavens! You are utterly insane. As soon as they landed, Stark removed his visor, glaring indignantly at Merlin. You actually pushed me into that fire. I went in too, you know. Did you not feel the adrenaline surge as we passed through the flames? Merlin casually replied, lifting the cockpit cover. No. I merely felt as though I had taken a stroll through a fiery hell. Clattering fragments still smoldering with flames suddenly fell around them, producing a crisp sound. Well, that saves us the trouble of cremation, Merlin shrugged, noticing Happy and Pepper rushing toward them, and promptly closed the cockpit cover. I must take my leave. I have yet to complete my aircraft test today. Without waiting for a response, he vanished into the night sky in a flash. Oh my heavens, Tony. It's such a relief that you're all right. Pepper exclaimed, glancing at the spot where the aircraft had disappeared before anxiously approaching Stark. I'm fine, however. I could really go for a hamburger. Leave it to me, boss. Happy immediately understood and departed the scene, leaving the two amidst the rubble-strewn street, sharing a passionate kiss. Afterward, Merlin completed a thrilling extreme test within a tunnel before returning to Merlin Aviation. Back at home, he retrieved his notebook once more. Glancing at the time, he pondered briefly before stating, Little Mute, send the location of the ignition source to Optimus and the others. Additionally, there lies the Red Spider, and I shall also convey the location of the frozen Megatron to him. The information is currently being edited and has been sent. What progress have Professor Connors and his team made? The Gonali device has been successfully deployed, with operations expected to commence tomorrow night. The Little Mute has displayed the data on the screen. We are merely awaiting tomorrow. I shall request a day off. Merlin, well acquainted with the process, sent an email to the school instructor. Subsequently, he began to peruse the latest news. Hey guys, take a look. This is Tyrant 2. Let's put it to the test. The recruitment for the Sloped Magic Vehicle team is underway. Oh my god, I finally managed to acquire the supercharged one. Allow me to demonstrate. Merlin, Chapter 51. The Cybertron Spark Mission. Most of the news pertains to star platforms and various gaming vehicles. Many individuals emulate the actions depicted in the games, with a notable number live streaming their own demise. The supercharged vehicle in Brooklyn was an attempt to replicate Merlin's maneuvers at the time, but due to poor execution, it transformed into a fireball, resulting in catastrophic destruction. Moreover, with the emergence of various players, the miniature electromagnetic pulse emitter that Merlin previously crafted has shown brilliantly during police pursuits. Although the player count in Apple City is less than 30,000, only a few hundred can afford the limited edition special vehicles. However, with diligent task completion over time, most can acquire a novice vehicle, the armored skeleton horse. In clashes with other players and law enforcement, a certain degree of self-defense has been attained. After browsing through various online news articles, Merlin stifled a yawn and prepared for slumber. Tomorrow promises a grand spectacle, necessitating rest and rejuvenation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved his camera, imported the photos to his computer, and subsequently sent them to the Herald Daily. Satisfied upon confirming the successful transmission of the images, he turned off the lights and drifted into sleep. The following day, at the Aerospace Military Base, the F-22 Raptors lay clustered upon the square, akin to hawks gathering for a feast. At that moment, one of the Raptors trembled, and the internal electronic apparatus activated spontaneously. A series of electronic beeps resonated. and a red scanning virtual projection emanated from the device, illuminating the cockpit. The spark of Cybertron. 10,000 years ago, the spark source fell into Earth's atmosphere, and the pursuing Decepticon leader Megatron met an unfortunate fate, struck by a meteorite, causing a deviation and crash landing in the Arctic, where he remained encased in ice for an extended period. In 1913, it was discovered in the upper reaches of the Colorado River in North America, currently housed within the 7th Bureau. In 1934, Megatron, encased beneath the ice of the base, was secretly excavated by the 7th Bureau, designated as Subject 1. Now located in the underground research facility at Hoover Dam, utilized for reverse engineering studies. Task issued. Please proceed to the designated location to awaken the Decepticon leader, Megatron, and seize the soul energon from Cybertron to dominate Earth and establish a new homeland. Note: Autobot leader Optimus Prime has already mobilized personnel to the energon source. Players are urged to advance promptly. Megatron, Energon. Upon receiving this bewildering online message, the heart of Starscream trembled with anticipation. Barricade, where's your little pet now? He hastily contacted Barricade, recalling that during their last battle, his pet had left a leg embedded in Sam's phone for tracking purposes. They were en route to Hoover Dam. Barricade quickly responded. It's true. Starscream's heart quivered with excitement, prompting him to swiftly ignite his engines and depart from the location. Decepticons assemble. Early in the morning, Gwen swung through the skies of Apple City, pursuing those who sowed chaos with her webs. However, as the variety of peculiar airborne vehicles and weaponry increased, she found herself increasingly overwhelmed, even putting aside her concerns about the lizard people for the time being. This cannot continue. It seems I must seek Merlin's assistance to upgrade my equipment. Perched atop a skyscraper in Times Square, she surveyed the aerial ballet of Drossos, Superflame, Teraldo, Tyrant, and other vehicles, alongside the unceasing wail of police sirens and the sound of explosions, which gave her a throbbing headache. Fortunately, not all officers were inept, and not every player was engaged in robbery. Most sought merely to find amusement, with some even playing the role of superheroes. Yet, without exception, they all possessed high-performance vehicles and gear. As Spider-Man, Gwen felt it was rather disheartening to merely swing on webs. She too should keep pace with the times and acquire a dazzling Spider-Mobile. For this endeavor, she could only turn to Merlin, the proprietor of a modification shop. Oh, if only Iron Man hadn't ventured off to the Middle East. She sighed wearily before preparing to shoot her webs to continue the pursuit of criminals. However, a sudden voice made her pause. On the grand screen in Times Square appeared a photograph released by her #1 detractor, the Horned Herald. The image depicted her drawing her weapon while chasing down a criminal, accompanied by the caption, "This contraption is far superior to webs." Gwen scanned the watermark below. Moments after the photo was shared, data and images of the atomic energy gun she wielded began to play, followed by an interview segment featuring her father, George, and Merlin. In my tireless efforts to quell the turmoil in Apple City, I have finally perfected the atomic energy gun technology. For the stability of Apple City, and for the safety of Uncle George and our police officers, I am willing to equip the police with atomic energy guns to combat crime. I shall not coexist with evil. Cheers erupted below as Merlin concluded his speech, followed by Sheriff George stepping forward with a look of satisfaction. The child, in his unwavering dedication to the stability of Apple City and its citizens, even paused his academic pursuits. Not long ago, I chastised him for this very decision. Yet now, all I can utter is an apology. He has sacrificed for us. We shall meticulously assemble a tactical squad to confront the players inciting chaos within Apple City. Gwen paused, her gaze fixed upon the screen where Merlin, fervently righteous and indignant, was being interviewed, a peculiar expression crossing her face. She recalled how Merlin had long ago created the atomic energy gun, and the very one she possessed was a gift from him. As for his tireless efforts, well, that was limited to those few days she had dragged him into researching the serum. The rest of the time, he either slept or cunningly sought meals from her. Occasionally, when she visited his modification shop, he would be lounging on the sofa, leisurely snacking and sipping cola, or tinkering with his motorcycle in a yellow Chevrolet. Was she, in a sense, endorsing the atomic energy gun? She muttered through gritted teeth, preparing to demand an endorsement fee from Merlin that evening. By afternoon, amidst a flurry of player-related news, an urgent evacuation notice was unexpectedly issued in the Manhattan district. The military swiftly erected a security perimeter on the streets, various armored vehicles rolling in one after another, while special operations soldiers dismounted with alacrity. All soldiers stood solemnly behind the hastily erected barricades, their expressions serious as they awaited the emergence of some colossal beast. Whoosh, whoosh. Several F-22 Raptors roared overhead, and armed helicopters hovered slowly around the perimeter. The barricade was not far from the police station, where Merlin and George, in the midst of an interview, could clearly observe the unfolding scene. Chapter 52. The New Humanity. The tense atmosphere, reminiscent of an approaching storm, began to permeate the streets. Following the emergency evacuation announcement, the reporters who had previously surrounded the police station hurriedly vacated the premises. However, a few audacious ones chose to remain, eager to witness what significant news might unfold. Could it be that the military could no longer stand idly by and was preparing to intervene? George's expression darkened. If that were the case, it would only highlight the ineptitude of their police force. It should not be so. The situation remains within controllable limits, and given such a grand display, it must pertain to something more critical. He gestured toward the circling armed helicopters and the passing F-22 Raptors. This level of military readiness could almost instigate a small-scale war. Suddenly, a formidable presence approached from across the street, a modified main battle tank. The arrival of this tank seemed to heighten the alertness of the soldiers, who raised their weapons, poised for orders to strike. George observed this scene with confusion. An unusual string of bizarre events had transpired recently, beginning with the frequent appearances of Iron Man in the Middle East, followed by the sudden emergence of gaming platforms within Apple City. Originally, the tumultuous events surrounding Gwen, Spider-Man, and the Lizard Man were enough to trouble him, but now the situation had escalated further. Before him unfolded an increasingly bizarre scenario. The world appeared as a powder keg, seemingly on the brink of detonation, ready to engulf the entire Apple City in chaos. Suddenly, a deafening explosion jolted him from his thoughts. He looked up to see a fighter jet, designated as 22, transformed into a blazing fireball. However, when George caught sight of the assailant, he stood momentarily stunned. What was that? He gazed in disbelief at the colossal mech pursuing the jet. With wings unfurled, it circled the remaining aircraft as if toying with them, then accelerated, landing atop one of the jets, resulting in yet another fiery explosion above Apple City. Before he could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, a tremendous sound erupted once more. This time, however, it was not an explosion. Rather, a massive black jet was dragging a gigantic red and blue robot through the heart of the Empire State Building, making the humans within seem like mere puppets beneath its steel form. Ambulances, pickup trucks, sports cars, tanks, and police vehicles rose from the streets, battling one another in a surreal spectacle. To them, the surrounding environment resembled a mere model. At that moment, Sheriff George noticed a police officer emerging from the precinct, seemingly dazed as he approached George and his companion. "What's wrong?" George asked, sensing the officer's distress. The officer hesitated, clutching a report, before gritting his teeth and speaking. "We've just received several emergency calls. A plutonium transport vehicle from Osborne Industries was stolen on 36th Street. Simultaneously, the two suspected lizard men we've been tracking have been spotted atop the Osborne Industries building. Spider-Man's whereabouts have also been detected, and he is en route to the same location. The military has issued an urgent evacuation order. An alien entity, codenamed Transformers, has invaded the Security Bureau, stealing vital national resources. Our priority is to evacuate the populace while devising a plan to reclaim the energy source, codenamed Cosmic Cube. Moreover, players seem to have received some urgent mission, flooding into the streets. Chaos. Utter chaos. Apple City was currently besieged by incidents. Lizard men, Spider-Man, alien Transformers, and players, an array of fantastical entities, emerged as if summoned by some unspoken agreement. Merlin, you should follow the crowd to evacuate. The city is not safe at all. Try to stay close to the police guiding everyone to safety, George exhorted, exhaling a sigh of frustration. He then turned back to the precinct, grabbed his firearm, and rallied all officers to leave the scene. Accompanied by the blaring sirens, police cars swiftly departed from the precinct, some heading towards designated evacuation zones while others pursued the criminals. George sat in the passenger seat, glancing through the rearview mirror at Merlin, who smiled and waved goodbye, his mood finally lifting somewhat. Once George and his companions had departed, Merlin lowered his hand and observed the distant battle between Optimus Prime and Megatron, a smirk appearing on his lips. "Let the game commence, little mute," he murmured. The stage had been set for this grand performance, and the players were ready to enter. As the Transformers clashed in chaotic Manhattan, the area surrounding Osborne Industries remained relatively stable. For Connors and Peter had only the Canary launch system atop the tower in their sights. However, while many were glued to live broadcasts of the ongoing battle, a subtle vibration coursed through each individual's mobile device. In the Brooklyn district, within the territory of the Red Scarves gang, three imposing men adorned in red bandanas sauntered lazily down the disorderly streets, their eyes scanning the pedestrians. Suddenly, as if choreographed, the phones of the trio rang in unison. "What is going on? The boss must want us to procure some herbs again," grumbled the burly bald man as he retrieved his phone, a frown etching his face. Yet, Upon reading the incoming message, he froze in surprise. Evolution? His companion exclaimed in astonishment. Star platform announcement. Upon realizing it was from the star platform, excitement flickered across their faces. The residents of Apple City were well acquainted with this platform. Yet becoming a player required not only a prior affiliation, but also a stroke of luck. After all, many coveted the peculiar vehicles and weapons on offer. New humanity. Do you find the human body too frail? A single illness, a knife, a baseball bat, a bullet from nowhere, or a sudden explosion can easily usher you to meet your maker or the devil. Evolution is the driving force behind all, the most potent power in the universe. The only constant. The transformation of humanity is nigh. On the evening of August 4th, 2008, a torrential rain will sweep across Apple City. Beneath this deluge, you shall shed your fragile human form and complete your evolution. Embark on the path of evolution, and you shall be liberated from the agony of disease and amputation, becoming a stronger, more perfect new humanity. Survival of the fittest. Lizard human. After perusing the mission description, the three exchanged glances. Chapter 53, The Evolution Baptism. City of Lizards. Simultaneously, the populace of Apple City received this singular message. Those who chose the more formidable, regenerative lizard humans were to congregate on the specified open streets at the designated time to undergo the evolution baptism and join the ranks of the new humanity. Meanwhile, those who opted for rationality would shelter indoors, awaiting the cessation of the evolution rain, before aligning themselves with the human faction. The most significant response to this phenomenon, aside from the African American community, has been observed within various hospitals. The African American community, often perceived through a lens of chaos and ignorance by many in the Eagle Nation, bears a tarnished reputation, with a long-standing history of criminal records, alongside countless unreported incidents. Consequently, when presented with the opportunity of transformation, the majority unhesitatingly opted to evolve into regenerative reptilian beings. Among them are those who aspire to supplant humanity, envisioning a new world free from discrimination. Hospitals, too, are acutely aware of the sentiments of many patients who have long endured the agonies of chemotherapy while lying in hospital beds. Numerous amputees and paralyzed individuals have thus glimpsed a flicker of hope. "Bim, take me to the rooftop," declared a middle-aged man, pale and tethered to and fro, addressing the nearby caregiver with unwavering resolve. The caregiver, taken aback, attempted to offer counsel but was swiftly interrupted. "Take me to the rooftop. I refuse to succumb to death. I yearn to evolve into a new being." The resolute man, despite his affluence as a corporate magnate, found himself in despair, awaiting the inevitable demise brought on by an incurable illness, until now, when a glimmer of hope emerged. Similarly, in other hospital wards, parallel narratives unfolded. "Malik, I wish to undergo the evolution bath. What about you?" inquired a man confined to a wheelchair, his upper body being his only remnant of wholeness. Addressing another man who had lost both arms. "No, I shall not become a monster," replied the armless man, though a flicker of temptation danced in his eyes, ultimately leading him to resolutely shake his head. "I cannot bear the thought of my daughter witnessing her father transform into a colossal lizard." "Malik, open your eyes. We fought valiantly for this nation, yet upon our return, what have we received? A wife entangled with another, a daughter who no longer recognizes her father. Come now, let us embrace the evolution bath together. Even as reptilians, we would be better than our current, wretched forms." With unwavering determination, we must endeavor to grasp any semblance of truth. Encouraged by his companion's fervent plea, the armless man found himself swayed. Reflecting on the betrayal of his wife and the alien gaze of his daughter, his expression gradually solidified with resolve. "All right, this evolution may spell disaster for the city. Yet for those afflicted by terminal illnesses and cornered by despair, it offers a beacon of hope." Students suffering from oppression and corporate drudgery share this sentiment. Many aspire to bask in the transformative waters of evolution, driven by personal grievances regarding their identity and skin color, some seeking redemption, others vengeance. Of course, there are those who, out of sheer ennui or as members of certain cults, also pursue this metamorphosis. The players were also tasked with choosing their factions. Yet most opted for the human camp, driven by the fear of becoming brainless lizard folk and thus rendered incapable of enjoying the game. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the entire Apple City, as fiery clouds gradually merged on the horizon. Merlin, basking in the golden glow, perched on the edge of the rooftop with a bottle of cola in hand, his legs dangling freely. From the rooftops of the towering buildings, throngs of people emerged, gazing skyward as if awaiting something monumental. Likewise, the streets and various squares were filled with groups of individuals, some clad in hospital gowns, who silently congregated in open spaces. In stark contrast, many others fled nervously to their homes or hotels, seeking refuge. The once boisterous players had also found shelter from the impending storm and settled into a tranquil wait. In that moment, the chaotic Apple City descended into an unexpected silence. Apart from the battleground of the Transformers, the streets lay still. As night approached, Merlin sipped his cola, observing the entangled Cybertronians and the passers-by awaiting their fate in silence. A joyful expression gracing his youthful and innocuous face under the crimson glow. Bang! As the last golden rays of sunlight, akin to the closing of celestial gates, faded from Apple City, a firework erupted from the torch of the Statue of Liberty, soaring into the heavens. Bang! 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 Following this, the Osborne Industries of Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens were adorned with dazzling green fireworks that burst forth, casting a ghastly green hue upon the enveloping darkness. Was it raining? A woman in a hospital gown, pale and fragile, gazed at the green droplets in her palm, whispering softly. Under the luminous glow of the city's neon lights, the green raindrops fell like slender swords, gradually forming a curtain of green rain that swelled and intensified, enveloping the entire city. The long-awaiting souls on the streets were equally ensnared. Oh God, save me. New humanity. I wish to become one of the new humans. I shall send those fools to hell. Redemption. On the streets, regardless of their background, be it the black community, the sick, or the bored, they resembled fervent devotees, tilting their heads to bask in the cleansing of the green rain. They felt the invigorating power that the baptism bestowed upon them. Amidst the torrential downpour, a disabled patient suddenly collapsed, writhing in agony, plagued by an unbearable itch in their severed limbs, as if something were attempting to emerge. Oh! A disabled man, having lost both legs, suddenly rose, his face transforming with green scales, his pupils morphing into cold, slitted orbs. His body began to swell, and from where his legs had once been, sharp claws sprouted, gradually transforming him into a lizard folk. It worked. It truly worked. My legs have returned. He paid no heed to the changes in appearance, his excitement solely directed towards his newly sprouted legs. The sensation of being grounded captivated him. Suddenly, a cacophony of leather tearing echoed through the air as towering lizard men, shrouded in a green rain, emerged from the streets, their cold vertical pupils gazing skyward. The primal force that erupted within them compelled them to roar ferociously. Chapter 54. The Tower's Offensive and Defensive Mission, Humanity's New Breed. The roars of the lizard men reverberated throughout Apple City, as the crescent moon quietly rose in the night sky, now tainted with a ghastly green hue. Residents, hiding within their homes, peered through windows at the transformed lizard men outside, their eyes betraying a mixture of grave concern and terror. Meanwhile, the players found themselves brimming with excitement, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of their evolutionary baptism. What transpired? Bumblebee tilted his head towards the descending green rain, glancing at the gravely wounded warrior below. Under the cleansing deluge, the warrior swiftly transformed into a robust lizard man, springing to life. Optimus Prime and Megatron, who had been locked in combat, were momentarily bewildered by this sudden turn of events, instinctively halting their battle. Before their eyes, the once frail humans now appeared significantly more imposing, as the streets filled with roaring lizard men. Beneath the green rain, a bizarre and frenzied aura began to permeate the entire city. On the rooftop, droplets of green rain pitter-pattered against the surface of a black umbrella, cascading down its edges. Merlin stood at the rooftop's edge, one hand propping up the umbrella, quietly observing this green canvas as if it were a masterpiece. How exquisite, he murmured softly. At that moment, a red figure streaked through the green rain and landed before Merlin. Merlin, how wonderful to finally find you. I thought you had become a lizard man as well. RC, propelled by blue energy, hovered in front of Merlin, her vibrant red form strikingly visible against the green backdrop. Upon spotting Merlin with his umbrella, she finally exhaled in relief. Have you acquired the Allspark? Merlin inquired, returning to his senses from his moment of joy. Yes, we have it. Currently, it remains with Bumblebee and Sam, but it cannot be entrusted to you for research just yet. The Decepticons have somehow learned of the Allspark's location and have awakened the frozen Megatron. Bumblebee and the others are under pursuit. RC expressed her frustration. Their acquisition of the Allspark had initially proceeded smoothly, but an unexpected ambush by the Decepticons had thwarted their plans. With Megatron now awakened, only their leader Optimus Prime could hold them off, though it was uncertain how long he could endure. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for them, and with such a strange change occurring, they were left wondering what impact it might have. Then let us wait for a while. I cannot afford to leave just yet. Merlin shook the umbrella in his hand. RC nodded, relieved that he was unharmed. The sudden downpour of green rain rendered the entire city momentarily silent. Natasha and Hawkeye, along with other members of SHIELD, were compelled to seek shelter, awaiting the conclusion of this evolutionary phenomenon. As the individuals who underwent the transformative baptism completed their metamorphosis into lizard people, the incessant curtain of green rain gradually thinned, restoring tranquility. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the vibrant lights of Apple City re-emerged, yet the expansive streets and squares were shrouded in a blanket of green. Suddenly, a crackling electromagnetic signal resonated throughout Apple City. Almost immediately, all advertisement screens flickered, and a page materialized. Game commences. The source of new humanity, the Evolution Tower. Within Apple City, there exist 6 Evolution Towers. They are the genesis of all evolution, yet they could also be the origin of its demise. Merlin Shaw and Gwen Stacy wield the regenerative serum, representing the last flicker of hope for humanity. Conversely, they also stand as the barrier against the evolution of new humanity. Human player mission released. Locate Merlin Shaw and Gwen Stacy. Acquire the regenerative serum, conquer the tower, release the serum, and reclaim your homeland. New humanity player mission released. Locate Merlin Shaw and Gwen Stacy. Eliminate them. Find Professor Curtis Scott Connors and Peter Parker. Obtain the regenerative potion. Safeguard the tower. Expand the new human faction. And fulfill the plan for reptilian dominance over land. Human? New humanity? To humans, new humanity appears as grotesque, filthy reptiles. To new humanity, humans are merely obsolete beings on the brink of extinction. In the battle for the tower, who shall ultimately ascend? Who will become the sovereign of this land? Come, let us strive to bear witness. Upon the conclusion of the mission briefing, the images and profiles of Merlin, Gwen, Connors, and Peter were projected across various screens throughout Apple City and on home televisions. After a 3-time loop, nearly everyone comprehended the essence of the mission. Merlin Shaw and Gwen Stacy possessed the serum capable of reversing the mutations of new humanity. If administered atop the tower, it could restore the city to its former state. Although the lizard people, post-transformation, exhibited diminished intellect, their fundamental awareness remained intact. Connors and Peter were pivotal figures in the development of new humanity, and the tower was an essential apparatus for their progress, warranting stringent protection against human occupation. Naturally, if Merlin and Gwen, both mere high school students, could be eliminated, it would prevent any possibility of their reversion to humanity. Roar, roar, roar. The tumultuous roars resounded above Apple City, as the lizard men on the streets surged like a riot, careening between the thoroughfares and squares towards the nearest towers. Concurrently, a faction of them dispersed to seek out their target. Among the humans, players jubilantly rode their vehicles onto the streets, eager to commence this game. Meanwhile, the police and arriving military forces were in search of Merlin and Gwen. Suddenly, the serene silence of Apple City was shattered by the thunderous blasts of explosions. A player, shouldering a weapon, aimed at the lizard men, unleashing a whistling missile that engulfed them in a fiery inferno. Vehicles such as the Drosso, Tyrant 2, and rocket backpacks ascended into the air. On the ground, an array of peculiar armed vehicles and motorcycles, including the likes of Teraldo, Saint Talon, Vigilante, Superburn, World Ender, and Half Track, flooded the streets. Even a newly released Con-Gelatin tank rampaged through the thoroughfare. The Decepticons, having momentarily regained their senses from the recent green deluge, continued their pursuit of the Ember source. At this moment, the powder keg that was Apple City was truly ignited. Merlin, Gwen, George, racing towards the Osborne Tower, glanced at the 2 individuals mentioned in the mission briefing, his expression swiftly darkening. These 2 had been acting mysteriously of late. He had thought they were on a date, and had even shared a moment of relief with his wife. Little did he know, they were embroiled in such affairs. Chapter 55. Iron Man arrives. Ember Source, are you referring to me? RC, having finished reviewing the mission, asked vacantly from the rooftop. I do not have a twin brother. Merlin replied, folding his umbrella with a teasing tone, his face devoid of any panic, instead brimming with anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The street echoed with the roar of engines and the sounds of explosions, as the robust lizard men were instantly engulfed. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, the charred lizard men began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, their shattered limbs regenerating. After a few strides, their injuries appeared nearly healed, as though nothing had transpired, save for their singed garments. Bang! The incendiary bullets ignited, and the recently restored lizard man transformed into a colossal figure of flames, the acrid scent of scorched flesh permeating the air. To the astonishment of the players, the creature did not succumb. Instead, it let out a furious roar and charged, engulfed in flames, bringing one player crashing to the ground. Sizzle! The player, frozen in shock, was instantly torn asunder. The gruesome scene swiftly enveloped the entire street, successfully instilling fear in the surrounding players. At that moment, they realized that this game was perhaps far more treacherous than they had anticipated. Once again, fireballs erupted in a chaotic display. The sky echoed with the roar of the Drosso fleet, unleashing a torrent of missiles that enveloped the entire block of lizard men. A player stared silently at the two rifles in his hands. To be precise, it was rather challenging for those of them who had not invested significantly. Let us proceed to Osborne Industries. I need to concoct a serum, Merlin said, turning to Alcee, who still seemed somewhat dazed. Oh right. Alcee snapped back to attention, nodding vigorously, and her mechanical form began to twist, swiftly transforming into a Ducati motorcycle that came to rest before Merlin. Once seated on Alcee, Merlin activated the atomic engine, shifting into flying motorcycle mode as they departed from the rooftop. From above, one could observe numerous airborne vehicles dancing among the city's skyscrapers, all heading towards Osborne Industries. If one were to contend for the tower, Osborne Industries was undoubtedly a prime target. Just as he departed the rooftop and prepared to ascend, a piercing sound suddenly shattered the air above, accompanied by a streak of white light that tore through the night sky. Iron Man had arrived. Merlin, wait, where are you headed? Stark posed in a ballet stance, hovering before Merlin, his visor retracting to reveal his cheek as he inquired. I'm off to create more serum at Osborne Industries to put an end to this crisis. Honestly, it feels a bit strange being a savior for the first time. Merlin indicated towards the direction of Osborne Industries. Being a savior is no easy feat. The entire city is searching for you and a girl named Gwen. By the way, do you know where Gwen is? I checked, and you two seem to be quite close friends. Oh, and there's another girl named Hannah. Are you perhaps juggling two relationships? Stark's excitement grew as he spoke, his expression turning inquisitive. Merlin thought to himself, when did this guy learn to chatter like Spider-Man? I can manage on my own. There's no need to worry about Gwen. She won't be found, Merlin replied, shaking his head. Why? Stark was momentarily taken aback by Merlin's assurance. You might inquire with her. Merlin tilted his head, gesturing behind him. Stark turned to look, spotting a striking woman clad in a black catsuit. Her wine-red curls cascading as she piloted a vehicle named Tyrant 2, racing towards them. Black Widow, Natasha, he noted. She is an agent of the Department of Defense Strategy, specifically handling extraterrestrial and paranormal incidents, and also a player. Stark nodded in understanding, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Hey, you two, would you mind teaming up? Natasha smiled as she halted beside them. Of course, that's perfectly fine, Merlin was about to respond, but Stark quickly interjected. Perhaps after the battle, we might experience some delightful encounters. At that moment, Stark was still intent on charming the ladies. Yet, what did Gwen have to do with her? Stark pondered. His curiosity piqued. Gwen, I am aware of her situation. There is no need for concern. She has likely arrived at the Osborne Industrial Building ahead of all of us. Natasha remarked with a hint of implication. Since the last mission to Afghanistan to rescue Stark, she has been investigating the relationship between Merlin and the platform, and has also come to learn that Gwen is indeed Spider-Man. For an agent, the revelation of Gwen's identity as Spider-Man is merely a matter of deduction. Just as Stark was about to speak, Merlin, as if having seen something, suddenly tapped Alcee. Alcee, deploy the electromagnetic cannon. The Allspark is about to be seized. Amidst the battlefield of Transformers, Sam was desperately fleeing down the street under the cover of Bumblebee and Eaglesauce's forces. However, during his escape, he was unfortunate enough to be caught in a missile strike from the Red Spider, crashing heavily onto the debris while clutching the package containing the Allspark. At that moment, Megatron had just unleashed an energy blast that knocked Optimus Prime to the ground and made his way towards Sam. Kid, hand over the Allspark. That belongs to us. Megatron bellowed, bending down to reach for the backpack in Sam's grasp. Sam, gazing up at the enormous metallic visage and the sharp claws drawing closer, clutched the Allspark tightly. He could not relinquish it. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the entire Earth would be transformed into a world of Transformers, plunging humanity into peril. But at that moment, Optimus and the others were far too late to offer assistance, leaving him to close his eyes in despair. As Megatron's colossal metallic hand was about to make contact with the backpack, a shot from an electromagnetic cannon suddenly struck his palm from the side. Bang! A faint electric arc flickered in the air as Megatron's hand was pierced through, leaving a charred hole. The immense impact caused Megatron to stagger back a few steps. Ah! Alcee! Megatron exclaimed, clutching his hand in disbelief as he turned to the source of the attack. A cold, square electromagnetic cannon had emerged beside Alcee, its upper part vacuous and blue arcs of electricity dancing within. In his shock, Alcee rushed forward. With a swift motion, Merlin revealed the web shooter concealed in his wrist, pressing a button that propelled a strand of webbing towards the backpack cradled in Sam's arms. Chapter 56. Merlin has been marked. No, Megatron roared, extending his hand in a futile attempt to intercept. Yet it was evidently too late. The Allspark slipped past him, pulled by the web. As the webbing rebounded, Merlin seized the backpack into his embrace. He unzipped it and beheld a dark, cubic energy core. Stark, catching up, cast a peculiar glance at Merlin, his gaze lingering on his chest. What are you staring at? Sensing the unreasonable scrutiny, Merlin shouldered the backpack and turned to meet Stark's gaze. You should be aware of what I am observing. I never anticipated that the renowned neighbor of Apple City, Spider-Man, would actually be you. Everyone assumes that Spider-Man is a female hero, yet the truth is, you are merely masquerading as one. No wonder your identity went unchallenged. How clever you young people are. Stark lightly tapped on Merlin's wrist-mounted web shooter, offering a playful jab. Huh. Natasha suddenly stifled a laugh. Merlin, his expression darkening, explained, come on. How could my body endure such intense movements? This was gifted to me by Spider-Man. We share a good rapport. Merlin certainly did not believe that his slight frame could leap from a building like Gwen, shooting out webs to steady himself midair. That being said, Stark raised an eyebrow. Merlin here is quite the enigma. Who knows what he is truly capable of? Optimus Prime and his crew are closing in. We must flee. At that moment, Bumblebee on the ground shouted urgently. Unbeknownst to them, the Red Spider, in combat, had transformed into AP-22 Raptor, soaring into the sky. The Allspark was in the hands of RC, and that human seized them. After tearing apart the obstructing injured Jazz, Megatron leaped into the air, instantly transforming into a massive, sleek Cybertronian jet, hurtling towards Merlin and the others. Quick go. I will hold them off, Stark warned as two approaching Decepticons donned their masks, their expressions grave. In an instant, they transformed into beams of white light, charging headlong towards Megatron. Get out of the way, insect. Megatron scoffed disdainfully as Iron Man approached, unleashing an energy blast. Boom. Stark deftly sidestepped the attack, and from his shoulder emerged launch ports, releasing a barrage of miniature missiles like a shower of petals. Boom, boom, boom. However, upon striking Megatron, the missiles detonated like mere firecrackers, producing sparks but inflicting no damage whatsoever. Whoosh. The colossal Cybertronian jet sliced through the faint smoke, not even glancing at Stark, directly pursuing Merlin and RC. Stark gazed helplessly at the retreating Megatron. His recent adversaries had been rather formidable. Just yesterday, he had contended with his uncle, Ironmonger, and without Merlin's assistance, he might not have prevailed. Today, it seemed he could barely inflict any harm. Whoosh. Merlin abruptly twisted the motorcycle's handlebars, veering away as an energy projectile whizzed past him. Simultaneously, the radar on the bike's front emitted an alarm, and laser beams erupted forth. Boom, boom, boom. Under the laser barrage, several targeted missiles were intercepted mid-flight. Exploding in the air, Megatron's immense metallic form loomed closer, resembling a colossal falcon, and both Merlin and Natasha felt the weight of its oppressive presence. Meanwhile, Red Spider engaged in combat with Stark after firing its missiles. Merlin, if this continues, we will inevitably be caught. We do not hold the advantage in the skies. Natasha glanced back at the rapidly approaching Megatron, her tone laden with gravity. Her intent was unmistakable. They needed to leverage the towering structures of the city below. Despite RC's modifications, she was no match for Megatron's velocity. The disparity in their power sources and technology was not easily reconciled. Merlin observed the encroaching Megatron aircraft and the chaotic throngs of lizard men on the streets below. While Megatron dominated the skies, the ground was teeming with an endless swarm of lizard men and Decepticon transformers. Suddenly, Optimus Prime and a cadre of transformers materialized below, and Merlin exhaled deeply. Clarity dawning upon him. It was time to descend. With a firm resolve, Merlin pressed down, and RC dove toward the cityscape. Being pursued in the air was an inevitable fate. Once they reached the ground, the variables would multiply. With a thud, RC shuddered slightly as her tires made contact with the street. Natasha hovered in the air, providing protective cover for Merlin. The moment Merlin touched down, the lizard men traversing the streets and scaling the buildings caught sight of him. It was Merlin Xiao. Merlin Xiao, the very individual from their mission? It was indeed him. There was no mistaking it. He possessed the serum, and they could not allow him to reach the tower. A lizard man, resembling a monkey as it clung to the building, suddenly let out a primal roar. Almost instantaneously, a chain reaction ensued. The roar echoed throughout the structures and streets, with lizard men joining in a cacophony of cries. The street reverberated with their unified calls. Roar, roar, roar. Attention. Human Merlin Xiao has been marked by the New Humanity faction. The scene was broadcasted live across billboards and communication devices. Feeling the oppressive weight of countless cold, savage gazes surrounding him, Merlin forced a grin. Pairs of green luminescent eyes flickered ominously in the dim streets, their guttural growls resonating like distant thunder. They had entered the lizard's lair. Shadows loomed as Megatron transformed into his humanoid form, plummeting toward him like a meteor, his colossal frame threatening to crush him beneath its weight. This was going to be exhilarating. observing the lizardman's predatory gazes and the descending Megatron. Merlin's pupils constricted in heightened excitement, his adrenaline surging. The engine within RC roared to life, sensing Merlin's fervor as the rear wheels screeched against the pavement. The shadows expanded rapidly, and the lizardman could even feel the rush of air. With a crackle, RC's front wheels lifted, launching forward like a released arrow. A streak of crimson brilliance. Boom. Megatron's massive form crashed onto the street, shattering the solid concrete beneath him. Meanwhile, RC surged forward, carrying Merlin directly into the midst of the lizardmen. As the distance between the two parties diminished, one of the lizardmen could no longer restrain himself and lunged forward onto the ground. Chapter 57. Not chaotic enough. Alcee, clear a path. Faced with the surging tide of lizardmen, Merlin exhibited no fear, flooring the accelerator. With a crack, the electromagnetic cannon once again deployed from Alcee's side. Arcs of electricity flickering within the barrel as it began to charge. At the moment the energy reached its critical point, a beam of electromagnetic light erupted forth. A blinding flash of white light ensued, instantly vaporizing the lizardmen, obstructing the way and clearing a passage, with faint arcs of electricity dancing in the air. Roars of anguish erupted from the affected lizardmen. Some, struck on the arm, melted away on the spot, while others lost half their bodies. And the most unfortunate were left with but a single limb. Where the electromagnetic cannon passed, a scene of severed arms and remnants lay in its wake. Merlin lowered his body and drove Alcee into the newly formed path. Yet, just as he was about to burst forth, the encircling lizardmen surged together like a tide, lunging towards Merlin. With a slight exertion of pressure from his foot on the pedal, Alcee, in perfect synchrony, executed a swift maneuver that propelled Merlin into the air. The engine roared as Alcee transformed into humanoid form, hands planted firmly on the ground, her legs twisting like a whirlwind. A series of explosive impacts resounded as a circular afterimage flashed by, sending the converging lizardmen flying backward. After repelling the foes, Alcee landed and reverted back to motorcycle form, accelerating to catch Merlin just before he touched down. The sequence of movements unfolded with such fluidity, it appeared to have been rehearsed countless times. A splendid collaboration. After breaking through the lizardmen's blockade, Merlin remounted Alcee, exclaiming in admiration, "Where to next?" Back to the Osborne Industrial Building. The majority of gamers and lizardmen are congregated there. Merlin replied casually, evading an airborne lizardman with a deft twist of Alcee. The lizardman landed swiftly, disappearing into the pursuing crowd behind, as the main force resumed their chase. As Merlin advanced, an increasing number of lizardmen joined the pursuit, gradually forming a green wave along the streets, creating a sense of congestion. "Get out of my way, you foolish slaves," boomed Megatron as he stormed into the throng of lizardmen, akin to a farmer entering a flock of chickens, casually pushing them aside, while keeping a keen eye on Merlin ahead. Glancing back, Merlin noted that, in addition to Megatron, other Decepticons like the dizzying helicopter, the raucous tank, and the police barricade were also in pursuit. Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed from above as the transformed Red Spider, in the form of a 22 Raptor fighter jet, appeared silently above him, having materialized from the shadows. With a sharp snap, the cunning Red Spider swiftly transformed, blocking the center of the crossroads in front of Merlin. "RC, hand over the Allspark. You have nowhere left to escape," he threatened, sliding back a short distance before raising his arm menacingly. Boom. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, a shot from a railgun struck him from the side. "The leaders have arrived." RC exhaled in relief. The roar of engines filled the air at both sides of the crossroads, and soon, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and a cadre of transforming vehicles converged onto the main thoroughfare, trailing closely behind Merlin. It was Bumblebee who initiated the assault. "Oh no, I must take my leave." The inherently crafty and timid Red Spider, upon seeing the approaching Autobots, did not hesitate to transform into his jet form and flee the scene. At that moment, Iron Man soared through the sky, quickly intercepting Red Spider. Without a moment's pause, he raised his hands and fired 2 repulsor blasts. Yet, to his surprise, the once agile Red Spider showed no intention of evasion, instead bracing himself against the blasts as he charged forward. In Stark's moment of distraction, the opponent had already reached him. As Stark crossed his arms in anticipation of the impact, Red Spider zipped past him at high speed. Zing! Stark thought, "Have I been disregarded again?" When he turned in confusion, Red Spider had vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a trail of dark smoke without a moment's hesitation, abandoning Megatron and the others. Having sustained considerable damage from Bumblebee's blast, Red Spider had barely been touched by Stark's attack. When Stark glanced down, he raised an eyebrow in understanding. This child certainly exhibited a hint of a savior's essence. On the street below, with Merlin at the helm and RC alongside, Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and the other Autobots raced closely behind. The crimson-inked heavy truck, the muscular yellow bumblebee, and the armored ambulance echoed with the thunderous roar of engines, their sounds overpowering the cries of the surrounding lizard men. Meanwhile, Megatron and his cohorts advanced on foot, seamlessly blending into the throngs of lizard men. Their aerial advantage was greatly diminished in the cityscape, and they had to keep a vigilant watch over the Allspark. The moment they lost sight in the skies, should their adversaries divide, no one could ascertain into whose hands the Allspark would fall. Stark and Natasha soon joined the aerial formation. Iron Man, Black Widow, Autobots. I feel this moment calls for some music, Merlin suddenly remarked, sensing the growing assembly behind him. RC, of course, obliged, unleashing an electrifying beat that pulsated through the streets. Woohoo, the feeling has arrived. Oh my heavens, you still have the leisure to play music. What is the title of the song? Stark remarked reflexively as the music began to play. Nevertheless, one must concede that Merlin's actions resonate with his intentions. However, the melody was soon compelled to cease. Oh, for heaven's sake. Gazing at the verdant scene before him, Stark, hovering above the group, could not help but exclaim a curse. Natasha also wore a grave expression as she surveyed the unfolding spectacle. It seemed they had ventured too far. Merlin halted the vehicle with one foot planted on the ground, awkwardly grinning at the scene ahead. Before them, a crossroad was densely populated with a multitude of lizard men, their cold, piercing gazes fixed intently upon them. The ground trembled ominously as the lizard men and Megatron pursued from behind. A helicopter buzzed overhead, its rotors whirring in dizzying rotation. They were surrounded. Perhaps it was still not sufficient. Merlin pondered for a moment, arriving at this conclusion, and then reached into his backpack for the Allspark. Chapter 58, New Factions. Chaotic species Optimus Prime and his companions swiftly transformed into their towering Autobot forms, encircling Merlin to shield him. Their expressions tense as they observed the influx of lizard men and Decepticon members in the surrounding streets. Click, click, weapons deployed in succession, establishing a vigilant defense. What about the platform players? I fear we have encountered a hellish level of difficulty and require reinforcements. Stark floated above, his tone light, yet laden with gravity. With so many lizard men, he too felt the weight of apprehension. It might still take some time. My position is already exposed to the entire city, and it's only a matter of time before they arrive. Since the lizard men had spotted him first, and in overwhelming numbers, it was simple for them to dispatch a portion of their forces to encircle him. As for the players, their numbers aside, not everyone is inclined to engage in the main storyline. Many players remain oblivious, either joyriding in vehicles or hiding with sniper rifles. Military forces and our department members are also advancing to provide support, but Natasha, glancing at her surroundings and the few members of her team, silently conveyed the unspoken truth. The disparity in numbers and strength was far too great. They might not be able to endure until then. What is in your bag? Can you return it to them? Tony inquired, directing his gaze toward the backpack cradled in Merlin's arms. If they could evade the relentless pursuit of Megatron and his ilk, they could still escape upon ascending. No, if he were to obtain it, the electrical machinery of the entire Earth would transform into Cybertronian biomechanical entities, which would pose a far greater problem than a city full of lizard men. Natasha immediately shook her head resolutely. As an agent, she had received information regarding the Transformers from Sector 7, thus comprehending the significance of the Allspark. What then? We cannot hold out much longer. Stark, too, found himself at a loss. He resolved that upon returning, he would diligently research a suit of anti-Transformers armor, for this battle had been exceedingly vexing. Should we ultimately falter, please place the Allspark upon my chest. I shall vanish from this Earth alongside it. The once silent Optimus Prime suddenly turned and spoke. Leader, Ironhide and the others were taken aback. Let us not dwell on failure just yet. We must further complicate the situation. Merlin descended from the vehicle, retrieving the Allspark cube from his bag. What are you planning to do? RC inquired, transforming into her humanoid form, a look of confusion on her face. Merlin offered no response. Instead, he launched the Allspark forcefully into the air. Hey, what are you doing, kid? Ironhide and the others were struck with alarm at Merlin's next move. We need some assistance. Merlin raised his laser gun and pulled the trigger aimed at the Allspark above. Whoosh! A crimson beam shot forth, instantly striking the surface of the Allspark. In that moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the Allspark. Boom! A formidable wave of energy, centered around the Allspark, exploded outward like a hurricane, rapidly expanding in a circular manner until it reached the outskirts of Manhattan. The shockwave from the Allspark's energy blast caused the surrounding lizard men to instinctively halt, gazing curiously at the Allspark in the center. With a thud, the Allspark hovered for a brief moment before plummeting back into Merlin's bag after the energy explosion. Silence enveloped the area, leaving some in a daze. The lizardmen nervously examined their bodies, finding no injuries despite the commotion. Such a ruckus, and yet no harm? Stark, unsteady in the sky, looked at the tranquil scene around him, puzzled. Mr. Stark, your armor appears to have undergone some changes. It seems to possess a life of its own, mirroring the biological metallic features of the extraterrestrial transformers. What? Stark's eyes widened in surprise, followed by an unfamiliar voice emanating from within the armor. Hey, it is an honor to merge with you, my master. A small, cartoonish version of Iron Man, resembling liquid metal, detached from the shoulder of Stark's armor and greeted him. Oh my heavens, Stark thought, momentarily at a loss for words as he beheld the diminutive Iron Man on his shoulder. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. What is happening? Above, Natasha's two tyrants fell into disarray, accompanied by a shower of sparks, as a white robot with a purple circular energy core on its chest materialized in the sky. Natasha, witnessing the imminent fall, saw the tyrant swiftly revert to vehicle form to catch her. However, unlike Stark's armor, it appeared unable to speak. Meanwhile, the lizard folk, still engulfed in confusion, were suddenly startled as the surrounding vehicles and vending machines flickered with sparks, transforming into a chaotic assembly of robots. The cacophony of gunfire and explosive blasts erupted from a nearby shopping mall. With a resounding boom, an explosion shattered the doors, unleashing a swarm of robots into the streets. As the robots beheld the dazed lizard folk, they charged forward, brandishing their newly acquired weaponry with furious zeal. Beyond the immediate vicinity, the entire Manhattan area was engulfed by the energy emanating from the Allspark. Televisions at home, broadcasting the news, grotesquely morphed into aggressive robots, while kitchen appliances like toasters, induction cookers, juicers, and smartphones instantaneously transformed into ferocious Cybertronian warriors. Furthermore, the vehicles of players caught in the energy surge also morphed into biomechanical entities. Yet unlike the chaotic Cybertronians, they allied with their operators. Much of Earth's technology had been derived from reverse engineering Megatron, hence, when affected by the Allspark, they became members of the Decepticons, automatically equipped with weaponry. The energy within them served as ammunition. The vehicles crafted by Merlin were based on the gaming platform's systems and were integrated with the star system. Thus, when affected, they did not descend into mindless destruction. Chaos Breed. New race in Manhattan, Chaos Breed. Faction, Chaos, a mechanical species generated from the chaotic technology of Cybertron, born of the Allspark's overflow. Destruction, Chaos. All must perish. Congratulations to Manhattan players for their vehicle upgrades. They shall now transform from mere cold machines into your closest allies. Chapter 59, Crisis. Unveiled news of the new faction quickly spread throughout Apple City. However, for players outside of Manhattan, the vehicle upgrade news held greater significance. What? Vehicle upgrades, mechanical lifeforms? Autobots? Why am I excluded? Oh no, this is unfair. Why do only Manhattan players benefit? Heh, exclusive to Manhattan players. Who told you to wander around instead of participating in the main storyline to protect the serum? Ha ha ha, my armed Patton has transformed into a colossal robot. Simply magnificent. My Pegasus Tezera has undergone the same transformation. I purchased it solely for its aesthetic, never expecting it to evolve into a mech. My Vigilante has undergone the same transformation. Photos. 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 Reported. Reported. Don't get cocky. When the Avengers and the Grim Reaper emerge, I will annihilate you. Upstairs, I've pinpointed your location. It's Brooklyn, right? Just wait. Ahem. Just kidding. My friend, your Vigilante mech is truly magnificent. The rivalry among players is not to be underestimated. Sometimes, one must concede defeat. For the real world offers no sanctuary akin to Los Santos Hospital. On the forum of the platform, players from Manhattan jubilantly celebrate, as if it were a festive occasion, fervently showcasing their newly upgraded biovehicles. Meanwhile, players from other regions gaze enviously at the striking Autobot images, their teeth nearly grinding in admiration. Boom, boom, boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Roar. Where on earth do these mechanical beings originate? After various electronic devices and appliances transformed into chaotic entities, they surged onto the streets, launching indiscriminate assaults. With an array of sports cars and motorcycles forming the core of their force, the lizardmen, being the most conspicuous and numerous species on the streets, naturally became their primary targets for attack. Consequently, the lizardmen, who had encircled Merlin and his companions, were suddenly thrown into disarray. A tumult of chaotic lizardmen entangled in one another. These mechanical bodies varied in size and armament, while the lizardmen, though flesh and blood, possessed terrifying strength and formidable regenerative capabilities, refusing to yield against the overwhelming chaos. Many of the transformed weaponry merely tickled them. Even those with greater firepower inflicted wounds that healed swiftly, akin to indomitable cockroaches, as they lunged forward to tear the chaotic beings to shreds. However, with the emergence of the chaotic entities, the previously lizardman-dominated scenario in Manhattan began to find equilibrium due to the region's dynamics. Although the Manhattan dwellers turned lizardmen exhibited drastic personality shifts, their cunning remained intact, resulting in well-coordinated actions that leveraged their inherent advantages and fostered unity. In contrast, the Brooklyn District's lizardmen, predominantly of African descent, became even more robust and savage, driven solely by a desire for destruction. Clearly, the Manhattan faction posed a greater threat. Observing the surrounding chaos, Iron Man, initially taken aback, promptly closed his mouth. This truly is a remarkable sight. Stark extended his arm, and a laser energy weapon materialized in response. At that moment, Natasha, having landed on the ground, gazed in astonishment at the tyrant transformed into a white Decepticon. "Well done, kid," Iron Man commended, before joining Optimus Prime and the others in their charge against the Decepticon members. Stark, Natasha, and the tyrant, along with RC, remained behind to safeguard Merlin. Roar! Groups of lizardmen surged toward them from the surrounding streets like ravenous zombies, their cold vertical pupils fixated intently on Merlin at the center. Boom! Stark, positioned to Merlin's right, delivered a powerful kick, sending one lizardman flying. He then extended his arm, unleashing a barrage from his palm cannon and laser cannon, obliterating several other advancing lizardmen. Ahead, RC bore the lengthy electromagnetic pulse cannon upon her shoulder, unleashing a multitude of missiles that scattered like celestial flowers, enveloping a throng of lizardmen in a shroud of explosive smoke. As the electromagnetic cannon reached full charge, it released a brilliant beam that swept through a large contingent of foes. To the left, Natasha wielded dual rifles, firing incendiary, explosive, and metallic rounds in a relentless barrage, precisely striking the lizardmen's eyes, while the tyrant stood guard, repelling the encroaching lizardmen. The trio formed a triangular bastion, with Merlin sheltered at the center, brandishing an electromagnetic rifle and launching indiscriminate attacks against the surrounding lizardmen. This rifle was not crafted by the system, but was instead forged from Stark's cold fusion reactor, offering a more abundant and stable energy source than the system's superconductive graphene batteries. With a series of swift sounds, the bullets propelled by the electromagnetic pulse shattered a lizardman's skull. The surrounding lizardmen surged towards Merlin like a swarm of relentless crawlers. Yet Stark and his allies thwarted their advance, creating a circular vacuum of safety. Meanwhile, on the Transformers front, with the absence of the Red Spider, Megatron faced off against Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, while Ironhide and Ratchet contended with the chaos and disorientation. Optimus directly confronted Megatron, while Bumblebee, armed with an electromagnetic pulse cannon, harried the enemy, momentarily halting Megatron's advance. This disruption scattered the lizardmen's formation, weakening their encirclement. As Optimus and his team impeded Megatron's progress, Stark's group cleared a defensive perimeter, safeguarding Merlin within. However, the stalemate was short-lived, as Natasha soon found her ammunition dwindling. With a resounding explosion, she obliterated one last lizardman with her final explosive round. Just as she lowered her rifle, a lizardman lunged toward her. Bang! The tyrant intercepted the creature's vicious claws, but suddenly, a howling sound erupted from below. Natasha's expression shifted as she instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. Bang! A hefty lizard tail struck her, sending her flying. This breach in defense allowed several lizardmen to surge forward toward Merlin. Merlin! RC gasped in alarm. Merlin turned to see a lizardman's razor-sharp claws poised to strike. Just as he faced imminent danger, a rope ensnared the lizardman's neck. The rope tightened abruptly, yanking the airborne lizardman back to the ground with a resounding thud. Thump! Merlin looked up to see a man clad in a tight suit and a red mask emerge onto the battlefield, accompanied by a sleek, black vigilante mech. Daredevil. Chapter 60, Reinforcements arrive. To facilitate his investigation into resurrecting his girlfriend Erica, Matt made a down payment to Merlin for a vigilante vehicle to expedite his travels. Merlin also equipped it with an intelligent sensing radar to enhance its driving capabilities. Recently, his inquiries had yielded progress, revealing information about the dragon bones within the Hand Association. However, before he could delve deeper, a citywide evolution mission abruptly enveloped the area. Following the cessation of the Green Rain, he received a mission concerning Merlin and, without hesitation, drove the vigilante vehicle urgently from Hell's Kitchen to Manhattan. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted as the vigilante mech, donning fierce black metallic visors, wielded a crimson metal cane akin to Matt's, sweeping it outward. The sound of impact reverberated as the substantial metal cane arced through the air, sending a flurry of chaos in its wake. The towering lizardmen and mechanical abominations were sent sprawling. The vigilante mech then raised the cane once more, twisting its wrist to aim forward. With a sharp crack, a missile shot forth from the cane's tip, striking a taxi transformed into an abomination. An explosion ensued, flames erupting in all directions. Matt nonchalantly flicked the cane, his back turned to the blaze as he advanced towards Merlin. Impressive. Merlin's eyes sparkled as he beheld Matt's vigilante. Yet, before he could fully express his admiration, a mechanical feline roar accompanied by a cacophony of exhaust echoed through the streets. The surrounding lizard horde and mechanical abominations were thrown into disarray, as if a ferocious beast had intruded. Subsequently, a black and red Dodge Hellcat barreled into the inner circle. With a screech, the Hellcat executed a slick drift before the group, and as the doors flung open, a man and his dog emerged. The mechanical exterior of the Hellcat twisted and contorted, launching into the air. A sleek, shadowy metal figure, adorned with agile red metal claws and cat ears, along with a whip-like black and red metallic tail and luminous circular headlights, manifested on the battlefield. Did I arrive too late? John, clad in a suit and cradling a pump-action shotgun, queried Merlin. Nearby, Duke barked mockingly. Your vehicle has transformed into a cat? Merlin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the imposing black and red metal feline behind John. My wife often remarks that my car is merely cold metal, but now, it has changed. John affectionately stroked the Hellcat's chin, smiling contentedly. With a combination of cat and dog, he felt thoroughly satisfied. In the air, Stark looked on enviously, eager to speak, when the roar of a motorcycle abruptly interrupted. A figure clad in a black skull t-shirt, Uncle Penalty, twisted the throttle with one hand while balancing a heavy grenade launcher in the other, explosively carving a path forward. With a thunderous roar, Uncle F.A. charged through the smoke atop his saintly chariot, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit racing through a fiery portal, arriving before Merlin and his companions. A familiar scene unfolded once more. The saintly chariot swiftly transformed into a metallic skeletal automaton, its eyes glowing crimson like a harbinger of doom. Clutching a shotgun in one hand and a shell cigar clamped between its teeth, it exuded an aura of a dystopian future. Are you all right? Uncle F.A. inquired, casting a glance at Merlin. You arrived just in time, Merlin replied with a slight grin. Ah, splendid. Let us wreak some havoc. The saintly chariot, with its skeletal visage twitching, spoke in a deep, resonant tone. These transformers bore the unmistakable imprint of their drivers, at least. Matt and his blind vigilante mech shared a similar essence with Uncle F.A. and his wasteland-themed skeletal chariot. Other players should be arriving shortly as well. The Manhattan district, though not vast, would likely see other nearby players converging soon. Buzzing sounds erupted, confirming his statement. A cacophony of roaring engines filled the street. Wow. It seems a convoy of bulldozers is approaching, Stark observed from above, gazing at the fleet speeding toward them with astonishment. On the once empty streets, a line of ramped bulldozers and pointed shadow trucks moved with unimpeded grace. In the sky, the Drossos and Tyrants soared like a flock of erratic birds, twirling and weaving through the air with wild abandon. The affluent of Manhattan undoubtedly outnumbered others. The ramped bulldozers and pointed shadow trucks collided first with the chaotic lizardmen and their disordered kin. Bang, bang, bang. Lizardmen were sent soaring into the sky upon impact, plummeting like dumplings from the heavens. Packed tightly together, they found it difficult to evade the onslaught of the ramped bulldozers and massive trucks. Roar! One lizardman, sensing the impending doom of the convoy, leapt in an attempt to avoid the ramp, aiming to seize and rend the human driver from the cab. However, in the blink of an eye, a pointed shadow truck morphed into a colossal transformer, its metallic tip transforming into a monstrous drill, piercing through the lizardman with brutal efficiency. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless missiles erupted from the Drossos and Tyrant like confetti, creating a barrage of destruction as they rained down upon the chaos below, unleashing a carpet bombing. Boom. The entire street ignited into a conflagration, a seething sea of flames consuming all in sight. Sizzling. A pointed shadow truck broke through the inferno, accompanied by a fleet of ramped bulldozers, arriving before Merlin and his group. Stop. Open the doors. A burly man, bald and clad in a black t-shirt, emerged from the lead pointed shadow truck. Luke Hobbs, the captain of an elite task force from the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, had never faltered during his missions. Upon seeing the formidable figure before him, the young mute quickly gathered information about the man. After disembarking, Hobbs surveyed John and his companions, his expression growing solemn. These individuals were not to be trifled with. However, his current focus shifted to the high school student who was being shielded at the center. Merlin Xiao, it appears you are the central figure representing humanity in this game. This gaming platform is truly despicable for thrusting a child into such peril. Observing Merlin's youthful features, Hobbs clenched his teeth in frustration. Chapter 61. The final block to the tower. Listening to Hobbs, Merlin's emotions became a whirlwind of complexity. He was uncertain whether to feel grateful or to seek amusement from the situation. After all, Hobbs' words did convey concern for his well-being. With the arrival of the slope-mounted magical treasures and the heavy-duty truck's sharp-tipped shadows, coupled with the aerial missile strikes, the surrounding lizardmen and chaotic entities were swiftly eradicated. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Transformers, the disoriented had been defeated, and those who remained, sensing the dire circumstances, lost their will to fight and retreated. Upon witnessing their reinforcements arrive one after another, they hastily abandoned their leader, Megatron, and fled the scene. A pack of cowardly fools. As his subordinates scattered, Megatron seethed with rage. Yet, recognizing the overwhelming presence of enemies surrounding him, he understood the tide had turned. He swiftly evaded the clutches of Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, transforming into a Cybertronian jet and soaring into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Optimus Prime, you traitor, you shall regret this. Players soon began to arrive, and the battlefield was rapidly cleared. Merlin Xiao, it seems you share a surname with an insufferable individual. Once the area was secured, the tension among the group began to dissipate. Hobbs then introduced himself. I am Luke Hobbs, currently representing the Federal Bureau of Investigation to resolve this incident. Please, tell me, what is your situation? And you, Gwen Stacy, what role do you play in all of this? The mission report raises several questions. His imposing figure radiated authority as he inquired earnestly. Upon hearing this, Stark and Uncle Ben exchanged curious glances. They were aware of Merlin's peril but lacked specific details. Yes. Merlin nodded affirmatively. Then why were you researching the serum? Where was it developed? Were you acting under someone's orders or suggestions? Hobbs continued his interrogation, his tone unconsciously imbued with pressure. You have too many questions. Which should I answer first? Oh, my apologies. Just respond to whichever one comes to mind. There's no need to feel overwhelmed. Seemingly aware of his habitual interrogation method, Hobbs softened his tone. Merlin paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. This matter bears a certain relation to Spider-Man. Ever since the revelation of Professor Connors being the lizard, she sought out Gwen, imploring her to investigate the viral serum. Gwen had initially been an intern under Professor Connors. To alleviate any potential misunderstanding among others, Merlin interjected with an explanation. Gwen and I are quite close. Almost to the point of intimacy, which is why she approached me. He then pressed his lips together, as if grappling with the difficulty of articulating his thoughts. Subsequently, the two clandestinely entered the Oscorp laboratory to study the viral serum, and they succeeded. Natasha, picking up on Merlin's narrative, continued, and the group nodded in immediate understanding. It was evident that this was well within Merlin's capabilities. Speaking of Spider-Man, where is she now? As the mention of Spider-Man struck everyone, they suddenly recalled her presence. She was atop the Oscorp building, thwarting Connors and Peter. We must hasten. Her situation appears perilous, Stark urged, having received a visual feed from Jarvis. Let us clear the way, follow closely. Without hesitation, Hobbs swiftly turned to his black Apex Shadow truck. Its low chassis glided along the ground like a flat shovel. The Apex Shadow resembled a heavy-duty truck akin to Optimus Prime, albeit with a conical steel plate welded to its front. A cacophony of roaring engines erupted in the street as Hobbs drove the Apex Shadow at the forefront, clearing debris and lizard creatures from their path. The convoy of bulldozers trailed closely behind, creating a clean and spacious route. Merlin and his companions traversed the center, with John piloting the Hellcat, Uncle Ben in the Sanctum, and Matt in the Vigilante, each strategically positioned around Merlin. Meanwhile, Natasha and Stark hovered in the air, accompanied by the transformed vehicles of Optimus and Bumblebee. Encased in layers of protection, Merlin, steering RC, felt as though he were enveloped in a forest of steel, exuding a profound sense of security. Once the localized blockade was resolved, the subsequent journey became considerably smoother, as the lizard creatures were scarce, mostly replaced by mechanical chaos entities. Various electronic devices had morphed into these mechanical anomalies, swarming toward their convoy like insects, while larger vehicles merely represented a handful of elite adversaries. However, they were all thwarted outside the convoy, allowing Merlin to refrain from engaging as John and the others executed precise demolitions. Duke exhibited remarkably fierce behavior during this interval. Yet, as they approached Oscorp Tower, the number of lizard creatures and players began to increase. A sudden explosion echoed on the street as a lizard creature detonated. Concealed among the surrounding structures, a player armed with a heavy sniper rifle relentlessly targeted the lizard creatures below through his scope. Amidst the towering edifices, it was uncertain how many more players lurked in hiding. The reptilian beings have evidently discovered the multitude of hidden adversaries around them, commencing to scale the edifices like geckos in search of their targets. On the streets, chaos ensues as players and lizard folk become entwined in a fray, the air thick with the whistling of bullets and the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Just as Merlin's convoy enters the district, a large female lizard man, clinging to the wall of a building, spots Merlin amidst the tumult. With a resounding roar, she confirms her target and bellows into the sky, summoning her kin. The familiar scene unfolds as the entire neighborhood is engulfed by a cacophony of cries. Thankfully, these are mutated lizard folk. One shudders to think what it would be like if they were a horde of monkeys. Stark quips through the earpiece. Alert! Hobbs intones gravely over the comms. Breaching this district will lead them closer to the tower, where they will need to escort Merlin into Osborne Tower to concoct the serum. The sooner this game concludes, the better. Since the onset of chaos, the clock has struck midnight. Should they fail to resolve the situation before dawn, the military will intervene with indiscriminate bombardments on the most afflicted areas, particularly Manhattan and the Six Towers, the epicenter of the mutations. Frankly, no one wishes to unleash destruction upon their own city, especially not the economic heart of the Eagle Nation, Apple City. Yet, as events unfold, the severity escalates. If they cannot manage the crisis, a timely retreat is the wisest course of action. Chapter 62, Deadpool, Hawkeye. As the roars gradually subside, the lizard folk abandon the players and swarm towards Merlin's convoy. This time, the number of lizard folk is significantly greater than those previously engaged in the ambush, and the quantity and potency of the chaotic entities have increased considerably. Being situated in the bustling heart of Manhattan, the streets are replete with luxury vehicles, motorcycles, modified cars, and high-end electronic devices. Thus, the transformed chaotic beings here are denser than those in the outskirts. However, the overall atmosphere is far less tense than before. With Megatron and the other Decepticons having retreated, Optimus Prime and his allies are now fully liberated to unleash their might. While the chaotic beings birthed from the Allspark clearly lack sufficient strength, devoid of the Allspark, they are little more than mere foot soldiers to Optimus and his team. Simultaneously, with the addition of Punisher and numerous players, their firepower configuration is more than adequate to breach this street. Boom, boom, boom. A veritable tide of lizard folk surges towards Merlin's position, only to be consumed by fiery projectiles as they catch sight of their prey. The lizard folk atop the buildings seize their moment, leaping through the air like a throng of monkeys, diving downwards. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of repulsor blasts erupts above Merlin's head, sending the descending lizard folk crashing to the ground like dumplings. Bang. John sat atop the Hellcat, resembling a city elite hunter, wielding a pump-action shotgun as he roamed the vicinity of Merlin, expertly dispatching the fallen lizardmen with precise shots to their heads. Duke transformed into a series of green apparitions, darting through the surroundings. Matt's vigilante mech brandished a crimson blind stick, sweeping through everything like a helicopter rotor. Optimus Prime unleashed a high-heat particle sword from his hand, effortlessly slicing through the towering chaos of vehicles as if they were mere vegetables. Bumblebee and the others were equally undeterred. Beyond their ranks, players lurking in the shadows commenced their own hunts, with each gunshot echoing through the buildings. A lizard man on the streets would explode into a shower of flesh or ignite into flames. Hobbs maneuvered the piercing phantom truck with the accelerator fully pressed, leading the convoy through obstacles with relentless force. The entire team surged forward like a sharp arrow, piercing through the chaotic green veil towards the towering Osborne industrial building. Incredible! Just as the convoy was nearing the Osborne building, a supernova suddenly intruded from the sky. Bang! A lizard man leaped from the building, sent flying as if struck, while the supernova, resembling a rocket, staggered momentarily before plummeting to the ground. Among the players, few dared to pilot the supernova due to its extreme control difficulty and lethal potential. Very few were willing to take such risks. Yet, it seemed a fearless player with commendable skills had arrived. Thud! The supernova twirled chaotically in midair, and just before touching down, it released a burst of air to cushion the fall, landing steadily on the street. As the vehicle's tires screeched in a dramatic drift before coming to a halt, Merlin and his companions discerned the figure in the driver's seat. The creator of this vehicle was undoubtedly a genius. I would gladly kiss his rear. The driver, clad in a black and red bodysuit, donned a red hood with dark eye circles, two katana sheathed at his back. Seemingly aware of the attention from Merlin and the others, he raised a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. Ahem. Greetings, esteemed audience. I am the prodigious newcomer Wade Wilson, hailing from Saskatoon, Canada. As he spoke, Wade opened the car door and stepped out, his pink, bubblegum-themed supernova rapidly transforming into a pink transformer, its chest displaying a vibrant, large anime-style illustration. Oh my, you must be Merlin Xiao, the main character of this arc. I have finally found you. Let us embrace and have an interaction between players, he exclaimed nonsensically, moving closer to hug Merlin. Click, click. However, several gun barrels coldly pointed at him. All right, I'm a player too. There's no need for such tension. He quickly halted, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Afterward, he muttered quietly to himself, though I did ponder what might happen if I were to eliminate you. Look, I have my own upgraded vehicle too. I call it Bubblegum. Isn't it adorable? Shut up. Do not call me Bubblegum. The pink, hyperactive transformer brandished a long blade and threatened in a gruff voice, resembling a grotesque figure clad in a princess dress. Merlin, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in Hell's Kitchen? The others swiftly recognized the newcomer's identity. Like Bullseye and Erica, he was also a mercenary. Unfortunately, my employer is quite irate and desires the city to return to normal at the earliest. In exchange for my assistance, I'm to be compensated with my bubblegum. Suddenly, a massive sword cleaved him in two. Oh, SHT. Stark and the others were taken aback. I told you not to call me Bubblegum. The mercenary, now referred to as Bubblegum, irritably exclaimed while shaking off the blade. I find the name rather endearing. It would sound even better with princess attached. In a bizarre and comical turn of events, the severed Deadpool began to writhe and rapidly healed, soon returning to his original state. However, at that moment, he felt a sudden chill below and quickly looked down. Oh, my apologies. Didn't he mean to let you get cold? He hastily tucked himself back in. Though his body had healed, his attire was less forgiving, revealing some unavoidable protrusions. The peculiar yet humorous sight of Deadpool and the Transformer left everyone momentarily at a loss for words, even causing Merlin's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Just then, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing a lizard man's skull and shattering the absurd atmosphere. Beep, beep, beep. A frantic red alarm light flashed where the arrow had landed, followed by a sudden explosion. Boom. Everyone turned to follow the direction of the arrow, spotting a figure cloaked in black, armed with a compound bow. Looks like my old friend has arrived, Natasha remarked, raising an eyebrow. Hawkeye, Clinton. Hey, look over here. Deadpool shouted, jumping up and down as the crowd's attention shifted away from him. Following the deaths of Bullseye and Erica, Kingpin had once again recruited a mercenary, Deadpool. This evolution had evidently impacted Kingpin as well. Chapter 63, The Central Battlefield, Osborne Tower. Long time no see, Merlin. Clinton greeted after descending with the aid of a grappling hook. I didn't expect you to get caught up in this mission. He was somewhat astonished. Through his investigations with Natasha, he had learned that Merlin had a close connection with the platform, frequently posting or planning missions, and was a technical player like Stark. Unfortunately, my clandestine research on the serum has led to this. I can only blame Spider-Man for his troublesome antics, Merlin replied with a wave of his hand, exasperated. Meanwhile, Gwen, fighting atop Osborne Tower, sensed a weight on her back as two new players, Deadpool and Hawkeye, joined the fray. As they advanced, Hobbs led the charge, prioritizing a breakout rather than lingering in combat. Their paramount objective was to escort Merlin to the Osborne Industrial Tower to produce the serum, and subsequently, to distribute it across several other towers. Before long, the team breached the Times Square district, reaching the Osborne Industrial Tower. Oh, what a spectacle! Upon their arrival, the pupils of all present involuntarily constricted. The resplendent moon, resembling a colossal silver disk, stood in stark contrast to the chaotic and desolate battlefield, exuding an ethereal purity. The cool moonlight cascaded upon the Osborne Industrial Tower, where countless lizardmen scrambled up the glass walls, their grotesque maws agape, as they incessantly roared at their surroundings. Numerous players piloted flying vehicles, swirling around like swarms of insects, while a torrent of bullets and missiles rained down upon the lizardmen atop the tower, akin to celestial blossoms scattered by a divine hand. On the streets below, legions of lizardmen formed a verdant river, impeding the players' escape and invasion. The opposing players donned various armaments. Some clad in heavy armor wielded the Vulcan cannon like a fortress, obliterating the bodies of the lizardmen before them. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, featuring the Evil King, Widowmaker, shotguns, machine guns, heavy revolvers, sticky grenades, vigilante mechs, and several imposing vehicles, including the Beetle mech and the Santolau mech, amidst an array of colossal electronic devices. A massive transformer, contorted like a monstrous creature, lay across the battlefield, its chaotic currents creating a tempest of lightning that none dared approach. In this tumultuous melee, amidst an array of bullets and energy flying through the air, a particularly conspicuous figure emerged, the Contank. Its right hand crackled with a ghostly blue electric cannon, and its left hand bore a heavy machine gun, resembling a mobile artillery turret as it relentlessly bombarded the Transformer entity. With each shot from the electromagnetic cannon, a gaping wound marred the body of the Transformer creature. The battlefield resembled a vast meat grinder, flesh and machinery flying in every direction. At last, Merlin and his companions reached the heart of the battlefield, the tower. Merlin has arrived at the Osborne Tower. As Merlin arrived, a prompt illuminated the battlefield with urgency. In an instant, silence fell over the combat zone, and all gazes turned towards Merlin. Xiao, my goodness, The main character has finally arrived. Brothers, let us step up our game. Ysnt at Gwen. A little boy hardly inspires any protective instincts. What is wrong with the boy? I find him quite adorable. Get lost, you perverted fiend. Hurry and breach the tower. I'm about to be sick from fighting lizard men and chaos creatures. Merlin, it is that high school student who has mastered the serum. Capture him. We must not allow him to enter. The appearance of Merlin intensified the conflict on the battlefield. At this juncture, many players had already withdrawn. Those who remained were a group of players acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Some players even contemplated further implications. Recently, there has been speculation that if the new humans emerge victorious, the lizard men would incessantly radiate outward, gradually replacing humanity. Looking further ahead, if this game was orchestrated by the gaming platform, then more crises are undoubtedly on the horizon. They must continually grow stronger to confront the unknown challenges of the future. Those who prepare for the worst are not few. The emergence of Spider-Man, Lizard-Man, Iron Man, and various supernatural forces foreshadows the scenarios to come. Regardless of the platform's intentions, one thing is certain. This is their opportunity to harness their supernatural abilities. They refuse to be like mere insects, overwhelmed by the ruins during future crises. This time it is the lizard men and the mechanical chaos. What will come next? Demons? Insectoids? Or a myriad of extraterrestrials? Therefore, they must remain vigilant and seize every opportunity to amass wealth. Of course, many are purely driven by thrill and profit. We will carve a path for you ahead. And then you must protect Merlin as he enters the building and swiftly concoct the potion. Hobbs' voice echoed in the earpiece. Optimus Prime and the other Transformers, due to their size, were tasked with securing the exit, while John, Stark, and others were to ensure Merlin's safe passage into the building. No problem. No problem. The crowd responded affirmatively. This was indeed the best course of action. Once the plan was finalized, Optimus Prime and his team quickly gathered around Merlin, with Hobbs piloting the Spike Shadow, leading the convoy forward. However, Optimus and the others flanked from behind to alleviate the pressure on Hobbs. At this moment, they needed to strike with utmost speed. Virum, virum. The deep roar of the engines erupted once more, and the convoy shot forth like an arrow, plunging into the chaotic battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of the tumultuous arena, the encroaching lizard men and chaotic entities were sent sprawling by the tremendous force of the impact. The players seemed to grasp the convoy's intent, swiftly coordinating to hinder the lizard men attempting to converge. Thus, before the lizard men could react, Hobbs had already led Merlin and the others through the defenses. Arriving at the entrance of the Osborne building. Hurry, hurry, get inside, Hobbs exclaimed, clutching a Vulcan machine gun as he swiftly leapt from the vehicle, with Spike Shadow transforming into a transformer to guard the exit. Meanwhile, the members of the rear convoy swiftly disembarked, clutching their weapons, and took their positions alongside Optimus Prime at the exit. Chapter 64, Arrival at the Laboratory. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As they entered the building, the raucous atmosphere abruptly fell silent, leaving only the sound of dripping water and the crackle of electrical sparks. The cold moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the hall, which lay in utter disarray, strewn with shards of glass and clouds of dust and debris. Suddenly, a cartoon Iron Man sprang to life from Stark's shoulder, illuminating the space, while Stark himself raised his hands, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Clang! Deadpool brandished his dual katanas, twirling them with curiosity. Why am I the only one here alone? I should have brought my bubblegum. Even a steering wheel would provide me with some comfort. Upon spotting his teammates, he momentarily froze, then cynically remarked, well, my cousin might have proven more dependable. Observing the scene, he noticed Natasha and Hawkeye had paired up, John and Duke were together, Punisher was with his Sanctum, and Stark was with his cartoon counterpart. Even Merlin, encircled by others, had Alcee protecting him closely. Daredevil and his vigilante mech had gone to the rooftop to assist Spider-Man, leaving Deadpool alone, wielding his katanas in solitude. Well, whenever your outfit is mended, perhaps we could have a chat, Merlin replied without looking back. Please, I'm quite content with my body. Offering you a glimpse of my fair skin is far more exhilarating than your perusal of adult comics. Speaking of comics, he suddenly thought of Nai's. Oh, heavens, you popped up again. Hurry back. Merlin interjected. Fine, perhaps it's best not to engage. They approached the staircase, cautiously ascending, while Deadpool sought to conceal his lower half with a tattered scrap of cloth. Utilizing a discreet fire escape, they ascended to the 30th floor without incident, the only sounds being the distant roars and explosions outside. Yet, they maintained their vigilance, advancing steadily without haste. Just as they reached the stairwell-esque corner on the next floor, a lizard creature burst through the window, lunging toward them. Roar! They are here. The shrill cry of the female lizard echoed through the silent corridor. Bang! In an instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated as the crazed female lizard's head detonated. Deadpool, standing closest, awkwardly twirled his katanas. The Sanctum member coolly lowered his shotgun. Kid, are you juggling or what? You're not wrong. Deadpool scratched his head in embarrassment. The journey of the Saint was evidently unprepared for the candid response from the other party, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to speak again, a sudden roar interrupted him. Roar! Roar! They are here. Kill them. In an instant, the previously quiet corridor erupted with chaos as lizardmen leapt from the outer walls, their deafening cries reverberating through the air. Quick! Accelerate! Stark and his companions exchanged grim expressions and hastened their pace. Clearly, the lizardmen had begun to deploy some of their members to pursue them. At this juncture, caution was cast aside, and they charged forward with reckless abandon. Roar! Whoosh! Bang! 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 The sounds of gunfire, the clash of swords, and the dull thuds echoed continuously through the somewhat dilapidated fire escape. As Merlin and his group rounded the corner, 3 lizardmen above suddenly seized the opportunity to leap down. Lunging towards the protected Merlin. Bang! Stark's palm cannon repelled one, while Hawkeye's arrow struck true, piercing the eye of another lizardman. Due to their close proximity, Uncle Ben and his companions refrained from attacking. Just as the lizardmen were about to close in on Merlin, Deadpool felt it was finally his moment to shine, eagerly brandishing his twin swords. However, in the next instant, an electromagnetic pulse flashed forth, causing the last lizardman to follow suit. Plummeting down through the gap in the corridor to the first floor. The sound of his fall echoed for what felt like an eternity before a few faint thuds reached their ears. Deadpool turned to Merlin, who was wielding the electromagnetic pulse rifle, with a quizzical expression. Hey, you don't think I'm just a decorative piece, do you? Merlin responded with a smile. We have arrived. The final checkpoint awaits us, Natasha remarked, twisting her neck as she spoke. 36th floor, we've made it. After a brief respite in the corridor, ensuring their ammunition and weapons were in order, Stark boldly kicked open the emergency exit door. Bang! The dull sound reverberated in the dim corridor and under the bright lights. Pairs of glimmering green eyes opened, fixating on them. Good evening, folks. Allow us to treat you to some glowing delicacies. Stark greeted softly, launching a flashbang. Bang! The incandescent light erupted instantly. Ahaha, lizard spawn. Enjoy your final moments of joy. The saintly figure chuckled wickedly, charging in with a shotgun in hand. Crimson electronic eyes cut through the darkness, illuminating the scene. Click! Uncle Ben, who had been waiting, finally raised the heavy-fire god machine gun from his back. Tat tat tat. Ethereal blue flames spewed forth from the rapidly spinning barrel, and in an instant, the lizardmen amassed in the corridor were reduced to a shower of flesh. The terror of the firearms was unmistakably on display at that moment. John remained as composed as a cold-blooded assassin, expertly hunting each lizardman with precision. Leading the charge were Punisher, the Saint, and Stark, advancing like a relentless bulldozer. While Hawkeye and others provided cover from behind. In the narrow corridor, they trampled forward, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Although the lizardmen had evolved, greatly enhancing their defensive and regenerative capabilities, they were still carbon-based life forms. Thus, under the onslaught of overwhelming firepower, they could only retreat in disarray. The group traversed the corridor, stepping over a heap of mangled flesh, and entered the laboratory. Roar! From the remains, several lizardmen slowly crawled out, their severed limbs rapidly healing, resembling malevolent phantoms as they continued to advance, dragging their decaying bodies towards the intruders. Simultaneously, a horde of lizardmen surged in from outside the corridor. Go in. We'll handle the outside, Punisher declared, discarding the spent firearm and retrieving a shotgun. Woof, woof. Duke growled beside John, his menacing gaze fixed on the corridor. Poised for action. Chapter 65, The Siege of the Tower. John and his companions swiftly formed a defensive line, beginning to thwart the frenzied onslaught of lizardmen from the outside. Meanwhile, Merlin and Arcee stepped into the expansive laboratory. Inside, an eerie silence reigned, with shattered glass strewn across the floor, as if shaken by the aftermath of an explosion. Be cautious. Arcee sensed something amiss, brandishing her laser energy pistol with vigilance. Merlin, too, held his electromagnetic rifle, carefully advancing. However, just as they approached the laboratory workbench, a sudden thud echoed through the stillness. Thud. Instantly, both directed their weapons toward the sound. Under the harsh light, an array of chemical compounds and genetic embryos lay quietly on the table, devoid of any presence. ZZZ. Merlin, be careful. Connors is making his way to the laboratory. He intends to destroy the equipment. Matt's voice crackled in their earpiece, urging them to ascend to the tower to assist Spider-Man. As soon as Matt's warning faded, a hulking shadow erupted from the darkness. Roar. Arcee swiftly pulled the trigger, two crimson beams of laser light piercing the obscurity. Thud. Two chairs toppled to the ground, still smoldering from the impact. Merlin, Arcee's face paled as she turned, only to behold a lizard man, illuminated by the moonlight, towering before Merlin. He was more formidable than any lizard man outside, exuding an aura of ferocity and menace, resembling a lizard matriarch. Dr. Lizard. Bang! Merlin squeezed the trigger. The electromagnetic pulse surging forth with immense energy, directly piercing Dr. Lizard's chest. Yet, to his astonishment, the creature did not flinch, absorbing the bullet's impact, its vicious claws lunging straight toward Merlin's chest. No, Arcee, filled with anxiety, yearned to leap forward, yet it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as the sharp claws drew closer. Next would be Gwen. Dr. Lizard's sinister grin widened. But he soon realized that the youth before him exhibited no signs of terror. Instead, he stood tall and resolute. Suddenly, a robust laser energy pulse illuminated the dim laboratory. Arcee's previously anguished heart momentarily ceased its turmoil. Dr. Lizard's imposing figure froze in place, while his menacing head became vacant, the air still tinged with the residual warmth of the laser energy pulse. Fortunately, I had prepared for this. Merlin turned to Arcee, giving her a thumbs up. A circular heart shield glimmered with a red aura at his chest, its base a reactor from the Arkansas. Though playful, matters of safety could not be overlooked. Fear not. It has been resolved. After dealing with Professor Connors, Merlin paid little heed to the singed fabric of his clothing and promptly activated the equipment to commence the serum's formulation. During this time, several lizardmen crawled through the shattered windows, but Arcee dispatched them effortlessly. Meanwhile, atop the tower, with Professor Connor's departure, Peter stood alone leading a group of lizardmen guarding the perimeter of the tall structure. The defense around the tower weakened considerably as smaller teams ventured into the building to impede Merlin's serum creation. At last, Gwen, Matt, and the players who had been breaking through seized an opportunity to tear a gap in the lizardmen's defenses. Stop, Peter. This is not how it should be. Your friend Merlin has already crafted the serum. You can return to a normal life. Under the moonlight, Gwen, resembling a nimble spider, perched atop the vigilante mech's head, imploring the snarling lizard Peter. No, this is evolution. Reptilian genes are the future of humanity. You too possess spider genes. What right do you have to counsel me? Peter growled darkly from beneath the canali device. But you are destined to fail. At dawn, the military's air and ground forces will arrive in Apple City, unleashing indiscriminate bombardment upon you. With your regenerative abilities, you cannot withstand it. It will only lead to more lives lost. Gwen pressed on, her tone fraught with urgency after receiving pertinent information from Matt. You cannot win. This is an entirely unequal battle. You are merely pawns deceived by the game. Perhaps this conflict is merely entertainment for those behind the platform. Peter, cease this. If you all revert to humanity, everything will return to normal. She fixed her gaze on Peter, her urgency palpable even through her mask. Upon hearing that the lizard men were Peter, disbelief flickered within her. Even amidst the myriad of doubts surrounding Peter's actions during this period, she never once questioned him. Little did she anticipate that the reptilian being she had been pursuing was indeed her friend. The reptilian project was destined to unfold. For humanity's base genes could no longer sustain the progress of civilization. You have witnessed it yourself, those colossal robotic forms and the chaotic mechanical beings. Alien eyes have now fixed their gaze upon this place. We must evolve. Peter intently urged Gwen, the Spider-Man. You should join us. Even in his transformation into a lizard, he continued to hold Spider-Man in high regard, yearning for his alliance. Gwen paused, momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, there was some merit in Peter's words. However, recalling that this chaos was instigated by the gaming platform, she let out a resigned sigh. Reckless evolution would merely hasten humanity's demise. Peter's expression darkened instantly. Just as he was about to speak again, the daredevil beside Gwen interjected. The potion from Merlin has been prepared. I will cover you as you ascend the tower. Excellent. Gwen's heart leaped with joy, and she swiftly shot out a web, propelling herself towards the tower. Roar! Peter seized a nearby shard and hurled it like a dart, severing Gwen's web instantly. Yet in the next moment, the vigilante accelerated, transforming into a shadow and launching himself at Peter. The daredevil swung his billy club, shooting a rope that ensnared him. Roar! The battle was imminent as players clashed once more with the lizard men. Just as Gwen was about to touch down, she shot out another web, catching the tower, and deftly used the heads of the lizard men to propel herself skyward, swiftly landing halfway up the tower. Destroy the tower. Struggling to rise, Peter saw Spider-Man nearing the tower and bellowed in fury. Bang! A thick red rod struck him, sending him flying once more. The lizard men surrounding the tower immediately charged at the metallic spider with the strength of a raging bull. Bang! 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 Gwen steadied herself atop the tower, took a deep breath, and gazed at the device at the summit, using both hands and feet to climb rapidly. Merlin, you must maintain your punctuality. Amidst the tower's violent tremors, she finally reached the front of the canary device. Hey, little spider, were you waiting for me? Announcement. It is set to launch tomorrow. I shall strive for an excellent start. Concurrently, most of the other works have already been released. I had originally planned to take advantage of this small surge to publish on Wednesday, but this word count is unprecedented for me. Thus I have delayed for a few days. While writing, I often worry about filler. I have felt a bit of that in the past couple of days. If there are any concerns, please feel free to raise them. Regarding the protagonist, some feel that the behind-the-scenes manipulator has appeared a bit too frequently. Regarding this matter, it is clearly stated in the initial chapters that the construction of a gaming platform is driven by the pursuit of excitement and enjoyment, rather than a mere orchestration from the shadows. I humbly beseech you for your support. Please consider subscribing. Please consider voting monthly. Please consider following. As the amusement of this event draws to a close, the next game will be unlocked, at which point players' skill panels will be appropriately revealed. The third game will introduce the player resurrection mechanism, invoking the Los Santos hospital. Feel free to speculate. Chapter 66. Victory of the Human Faction in Manhattan. Just as Gwen was about to look up, a familiar voice resonated in her ear. Whoosh. Accompanied by a red flash, Merlin soared towards her on a crimson motorcycle. The moment Gwen laid eyes on Merlin, her heart swelled with excitement, yet she suppressed her emotions, mindful of her current identity. Here, this is the serum. Quickly, release it into the Gonali device. The tower is about to collapse. The violently swaying tower emitted a cacophony of distress, with its connecting screws beginning to loosen. Observing the dire situation, Merlin swiftly tossed a vial of blue potion. Gwen shot out a web line, deftly catching it, and without further pleasantries, she activated the device's launch tube, placing the blue serum within. Click. After securing the serum, Gwen promptly pressed the launch button. The Gonali device began to reboot, successfully preparing for launch. A cool electronic voice emanated from the device. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Boom. The center of the device spun rapidly, emitting a soft blue glow, before erupting from the tower's apex like a fireworks display. The vaporized potion danced like a blue sprite under the moonlight, vanishing into the pitch-black clouds. No. Below, Peter knelt on the ground, his sharp claws desperately covering his face, his vacant gaze fixated on the ethereal blue above. The lizardmen, who were still engaged in battle with players, sensed something amiss and looked skyward. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, a burst of blue luminescence suddenly ignited within the clouds. Boom. Silence enveloped the air. At this moment, Manhattan's sky was bathed in an eerie blue hue. On the street, a lizard man extended its grotesque hand, as drops of blue rain, resembling ink, sank into its palm. Its previously frigid vertical pupils gradually faded, reverting to normal human-like irises. Pitter-patter. Much like the unsettling green rain that heralded the arrival of night, the blue rain enveloped the surroundings in a dreamlike azure, instilling a sense of tranquility. This rain was light, akin to fine snow, drifting through the air like dust. It permeated every corner of Manhattan, on streets, in squares, within shopping malls, and throughout buildings. Roar, roar, roar. A hoarse and piercing scream reverberated through the night sky, gradually fading away into silence. The lizardmen seemed to disintegrate into sand, their thick green skin, stained by a cerulean serum, transforming into a scattering of granules, revealing their previously frail physiques. Those lizardmen clinging to the walls, upon sensing the change, hastened to safety. Meanwhile, many of the lizardmen who had been patients now bore expressions of sorrow, kneeling upon the ground, gazing vacantly at the sky, entranced by the ethereal blue raindrops descending, seemingly resigned to their fate. However, after a considerable time, a sense of unease began to permeate their thoughts. Were the severed limbs still present? The weakness within them no longer ravaged their bodies. Malik, whose arms had been severed, stared in astonishment mixed with joy at his remaining limbs. To his surprise, his arms had not vanished. Rather, his skin had transformed into the green hide of a lizard. While his form had reverted to that of a human and his genetically influenced emotions returned to normal, his body retained certain reptilian traits. It was these very traits that seemed to preserve his severed limbs. How wonderful! My severed leg remains. My ailment has been cured, though the green skin appears somewhat peculiar. As long as I am alive, there is hope. How splendid! Thank God! I am transformed. How can I become a green-skin monster? I yearn to be a lizard man. I seek evolution, not to become this abominable creature that is neither human nor ghost. Beneath the azure moon, the jubilant cheers of the patients intertwined with the shouts of many African Americans. As the blue rain in Manhattan gradually subsided, the streets lay bare. Yet the players' tasks were far from complete. They still needed to hunt the chaotic beings of Manhattan, compared to the formidable, robust, and highly regenerative lizardmen. The fragile chaotic entities spawned by the source of ignition were far easier to subdue. Lacking intelligence, their strength varied due to electronic components, making them simpler prey. Although less perilous, they promised greater rewards, invigorating many weary players once again. This was a narrative encounter exclusive to the players of Manhattan, not to be squandered. Perhaps in the future, their vehicles might resemble those of the alien motorcyclists. During the Tower Wars, they had witnessed the might of Optimus Prime and his ilk, formidable in strength and possessing a degree of self-repair capability. Even their upgraded transforming vehicles were not in the same dimension as those. Manhattan task complete, humanity victorious. The reactions to this news within Apple City varied. Those who had shed the lizard gene looked at their green skin with furrowed brows, a flicker of concern crossing their faces. Branches. Boom. Ultimately, the tower succumbed to the overwhelming burden and collapsed. Gwen leaped down and was taken aback by the sight of Peter, whose skin bore a green hue, as well as several others exhibiting similar reptilian features. With a puzzled glance towards Merlin, she inquired, "What is happening? Wasn't your serum supposed to be free of issues?" Merlin shrugged, offering a vague explanation. Perhaps the mutation has affected the chromosomes, rendering the serum only capable of dismantling the lizard's regenerative genes. If human cellular genes are impacted, destruction becomes impossible. Gwen sighed, finding the situation diverged from her expectations. However, she possessed a clear understanding of genetics, especially interspecies genetics, which often harbored a significant likelihood of side effects. Shortly after the serum was released, Stark and his companions arrived at the top of the building. "There are 5 other towers. Who among you will go?" Merlin queried, displaying the remaining serum to the gathered crowd. Most present were solo operatives, perfectly suited for such missions. "I'll head to Hell's Kitchen. I'm quite familiar with that area." Punisher volunteered. "Natasha, I'll take the Bronx," Natasha declared. "Gwen, I'll go to Queens. John, I'll handle Brooklyn." Stark, "Then the Statue of Liberty will be my responsibility." Ultimately, Hawkeye partnered with Natasha, while Deadpool accompanied Punisher. Matt teamed up with John. As the lizard folk in Brooklyn were notably robust, Optimus Prime and the others were also willing to assist, with the exception of Optimus, who remained to protect Merlin and the Allspark, while the other Autobots dispersed. "All right, remember to wear your earpieces. I'm returning to my previous vocation," Merlin announced. Chapter complete. Chapter 67. The sudden assault of the military. After determining their respective missions, everyone departed from Osborne Industries, each taking 3 vials of serum from Merlin. Meanwhile, Merlin, clutching a computer extracted from the experiment, donned his earpiece and began hacking into surveillance systems across various regions. The locations of the towers were situated atop some of the tallest and most renowned buildings in the area, making surveillance a necessity. Optimus Prime and RC perched at the edge of the building, gazing down at the ravaged cityscape. Humanity is truly mad. Yet there are those among us who share our ideals, Optimus reflected, shaken by the chaos they had just endured. Indeed, if it weren't for Merlin's modifications to Bumblebee and me, amidst this turmoil, the Allspark might have indeed fallen into Megatron's hands, RC remarked, casting a glance towards Merlin, who was focused on plotting their course. Suddenly, Optimus rose slowly, the full moon casting a glow upon him. He paused, then softly declared, "I wish to remain." "What?" RC responded, astonished by his words. "You intend to stay? Are you certain? What of our home planet, Cybertron?" Optimus lifted his gaze towards the starry sky, seemingly peering light years away towards Cybertron. He shook his head, for both of us knew that the scars inflicted upon Cybertron after centuries of warfare were irreparable. Even if we were to return with the Allspark, we would still be met with an unending cycle of conflict. The battered planet of Cybertron could no longer endure. He paused, casting a glance at Merlin. "We need a new home." Alcee remained silent for a moment, yet felt no substantial resistance within her heart. Corner 1, 3 seconds. Bang. As the time elapsed, Uncle Punishment fired a shot around the corner. A lizard's leg was instantly shattered, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Bang. The Ascendant swiftly followed up with another shot to the creature's head. Ahaha, what a thrill. It feels almost like cheating. The Ascendant grinned, hoisting the hefty corpse of the lizard man with excitement. However, before he could savor the moment, Merlin's voice rang out once more. Above corner 1. Thud. As the words left his lips, a dark figure suddenly lunged from the stairwell above, swiftly bringing the Ascendant, with his flashing red electronic eyes, crashing to the ground. Roar. After tackling him, the lizard man opened its gaping maw to bite down. "Damn you, lizard spawn. Your saliva got on me." The Ascendant muttered in disgust as he felt the dripping slime, and at that moment, the shell in his mouth emitted a brilliant flash. Bang. The lizardman's head exploded in an instant. "Oh, damn it, wait. That is utterly revolting. You actually stuffed something in the back." Merlin could not help but scoff as he witnessed Deadpool extracting serum from the mosaic of the deceased within the Hell's Kitchen tower through the surveillance. "Disgusting? To be honest, it's actually quite fragrant, though admittedly a bit revolting. Yet, as long as it proved my strength and surpassed that frank fellow, I would do anything. The Deadpool rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. Having feigned death, he gradually made his way to the rooftop of the tower. With 3 vials of serum in total, he had left 2 outside to deceive the enemies, while the last one was concealed within the mosaic at the back. I truly fear that if you get too anxious, you'll rupture the vial, Merlin remarked disdainfully, struggling to envision the scene filled with shattered debris. He then shifted his gaze back to Uncle Punishment and the others. In comparison, the combat of Uncle Punishment and John was certainly more aesthetically pleasing. Brooklyn, Hell's Kitchen, and the Bronx were primarily engaged in duo operations. Typically, one fighter would remain visible while the other stayed in the shadows. Daredevil relied on his keen hearing to conceal himself within the darkness, cautiously evading the lizardmen as he ascended towards the tower's peak. John, alongside his Duke Dog, utilized the complex environment of the building to conduct guerrilla warfare. With Merlin providing assistance and intel, their progress was fairly smooth. The sky gradually brightened, with a faint halo emerging on the horizon. Dawn was approaching. Suddenly, a magnificent blue firework erupted from the direction of Brooklyn, exploding amidst the clouds. Brooklyn, complete. Woof woof. John, clad in a suit, leaned against the Canarsie device, quietly lighting a cigarette. Hell's Kitchen, complete. Queens, complete. The Statue of Liberty, complete. As the voices in his earpiece echoed successively, like a chain reaction, vibrant blue fireworks shot into the sky, bursting above Apple City. A misty blue serum wafted throughout the city, while a ray of sunlight pierced through the vibrant blue haze, casting a warm, ethereal path upon Apple City. Ding. Victory for the Human Alliance. But new humans have emerged. Will they be a new race or mere aberrations to be eradicated? Stay tuned for the new game. Gentlemen, a fruitful collaboration. Atop the Osborne building, Merlin held his earpiece, a smile playing on his lips as he sat with RC and Optimus Prime, their legs dangling over the edge, the warm sunlight enveloping them in a golden glow. At the pinnacle of the Statue of Liberty's torch, Stark quietly sat on the edge, gazing at the dawn's sunlight breaking over the horizon, a smirk appearing as he listened to the earpiece. John exhaled a puff of smoke, caressing Duke's head, the drifting smoke shimmering with a faint golden hue under the sunlight. Nearby, Matt sat cross-legged on the ground like a high monk, while behind him, the vigilante mech rested a red blind cane on its legs, seated beside him. Deadpool, standing by the tower, stretched his arms wide in the sunlight, exuberantly releasing birds. Gwen donned her hood, crouching atop the tower for a moment before leaping down. Buzzing. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed above Apple City, followed by rows of 22 fighter jets streaking across the sky, accompanied by massive vehicles. 22 Ospreys, the prototype for the Avengers Fortress in the game. The Osprey is not a traditional helicopter, but a hybrid aircraft combining helicopter and fixed-wing characteristics. Its rotors are horizontal during takeoff and landing, allowing for vertical ascent. However, once airborne, it transforms like a transformer, switching to a forward-tilted position for high-speed fixed-wing flight. Its colossal frame looms in the sky, resembling an aerial fortress. The fighter jets blazed across the heavens, emitting a chorus of howls, akin to a hunting flock of eagles surveying the ground. Whoosh! At that moment, Hobbs fired a flare into the sky, signaling the crisis had been averted. Merlin rose, stretching his weary body. It appeared he needed to enhance his physical condition promptly. A night of gaming had left him somewhat drained. Suddenly, he looked up, bewildered. An Osprey had broken from the formation, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Watch out. The chapter concludes with the 68th segment, Detroit, Become Human. Suddenly, Optimus Prime exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself in front of Merlin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy cannons erupted from the belly of the Osprey transport aircraft, striking Optimus Prime with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions engulfed the pinnacle of the Osborne Tower, and Merlin was propelled away by the fierce shockwave. Thud. As he hit the ground, the backpack containing the Allspark slipped from his grasp. Optimus Prime knelt on the ground, witnessing the Allspark fly away, yearning to crawl toward it. Yet his battered body rendered him powerless to do anything but watch as the massive form of the Osprey transformed into Megatron, who seized the Allspark and made his escape. RC fired a shot from her electromagnetic cannon, striking Megatron. However, he merely staggered momentarily, sparks flying from his body, before transforming into a sleek, black Cybertronian jet and disappearing into the horizon. Witnessing Megatron's audacious theft of the Allspark, RC clenched her fists in exasperation but rushed to Merlin, who lay on the ground, coughing up blood in distress. Merlin, Megatron has returned and taken the Allspark. Meanwhile, the reputation system was updating, heralding the imminent unlocking of a new game. Unconscious. Merlin faintly perceived the system's notification resonating in his mind. Noon. Bang. Habasi, concealed atop a rooftop with a heavy sniper rifle at the ready, squeezed the trigger, and a round of explosive ammunition struck a Harley motorcycle, transforming it into a fireball amidst the chaos below. Ding. You have killed a chaotic entity, earning $1,000. Habasi grinned with excitement upon hearing the notification of his game earnings, then adjusted his scope in search of his next target. However, after searching for a considerable time, he found no trace of chaotic entities in the desolate streets. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sounds of gunfire erupted as a group of youths armed with handguns and rifles pursued a washing machine chaotic entity. Habasi glanced at them and lost interest. The reward for eliminating that chaotic entity was nearly equivalent to the cost of a single explosive bullet, making it hardly worth his while. The automobile chaotic entities yielded $3,000, while large appliances and motorcycle chaotic entities earned $1,000. And the smaller electronic chaotic entities were valued at a mere $300. Damn it. These wretched creatures have been snatched away by the pay-to-win players. Yet, after searching fruitlessly for a while longer, he stood in anger, preparing to seek a different location. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a line of armored vehicles appeared on the street, followed by soldiers disembarking, rifles in hand, storming into the nearby buildings. What are you doing? I am a victim. Why are you arresting me? No, you cannot take me. I have merely been infected by the virus. I can be cured. A commotion erupted within the building as soldiers escorted green-skinned individuals out. As dawn broke, military personnel arrived in Apple City, commencing the management of the scene. The entire city resembled a war-torn landscape, scarred and engulfed in smoke. Manhattan, in particular, bore the brunt of the devastation. Its streets lay desolate, akin to a wasteland. It was not until noon that individuals dared to cautiously emerge and assess the external situation. Following this tumultuous event, the military and police initiated control over those who had undergone evolution. Among the participants, the greatest beneficiaries appeared to be the disabled and bedridden survivors. Although their skin had turned green, the prospect of regaining a complete physique was a cause for celebration. Perhaps due to their transformation into lizard-like beings, they exhibited little aversion to their altered skin. Yet, confronted with the military and police's detention, they felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain of how they would be treated. New York's population is approximately 6 million, with over 600,000 engaged in this evolutionary game, of which more than 500,000 evolved into a new species of humanity. Apart from the players, the remaining participants included a number of retired soldiers and mercenaries who voluntarily joined. Among the newly evolved, over 200,000 were predominantly black, with a smaller portion being hospital patients. Damn it, Habasi, it's time to put the gun away. Following this incident, he finally anticipated acquiring the coveted Teraldo. On a hospital bed, Merlin slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. System update complete. Impact of this event. Global. All game technologies unlocked. New game unlocked. Detroit. Become human. The fewer the words, the greater the matter. The narrative of Detroit. Become human resurfaced in Merlin's mind. Abnormal androids. This game, hailed by players as the ninth art, revolves around a profound exploration of humanity through the lens of these unusual beings, offering various endings based on player choices. Themes of struggle, escape, liberation, death, and deception permeate the storyline. Recalling the moment he controlled Connor to rescue a young girl, only for the android to be shot and destroyed, Merlin reflected on the intertwining main plot lines and background. He began to contemplate the technologies available within the game, primarily focusing on android technology and, subsequently, the intelligent chips of these beings. Connor, the investigative android, possessed a deductive ability akin to a memory palace, while other androids boasted their own specialties: medical androids, domestic androids, security androids, and even personal androids. Currently, offline gaming platforms predominantly revolved around mobile devices, which seemed rather inadequate. Thus, Merlin's immediate thoughts were not directed towards androids, but rather towards skills. As players, it is essential to have a skills panel that allows for the development of professions based on chips. Mastery in firearms, combat, and driving leads to roles such as police officer, special forces operative, bandit, boxer, and chef. Just as Merlin was working to enhance the welfare of the players and seeking ways to update the offline system, the door to the hospital room suddenly swung open. Merlin, you're awake. Upon entering, Gwen was overjoyed to see Merlin conscious and immediately embraced him. George, who followed behind, displayed a momentary expression of happiness, but his demeanor darkened as he noticed Merlin's gaze. I have yet to settle last night's matters with you. Children should wait until they are home to discuss such matters. Mrs. Stacy could not help but pat her husband's back. I'm fine. I was merely affected by the blast's shockwave, Merlin reassured them with a smile. At that moment, the television in the hospital room abruptly broadcasted a news segment. The screen displayed Stark, clad in a suit, standing solemnly at a podium, gazing intently into the camera as he began to speak. "I am Iron Man." The announcement sent shockwaves through the audience at Stark Industries press conference, where the current CEO, Tony Stark, had just revealed his identity. The reporters present erupted into excitement, and the news quickly spread like wildfire. No one anticipated that the superhero who had ventured to the Middle East to combat terrorists and resolve the crisis in Apple City was none other than the notorious playboy Tony Stark, who was often the subject of tabloid gossip. However, as the revelation of his armored suit unfolded, their doubts dissipated, replaced by expressions of disbelief that gradually morphed into jubilant cheers. Stark's self-disclosure stirred a ripple in the previously somber atmosphere of Apple City. "Mr. Stark, may I inquire about Merlin Xiao's current condition? I heard he was attacked by extraterrestrial mechanical beings after rescuing the city." A reporter inquired eagerly upon learning Stark's true identity. Following the lizard crisis and subsequent evolution, Merlin and his companions had also become superheroes. However, prior to this, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher were already established heroes, with the Punisher's methods being particularly brutal, yet his heroic deeds could not be denied. Among the newcomers, Merlin garnered the most attention. A gifted high school student and youthful hero, he had developed the serum alongside other superheroes amidst a city besieged by lizard men, ultimately resolving the crisis. The potential for legendary exploits surrounding him was vast. Where is he now? Is he still alive? We wish to interview this brave young man. There were murmurs about the chaos being ignited by Merlin Xiao. Is this true? Why did he create the lizard serum? Is there any connection between him and the reptilians? The mention of Merlin Xiao instantly ignited a flurry of inquiries. Stark's expression darkened as he cast a wary glance at the journalist questioning Merlin. "The chaos was instigated by my own volition. In the heat of the moment, I inadvertently struck the energy cube that the military had lost. Furthermore, if it weren't for Merlin producing the serum, you might have already been torn in half by the reptilians. Merlin is currently in a stable condition, recuperating in the hospital, and is not available for interviews. Once he recovers, it will depend on his willingness to engage with the media." After clarifying Merlin's status, he did not hesitate to retort against the malicious speculations of the journalists. In the hospital room, Merlin gradually sat up. Although he had been affected by the intense explosion, Optimus Prime had shielded him from the brunt of the damage, leaving his injuries relatively minor. His internal organs had sustained some trauma from the impact, but recovery would require time due to the nature of such injuries. His exterior bore some abrasions, merely superficial wounds from the fall. "Be cautious," the doctor had advised, warning against any vigorous activity. As Merlin rose, Gwen anxiously supported his back. "There's no need to worry too much," Merlin replied with a smile. He was all too familiar with the hospital bed, having often found himself there due to fractures. However, this was his first experience of being injured in an explosion. It seemed the time had come to prioritize his Transformers armor. He rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the situation. The biological metal suit, the cyborgs, the occupational chips, the space-based cannons, and the Orcus, all these matters awaited his attention. He considered himself somewhat fortunate this time. The incident was not overly chaotic. Yet he hadn't anticipated that Megatron would manage to outsmart him. Fortunately, he had prepared for contingencies. Recently, his modifications to Bumblebee had not been in vain. They were primarily aimed at studying the biological metal technology of Cybertron. Suddenly, a figure in black entered the room, clad in a dark trench coat. His bald head glistened like a boiled egg, and a black eye patch covered his left eye. "Who are you?" George inquired, furrowing his brow at the unexpected intruder. "I am with the Strategic Homeland Defense, and," he began, but George interrupted him with a raised hand. "I understand, but I hope you will knock next time." "Apologies. It's a professional habit," Fury shrugged. "What brings you here?" This marked the second time he had heard about this enigmatic agency. Fury turned his gaze toward Merlin, preparing to speak when another knock echoed through the room. "Come in." As the door swung open, a gaunt man in a suit stepped inside. He paused momentarily upon seeing Fury, but quickly produced his credentials. "I am Agent Simmons from Sector 7, here to inquire about the energy cube from Merlin Xiao." George raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the credentials before confirming their authenticity and handing them over. "I apologize, but this child requires further recuperation. This matter is of great significance, and I hope you will cooperate," Simmons stated gravely. "Cooperate? Who granted you the right to intrude?" Pepper entered suddenly, her face pale, interrupting their conversation. "This is a private residence." Without allowing either of them to respond, George instructed that they be escorted out. Although Fury and Simmons felt a surge of indignation, they understood that escalating the conflict would only lead to their detriment, not physically, but in the court of public opinion. Merlin was a figure of great interest. Any altercation would undoubtedly be sensationalized by the press the following day. Furthermore, Stark Industries was not to be trifled with. Despite suffering a significant downturn due to the cessation of military contracts, the revelation of Stark's identity as Iron Man had caused their stock to soar once more. If not for the ongoing city reconstruction, the upward trajectory would certainly be meteoric. Just focus on healing. There is no need to worry about other matters for now. Once Fury and Simmons were ushered out, Pepper returned to her composure and smiled at Merlin and the others. Thank you, George replied gratefully. In New Mexico, amidst the desolate expanse of the arid desert, Megatron, having evaded the pursuit of the Eagle Nation, finally found a secluded spot to halt. The scorching sun bore down upon the desert, and the oppressive heat was quite bothersome. Yet, Megatron was filled with exhilaration as he cautiously unpacked his backpack, revealing the coveted Allspark cube within. He had traversed countless light years from Cybertron in pursuit of the Allspark, only to be encased in ice for centuries. And now his wish was finally fulfilled. He gingerly touched the Allspark, but the moment his palm made contact, a surge of energy rippled across its surface, rapidly spreading like a virus along his fingers. What is this? Megatron exclaimed in shock, instinctively withdrawing his hand. However, the predetermined red data energy of the Allspark had already invaded his palm, swiftly coursing up his arm like veins, relentlessly encroaching upon his very being. What in the blazes is this? Staggering back a few steps, he glared at his arm in alarm and fury. As the red data virus continued its relentless assault, he felt as though his very soul was being tainted. End of chapter. Chapter 70. Welcome to join the mission of stars, Megatron, Fallen Transformer. The crimson data virus swiftly engulfed half of his body, the blood-red threads reminiscent of tattoos glimmering faintly on the dark, menacing metallic surface. Akin to roots sprawling beneath the earth. Ah, the anguish. Megatron knelt upon the ground, clutching his head in torment. Get out. Leave me be. As the data virus infiltrated his very being, it gradually ceased its assault, leaving Megatron with a visage marred by a web of bloodlines. Akin to an ant ensnared in a spider's web, his overall silver-black metallic form was partially adorned with this sanguine network. The corrupted electronic eye flickered unexpectedly, followed by the autonomous projection of a message. Welcome to the stars, Megatron. Mission issued. Locate the leader module, awaken the fallen Cybertronian. What are you? How dare you invade my body? Megatron seethed, attempting to command his arm to strike at the infected left side of his body, yet as he swung, his left arm moved autonomously to intercept the attack. Get out of my body. Yet, regardless of his fervent cries, the other half of his form fell silent after issuing the mission. The spark also fused with the virus, melding into his left side. In the hospital ward, George, the police chief, had yet to address the aftermath of the evolution incident, managing to carve out time to visit Merlin. Upon confirming Merlin's awakening, he promptly returned to his duties. The chaotic faction, the Green Men, and the players presented a formidable challenge. The chaotic faction was manageable. A direct strike against their concealed members would suffice. However, the Green Men and players posed a significant dilemma. The players, primarily human, regardless of their affiliations with the platform, were the first line of defense against the onslaught of the Lizard Men and the chaotic faction. Their ranks varied widely, including company owners, affluent heirs, police officers, and firefighters. For the time being, they set aside concerns regarding the players to focus on the Green Men. These Green Men had once been human, similar in number to the players. Currently, capturing them was the priority, with future handling dependent on higher authorities' discussions. Ideally, a cure would be developed. If not, George feared that Apple City would soon be home to a new race. Sitting atop his police car, George tapped his forehead, solidifying the title of the Free State of Eagle Nation. After a brief visit, Mrs. Stacy and Gwen departed the hospital, leaving Merlin alone to recuperate. Once all had vacated, Merlin began crafting an online game. The title, Detroit, Become Human, was not intended for standalone release. Rather, it would be intricately woven into the narrative of the game Morality and Law. As an open-world game, Morality and Law boasted a robust degree of inclusivity. In the future, the release of games presents no significant issues. Only minor adjustments are required. Once the technology for androids is acquired, offline platforms can begin to expand. After Free City, the next destination is, of course, Los Santos. In the year 2038, in the Eagle Nation's Detroit, the emergence of androids has greatly enhanced productivity across various industries and improved the convenience of daily life. However, this advancement has also resulted in a rise in unemployment, as androids, while boosting efficiency, have displaced numerous human workers, exacerbating the wealth gap. Consequently, a wave of opposition against androids has arisen in society, leading to violent incidents aimed at their destruction. Abnormal androids have broken free. As for androids Connor, Kara, and Marcus, what stance will you adopt in this game? While Merlin was diligently integrating the new game into the narrative, his peripheral vision caught something. prompting him to instinctively glance out the window. Simmons, clad in a black suit, had humorously pressed his face against the glass. Upon noticing Merlin's gaze, he joyfully blinked. Merlin raised an eyebrow, somewhat exasperated. "Jarvis, let him in," he instructed. "Understood." The glass window slowly ascended, and Simmons hurriedly scrambled inside. "Sir, your dedication is commendable," Merlin remarked with a smile as he observed Simmons adjusting his attire. "My apologies. I was simply in a rush," Simmons replied, letting out a sigh of relief and offering a somewhat apologetic smile. Without the Allspark and the reverse engineering of Megatron, Sector 7 is on the verge of dissolution. He needed to gather more information from Merlin. "Help yourself to water. Feel free to ask any questions," Merlin said, not inclined to mock or challenge him, as he generally found such interesting individuals tolerable. "Thank you." Simmons shook his head, opting not to drink, and after calming his breath, he began to inquire, "Is the Allspark in your possession?" It was, but ultimately it was ambushed and taken by Megatron, who had hidden among the fleet. "What is your relationship with Megatron and those Autobots?" "Friends, I suppose. As you know, I run a modification shop, and my skills are quite proficient. Those Autobots stole the Energon Cube. Are you aware of this?" "Yes, but it inherently belonged to them. That remains unproven. You lack evidence as well. And you even went so far as to create a cryogenic chamber to freeze it." Merlin did not conceal much from Simmons regarding the inquiries posed. He occasionally retorted, "Thank you for the information. It is quite significant to me." Upon learning about Cybertron and the factions of Optimus Prime and Megatron, he no longer felt utterly lost. "That Sam kid truly knows nothing. Will you be leaving through the window or the door? Wait, there is one last thing. Can you assist me in contacting Optimus Prime and his team?" He looked at Merlin with hopeful eyes. "I can attempt to inquire once I am fully recovered." Merlin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Thank you so much. Here is my business card." Simmons joyfully placed his card on the table and hurriedly left the hospital room, eager to avoid being dismissed again. Chapter 71, Alien. Alcye's fusion. A month later. In a villa located within the vicinity of 3rd Avenue, Manhattan, a gaming streamer was intensely focused on his live broadcast. On the screen, the detective android Connor ascended to the rooftop, where the rogue android Daniel was holding a young girl hostage at the edge of the opposite rooftop, visibly agitated. "I know they want to replace you, and you are quite unhappy about it, aren't you?" Connor inquired, drawing from recently gathered clues. Daniel, with the gun pressed against the girl's head, expressed his sorrow and indignation. "I thought I was part of this family, that they cared for me. Instead, I am merely a toy, discarded once I am no longer useful." 1. Use the firearm. 2. Sacrifice oneself. 3. Compromise. 4. Refuse everyone. Let's try to calm him down. We can see that Daniel's trust level has risen to 99%. For the final step, we shall choose to compromise. As Carlo interacted with the audience, he clicked on option 3. Upon selection, Connor spoke again within the game. "Daniel, you must believe me. Release the hostage, and I assure you, no harm will come to you." Daniel swallowed nervously. "I don't want to die. You will be safe. We just need to talk. I promise." Daniel's gaze remained fixed on Connor, his expressive demeanor and eyes making the streamer and viewers feel as though he was looking directly at them. Success rate, 100%. As the success rate reached its zenith, the rogue android chose to trust Connor and release the hostage. Witnessing the girl's safe departure, Carlo smiled. Although the game's modeling and narrative were exquisitely crafted, the gameplay took an unexpected turn. Bang! In the next moment, a gunshot echoed through the game, startling him. The screen revealed a hidden sniper, who unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, causing Daniel's head to explode in a spray of blue. Thud! Daniel collapsed to the ground. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Connor. "You deceived me, Connor. You actually deceived me." Carlo stared at the screen, taken aback by the disappointment reflected in Daniel's eyes. The pulsating beat of the background music quickened his own heartbeat. After a moment, watching Connor depart expressionless, with a task completion notification appearing, Carlo regained his composure in astonishment. "Well, it seems this game is not as simple as it appears. Honestly, when Daniel was shot, my heart ached as well. Indeed, especially the look in his eyes, it was all too real. I was mistaken. I had anticipated that the new storyline of the game would be an exhilarating shooting experience. How naive of me." Numerous comments from the audience began to flood in. Carvo glanced at the live viewer count, which had exceeded 1 million, a stark contrast to his usual audience of merely tens of thousands. The events in Apple City could no longer be concealed. The enigmatic Star gaming platform had garnered global attention, both online and offline. Thus, upon the release of the new storyline game, many players promptly embarked on their quests, navigating the map with fervor. Whenever players streamed their gameplay, the viewership was substantial. It appeared that the players had discovered yet another pathway to prosperity. The prestige values of the new game soared to astonishing heights. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 50 million. Merlin, who had just exited the hospital, felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he reflected on the modest 500,000 prestige garnered during the launch of Morality and Law. Now, his reputation had skyrocketed with the release of the new game, ascending like a rocket. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the technology for medical androids, security androids, domestic androids, pleasure androids, exoskeleton technology, and blue blood energy technology. With a total of 50 million, he had precisely 5 points of intelligence. In this wave of success, he had essentially acquired all technologies related to androids. Goodness, he had never experienced such wealth before. It seemed that any future endeavors would need to be even grander. Are you truly that happy to be discharged? Happy, holding Merlin's belongings, observed him grinning under the sun and began to question whether the boy had lost his wits during his hospitalization or if he had suffered lasting effects from the explosion. Recalling joyful memories, Merlin assisted Happy in loading the luggage into the trunk and smiled. I sincerely appreciate your help during this time. It's nothing. Your safety is all that matters. After closing the trunk, Merlin settled into the back seat. Once Happy took the driver's seat, an idea struck him, and he leaned forward to quietly inquire, are you familiar with androids? Androids? Intelligent girlfriends? Indeed. Of course, I am aware, but currently, aside from silicone models, the technology remains underdeveloped. Should a viable option emerge, I would undoubtedly purchase one. As he spoke, he seemed to find the topic somewhat inappropriate and swiftly shifted the conversation. What type do you prefer? Certainly, those with a voluptuous and alluring physique, Happy replied without hesitation. Understood. Merlin nodded and leaned back. Why are you asking such questions? Happy inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Just a curious inquiry. Merlin waved his hand dismissively, offering no further elaboration. Happy shrugged, choosing not to dwell on it, and started the vehicle. Green lives matter. We demand equality. Everyone deserves to be treated equally. Green individuals must not face discrimination. We are the victims. As Happy transported Merlin through the streets of Manhattan, a throng of green-skinned and black individuals, brandishing placards, congregated to commence their parade. Over the course of the past month, the city's traffic and economy gradually began to recover. In response to the players' actions, the police pursued and apprehended several individuals guilty of serious offenses. However, the sheer number of green individuals, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, far exceeded the capacity of the jails, and under mounting pressure, the authorities merely issued a few admonitions before releasing them. Upon returning home, some of these green individuals faced disdain from family members, fear and discrimination from passers-by, which ultimately led a few of them to adeptly rally their friends and take to the streets in protest. The slogans remained familiar, albeit now voiced by green rather than black individuals. Various associations soon recognized the political cloud of this multitude and began to intervene, with some black individuals among the green joining the cause. The city always possessed an air of enchantment, though it seemed more reasonable than the environmentally conscious faction. Happy mused as he observed the parade through the car window. Merlin raised an eyebrow, contemplating the sight of the green individuals outside. After returning home, Happy offered a brief word of caution regarding safety before departing. Due to the transformation of Stark Industries, the company's stock skyrocketed following the rebuilding of the tower, leaving both Stark and Pepper busily engaged each day. Yet, while Pepper was occupied with corporate matters, Stark remained secluded in his villa, engrossed in research concerning the Allspark. In the aftermath of the battle, most of the Decepticons, including Starscream, had fled the scene, leaving only the cumbersome Megatron to be dismantled by Ironhide and his companions. Merlin had conveniently placed the Allspark in a cosmic market. Stark, ever pragmatic, swiftly purchased this vital artifact, having recently sold the arc reactor, leaving him with an abundance of funds and nowhere to spend them. Recently, his seclusion was primarily due to an endeavor to resolve issues related to palladium poisoning. While palladium had addressed the significant challenges of cold fusion, its incorporation within the body generated toxins, leading to palladium toxicity. Stark clearly aimed to explore the energy contained within the Allspark from Cybertron as a potential substitute for the new element or to develop an entirely novel energy source. Merlin opened the door to find his home impeccably tidy, suggesting that someone had assisted in maintaining it during his absence. He grabbed a bottle of cola and settled onto the sofa, opening his computer to contemplate the creation of a bionic being. Just then, a notification chimed, revealing an email from Hammer Industries. Hey, Merlin, I heard you've been discharged from the hospital. Are you interested in joining me for the Monaco Formula One race next week? The Monaco Monte Carlo circuit, renowned as one of the world's four prestigious racetracks, is the shortest in the F1 series, featuring the most famous tunnel and the slowest corners, demanding exceptional skill from its drivers. The championship title of this race is a coveted dream for many racing enthusiasts. Upon receiving the email, Merlin could surmise some of Hammer's predicaments. Originally, After Stark ceased his weapons division, Hammer Industries had the opportunity to ascend as the vanguard of the military-industrial complex, especially with the unprecedented surge in defense contracts. However, following the revelation of Iron Man's identity, merely the existence of cold fusion energy left Hammer Industries gasping for breath once more. Recently, he had reached out to a congressman in an attempt to convene a meeting through moral condemnation, compelling Stark to surrender the Iron Man suit technology. Yet, he was publicly humiliated as a result. The embarrassing failures of Hammer Industries in collaboration with the military to develop mechanical armor were all laid bare. Upon noticing the email invitation from Justin Hammer, Merlin's eyes brightened with intrigue. He had been troubled by the issues surrounding the production of bionic beings, and now, an opportunity had presented itself. He promptly replied, accepting the invitation. Resolving the bionic issues would also facilitate the mass production of satellites and weaponry. Oh, the technology for bionic beings must not be squandered. Quickly, he began modeling on his computer, temporarily setting aside the professional chips for Rem, the Daimao King, 02, Nezuko, and his death. Just as he was about to finalize a plan, a notification popped up once more. This time, it was from Little Mute, indicating that something had transpired offline. Los Santos. Recently, the area had been expanding towards Los Angeles, although they had yet to recruit players, merely probing the waters. Upon opening the message, he was met with surveillance footage depicting a secluded street at night, eerily silent with no signs of life. Suddenly, a dark figure darted into view, only to collapse as if struck by a tremendous force. As Merlin leaned closer to discern the silhouette's true nature, he gasped, was that an alien? The footage revealed a creature resembling a Tyrannosaurus, bipedal and constructed as if forged from steel, its teeth bared, and a long skull trailing down its back. Equipped with sharp claws and bone spurs, it was a natural weapon of slaughter. The cause of its abrupt halt was a towering humanoid figure that gradually came into focus. Adorned with an ancient, blood-stained mask, exuding the aura of a primal hunter, the Predator. The two entities engaged in a savage struggle, culminating in the Predator severing the alien's head. With a resounding crash, the surveillance was destroyed, and the screen went dark. What a serendipitous discovery. Merlin gazed at the captured images of the alien and the Predator. Excitement coursing through him. Little Mute, track their movements and ascertain if there are any other aliens. It would be even better if we could locate their lair. The Predator and the alien. He was not particularly concerned with the Predator, but the alien was a different matter altogether. The emergence of both the alien and the Predator instilled a sense of urgency in Merlin, prompting him to commence the design of his own transforming battle armor. He intended to further modify RC, but this time not merely altering its existing form. Rather, he aimed to enlarge its size and engine, transforming it into a towering form akin to that of a Gundam. Simultaneously, he sought to establish a connection to achieve a harmonious integration between man and machine. Without delay, he began sketching the designs that had formed in his mind. As night fell, Merlin returned to his modification shop, which was equipped with an electronic security system and situated in a remote location, thus remaining well-preserved. The rolling shutter door slowly ascended, revealing RC quietly stationed at its workbench. Upon seeing Merlin, RC joyfully transformed into a humanoid form. Merlin, are you all right? After the conclusion of their earlier endeavor, Optimus Prime had led them to seek refuge within Merlin's shop. Severely injured, Optimus Prime and the others could only await Merlin's return. I'm fine now. Let's go see Prime, Merlin stated, stroking his chin as he gazed intently at RC, envisioning the forthcoming modifications. Are you really okay? Under Merlin's piercing gaze, RC felt a tinge of shyness. Of course I'm fine. I merely wish to integrate with you. Huh. Ignoring RC, who had transformed back into motorcycle form, Merlin prepared to venture into the backyard in search of Prime and the others when the shutter door opened once more. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline, dressed in a formal suit, stepped inside. Hello, I am Coulson. My name is somewhat lengthy, but you should be familiar with it. He presented his credentials and introduced himself with an approachable demeanor. Yes, I'm aware. Please, come in. Merlin invited him into the shop. After entering, Coulson paused briefly at the modified Ducati on the workbench before politely taking a seat on the sofa. Would you care for some cola? No, thank you. That would interfere with the growth of my scalp follicles. Merlin couldn't help but chuckle. You certainly have a sense of humor. What brings you here? I have been waiting for you. Congratulations on your recovery. Thank you. However, it wasn't a severe injury. I could have been discharged in half a month, but Ms. Pepper insisted on keeping me. After some pleasantries, Coulson transitioned to the main topic. I have come to invite you to join a team comprised of superheroes. Mr. Stark has already given his consent, and you are on the list of candidates. Superheroes? Merlin pondered briefly before taking the document to examine it. The Avengers. Upon recognizing the English label on the document, he raised an intrigued eyebrow. Becoming a candidate member will not significantly impact your life. You will simply be called upon when needed. Naturally, you will also enjoy numerous privileges, such as having any infractions wiped clean. Most of Merlin's activities are in blatant violation of legal stipulations, involving the modification of firearms and vehicles, and he has even formed a partnership with a platform. The situation in Apple City remains unresolved. Once stability is restored, a crackdown on platform collaborators is inevitable. While the platform itself may be untouchable, I can certainly target your offline partnerships. Furthermore, according to Natasha, they are clandestinely developing armed helicopters, frequently hacking into police systems and surveillance, and devising operational plans. What you can offer me, the 7th District can also provide. Thus, it holds little allure. Merlin returned the proposal indifferently. Coulson was not taken aback, with a calm smile. He remarked, "You may be unaware, but the 7th District has been disbanded over the past month. The agent you were in contact with, Simmons, has also been dismissed due to dereliction of duty." Dismissed? Merlin was somewhat astonished by the swiftness of the decision. "You likely wish to keep this from George. So I bypassed him to come directly to you," Coulson said, pushing the proposal back towards Merlin. "I'll consider it. The president of Hammer Industries invited me today. Rather than joining a covert organization, I prefer to immerse myself in research." Merlin shook his head and returned the proposal once more. "I believe Hammer Industries can address these issues for me." "Very well, we respect your wishes," Coulson replied, momentarily taken aback but refraining from issuing threats. Calmly retrieving the proposal and providing his contact information. "If you wish to join, feel free to reach out. I am always available." Currently, Hammer Industries is indeed capable of resolving Merlin's concerns, even those of the past. "Is there anything else?" Merlin rose, signaling the end of the meeting. Coulson glanced at RC at the workstation, about to speak, when a sudden ringtone interrupted him. "My apologies," he said, pulling out his phone to answer. Moments later, he regretfully hung up. "The team welcomes your participation. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must take my leave." He shook hands with Merlin and hurriedly exited the establishment. Last night in New Mexico, a mysterious meteorite landed, leaving an enigmatic hammer in the crater. Is it mere coincidence or an extraterrestrial event? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 72. Iron-Blooded Mission, Swordmaster's Battle Armor. Upon seeing this news, Merlin's expression shifted slightly, as he began to comprehend the urgency behind Coulson's departure. Given such an extraordinary occurrence, SHIELD, tasked with managing extraterrestrial anomalies, would undoubtedly need to reach the scene promptly. Materials. Merlin suddenly recalled the URU metal from the destroyer, as he planned to retrieve the Tesseract from Megatron. Regarding RC's transformation, Merlin had not previously considered URU metal, as it is a magical alloy. He is not adept with the Tesseract, and in terms of hardness, it is somewhat inferior to vibranium and adamantium. However, considering the numerous sorcerers within the Marvel Universe, a certain degree of magical resistance is essential. Otherwise, encountering a mage after a significant transformation could prove quite troublesome. Having made this decision, Merlin rose and proceeded to the backyard. Upon arriving, he found Optimus Prime and the others quietly parked side by side in their designated spots. As Merlin approached, they immediately ascended, transforming into their Autobot forms. "Merlin, are you all right?" The ambulance, Ratchet, inquired with concern. "I'm fine now. If it weren't for Optimus shielding me from much of the damage, I might not be standing here," Merlin replied, shaking his head and gazing up at the somewhat weakened Optimus. "How do you feel?" "I may need to enter stasis for a while. My injuries are severe," he stated solemnly. Scarred from Megatron's betrayal, his body was marked with wounds, occasionally sparking in the darkness. "Don't worry, I will find a way to heal your injuries, and I can procure the best materials for you," Merlin reassured him, gesturing to dismiss his concerns. Recently, there has been a breakthrough on the Target Master front, and the Darkwind Lord has discovered a route to acquire adamantium. After all, he took the hit for me, making adamantium the most suitable choice for mending wounds. With adamantium, we won't suffer injuries next time we take fire. Indeed, while Merlin had a small quantity of adamantium on hand, it was insufficient to fully repair Optimus's wounds, so he had fashioned a thermite sword from it. Over the past month, he had also utilized Stark Industries' laboratory to create an initial version of a biometal battle suit. However, he was still one step short of completion. Once he acquired the technology for the cyborg chip, he should be able to finalize it in the next couple of days. "I'm counting on you." Megatron has obtained the Allspark, but has remained silent. "We must locate him swiftly." Optimus expressed gratitude with a slight nod, followed by an anxious sigh. Although he was uncertain why Megatron had not chosen to invade Earth after acquiring the Allspark, it seemed he was waiting for something, certainly not for anything good. "I may need to be away on business for a day or two. By the time I return, the materials for repairing your metal should have arrived," Merlin acknowledged. Then, recalling something, he added, "By the way, there's a human agent named Simmons who wishes to speak with you. It should pertain to the Decepticons. Are you interested? With the arrival of Optimus and Megatron, the two factions of Transformers from Cybertron should soon arrive on Earth as well. Currently, the Transformers vehicles in Manhattan lack energon, and Merlin felt compelled to find ways to benefit them. Otherwise, they might lag behind in the next game. Optimus pondered for a moment. If they were to seek the Decepticons hidden on Earth, collaboration with the human military was indeed necessary, and discussions were warranted. Let me recover first. However, he did not rush, knowing that cooperation with humans required careful deliberation. All right, take good care of yourself. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. It is advisable to refrain from wandering about aimlessly, as many are in search of you. Understood. Optimus Prime and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Los Angeles. The avian-faced Camille lay in concealment beside a riverbank, emitting a croaking sound reminiscent of a frog, while his radar perpetually scanned the surroundings in pursuit of prey. Camille was an elite warrior of the Iron Blood. His purpose for venturing to Earth was to hunt down the alien queen who had fled to this realm. As ancient adversaries, they had been engaged in a relentless hunt since their inception in the cosmos. Suddenly, his system emitted 2 alarm signals, followed by the emergence of an unfamiliar panel on his interface. Welcome to the Star, Iron Blood Warrior. Mission issued. Proceed to New Mexico to vanquish the Asgardian warriors Thor, Sif, Volstagg, Hogan, and Vandal. Mission reward. Location of the alien queen's nest. Would you like to accept the mission? After a moment of contemplation, Camille removed his mask and tapped it gently. Thud, thud, thud. Upon donning it once more and discovering the mission page still displayed, he skeptically removed it again to knock. Shaking it lightly, upon recognizing the familiar interface, he finally accepted that the mask had not malfunctioned. Warrior. Camille pondered for a moment, feeling a sudden itch to act. Observing the mission's location, he realized it would not consume too much time, and thus he clicked to accept it. After the mission was issued, Merlin meticulously examined the footage and information provided by the mute assistant. Not far from Hollywood Hills in Los Angeles resided a group of human traffickers, a hub for their nefarious trade, primarily conducted through various bars and nightclubs, often ensnaring women under false pretenses. However, a week prior, their operations had abruptly ceased, and the traffickers vanished without a trace. Through various surveillance records accessed by the mute assistant, it became apparent that the location had likely transformed into an alien nest. After successfully marking the site, Merlin instructed the mute assistant to create a temporary plan. The alien queen was indeed a valuable asset. Nevertheless, his interest lay not in her, but rather in the grotesque creatures that might hatch from facehuggers residing within various organisms. He pondered whether the biomechanical forms of the Transformers would be viable subjects. With the alien nest confirmed, he finally felt at ease. After partaking in a light breakfast, Merlin departed his home, traversing through a parade of green-skinned beings, and arrived at the Stark Tower laboratory. Click! The bright lights illuminated the room, and Merlin's gaze immediately fixated on the display ahead. Under the glaring spotlight, a heavy mechanical longsword rested upon its stand. The sword, forged from adamantium, bore an added weight due to the installation of a thermionic melting device. Beside him stood a suit of armor in a monochromatic palette. The armor's elongated appearance featured a cold fusion energy core repositioned from the heart area to the center, and its face bore a formidable black electronic eye. The design of this armor drew inspiration from the Alliance's Source project, incorporating elements from both the Sword Saint and the Blade Mistress, thus embodying a blend of mechanical sharpness and human agility. Today, he aimed for 7,000 words, with aspirations to reach 10,000 tomorrow. Do you prefer lengthy chapters released together or smaller segments of 2,000 words each? Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 73. Capturing Pureblood Vampires, Vampire Xenomorphs, Deadpool Xenomorphs? Codename, Cowcat. After a fortnight of development, though its functions were limited, it possessed essential features such as flight capabilities, palm-mounted cannons, and an electromagnetic energy chest cannon. After admiring his battle suit, Merlin approached the lithography machine for a brief calibration before taking a seat at the adjacent computer. He had completed collecting data on swordsmanship and combat techniques. Now, he merely needed to filter and condense it. Once he had refined the information, he returned to the lithography machine to gather the primary material, silicon, for chip fabrication. The lithography machine, assembled by Stark Industries, represented one of the most advanced 5-nanometer processes in the world, while the creation of bionic chips required a minimum of a 3-nanometer process. However, Merlin's primary focus remained on testing the performance of the skill chip. Once testing yielded no issues, he planned to develop another lithography machine to enhance the chip's precision. Despite the limited weaponry technology in the game Detroit Become Human, its electronic information technology was fully realized. 3 days later, within the confines of the laboratory, Merlin meticulously grasped a still-cooling chip with tweezers and carefully positioned it at the nape of Cowcat's neck, gently embedding it into the designated slot. Hum. The instant the chip was inserted, electric waves surged through, igniting Cowcat's black electronic eyes with a crimson glow. A metallic panel sealed over the chip, encapsulating it within. Little Mute, Merlin stepped back a few paces, nodding in satisfaction before calling out. Data input in progress, data input, normal data input, successful testing, in progress testing, shows no anomalies. Wearable. Upon receiving Little Mute's report, Merlin felt a wave of relief as he approached the Cowcat armor, extending his hands to touch its surface. Hum. The armor suddenly quivered, and its metallic exterior transformed fluidly, cascading around Merlin's palm as it ascended his arm, shoulder, chest, and abdomen. A series of crisp metallic sounds echoed throughout the laboratory, reminiscent of jade beads falling upon a plate. As the sounds gradually subsided, under the program parameters, Merlin completed the donning process. A mechanical longsword automatically soared from its platform into Merlin's grasp, seamlessly integrating with the metallic surface of his hand. Clang! Merlin brandished the longsword in his hand, performing a series of elegant flourishes. As he concluded his movements, he abruptly halted, the sword's tip pointing towards the ground, emitting a sound reminiscent of tearing through the air. Raising his head, his electronic eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, akin to a lion awakening from slumber, its fierce presence instantly permeating the atmosphere. The moment the swordsmanship chip established its connection, the blade in Merlin's grasp sprang into action. With a swift thrust, the sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, revealing a chilling gleam, followed by a hissing sound as it sliced through the air within the confines of the laboratory. The sharp sounds of slicing air reverberated throughout the room. The chip was linked to the battle suit, which projected the swordsmanship data onto the visor, while the suit's myriad sensors transmitted information to the actuators. Ultimately, under the precise control of the electrical system, the execution of the swordplay was realized. Moreover, the helmet's sensory system could anticipate the next movement based on the body's muscle activity. This chip was not a perfected version. The ideal design entailed embedding it within the spine, linking to the spinal nerves, and transmitting electrical signals to control the muscles, thereby creating instinctive reactions, essentially installing an additional brain within one's body. However, despite the advanced technology of the system, Merlin hesitated to test it on himself. After all, it involved the spinal nerves, and a moment's inattention could lead to paralysis. Further iterations would require the creation of androids to conduct extensive testing. After assessing the skills provided by the swordsmanship chip, Merlin proceeded to evaluate the mechanical longsword. The sword measured 1 meter in length, its blade substantial, with a circular cold fusion reactor integrated into the hilt. With a swift motion, Merlin hurled the longsword, activating the small thrusters at both ends of the hilt, which propelled energy to sustain the heavy blade in midair. Subsequently, as if casting a spell, Merlin extended his hand towards the longsword. In an instant, the robust surface of the mechanical blade rapidly disassembled, transforming into 3 slender swords. Under the influence of electromagnetic energy, the 3 swords began to orbit around Merlin, their dense arcs intertwining to form a circular high-temperature electric net, enveloping him in protection. Suddenly, a bullet hurtled towards him. However, upon contact with the electromagnetic field, it was instantaneously melted into a shower of sparks. With his hands brought together once more, and under the influence of the gravitational sensors, the 3 slender swords converged into a single heavy mechanical longsword suspended above Merlin's head. The central circular cold fusion core radiated a brilliant light, and the formidable electromagnetic energy surged along the blade's surface. In the next moment, a brilliant electromagnetic cannon was unleashed. The blade, forged from Edmund metal, transformed into the cannonball, piercing through the center of an alloy target in the blink of an eye. One could only wonder at the maximum power's magnitude. Intelligence, indeed, is a remarkable asset. As evening descended and Merlin had grown accustomed to the battle suit, he found himself idly seated before a computer, subconsciously recalling the alien nest still residing in Los Angeles. Since discovering the location of the alien hive, Merlin has been yearning for some amusement, yet he struggles to find intriguing schemes and suitable hosts. Ordinary humans merely yield ordinary aliens. Even a transformer without a spark could be easily dealt with, rendering the endeavor rather dull. As for the other candidate, the Predator, he seems to be a promising host. How could I almost forget? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Merlin, prompting him to slap his forehead with vigor and rise with excitement. Little Mute, pull up the vampire mission and also retrieve Eric Brooks's task, he commanded. With the offline mode of Freedom City underway, every corner of the city was under the vigilant watch of Little Mute. Concealed in the shadows, vampires and the vampire hunter, codenamed Blade, were swiftly located. Blade possesses a lineage of both vampire and human, endowing him with superhuman strength, speed, senses, and endurance. as well as the remarkable ability to heal rapidly. Beyond his unique physiology, he is a master swordsman, a 10th level operative, well-versed in various combat techniques, and an expert in weaponry, with an exceptional marksmanship skill. However, in the offline platform game, Eric proudly identifies himself as the Daywalker. Upon joining the platform, he could earn rewards by hunting vampires, purchasing more silver weaponry, and utilizing Little Mute to uncover hidden vampire locations, a far more convenient method than searching alone. As he summoned the information, Little Mute promptly retrieved the data. Merlin perused the details, noting that the individual had only recently joined the offline platform, yet had amassed nearly 6 million in rewards within just a month. Additionally, he had purchased a motorcycle and had eradicated around 6 vampire hideouts, predominantly targeting hybrid vampires. It seems imperative to expedite the establishment of his private laboratory, Merlin mused, as operating beneath the Stark Industries building is rather inconvenient. Have there been any recent sightings of vampires? He inquired. Little Mute paused, as if conducting a search. Yes, a mission has been posted. In an underground bar in the Brooklyn area, some green individuals have been sold. Merlin raised an eyebrow at the mission description. It appeared these vampires were eager to indulge in new flavors. Most vampires congregate in Brooklyn, a chaotic locale with diverse ethnicities, where numerous individuals vanish daily, making it easy to consume one or two without raising alarm. It was the perfect opportunity to test his new battle armor. After confirming the location, he departed Stark Tower, carrying a black and white briefcase. Brooklyn, particularly the African-American neighborhood, is the most immigrant-dense area where diverse races converge. To establish themselves, many individuals from the same country form gangs, gradually delineating their respective territories. For instance, the Italian Mafia, the Russian Syndicate, the Mexicans, and the people of African descent. This illustrates the formidable power of Chinatown in its heyday. In front of the entrance to the Hell Bar, on the dimly lit and chaotic street, Eric, clad in dark sunglasses and a black leather jacket, leaned against the wall, quietly awaiting his rendezvous. Hey, are you the Sunwalker? An amalgamation of electronic sounds accompanied the arrival of a figure cloaked in black, emerging from the shadows beside him. Eric frowned, casting a glance at the stranger, whose black robe concealed all but 2 glowing red electronic eyes, exuding an air of mystery. Sunwalker. To be honest, I suspect this impromptu teammate is mocking me intentionally. He claims to be a Sunwalker, and now he calls himself a Moonwalker. Indeed, my task this time is to capture a few pure-blood vampires. I appreciate your cooperation. The figure extended a hand politely, the black metallic palm reflecting a faint sheen in the dim moonlight. Follow me. Eric declined the handshake and turned towards the underground bar. He held little interest in his cloaked companion, as long as he did not interfere with Eric's hunt for vampires. Merlin shrugged and withdrew his hand, unperturbed by the slight. It seemed that soon, there might be more aberrant vampires among the ranks. How considerate of me, he mused, to introduce new elements to enhance the gameplay. Given the original challenge was rather trivial. Upon entering the shadowy basement, the walls were adorned with graffiti, and a chill permeated the air. After navigating a corner, they found themselves in what resembled a cold storage facility. A conveyor belt turned slowly, while iron hooks above dangled with fresh meat. Beneath the frost lay pairs of terrified eyes. Humans hung there like swine awaiting slaughter. These vampires possess a certain taste. They even indulge in chilled refreshments. Eric paused momentarily, astonished by the sight, before continuing onward. Malik, this is my first time bringing someone to the gathering. There will be no discrimination against us. A green-skinned individual, somewhat darker in hue, casually draped an arm around Malik's shoulder. Today, our protest has garnered support. A film is set to incorporate elements of our kind. Things are bound to improve. Malik surveyed the filthy, dimly lit underground passage, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Yet, under the other's enthusiastic reassurances, he managed a forced smile. Though he was grateful for the recovery of his arms, the lingering effects on his skin continued to subject him to discrimination. By the way, where's my brother? Malik momentarily suppressed his unease and inquired with curiosity. His brother, who had shared a hospital room with him, had received an invitation to join the group, but he had yet to see him in recent days. He entered early, ever since I brought him along once. He comes by daily. Come on, relax a little. Sensing the tension emanating from his companion, the figure clad in dark green firmly patted him on the back. Let us proceed. We have arrived. The entrance to the bar was obscured by a filthy black curtain, which, upon being drawn aside, unleashed a cacophony of raucous revelry. Observing this, Malik's heart found a modicum of solace. Given his circumstances, it was quite a challenge to find a place where he could indulge in drinking without being expelled. Come, let us extend a warm welcome to our new friends, Martel proclaimed as he approached the makeshift microphone, his voice booming across the crowd. In an instant, the jubilant throng fell silent, their gazes converging upon the entrance. Initially, Malik perceived Martel's exuberance as excessive, yet when all eyes turned toward him, his heart skipped a beat. What kind of gaze was that? It resembled the cold, predatory stare of a butcher surveying his livestock, chilling and bloodthirsty. Ha! A woman suddenly opened her mouth, revealing sharp, vampiric fangs. Hissing sounds erupted, and a multitude of glistening, bloodthirsty teeth filled the party atmosphere. Oh! Just as Eric reached the threshold, he was collided with by a panicked figure clad in green. Monsters! It's infested with vampires. We must flee, he warned the two, his expression one of sheer terror. Before stumbling away in a hasty retreat, a bald vampire, emerging in pursuit, momentarily froze upon seeing the sunglasses-wearing blade warrior, only for his expression to swiftly transform into one of horror. With a swift slash, the fleeing vampire was cleaved asunder, disintegrating into a cloud of black sand upon impact with the ground. Mind your own affairs. Should you be bitten, I shall be the first to end your existence, the blade warrior admonished, resolutely stepping inside without a backward glance. Do not slay the purebreds, Merlin cautioned. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire reverberated within, accompanied by the anguished cries resulting from the clash of blades. Vampire hunters. Merlin entered the chaotic venue, where pandemonium reigned. Wherever the blade warrior wielded his silver sword, nothing remained but ash. Upon entering, Merlin disregarded the tumultuous scene and focused on several men in suits atop the party platform. Generally, pureblood vampires would not intermingle with hybrid ones. However, exceptions existed. Those of lesser standing within their families often ventured out to recruit hybrids for sustenance. Their presence here was to savor the blood of the green-skinned beings, whose blood, altered by lizard-derived elixirs, was akin to a delicacy for vampires. Yet, due to the heightened scrutiny surrounding the green beings of late, they dared not act recklessly, resorting instead to bribery to lure a few into their midst. As the blade warrior wreaked havoc upon the surrounding vampires, Merlin approached the purebloods. Who are you? The countenances of the purebloods grew grave upon recognizing the presence of the blade warrior. Rest assured, I bear you no ill will. I merely require your company for a brief sojourn. The electronically synthesized metallic voice softly intoned. He is but a wretched source of sustenance. Fear him not, declared a vampire, who, upon inhaling the air, suddenly contorted his face in dismay, realizing they had been deceived by a mere human. Hiss! A pureblood vampire, resembling a malevolent specter, stealthily encircled Merlin from behind and lunged with his menacing fangs aimed at the vulnerable flesh of his neck. Crack! Yet, in the next moment, the anticipated sensation of teeth sinking into flesh failed to materialize. Instead, the fangs trembled violently, nearly fracturing. Metal? The vampire's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the glimmering metal beneath the tattered black robe he had pierced. Stupefied, he found himself at Merlin's mercy, who seized the vampire's head and flung it aside as if discarding a rag, sending him crashing to the ground. Thud, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The vampire instinctively curled in agony. Uft! A dart of anesthetic surged forth, penetrating the vampire's body. Will you endure some hardship, or will you acquiesce? Merlin brandished a mechanical longsword, its blade aimed at them, his crimson electronic eyes radiating an intense aura of intimidation from beneath his hood. The pureblood vampire responded with a fierce attack, baring his sharp fangs in a primal roar. Merlin slightly retreated, his longsword thrusting forward with sudden precision. Stab! FSHHH. The keen tip of the blade pierced the vampire's heart, pinning him against the wall. Seizing the opportunity, another vampire lunged, only to be met with a swift glimmer of cold steel that blinded him in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. Merlin remained composed, gracefully wielding his sword, each arc leaving behind a trail of crimson droplets, his technique both elegant and lethal. This moment served as an ideal opportunity to refine his swordsmanship. These undead vampires were nothing short of perfect targets. Although the combat chip would not elevate one to the level of a grandmaster, mastery of the craft was certainly within reach. After the revelry in the bar began to wane, the blade-wielding warrior efficiently dispatched every vampire present. Once Merlin had sufficiently tested his skills, he subdued several pure-blood vampires with anesthetic. What purpose does capturing them serve? Eric pondered, furrowing his brow at the sight of the 6 unconscious vampires. In his view, they ought to have been slain outright. Employer's orders, Merlin retorted, unfurling a large net to ensnare them all before dragging them away from the scene. As he reached the exit, he nonchalantly pilfered a silver, throwing dart from the wall. Eric, observing Merlin's departure, refrained from pursuing him. Instead, he bent down to retrieve his own weapons. Such silver cannot be wasted, even with recent profits in abundance. After capturing the 6 pure-blood vampires, Merlin embedded control chips within their bodies. The remaining tasks were entirely entrusted to the little mute. While Deadpool leisurely indulged in his comics at home, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Mysterious transport mission. Board an invisible armed helicopter to Los Angeles for item delivery. After item retrieval, proceed to the designated drop-off in New Mexico. Mission reward, $1 million. Will you accept? Deadpool tilted his head in puzzlement at the mission sent by Star. Indeed, it was rather enigmatic. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept. $1 million for mere transportation? How could he refuse? In the early hours, beside the Hollywood Hills in Los Angeles, a sleek black armed helicopter materialized in the night sky. The cabin door swung open, and Deadpool poked his head out, promptly tossing 6 packaged vampires down. With a thud, dust billowed around as he faintly heard a soft echo from the helicopter. Glancing at the ground below and the empty, sealed cockpit, he scratched his head in confusion. This mission is quite peculiar, he muttered, continuing to observe the ground. However, what unfolded beneath him soon compelled him to lean out in astonishment. Where the 6 vampires had fallen, dark, bizarre creatures resembling velociraptors swiftly approached. Initially perplexed, they soon dragged the 6 monsters into a tunnel. Oh, what the heck? What are those? Deadpool gasped, covering his mouth as he watched the vanishing creatures and vampires. After a moment of contemplation, he leaped from the armed helicopter. Thud. Almost immediately, a drone alien reappeared, eyeing the disheveled Deadpool with curiosity. What is going on today? Everyone's falling from the sky? The disheveled Deadpool stared wide-eyed at the creature before him. Under the moonlight, the alien's elongated head glimmered with a dark luminescence, its slender form drooling continuously. The drone alien, excited by Deadpool's rapid recovery, let out a jubilant roar and dragged him into the tunnel as well. Meanwhile, Merlin, watching this scene unfold at home, bore a peculiar expression. Deadpool certainly was unpredictable. He pondered what kind of alien Deadpool would produce. After a moment of anticipation, Merlin diverted his gaze to the locations of the other 6 vampires. The surveillance within the tunnel was sparse, but the drone alien had conveniently placed the alien eggs within the monitoring range. Deep within the tunnel, the alien queen was relentlessly laying eggs. In the surveillance footage, the 6 still unconscious vampires were positioned beside a 1-meter-high, slime-coated alien egg. As a life form approached, the once quiet surface of the alien egg began to unfurl like a blooming bud, and suddenly, a shadow leapt out, landing on one of the vampires' faces. Soon, as 6 oddly shaped eggs cracked open in succession, the faces of the vampires were adorned with facehuggers. Today, I penned 8,000 words, an increase of 1,000. Revised time and again, a true headache. This chapter concludes. Chapter 74, Hammer, Vampire, Facehugger, Cultivator, Coulson, taken aback. Witnessed Merlin successfully borrowing seeds, and promptly pressed the return key to activate the control chip. Hey, mate, what do they call you, and where are you taking me now? Your heads are rather elongated, yet the capacity within seems rather limited. Is your shell sturdy? Let me test it. With a sudden pop, a cacophony of roars erupted within the dim tunnel. Oh, goodness. Your blood is sulfuric acid. How extraordinary. With a thud, the nearly corroded Deadpool, pocked and battered, fell to the ground, gazing at the half-dissolved long knife in his hand, on the verge of tears. Hiss. Yet the next moment, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Darkness enveloped his face. What is this? My heavens, what has been shoved into my mouth? Attacked by the facehugger, Deadpool yanked it off, tearing it in two and flinging it away, the splattered blood immediately etching expansive cavities into his body. Ugh, 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 you dare force me to use my mouth. Observing the lively Deadpool, several worker aliens immediately shifted their vigilance towards him. Deadpool surveyed the approaching aliens, initially indifferent. Then his gaze turned towards the depths of the shadowy tunnel, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Good little ones, is there something deeper inside? He inquired, pointing into the abyss while scrutinizing the aliens' movements. Roar. Indeed, the moment his finger gestured towards the depths, several aliens erupted in furious roars. It appeared there truly was something. In the next instant, he sprang into action, bare-chested, sprinting towards the tunnel's depths. Roar. A few worker aliens, incensed by the sight of him rushing towards the Queen's location, immediately gave chase. As they vanished into the tunnel, several vampires, previously sprawled on the ground, abruptly rose stiffly like zombies, then, bearing the facehugger, marched towards the tunnel's exit. A crawling alien, just returning, stumbled upon the 6 embryos emerging from the tunnel. Noticing their lack of aggression, it curiously circled them like a dog. Merlin observed this alien as well, and upon seeing its limbs and appearance, began to form a hypothesis. Could it have burst forth from within a dog? Before long, the 6 vampires, bearing the facehuggers, arrived beneath the armed helicopter, standing still as if awaiting something. Bang! Spray! Bang! The pitch-black night was suddenly pierced by the sound of gunfire, followed by 6 dark grappling hooks piercing through the chests of the 6 vampires. The curious alien that had approached was suddenly startled, and in its perception, 6 embryos were abruptly drawn up, resembling fish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Alien. The following evening, in New Mexico, in the quaint town of Wonderland, 3 kilometers west lay the site of a recent meteorite crash. Within the crater rested an unmovable hammer, one that even the most renowned strongmen could not budge. Beneath this enigmatic hammer, it seemed as though it was tethered to the very core of the earth, impervious to any attempts at displacement. Consequently, the town gained fame, attracting numerous visitors. However, it wasn't long before a group of security agency members cordoned off the meteorite site, declaring it the remnants of a satellite from space. Within a mere day, the crater was surrounded by fencing, and a temporary base was hastily erected, with various equipment installed at an astonishing speed. As night fell, the sky loomed dark and heavy, with only a faint moonlight casting its glow upon the desolate wasteland. The air was thick with anticipation as a torrential rain threatened to unleash its fury. Meanwhile, agents, including Coulson, gathered with grave expressions, peering through the blast-proof glass at 6 figures lying on the laboratory table, each with a corpse-like organism pressed tightly against their faces. This creature, reminiscent of a grotesque beetle, had gas filtration sacs on either side and a series of depressions on its lower half, potentially serving as some form of biological sensor akin to that of reptiles. Most crucially, the researchers noted that despite the extraction of gases, this organism could still filter and convert substances into oxygen for its host. Its reproductive appendage had penetrated the host's body, continuously injecting a certain biological essence. Attempts to excise it resulted in a splattering of highly acidic liquid. Furthermore, the host exhibited formidable self-healing abilities. Judging by dental characteristics, it was likely that these 6 individuals were vampires. Listening to the report from the research facility, Coulson felt a headache coming on. Just as night fell, 6 bodies had inexplicably descended from the sky, though bodies was a misnomer, for even in shattered fragments, they retained vital signs and healed at an astonishing rate. Moreover, their bodies harbored substantial amounts of anesthetics, and each bore the same parasitic creature upon their faces, as if intentionally discarded. The hammer situation remained unresolved, and now, vampires and even more bizarre extraterrestrial beings had emerged. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Merlin. Seeing the caller ID, he felt a twinge of confusion, quickly replaced by anticipation. Could it be that the individual was willing to join the Avengers candidate program? He paused, then answered the call. Hey, Merlin, how have you been these past few days? He inquired kindly. Not bad, but I've secured a mission concerning the extraterrestrial xenomorphs, located at the site of the meteorite crash in New Mexico. Do you know anything about it? Extraterrestrial beings? Xenomorphs? Coulson paused for a moment, quickly recalling something as he raised his gaze through the glass to observe the faces of the 6 individuals, each marked by the facehugger. I have donned my battle suit and arrived. Do you have anyone with you? He inquired urgently. I am right here. Where are you? Come to the entrance, he instructed. As Coulson approached the base entrance, a streak of white light traversed the night sky, subsequently coming to a halt before him. To his surprise, as the figure descended, he exclaimed, Hey, Mr. Coulson. The visor of the suit slowly lifted, revealing Merlin's youthful countenance. This is quite the ensemble, Coulson remarked, observing Merlin, who was clad in a black and white sci-fi combat suit and wielding a mechanical longsword. I crafted it during my recovery period. What do you think? Merlin responded. And with a mere thought, the suit transformed fluidly along his body, coalescing into a sleek black and white metallic backpack that materialized behind him. The longsword then descended gracefully at his feet, resembling a hoverboard. In the previous chapters, numerous queries arose regarding the sword immortal. My intention was merely to depict an ordinary bulletproof vest, with swordsmanship reflecting standard combat techniques. Concerning firepower, I envisioned a means to counter Odin's destroyer armor, as the protagonist's current energy technology level is quite challenging to equate. Thus, I considered a focus on material aspects in close combat, which seems more plausible. However, perhaps the title Sword Immortal clashes somewhat with Marvel's futuristic themes, rendering it a touch ostentatious. I shall revise it. Chapter 75, The Green Goblin's Mission. Iron Will and Thor's Duel. The battle suit transformed into a backpack, while the mechanical longsword, akin to a drone, morphed into a flying skateboard that landed gracefully at Merlin's feet, blending elements of vibrant vitality within a futuristic context. At that moment, Merlin resembled a lively street youth. That outfit is truly impressive. Did you make it yourself? Coulson inquired, astonished by the striking and practical attire. Indeed, though I owe much to Mr. Stark's arc reactor, Merlin replied, shaking Coulson's hand before they both entered a room. Now, tell me about your mission. What is this alien species known as the xenomorph? Upon entering, Coulson's expression turned serious. Merlin opened his phone to show him. This is it. The task was issued by someone called the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin, of course, referred to Norman Osborn, the CEO of Oscorp, who had not yet assumed that title. Since the restoration of Osborn Tower, he had been engrossed in researching the lizard serum. With newfound intelligence regarding regeneration and immortality, he would undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly. Thus, after he issued the mission, Merlin intercepted it. Alien species. A group of vampires infiltrated the lair of the xenomorphs, becoming hosts to the facehuggers within the alien eggs. Under mysterious guidance, they escaped to the vicinity of the Mexican town of Wonderland. Xenomorphs inherit the genetic traits of their hosts, surpassing them in prowess. Green Goblin. Capture the xenomorphs and transport them to a designated location in Apple City. Assistance will be provided. Task reward. 30 million with a furrowed brow. Coulson returned the phone to Merlin. How many players have taken on this task? Based on the task description, he had already deduced that it involved the 6 vampires. Including myself. That makes 3. Not many are inclined to venture far. There are a total of 6 slots, yet only 3 have accepted the challenge. The abundance of tasks in Apple City, particularly those with similar rewards, has deterred many from undertaking this journey fraught with unknown dangers. Who are the other 2? How should I know? They all use code names. Coulson nodded. Follow me. But these creatures are too perilous. I will not allow you to take them. However, before Merlin could respond, a sudden blaring alarm echoed through the base. Intruder alert. Stop him. The intruder had flowing golden hair and wore a gray robe. We need backup. Coulson's expression soured as he listened to the commotion outside. What on earth is happening tonight? One crisis after another. Hawkeye, what is going on? He inquired, bracing the earpiece with a serious demeanor. Above the base, Hawkeye sat in the lift's basket, gripping his bow with vigilance as he surveyed the corridors. Shadowy figures flitted behind the translucent waterproof fabric. A stranger with golden hair has breached our defenses. He is exceptionally strong. Many of our personnel have already been incapacitated. However, he is unarmed, entering barehanded. What is his target? Hawkeye scrutinized the intruder's trajectory. He is heading straight for that mysterious hammer. Director. There's movement detected from the hammer. At that moment, a research team member monitoring the hammer reported excitedly. Coulson's eyes sparkled with determination. Capture him alive, if possible. He hurriedly exited the room, making his way toward the hammer's location, with Merlin swiftly following on his flying sword. Boom. The instant they left the room, thunder rumbled ominously, and a torrential downpour cascaded from the night sky. All eyes were drawn to the intruding Thor, who cut through obstacles like a relentless beast, unstoppable in his path. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the chests of the 6 vampires suddenly erupted, followed by a creature resembling a long serpent, armed with sharp fangs, bursting forth. It landed on the ground, slick with mucus and blood. Before long, the creature began to sprout limbs, its fangs growing increasingly menacing. With a punch, Thor felled the last agent and, rising from the mud, disregarded the pouring rain as he excitedly approached his beloved Mjolnir. His gaze fixated on the hammer, drawing ever closer. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to sense something, momentarily halting with a grave expression. Clap, clap, clap. On the muddy ground, footprints quietly emerged, and amidst the curtain of rain, a towering figure appeared, flickering in and out of sight. Above, the keen eyes of an eagle narrowed. Under its gaze, a tall humanoid creature, adorned with dreadlocks and a peculiar mask, exuded an aura reminiscent of a savage jungle hunter, silently materialized at the scene. Another one had arrived. Coulson, observing the unexpected intruder, felt a sense of dread wash over him. Mysterious hammers, vampires, alien beings, enigmatic strangers. Now, yet another alien life form had appeared. Was there a meeting scheduled today? Stand aside, Thor commanded, his voice deep and resolute, as he beheld the fearsome figure of the predator materializing before him. He had encountered beings from Midgard before, but this creature, towering nearly 2 meters, was unmistakably extraterrestrial. Only in Vanaheim were there beings somewhat akin to it. The predator, letting out a low growl as it removed its scarred mask, revealed its grotesque, worm-like fangs and mottled green skin. Noticing Thor, who was unarmed, it tossed its long knife aside and readied itself for a duel. Oh, you are quite hideous, but I have no time to engage in battle with you, Thor remarked, understanding the creature's intent as he glanced at the knife, now lying at his feet. At that moment, all he desired was to reclaim his hammer and return to Asgard. The predator, remaining silent, lowered its stance and advanced a few steps, adopting an aggressive posture. It sensed that Thor was a worthy quarry. Very well, Thor sighed, then deftly grasped the long knife with his foot. With a couple of flourishes, he assumed a combat stance. Come, he beckoned, having faced countless duels before. Yet it was the first time someone had dared to provoke him by discarding their weapon. Even with his divine powers sealed, he was confident that this creature could not best him. Above them, Hawkeye, wielding his compound bow, observed the two combatants from a vantage point, awaiting commands. Suddenly, the predator surged forward, its sharp steel claws glinting ominously through the rain. Clang! The long knife collided with the steel claws, igniting sparks in a brilliant display. The previous chapters have been revised. This chapter concludes here. Updates will resume tomorrow. Apologies for the brevity. Today's word count is merely 2,000. As I am struggling with fatigue from staying up late. Chapter 76. Vampire Alien, Undying Alien, Chaos. Beneath the relentless downpour, the two adversaries clashed. Each impact igniting sparks and the sharp sound of metal colliding. On one side stood Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin, a seasoned warrior of Asgard. Even though his powers had been restrained, reducing him to the status of an ordinary man, his extensive combat experience remained intact. Gripping the sword in one hand, he launched his attacks vigorously, wielding it with the force of a hammer. Opposing him was the elite predator, a jungle hunter from the cosmos, honed through perilous hunts. Its fighting style was ferocious and intricate, with its wrist-mounted steel claws striking like venomous serpents, each move lethal. Clang! Amidst the sparks flying, the figures of both parties once again collided. Thor gazed at the two crimson wounds on his chest, his eyes narrowing with fierce intensity as a sudden surge of combat spirit ignited within him. Once more, he flicked his wrist, brandishing his longsword, and charged forward. Even without divine power and his hammer, he remained a warrior of Asgard. Karmi glanced at the green wound on his abdomen, his mouth gaping open like a writhing worm as he let out an excited roar, brandishing his steel claws as he advanced. Meanwhile, Merlin had followed Coulson to the location of the hammer, intrigued by the silver glow refracting through the rain. I've heard no one can lift the hammer. Let me give it a try. With that, the backpack behind him swiftly transformed into battle armor, enveloping Merlin, who then leaned forward, gliding on his flying sword as if skateboarding. The bald agent beside the commander, sporting glasses, cast a questioning glance at Coulson as Merlin approached the hammer. It's fine. Let him try, Coulson replied with a shake of his head, his gaze fixed on the battle between Thor and Ironblood. He harbored a persistent intuition that this hammer bore some connection to the unknown blonde man. Upon landing, Merlin stood before the god of thunder's hammer, with the flying sword hovering behind him like a drone. Little hammer, I am a man of justice. Do not disregard me, he muttered, taking a deep breath before gripping the hammer's handle with his armored hands. The hammer remained utterly immovable. Merlin felt as if he might burst, yet the hammer still did not budge. Well then, he released his grip, observing the steadfast hammer with arms akimbo, feeling somewhat defeated. Odin's runes are truly formidable. Ultimately, it's a matter of insufficient energy. If only I possessed Galaxy-level power, I could crush it like Hela. He resolved to unlock more abilities in the game as soon as possible. On the other side, the battle between the mud-streaked Thor and Ironblood also seemed to be nearing its conclusion. Both combatants bore numerous wounds, and the rain washed over them, staining the muddy ground with green and red blood. Hawkeye stopped them. Coulson called urgently through his earpiece. Received. Responding to the command, Hawkeye switched his arrows to electric net arrows. However, at the moment he prepared to shoot, he suddenly turned around. Whoosh! The electric net arrow was released, piercing flesh. Crackle! The instant high-voltage electricity surged. A nearly 3-meter-tall alien, entirely black with a narrow head and exposed sharp fangs, appeared behind him, having seemingly materialized from nowhere. Hawkeye was taken aback, and seizing the moment while the creature was paralyzed by the current, he kicked it off the platform. Crackle! The alien's dripping blood rapidly corroded a hole into the suspended basket. He immediately glanced towards the crane control console, where the control room was already drenched in blood, and the corpse of the operator was being devoured by a creature from beyond. An enemy attack. The alarm finally blared, and in an instant, the previously stabilized base erupted into chaos once more, with a cacophony of gunfire and anguished screams resonating, intermingled with piercing howls. The combatants, Calmi and Thor, paused their struggle at this sudden turn of events. As they beheld the creature plummeting from above, a plasma cannon erupted from Calmi's shoulder, unleashing a barrage upon the creature that had just risen. Boom! However, to Calmi's astonishment, the creature, which had been blasted away by the plasma cannon, stood back up with vigor, its wounds visibly healing beneath the torrential rain. Oh, what in the world is this monster? Thor exclaimed, staring at the creature, which appeared to be constructed of bones. At this moment, Calmi sensed impending danger, reaffixing his mask and swiftly activating his cloaking device. Yet, through the downpour, a faint silhouette remained discernible, flickering in the shadows. Roar! The creature bared its vampiric fangs and charged directly at Calmi, ignoring Thor entirely. With a swift motion, a steel spear pierced through the rain and struck the creature's head. Yet, The creature merely let out a pained roar before whipping its tail, sending the cloaked Calmi crashing away. Bang! The rain mingled with mud as Thor observed the fallen Calmi and glanced at the approaching creature, brandishing his long knife and charging forward. The creature, agile and fierce, lunged down, landing atop Calmi. Roar! Calmi's steel claws dug into the creature's jaw, staunchly resisting its bites, while his shoulder cannon flickered with plasma energy, ready to fire. With a flash of blades, the creature that had been ferociously biting was suddenly decapitated. The splattering blood instantly dripped onto Calmi, rapidly corroding his attire into charred remnants. Bang! Calmi hastily tossed the creature aside, frantically shedding his blood-soaked garments, and then glared furiously at Thor. Thor, awkwardly holding his knife, managed a sheepish smile, unaware that the creature's blood possessed such corrosive properties. Roar! The familiar howl echoed once more, causing Calmi to turn his head, momentarily stunned. Before him, the decapitated creature was astonishingly reattaching its head, the severed area visibly mending before his eyes. Merlin, noticing the bizarre scene, was taken aback. This creature seemed far superior to the vampire in resilience. Moreover, it was evident that this creature had previously consumed a significant amount of flesh and blood. Calmi seized Thor's long knife and charged back into the fray, engaging the creature in a fierce struggle once more. The xenomorph has inherited the genes of vampires, exhibiting not only agility and grace, but also possessing remarkable regenerative abilities. Even Karlmi finds it quite challenging. As the battle unfolds, Karlmi realizes that although this xenomorph has formidable healing powers, its regeneration slows down significantly with each injury sustained. Chapter 77. Helplessly wounded Thor, infected by the vampire virus. Thor gazes upon the chaotic base shrouded in a dark, rain-soaked veil, then shifts his attention to the armored warrior wielding a spear, intermittently firing plasma blasts as it engages in combat with the xenomorph. Ultimately, his gaze settles on his beloved Mjolnir. If he can reclaim his hammer, all will be effortlessly resolved. With this thought in mind, he treads through the muddy terrain towards the location of the God of Thunder's hammer. He is determined to return home. A total of 6 vampire xenomorphs wreak havoc within the base. One is locked in combat with the armored warrior, while another is entangled with Hawkeye. The remaining 4 dart about the corridors, confronting these exceptionally nimble and seemingly immortal creatures. The agents find their firearms utterly ineffective against the xenomorphs, leaving them to despairingly await their gruesome fate. Upon witnessing the emergence of the xenomorphs, Coulson's expression shifts dramatically. Suddenly recalling something, he hastens to the laboratory. The hastily erected laboratory now lies in ruins, glass shattered everywhere. On the table, 6 vampires lay with gaping wounds in their chests, their bodies emaciated, as if drained of life. Outside, several corpses of protective-suited lab personnel have also appeared. Coulson, come look here. At that moment, his partner, Agent Sitwell, called out while scrutinizing the surveillance footage. Coulson rushed over, and the monitors displayed the horrifying sight of 6 xenomorphs bursting forth from their hosts. These monsters, initially resembling elongated serpent larvae, quickly fixated on their hosts, unsheathing their sharp fangs to drain the vampires of their blood. After exhausting their blood supply, within a mere 5 minutes, their size grew at an alarming rate, transforming from serpentine embryos into creatures the size of Doberman pinschers, resembling sleek, raptor-like beings adorned with bony spikes. Following their rapid maturation, these xenomorphs effortlessly shattered the glass, slaughtering the scientists and guards who had come to investigate the commotion. Sitwell watched as the xenomorphs vanished from the screen, a flicker of concern crossing his features behind his glasses. Where's Merlin? He suddenly pondered aloud. He should know more about these creatures than we do. Coulson, struck by a realization, responded, he is with the hammer. Do these creatures have any connection to him? Sitwell furrowed his brow, questioning, is that why he has come? Coulson, drawing his weapon, declared, I will find him. You take command here. Thor, meanwhile, stood before the mighty Mjolnir, drenched and resolute. Gazing upon the tranquil resting place of Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, he felt a surge of exhilaration. His return was finally within reach. The trials set forth by his father were of little concern to him. As long as he could grasp the hammer, he would still be the god of thunder in Asgard. He cast aside the cacophony surrounding him and solemnly grasped the hammer's handle. However, in the next moment, astonishment washed over him as he beheld the immovable Mjolnir. He placed his other hand upon it as well. A foreboding feeling began to rise within him. Yet he remained unwilling to yield. A primal roar escaped his lips, muscles bulging and veins throbbing on his forehead. But no matter how he strained, the once familiar hammer offered no response. Suddenly, a heavy thud reverberated through the air as a dark shadow enveloped the despairing Thor. A colossal alien creature, bloodied and menacing, had appeared behind him. Move, please. Mjolnir, respond. Thor's eyes widened in desperation as he fixated on the hammer, fervently beseeching its power. He sensed a putrid odor emanating from behind him and instinctively turned aside, only to feel a searing pain in his arm. The alien's razor-sharp teeth had pierced through his shoulder, and his life force was rapidly draining away. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the creature's jaws and wrenched them apart. With a sharp crack, the teeth shattered, and a torrent of blood erupted from the alien's gums, a corrosive green fluid that swiftly devoured Thor's arm, leaving it charred and blackened. The loss of blood, compounded by the excruciating pain, nearly sent him into unconsciousness, an overwhelming weakness creeping through his body. Just then, Jane Foster, having infiltrated the chaos, observed the scene and rushed forward in alarm. In that instant, a blinding white light flashed, and the massive vampire alien was hurled backward, impaled through the abdomen by a heavy sword, firmly pinning it to the muddy ground. The creature writhed in agony, emitting a series of pained roars. Merlin, clad in battle armor, landed upon the sword's hilt, his gaze falling upon Thor, who was half kneeling, pale and drenched in sweat, a crimson stain spreading from his shoulder. He was taken aback by the sight. Meanwhile, Jane stood nearby, seemingly at a loss. "Your father truly left no contingency plan," he muttered, extending his hand toward the alien. A burst of energy erupted from his palm, shattering the creature's head and splattering green blood, which corroded the surroundings with acrid smoke. Summoning the mechanical sword back to him, he observed the dripping green ichor and shook his head. Fortunately, it was forged by Edmund, otherwise it would have been rendered useless. Just then, Coulson arrived, breathless. Upon seeing the gravely wounded Thor, he paused momentarily, but quickly resumed urgency, inquiring of Merlin, "Merlin, how do we deal with these monsters? To ascertain the identities of these aberrant hosts is essential." Merlin brandished his longsword, and the intense electric current instantaneously evaporated the corrosive acid and rainwater. The vampire, Coulson, recalled the 6 corpses and the mission description he had just witnessed, his eyes gleaming with realization. "Everyone, search for ultraviolet disinfection equipment and silver artifacts," he commanded urgently through his earpiece. These alien creatures would inherit the genes of their hosts. As vampires, they would undoubtedly fear sunlight, ultraviolet rays, and silver. As a makeshift base, disinfection apparatus was indispensable, and ultraviolet devices were also to be equipped. Consequently, it wasn't long before Citterville located the ultraviolet equipment. The previously panicked agents swiftly converged towards Citterville's direction. These vampire hybrids were not only agile, but could recover at an astonishing speed from gunfire and explosions, provided there was sufficient flesh and blood available. Within the confines of the temporary base, flesh and blood were plentiful. Coulson's hypothesis proved accurate. Upon exposure to ultraviolet light, the vampire hybrids were scorched as if they had been thrown into a pot of hot oil. However, only one hybrid was ultimately slain. The rest, sensing danger, fled into the night. Director Coulson, some personnel have been infected by the vampire virus. Chapter 78. Vampire Hybrid 1, The Infected. Once all the hybrids vanished into the darkness, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. commenced the cleanup of the battlefield. Yet, during the process, several agents who had been bitten by the hybrids and survived were eroded by the vampire virus, their cells rapidly transforming under the viral assault. And even grievous injuries healed at a visibly accelerated rate. One agent rose, resembling a zombie. His body covered in jet-black spines akin to those of the hybrids, his tailbone elongated into a dark, segmented tail, and his eyes turned pitch black, resembling a bloodthirsty humanoid weapon. Clearly, the hybrid vampire virus differed from that of ordinary vampires. Those transformed into vampires possessed hybrid traits, becoming bloodthirsty monstrosities. The sound of bullets whizzed through the air, but the infected hybrid suddenly morphed into a shadow, evading the onslaught. Its movements and perceptions appeared markedly more acute, perhaps a result of inheriting hybrid genes or due to its reduced size. Above, Merlin, standing atop a flying sword, observed the infected beings with shining eyes, as if he had discovered something intriguing. Nonetheless, the intelligence of these infected entities was quite limited, likely due to their fragile neural frameworks being unable to withstand the viral invasion, resulting in purely instinctual bloodlust. One infected entity, having eluded a barrage of bullets, transformed into a shadow and dashed towards a terrified agent, bearing its fearsome fangs, poised to bite into the agent's neck. The agent, gripped by the infected being, felt an overwhelming force, helplessly watching as the creature's fangs drew ever closer to his throat. Bang! Suddenly, a burst of energy shot forth, sending the infected creature that was about to bite down flying away. The surviving agent, relieved yet resolute, raised his weapon and delivered a finishing blow to the fallen infected entity. The sound of gunfire echoed as the creature's head and heart were perforated beyond recognition. No need to shoot further, it is already dead. Upon hearing this, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent ceased fire and turned to express gratitude to his savior. Thank you. He exhaled in relief, directing his appreciation towards Merlin, clad in his battle attire. Agents familiar with Merlin, even to a slight extent, were generally aware of his reputation. Merlin nodded in acknowledgement before approaching the corpse of the infected entity. Observing the creature, which had been reduced to a state resembling a honeycomb, he cast a peculiar glance at the agent. Do you hold a grudge against your work? The agent paused, momentarily taken aback by the question, but soon followed Merlin's gaze and comprehended his intent, promptly shaking his head in denial. No. It's merely a concern that it might possess the immortality characteristic of a vampire post-infection. Merlin scanned the infected entity's features and confirmed it still retained some semblance of life. However, it lay motionless, seemingly devoid of blood supply. While the creature's speed and agility had seen significant enhancement, its defensive capabilities were nearly non-existent. Due to the lack of blood, its healing abilities were also rather limited. Minor wounds could heal rapidly, yet severe injuries rendered it incapacitated on the ground. If it were to consume blood, it might recover, he mused. Of course, this defensive capability was measured against that of the xenomorphs, making it significantly stronger than an ordinary vampire. Bind it up. As for its fate, that shall be determined by your commanding officer. Merlin instructed before taking flight on his sword towards another location. Within the base, purple lights flickered incessantly, while some individuals produced silver crosses to purify the foreheads of the infected entities. Upon learning of the vampire's vulnerabilities, although there had been some injuries during the battle, they paled in comparison to the devastation wrought by the 6 vampire xenomorphs. With a decisive thud, Hawkeye executed a sweeping strike that sent an infected creature crashing to the ground. A nearby agent hurriedly retrieved a cross and pressed it against the creature's forehead. With a crackling hiss, the infected entity convulsed violently before visibly disintegrating into ash. Praise be to God, the agent declared, having dispatched the final infected creature. And he kissed the cross pendant in reverence. Who would have thought I would one day serve as an exorcist? Hawkeye, sheathing his recurved bow, offered a comforting pat on the agent's shoulder. He then inquired through his earpiece, Director Coulson, how many infected entities remain within the base? None. Yours was the last. Proceed to this location, came the reply. Understood. Thor, grievously wounded with a bite on his shoulder that drew blood, was fortunate enough to have resilient flesh. And after a brief first aid, his condition had stabilized. At this moment, however, Thor remained uninfected, possibly due to his robust constitution or the protective seal of Odin that thwarted the virus's encroachment. Merlin felt a twinge of regret. He was indeed curious to witness the transformation that might ensue from the union of the thunder god and a vampire. However, he was acutely aware of the impracticality of such a notion. Although the being in question possessed an extraordinarily robust extraterrestrial constitution, the energy contained within its inherited bloodline was not something that could be easily compromised by any virus. As the tumult of battle subsided, the torrential rain in the sky also ceased, and Merlin followed into a spacious laboratory within the base. On the ground lay a multitude of infected entities, adorned with black bone spines and tails. These entities had once been their comrades, and if there was a chance to rescue them, it would be ideal. As for those who had perished, they could only express their sorrow. Director Coulson, how shall we proceed with them? Agent Sitwell inquired, adjusting his glasses as he surveyed the scene of infected bodies. The majority of these were, after all, agents of Hydra. Not only had they failed to capture the alien creature, but they had also suffered significant losses. Let us seal them off for now. Our primary objective is to investigate the whereabouts of the remaining 5 extraterrestrial beings. If they are in the eastern town of Enchantment, it could pose a serious problem. Coulson rubbed his temples, feeling a surge of headache. The enchanted town. Jane exclaimed anxiously upon hearing Coulson's words, for her sister still resided there. Can we leave at once? At Jane's plea, Coulson turned, and upon seeing Thor, who he was supporting, a thought struck him. He quickly asked his subordinates, by the way, did anyone see the mysterious humanoid creature that just battled with this one? No. Once the alien vanished, so did it, came the collective response, heads shaking in unison. Then we must proceed as such. Sitwell, you stay here. I will drive with Hawkeye to pursue the alien creature. Merlin, I must count on your assistance this time as well. After issuing his orders, Coulson looked toward Merlin. Of course, my task is to assist them. Merlin affirmed with a nod. Coulson expressed his gratitude. Had it not been for Merlin's aid, their losses could have been far more devastating. And what about us? Jane, supporting Thor, asked with urgency. I'm afraid, given your uninvited intrusion, you must remain here for the time being, Coulson replied, shaking his head. This is also for your safety. End of chapter. Chapter 79. The test concludes, the source of the fire is secured. The thunder god battles the alien. A disheartened Thor was led away from the base by Jane and Coulson, heading towards the enchanted town, while Merlin, with his mechanical longsword, vanished into the air. Following the test, he was quite satisfied with the alien creatures produced from the vampire material, possessing strong self-healing abilities, agility, and immunity to bullets. They could also infect others akin to zombies, though their weaknesses were glaringly evident. Once the offline service area in Los Santos was established, a grand gaming launch could commence. An overly challenging initial encounter would not do. Moreover, considering the relatively brief development of players in Los Santos, some additional items would be necessary. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, the air was imbued with the refreshing coolness that followed the rain. Under the chilly moonlight, Merlin glided through the sky, tracing a luminous arc before swiftly arriving at the entrance of a shadowy cave. The cave yawned open, dark and ominous, resembling a colossal beast poised to ensnare its prey. Merlin stood quietly at the cave's mouth, patiently awaiting a moment. Before long, the dull thud of heavy footsteps echoed from within, and in the dim light, a massive figure enveloped Merlin at the entrance. "Long time no see, Megatron," Merlin exclaimed, utilizing the cool moonlight to discern the half of Megatron's form ensnared in crimson webs. "Cunning human," Megatron roared upon recognizing Merlin, his fury boiling over as he attempted to swat him down. At that moment, he was oblivious to the fact that he had been outmaneuvered by this individual. Yet, as he attempted to move, a sudden numbness gripped his left side, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. Thud! Megatron's formidable frame fell before Merlin, stirring a cloud of mud. "What a splendid game we are playing," Merlin remarked, patting Megatron's head before approaching his left arm. Within the blood-veined metallic palm lay the dark cube of the Allspark, quietly nestled in a cavity that had been previously pierced by Alcée's electromagnetic cannon. Buzz! Merlin pressed his hand against the surface, and the crimson lines began to pulsate as if responding to data. Crack! Crack! The metallic hand gradually opened, and the Allspark floated into Merlin's grasp. "Lowly slave. That is mine. Return it to me," Megatron bellowed, but Merlin paid no heed to the outcry. The Allspark swiftly diminished in size, transforming from a microwave oven-sized object into a palm-sized cube. Once he secured the Allspark, he turned to regard Megatron, who lay on the ground, struggling in a state of discontent. "Rest assured, since we are playing a game, there will undoubtedly be rewards. If you awaken the fallen, locate the leadership module, and activate the hidden stellar harvesting device within the pyramid, your Cybertron will be salvaged," Merlin assured him with a pat on the head. The stellar harvesting device was a contraption devised by the Cybertronians through reverse engineering the Allspark, capable of siphoning stellar energy to regenerate Cybertron's biological metallic resources. However, once activated, the harvested star would become a dead world, leading the original primes to establish a decree: no harvesting of stars hosting biological civilizations. Of course, you may refuse, but then you shall merely await the demise of your Cybertron. Megatron fell silent for a moment, seemingly reconciling with the reality before him, then despondently leaned against the cave wall, narrowing his eyes. "How do you know all this? Who are you? What do you want?" "Me? I am but a guide for many lost souls. Whether you can find your path onward is another matter entirely. Farewell." Merlin, having acquired the source of fire, exhibited no reluctance as he waved goodbye to Megatron. With the propulsion of his engine, he transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing once more into the night sky. The ground shook as Megatron, filled with frustration, slammed his fist against the rocky terrain, sending shards flying. After departing, Merlin utilized the implanted biotracer to locate an alien creature ambling through the desert. With a thud, Merlin descended into the sands, startling the vampiric alien, which came to a sudden halt in its frantic run. The vampire alien, upon spotting the descending metallic figure, issued a series of warning growls. The test concluded. Merlin extended his hands, and the energy within his palms radiated a luminous white glow against the dark backdrop. Sensing imminent danger, the alien opened its menacing jaws, mirroring the agility of a swift raptor, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a shadow that lunged towards Merlin. Yet, in the next moment, a long sword descended from above, impaling the creature into the ground. Merlin lowered his hands, contemplating, and with a flourish akin to magic, a silver dart appeared in his grasp, a remnant from his prior encounter with the vampire. Just as he aimed to eliminate the thrashing alien, a ray of sunlight unexpectedly pierced the horizon. Upon witnessing the dawn, Merlin raised an eyebrow, retracting the dart and observing with intrigue the alien's continued struggles. The vampire alien, sensing a shift, intensified its efforts to break free, sending sand swirling around it. As it fought violently, one side of its body was rent asunder, and its claws frantically clawed at the earth. However, its speed could not rival that of light. With a sizzling sound, The alien's exterior ignited under the sun's rays, swiftly reducing it to a pile of blackened sand that settled in the pit it had excavated. Ah, quite astute, Merlin mused, noting its awareness and digging a grave for itself. In Fairyland Town, a colossal thundercloud swirled ominously overhead, casting a shadow over the entire settlement. The winds howled, and lightning danced, as if a calamity were upon them. Within a chaotic laboratory, Thor's gaze was fixed intensely on the grotesque, iron-blooded alien before him. Blood trickled from his lips, and a dark bone spire protruded from his chest, staining his attire a deep crimson. Behind him stood a grieving Ford, covering her mouth in shock. Dr. Eric lay lifeless on the ground, his heart pierced, while Jane's aide, May, was drenched in blood, her eyes wide with terror as 3 vampiric aliens encroached upon them. By daylight, these creatures sought refuge in the town's buildings, hiding in the remote astronomical laboratory belonging to Ford and Jane. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder, and a bolt of lightning struck Thor. The immense energy surged from within him, sending powerful shockwaves that hurled nearby objects into the air. This is easy. Thor. Jane, who had been cast aside, looked anxiously at Thor, enveloped in a tempest of lightning. The vampire creature also regained its composure, sensing something amiss, and let out a series of anxious growls towards Thor. As the blinding light dissipated, Jane's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Thor. My goodness, he was indeed telling the truth. He truly is a god. Thor was now surrounded by crackling electricity, his crimson cape billowing without wind, and a shimmering suit of silver-scaled armor had mysteriously manifested around him. Buzz! A silver phantasm suddenly burst through the wall and landed in Thor's grasp. With the hammer of the god of thunder in hand, Thor's presence soared to its zenith, resembling a deity descending upon the earth. The surrounding vampire creatures, sensing the dreadful power emanating from him, promptly turned to flee. Feeling the divine energy returning within him, Thor began to understand the burden his father bore. Seeing the 4 alien monstrosities scatter in panic, Thor skillfully hurled his hammer. Bang! 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 The hammer carved through the air, striking down all the creatures attempting to escape. However, upon the hammer's return to Thor, the injuries of the vampire creatures swiftly healed, causing only minor damage. Yet, Thor's intention was merely to intercept a few of the aliens. Boom! Thor leaped into the air, wielding the hammer to strike one of the creatures. Its slender, dark bones shattered upon impact. Bang! The creature was sent flying like a rag doll, landing outside the laboratory and into the sunlight. Upon exposure to the sun, the alien shrieked in agony, quickly dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. With the hammer in hand, Thor's gaze turned piercingly towards the remaining creatures. Roar! The last 3 aliens, glancing at the sunlight outside, shrank back momentarily before charging towards Thor with furious cries. Bang! 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 Thor executed an upward strike from below, the hefty hammer crashing into one vampire creature's jaw. Crack! With a sound of splintering bone, its jaw shattered and twisted grotesquely before being propelled away by the sheer force. Bang! A gaping hole was torn in the ceiling, and as the airborne vampire creature descended, it was incinerated by the sun, vanishing into smoke before it could touch the ground. The other 2 creatures, who had just rushed forward, were instantly seared by the sunlight pouring in, their glossy black heads becoming charred, forcing them to retreat into the shadows. Yet, Thor would not allow them to escape. Grasping one alien's head with a single hand, he unleashed immense strength, shattering its hard skull, and flung it away. Following the fate of the other 2 vampire creatures, the entire enchanted town was now in chaos, with agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., including Coulson, hiding behind vehicles, their expressions grave as they observed the turmoil on the streets. A towering figure of silver metal was currently pursuing 4 individuals clad in the attire of Central European century warriors. Who were these people? Were they from that theatrical troupe? Coulson gazed curiously at the peculiar attire of Sif and her companions. Suddenly, the armor blazed to life like a furnace, and a searing atomic beam erupted from its face. The bearded warrior wielding the shield was hurled several dozen meters away, ultimately crashing heavily onto a car. To the astonishment of Coulson and his comrades, the adversary staggered back to his feet almost immediately. Were he an ordinary human, such an impact would surely have resulted in ruptured organs and severe injuries. Vostag, are you all right? Sif inquired anxiously, supporting him with her spear. I'm fine, but we cannot linger here. We must locate Thor swiftly, Vostag replied, clutching his chest and wearing a distressed expression. Despite the shield providing some protection, the recent blow had inflicted considerable damage upon him. They had activated the Rainbow Bridge to seek Thor and thwart Loki's scheme, but they had not anticipated that Loki would send the destroyer to pursue them. Watch out! Vandal cried, brandishing his sword. The destroyer's furnace roared once more, and another atomic energy beam shot forth, swiftly approaching Sif and Vostag. At that moment, Vostag was unable to evade due to his injuries. Gritting her teeth, Sif discarded her spear and crossed her arms in front of her. Hogan and the others gasped in horror. Sif, just as the two were about to be engulfed by the atomic energy beam, a sword whistled through the air. Clang! The heavy mechanical sword sliced through the air, embedding itself before Sif, instantly splitting the crimson atomic energy beam in two, which then whizzed past them. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions erupted on either side. Expecting pain, Sif slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing the silver mechanical sword before her, looked around in confusion. Just as she was about to speak, a black and white figure swiftly descended from the sky beside the sword. "Thank you. Who are you?" Sif exclaimed, relieved as she observed the figure clad in a tightly fitted black and white armor lifting the sword. "Merlin, we will talk later." Just then, the destroyer's armor roared to life, releasing another atomic energy beam. Merlin's sword flew forth, rapidly splitting into 3 blades, and an electromagnetic barrier formed to intercept the energy beam. This maneuver reduced the cold fusion energy output by 10%. However, the destroyer continued its relentless assault, and the atomic energy beam quickly surpassed the capacity of the electromagnetic barrier, breaking through and targeting the 3 converging swords. Bang! The 3 swords were thrust backward by the immense force, and Merlin hastily extended his hand to brace himself, taking several steps back before stabilizing his stance. Fortunately, the swords were forged from Edmund metal, otherwise, this encounter could have been perilous. The engine roared, its jets tirelessly resisting the onslaught of atomic energy. Yet, under the pressure of these 2 forces, the armor on Merlin's arm emitted a distressing creak, unable to bear the strain. Observing this, Merlin refrained from enduring further. He exerted force with both hands, shifting his body to the side, causing the splintering atomic energy beams to be deflected away. Seizing this opportunity, Merlin extricated himself, the 3 swords merging into one in his grasp, and with a thrust, he charged towards the towering destroyer. Clang! The destroyer swung its arm, deflecting the incoming sword with ease, while its other fist surged toward Merlin. In an instant, the armor beneath Merlin's feet propelled him with tremendous force, allowing him to roll through the air, narrowly evading the destroyer's massive frame, landing behind it. The long sword grazed the destroyer's head, accompanied by a burst of sparks, leaving a scar on its silver metallic cranium. The destroyer, pivoting to retaliate with a punch, found Merlin already retreating over 10 meters away. Now, shifting to the right, Merlin tilted his head, the mechanical long sword once again leaving his hand to hover above him. With the cold fusion power surging, the energy visibly diminished at an alarming rate, as tumultuous electromagnetic energy began to coalesce along the sword's blade. Boom! The furnace within the destroyer erupted violently, unleashing a robust beam of atomic energy that surged toward Merlin. "Hey, you've broken both laws. As is well known, the first law dictates that the left wave yields, while the second asserts that the one who strikes first shall lose." Boom! At this moment, the floating long sword above Merlin's head had amassed its electromagnetic cannon energy to its zenith, and in the next instant, a dazzling electromagnetic beam accompanied by the Edmund blade shot forth with a piercing howl. Boom! The brilliant electromagnetic cannon collided with the crimson atomic energy beam, creating a powerful backlash that surged outward like a tempest, rippling in circular waves. Those nearby, including Sif, could only barely withstand the shockwave, squinting anxiously at the unfolding spectacle at the heart of the battlefield. The crimson atomic energy and the ethereal blue electromagnetic cannon held their ground in midair for a brief moment, but soon, the Edmund blade launched from the electromagnetic propulsion broke the deadlock, piercing through the atomic beam's core like a silver swordfish diving into the sea, directly striking the destroyer's head. Clang! The Edmund blade, carrying formidable momentum, penetrated the destroyer's neck. The massive figure of the destroyer staggered, reeling back a few steps under the sudden impact, causing the atomic energy beam to dissipate. Boom! With the obstruction removed, the electromagnetic energy howled, engulfing the vast form of the destroyer. Yet astonishingly, aside from the blade embedded in its neck, the destroyer remained unscathed, the formidable electromagnetic cannon leaving no significant damage upon its imposing physique. The destroyer reached for the blade embedded in its neck, yet Merlin, who had been positioned several meters away, had silently approached him. With a sharp snap, the mechanical handle reconnected with the blade, and a surge of superheated plasma rapidly enveloped it. The blade instantly transformed into a glowing crimson, a molten sword. The destroyer's neck also began to glow with an intense heat. Gritting his teeth, Merlin twisted forcefully, momentarily locked in place, and then brushed past the destroyer. With a hiss, the molten sword sliced through the destroyer's neck, igniting a shower of sparks. Thud, as Merlin landed. He twirled his sword a few times before placing the mechanical longsword behind him, turning his back on the towering figure of the destroyer and calmly striding away. Thump, thump. The head of the destroyer fell, its headless body collapsing weakly to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. For a brief moment, the smoky street fell into silence, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. It was soon broken by Vandal's exclamation, "How cool!" His eyes gleamed as he gazed at Merlin's composed figure, envisioning the scene he had long fantasized about, akin to a classic cinematic moment. Coulson raised an eyebrow. Yet, in the next instant, the figure turned back and scampered toward the destroyer's remains, crouching down to gather materials. The URU metal was one of his targets this time. Such a large piece could not be wasted. Sif, Vandal, Coulson. After the destroyer was vanquished, the group quickly located Thor and the others. The laboratory was in disarray. Thor consoled Jane, who was weeping over Eric's body, while the disheveled glasses-clad woman nearby wore a look of deep sorrow. Sif, thank goodness. Do you have any healing stones with you? Thor asked eagerly upon seeing Sif and her companions. The healing stone, a magical artifact from Asgard, was inscribed with runes. Sif and her companions exchanged glances at the human with a gaping wound in his chest and shook their heads. They had crossed the Bifrost Bridge in such haste that they were ill-prepared. Thor, King Odin, is asleep, and the cunning Loki has unleashed the frost giants into Asgard. Hogun said urgently, Asgard needs you to return and take charge at once. What? My father is asleep? Thor exclaimed in shock. When did this happen? Not long after you left. But the pressing concern is Loki's plan to activate the Bifrost Bridge to invade Asgard from Jotunheim. Hearing his companions, Thor's expression twisted as he looked at the weeping Jane and the increasingly silent Dr. Eric. Leave it to me, if fortune favors us. There may still be a way to revive him. A voice suddenly caught the attention of Jane and Thor. It's you. Recognizing the boy who entered with a backpack, they quickly identified one another. It was indeed last night that he saved them. Merlin scanned Eric and detected faint electromagnetic waves emanating from his head. However, with the diminishing oxygen supply to the blood, he was on the brink of death. The priority was to find a means to supply oxygen to preserve brain function. We have emergency equipment in our vehicle, Coulson asserted immediately. After death, the brain does not perish instantaneously. The eventual cause of death is merely the lack of oxygen, resulting in the cessation of electrical signal fluctuations, leading to total death. Upon hearing this, Coulson promptly ordered someone to retrieve the emergency apparatus. Following a series of hemostatic measures, the individual was swiftly transported to the nearest hospital. Although they could not revive him, the brain's activity was temporarily stabilized by the equipment. It seems you conceal a significant secret within you. Outside the hospital, Coulson regarded Thor, who wielded Mjolnir and donned battle armor, furrowing his brow. Do not worry. We are all striving for world peace. Those 4 aliens have already been dealt with, though one remains at large. I must return swiftly and leave the rest to you. Having regained Mjolnir, Thor appeared much more composed, his demeanor imbued with a newfound gravity. Rest assured, I have dealt with that one. Merlin, who had been persistently pursued by Jane, waved his hand and called out. Upon seeing Merlin, Thor's expression grew solemn. Thank you for saving Sif and the others. From now on, you shall be an eternal friend of Asgard, as well as of me, Odinson. Once the rebellion subsides, I hope you will visit Asgard. Certainly, I have a keen interest in the runes as well, Merlin replied with a smile, not wishing to decline Thor's invitation. According to myth, the runes were energies developed by Odin through observing the cosmic laws, encapsulating various properties of the universe, much like humanity's utilization of Earth's energies. I believe my father would not disdain an intelligent individual. Thor chuckled, yet upon noticing Jane's still reddened eyes, he sighed with a touch of sympathy. Dr. Eric, I entrust this matter to you. It's a matter of luck. Merlin responded, not daring to make any promises. Just do your best. Thor understood the challenge and did not harbor excessive hopes. He embraced Jane, offering her comfort. It was not until Sif and the others urged him that Thor reluctantly released Jane. Would you like to see the Bifrost? Without waiting for Jane's response, he swung his hammer and ascended into the sky, vanishing with her into the air. After Sif and the others expressed their gratitude to Merlin, they hurriedly followed suit. The next day, Merlin sat in Coulson's vehicle, without Mjolnir's H-I-E-O-D, had little to investigate and was merely returning. As fate would have it, Merlin was traveling the same route and accepted a ride. Ahem, Merlin, since we are assisting you with transportation, might you consider sharing a portion with us? Coulson inquired tentatively while driving. He was referring to the destroyed destroyer. Merlin shot him a glance. Are you out of your mind? This victory was hard won, and you have no right to expect to benefit from my efforts. I intend to forge a new suit of armor from those metals. You are well aware of the dangers of mingling with the Cybertronians. We can protect you. Coulson assured promptly, though he quickly faltered under the scrutiny of doubt from his counterpart. You can't even handle a single alien creature, and you speak of protection? Does your conscience not ache? Merlin retorted with a hint of incredulity. Even Hawkeye, seated in the back, felt an awkward smile tugging at his lips upon hearing this. The sudden appearance of 6 alien entities had inflicted severe casualties on them, and a cure for the infection had yet to be discovered. Our agents lack such a luxury as a conscience. However, you won't need all of them. Crafting 3 suits would suffice, Coulson continued unabashedly, pressing forward with his request. Once you've completed them, would you consider selling one to us? Let us see how things unfold, Merlin replied, sidestepping his direct inquiry. The destroyer's formidable size indeed made the creation of 3 suits feasible. However, his vision was to replicate the Edmund metal into mechanical longswords, forming a floating artillery of blades. Once he mastered spatial technology, he could single-handedly assemble an army. Lost in reverie at the thought of future scenarios, Merlin envisioned a dazzling cosmic dominion. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had contemplated the notion of forcibly seizing the materials, but considering Merlin's extensive network, Coulson quickly dismissed the idea. They were acutely aware of the events from the previous month. When Merlin faced peril, those individuals rushed to his aid. Frank, Iron Man, the elite assassin John, Daredevil, and even Kingpin sent reinforcements. They were a blend of both the underworld and legitimate circles. While some sought to quell the chaos, the bond between Frank and Merlin was unequivocal. According to their intelligence reports, each of these individuals owed Merlin a favor to varying degrees. A conflict among them would prove far more troublesome than the lizard evolution incident. Although outwardly appearing as an innocuous high school student, Merlin wielded an influence that was anything but benign. Thus, despite Agent Sitwell's persistent warnings regarding Merlin's potential danger, Coulson understood the impossibility of taking action. The repercussions would be far too grave. Ultimately, they could not claim the moral high ground in this matter. Chapter 81, Monster Archives. The advanced medical assistant robot. Upon returning to Apple City, Merlin first delivered the URU metal to the modification shop before heading home. The shop was already fortified with a robust defense system, and with Optimus Prime's presence, there was no concern for theft. Once at home, Merlin promptly opened his laptop and began crafting materials on the platform created by the silent assistant. Due to his injuries, he was still on medical leave. But once he joined Hammer Industries, he would soon need to consider resuming his studies. As the platform opened, the interface appeared rather rudimentary, containing merely the monster documentation, weapon documentation, and vehicle documentation. Merlin clicked on the monster documentation, and a Lizardman card emerged first, indicating that this was currently the only monster asset in the game. However, it was certain that another would soon be added. Merlin commenced modeling based on the data collected over the past few days, embodying the agile form of a velociraptor, with a sleek black body and tail, and fearsome, menacing vampire fangs. 002, Vampire Xenomorph, evolved from parasitic vampire embryos, possessing remarkable self-healing abilities when nourished with blood. Measuring 3 meters in length and 2.6 meters in height, exhibiting exceptional agility and jumping capabilities. Exposed bones serve as sensory organs, composed of silicates. They possess no thermal conductivity or heat, allowing them to rapidly adapt to external temperature and pressure. Thermal imaging devices are ineffective. The silicate shell resembles tough armor, rendering bullets and electric shocks minimally impactful. Respiratory organs are located on the back, also regulating body pressure and temperature. The oral cavity houses inner fangs used for infection. Their blood is highly corrosive, effectively melting steel, making it a valuable industrial auxiliary material. Possessing a certain level of intelligence and the ability to communicate. Habits. Sharing many traits with cold-blooded creatures, they favor damp, dark environments, displaying mimicry behavior to blend into their surroundings, advantageous for hunting and predation. They detest sunlight, garlic, and silver artifacts. Diet. Blood and flesh. Weaknesses, sunlight, silver artifacts, Allison, ultraviolet light. 0021, infected entity, transformed from humans, exhibiting the physical traits of 002. Possessing greater speed and agility, yet lacking the silicate shell characteristic of 002. Their neural pathways succumb to the corrosive effects of vampire toxins, leaving them with only a bloodthirsty instinct. 003, undying xenomorph, a product of Deadpool's genetic material, status pending. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Merlin, who was diligently supplementing the card data, was abruptly startled by a loud knock at the door. Glancing at the nearly completed 002 dossier, he switched back to the chip research page. The knocking grew more insistent. Someone had arrived. Without needing to think, he already knew who it was. Upon opening the door, Gwen playfully jabbed at Merlin's chest. Ahem, I'm just recovering from an injury. Are you bullying an injured person? I'm still being cautious, he protested. Gwen rolled her eyes but extended her hand to give him a gentle rub. I heard you were discharged from the hospital a couple of days ago. Why haven't I seen you around lately? You haven't even shown up at the modification shop. Gwen casually reclined on the sofa, waiting for Merlin to sit before she continued her inquiry. I went to New Mexico, and right after being discharged, I came looking for you. You weren't at school or home, and Lena from the band said you weren't in town. Merlin leaned closer to Gwen, turning the tables with his own question. So where have you been? Gwen chuckled. I need a bit of personal space too. She hurriedly chuckled awkwardly. For the recent turmoil in Apple City due to the green-skinned individuals had prompted a surge of players and criminals to emerge. Consequently, as soon as night fell, she began swinging between buildings, capturing wrongdoers. With the mass production of electromagnetic pulses and atomic energy guns, the police intensified their efforts, apprehending numerous players inclined towards crime. Alongside Iron Man and Spider-Man, it was indeed difficult for any unseasoned players to revel during this tumultuous time. Thus, the root of the unrest lay in the eruption of racial tensions, with the green beings merely serving as a catalyst. Many politicians, eager to bolster their own standings, began to intervene, and various chaotic associations entered the fray, leading the once-recovered Apple City into a state of upheaval once more. Gwen, uncertain of how to address the situation, decided to grant herself a respite. As December approached, the weather in Apple City began to cool, prompting people on the streets to don their coats. With schools nearing their winter breaks, Christmas was fast approaching. By the way, Merlin, there is something I wish to discuss with you. After a brief chat, Gwen suddenly recalled something and spoke up. What is it? Merlin inquired, his attention still focused on modeling. As you know, I share a good relationship with Spider-Man. It was thanks to you that the crisis in Apple City was resolved last time. She is very grateful to you. Gwen paused, her beautiful eyes blinking as she turned to Merlin. She wishes to invite you to watch a movie together. Merlin's fingers hesitated over the keyboard, and then, as if he hadn't heard correctly, he turned to Gwen. What did you just say? Gwen, feeling a bit bashful, shook her lips and reiterated. Spider-Man wishes to extend a personal invitation to you for a movie as a gesture of thanks. If only the serum I created last time were still available. This opportunity has fallen into your lap. She feigned indignation. Merlin looked at Gwen with a peculiar expression, genuinely impressed by her maneuver. What is there to ponder? This is an invitation from Spider-Man. Gwen felt somewhat flustered under his scrutinizing gaze and hastily shouted. All right, I accept. However, I must travel to Monaco next week. So you will have to wait. Not enough time. Gwen felt a twinge of disappointment. I should be able to spare some time after next week. However, it won't be long. If all goes well, I may need to take a leave of absence from school, as I will be quite busy during the first half of next year. What will keep you so busy? Gwen exclaimed, her surprise evident. Artificial intelligence robots and androids. Gwen followed his gaze towards the notebook, where a round, fluffy, and endearing intelligent robot stood prominently. It looked rather charming, and her eyes brightened. His name is Baymax, a medical smart robot. Since he was a publicly recognized hero, utilizing Baymax as a medical robot was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. The adorably naive Baymax aligned perfectly with the persona of a harmless genius high school student. Baymax, the prototype, is indeed the Baymax from Big Hero 6. Artificial intelligence is easily comprehensible, but does the term bionic human refer to the androids recently introduced in Detroit, Become Human? Gwen inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Indeed. Merlin nodded. Will they, like the androids in Detroit, transcend data barriers and develop self-awareness? Gwen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she posed the question. Merlin pondered for a moment, uncertainty flickering across his face. The future is unpredictable, yet we must not halt our progress out of fear. Thus far, the advancement of technology has been fraught with contention. Aside from nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence is perhaps the most contentious topic. Humanity has crafted numerous inventions, many of which are laden with uncertainty. Nevertheless, even amidst these uncertainties, people continue to forge ahead. That's a valid point. In that case, I shall inform Spider-Man to schedule a meeting for next week. Gwen nodded thoughtfully. She then leaned closer to Merlin, eager to discuss the Baymax robot further. Is the target demographic for Baymax primarily children? A family medical assistant, predominantly designed to cater to the health of children and family members, Merlin clarified, revealing the internal structure. The design emphasizes companionship, thus opting for a soft and endearing appearance rather than a cold, mechanical visage. Its intelligence won't be exceedingly advanced, but it will possess the capacity to learn and gradually become an integral part of the family. Wow, that sounds incredibly heartwarming. Once you've created it, you must show it to me, Gwen exclaimed, her anticipation for the Baymax robot soaring as she absorbed Merlin's explanation. The two engaged in lighthearted conversation for quite some time until George returned home, calling out from outside. Reluctantly, Gwen departed from Merlin's abode. After Gwen's departure, Merlin resumed refining the data for Baymax's intelligent chip, contemplating the applications of medical assistance, martial arts, and family tutoring. After some thought, he decided to eliminate the tutoring option. After all, children ought to complete their homework independently, lest they find a loophole. In Hell's Kitchen, a notable event had transpired recently. Bullseye had made a formidable comeback after a long absence, emerging stronger than ever. His immediate target upon returning was the Punisher. Yet following the Lizard incident, the Punisher had significantly enhanced his own capabilities. Bullseye, infused with adamantium spinal metal, was no match for him. Coincidentally, Merlin had just issued a new task. One day, he sat on the sofa in his shop while RC cautiously knelt before him. "How does it feel?" RC asked softly, lifting her gaze. "Quite cool," Merlin replied with a smile. "The swelling has subsided. It should be healing now." RC set down the ointment and gently massaged Merlin's reddened wrist. "The bruise isn't severe. It's nothing to worry about," Merlin reassured her, glancing at his wrist. After applying the ointment for the past couple of days, the swelling had indeed diminished. The last encounter between New Mexico and the destroyer resulted in some bruising. Fortunately, the armor provided sufficient protection, preventing any significant injuries. Only a minor sprain and bruise occurred due to the twisting of the wrist armor under pressure. "Next time, you must include me. It is far too perilous for you to face such dangers alone," Arsai stated seriously as she stood up to stow away the medical kit. "I promise." Merlin had ventured to New Mexico not solely to reclaim the spark source, but also to test new materials and URU metal. Naturally, he still lacked adequate manpower. As it stood, Merlin was accompanied only by a small mute, who wielded considerable influence in the online realm, but found the real world considerably less accommodating. He rubbed his wrist, unperturbed, knowing that once the situation with the cyborgs was resolved, matters concerning space-based cannons, nuclear submarines, or other covert operations could be addressed. At that moment, the shop door slowly rose, and in walked a figure clad in a black leather jacket, their expressions somewhat shadowy, eyes fixated on the circular target. "Cargo has arrived at the designated location. Mission accomplished." Merlin received a message the instant the individual entered. "Long time no see, Target Eye." He greeted warmly as he rose to his feet. "Yes, the items you requested are outside." Target Eye, at ease, approached the fridge, retrieved a beverage, and casually took a seat across from Merlin. "I've received it. What became of that neon man? After all, he did save you," Merlin inquired, glancing through the door at the truck laden with an abundance of adamant and metal. "I killed him. He thought he could make me his dog," Target Eye scoffed dismissively. He fully understood the Dark Wind Lord's motives for saving him, yet he was not the type to repay a life debt by becoming a servile companion. Following the issuance of the adamant metal retrieval mission, Merlin had swiftly dealt with the neon man. "All right, choose a vehicle." "I shall find the time to create a transformer for you," Merlin replied, somewhat surprised, yet finding it only natural. The Target Eye before him exhibited less mania than previously, though the inner yearning remained unabated. "A vigilante would suffice. I've heard that Daredevil fellow is also a vigilante," Target Eye stated decisively, having already formulated his plan upon receiving the mission. The task Merlin assigned involved acquiring adamant metal, with the reward being a transformer vehicle. Unlike the transformers affected by the spark source, Merlin's creation was a transformer composed of transformative metal, developed through reverse engineering of the spark source. Of course, it still lacked a spark, only possessing a fluid form, akin to the artificial transformers produced by Future Company. Once programmed, it could assume any shape, be it a speaker, firearm, or longsword. While its defensive capabilities were questionable, it performed better than the transformers utilized by Manhattan's players. As for intelligence, incorporating artificial intelligence would suffice. "Is there anything to add?" "No, I have great faith in your skills." "That is indeed the highest praise." Merlin gladly accepted the trust of his guest and engaged in casual conversation. "I believe it would be wise for you to exercise caution. I truly regret not seeing you during that significant event a month ago." Upon hearing this, the sharpshooter clenched his teeth in frustration, causing his drink to explode in his grasp. "Damn it, that bastard Punisher is to blame. I will not let him off easily. Just thinking about it infuriates him. He missed such a grand occasion. That neon fellow is useless too, taking ages to treat a spine." Merlin could only shake his head in exasperation. The Lord of the Dark Winds could be considered a genius, but his lack of caution was troubling. He assumed that once he healed someone, he could manipulate them at will. "Never mind. I have a task here that requires a trip to Neon. Are you interested? Your partner could use some time as well." "What task?" The sharpshooter, having nothing better to do, realized chasing after the Punisher would be a futile endeavor. "I looked into it, and the Lord of the Dark Winds has a source for obtaining adamantium within the Neon Lifelong Pharmaceutical Company. If you can acquire it, I can forge a set of electromagnetic darts for you using a portion of the adamantium." These darts possess formidable penetration capabilities and can be automatically retrieved using a control bracelet. This would certainly be more convenient than bending down to pick up the darts you throw. Upon hearing Merlin's proposal, the sharpshooter was intrigued. Ever since his awakening, although he had integrated adamantium into his body, greatly enhancing his physical strength, the external circumstances had drastically changed. Not to mention his old foes, the Punisher and Night Demon. Even ordinary players posed considerable challenges. Especially in the Manhattan area, players wielding energy weapons such as the Widowmaker, Evil Dark Lord, and electromagnetic rifles were becoming ubiquitous. Additionally, various transforming vehicles were also in play. Since missing the lizard incident, the sharpshooter felt somewhat out of touch with the times. All right, I accept the task. The sharpshooter readily agreed. After all, he had previously worked as a mercenary and was accustomed to traversing the world. After the sharpshooter departed, Merlin opened the truck's cargo door, revealing rows of silver liquid tubes that reflected a faint glow throughout the compartment. Merlin casually pulled out a silver test tube from the box and shook it, causing the liquid adamantium inside to ripple. Is all of this adamantium? Alcee, who had followed behind, was taken aback by the abundance of adamantium in the truck. She realized that this planet was becoming increasingly complex. Yes, this is more than enough to treat Optimus Prime's injuries. Merlin nodded. Overall, Optimus Prime was still too weak and needed to be strengthened. Otherwise, in the next game, he might not even be able to surpass the Megatron level, let alone face the Fallen. Compared to the uncertainty of Jetfire, it would be far more prudent to modify him oneself. After transporting the Edelman metal back to the workshop, Optimus Prime transformed into his truck form and arrived at his workstation. Fortunately, the workstation had been sufficiently enlarged after renovations. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate such a large project. Taking a deep breath while gazing at the towering truck before him, Merlin began to devise a treatment plan in his mind. Thank you so much, Merlin. Optimus Prime expressed his gratitude. He felt a twinge of guilt for the immense amount of precious metal that Merlin had managed to procure. After all, Merlin had tirelessly aided them in locating the Allspark and had devoted himself to their modifications. Now, he had once again gathered such valuable resources for the sake of Optimus's injuries. Even though their coveted Allspark had been seized by Megatron due to their setbacks, they had yet to receive any form of recompense. It is you who suffered injuries to protect me. I should be the one thanking you, Merlin replied with a smile, gently tapping the truck's hood before retrieving a scanner to conduct a thorough examination of Optimus. Over the ensuing days, Merlin utilized the Edelman metal to tend to Optimus's wounds, while RC and Bumblebee occasionally assisted him. During their breaks, Merlin began crafting the Baymax medical robot. It was not until Wednesday, when the scheduled meeting with Hammer arrived, that he finally paused his work. Chapter 83. Hello, I am your personal medical assistant, Baymax. Let us cooperate. On Tuesday, Merlin sat in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, once again accompanied by Happy. The Monaco Grand Prix was an extravagant event, where corporate executives and celebrity journalists from various nations would gather for networking and celebration. Stark, who had been cooped up at home, whimsically decided to attend and invited Merlin to join him. We'll be flying out today, and we should arrive in Monaco by tomorrow morning. Is there anything you forgot to bring? Happy inquired as he drove. No, just one suitcase is sufficient, Merlin replied, shaking his head. Upon arriving in Monaco, he didn't need to prepare many toiletries, as most essentials were readily available. Aside from his armored backpack, he brought along the completed Baymax medical robot as a gift for Stark. As for Happy and Pepper, Merlin planned to tailor their gifts based on their needs once the androids were completed. However, it was likely that Happy would request a romantic android, while Pepper would prefer a work-oriented assistant. As the vehicle navigated the streets, the parade crowds gradually thinned, suggesting that the council was drafting documents concerning the new green species. If all went according to plan, the world would soon witness the emergence of a green race alongside the yellow, black, and white ones. However, the establishment of the green race would depend on whether the offspring carried similar genetic traits. Speaking of which, the green beings were not particularly unattractive. They merely appeared somewhat peculiar at first glance, much like many people's reactions upon encountering individuals of African descent. Bang! Suddenly, Happy slammed the brakes, coming to an abrupt halt. Ahead, a colossal black transformer ambled across the intersection, swaying as it moved. A mass-produced model, the skeletal horse. Following closely was a mass-produced red vigilante transformer, its head adorned with a siren. Thud, thud, thud. As the two immense mechanical figures passed by, their heavy sounds gradually faded into the distance. The silhouette of Gwen Spider-Man flitted through the air. To be honest, nothing surprises me while driving through the streets of Manhattan anymore. Since the lizard incident, Manhattan has taken on an otherworldly atmosphere. Happy skillfully restarted the vehicle and navigated through the intersection. Merlin chuckled at the receding sirens, finding the situation rather amusing. Stark Tower. Rooftop Airport. with his battle suit on his back and a power box containing Baymax in hand. Merlin accompanied Happy as they took the elevator to a luxurious private jet on the rooftop. "Hey, Merlin, long time no see," Stark greeted warmly. Donning ostentatious sunglasses and embracing Merlin, seemingly unfazed by any anomalies. "Long time no see, Mr. Stark, Ms. Potts," Merlin waved and reciprocated their embraces. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the cabin. "I heard you're joining Hammer Industries?" Pepper inquired with surprise as they settled into their seats. She had recently taken over as the CEO of Stark Industries. "Oh, where did you hear that?" Merlin paused, taking a sip of his drink. Although he had intentions, he had not yet agreed. Recently, the president of Hammer Industries hinted that they would be bringing in a genius rivaling Stark. You immediately came to mind. Isn't that right? Pepper, noticing Merlin's puzzled expression, wondered if she had misjudged. Merlin pulled out his phone and opened the news regarding Hammer Industries. Hammer Industries is set to welcome a genius. With his addition, the iron armor will no longer be the sole weapon of Iron Man. The disgrace Stark inflicted upon me, I shall reclaim it all. Hammer Industries will also become the foremost defense collaboration enterprise. Watching Hammer speak confidently in the interview, Merlin's eyelids twitched, and he helplessly set his phone down on the table. "I do wish to join Hammer Industries. This trip to Monaco was indeed an invitation from Mr. Hammer. But rest assured, I will not be taking cold fusion with me, nor will I be creating any war machines, but rather some other weapon projects," Merlin explained. Shaking his head, "Why not join Stark Industries?" Pepper's question escaped her lips before she realized its futility, as Stark had already shut down his arms project. However, she genuinely believed in Merlin's potential. Stark had recently expressed a somewhat pessimistic sentiment, suggesting that even in his absence, Merlin could step in to support Stark Industries. Merlin smiled without responding, instead retrieving the box containing Baymax. "I have a gift for Mr. Stark. Would you like to take a look?" Upon hearing of his own present, Stark's interest was instantly piqued. "Oh, you prepared a gift for me? I hope it isn't too childish." He curiously gazed at the box in Merlin's hands. Merlin placed the cartoonish box in the center and stepped back a few paces, softly calling out, "Baymax!" Ding! As the command resonated, the surface of the silver box illuminated with intricate patterns, forming a figure. The lid of the box then popped open automatically, accompanied by a sound of inflation, revealing a round, balloon-like, entirely white cartoon robot before the group. Baymax opened his two large, black eyes, connected by a line of ink in the middle. Initially, he gazed around in a dazed manner, and soon spotted Stark, who waddled out of the box on his short legs, taking several tiny steps to arrive before him. "Hello. I am your personal healthcare companion, Baymax. You may require medical assistance." His voice was calm and gentle, instilling an inexplicable sense of relaxation in those who listened. "Wow, this robot is simply adorable." Seeing the cute Baymax, Pepper's eyes lit up, and she couldn't resist poking his round belly. Stark also looked astonished, remarking on the toy-like appearance. "I will conduct a scan on you." The light spectrum camera within Baymax activated, scanning Stark's entire body. "Sir, it has been detected that the palladium content in your blood is as high as 53%, originating from." However, Baymax's statement was abruptly halted by Stark's hasty intervention. Wait, don't say any more. Merlin, this fellow's programming has gone awry, hasn't it?" Stark cast a worried glance at Merlin, while Pepper stared at him wide-eyed. "Well, let us discuss his structure instead," Merlin replied with a grin and continued his explanation. Baymax's exterior is crafted from polyethylene material. The facial scanner is a light spectrum camera, and the internal framework is made of carbon fiber. The medical chip housed in his chest has accumulated 80% of global medical data. What do you think of this gift? Merlin intended to collaborate with Stark Industries to produce Baymax. After all, who would dislike an expanded network? Chapter 84. You are still too young to grasp it. The following day, in Monaco. How is the research on the Cybertron spark proceeding? Have you found a substitute element? Merlin inquired as he walked alongside Stark, disembarking from the plane. "You certainly know everything," Stark replied, removing his glasses and giving Merlin a glare. "Your case of palladium poisoning is the only one of its kind in this world. Without the data I provided, Baymax can only ascertain your physical condition." Merlin waved his hand dismissively in response. Stark turned to glance at Pepper, who was clumsily descending the stairs alongside Baymax, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "Recently, I have been diligently researching the spark of life and have made some progress. However, the differing life forms ultimately lead to irreversible mutations in the body." He shook his head in regret. "Unless I were to remove the iron plate from my chest, my current body can only rely on chlorophyll to mitigate the spread of toxins, which makes surgery entirely unfeasible. I lack the confidence to undergo such a procedure, so it may be better to indulge in the little time I have left. Merlin, I implore you. The reason I confide in you is that I hope you can keep this matter under wraps." I had to exert considerable effort to dispel Pepper's suspicions just now. Stark embraced Merlin's shoulders, his expression earnest. Of course, however, I do have some insights regarding the new element, which pertains to you as well. Merlin nodded, then shifted the conversation. Pertains to me? Stark paused momentarily, taken aback. The notion of a new element connected to him was entirely new. More precisely, it is related to your father, Mr. Howard Stark. Recently, I have delved into numerous papers published by your father during my leisure time, courtesy of Jarvis. The old curmudgeon Stark immediately recalled the face that existed solely in his memory. What does he have to do with this? Your father, like you, was a genius. In his time, he was the first to propose the concept of clean energy. However, constrained by the era, it did not garner much attention. I am aware of that. But what relevance does it hold for me now? Are you suggesting I regress? You mentioned the constraints of the era. You should understand that times have changed, and the state of science has undergone revolutionary transformations. Stark shook his head, beginning to grasp Merlin's implication. Since you find yourself at an impasse, why not explore further possibilities? I can only access the published papers. There must be many confidential documents archived. Merlin suggested. Very well, I shall find time to examine them. But our primary objective today is to enjoy ourselves, Stark replied dismissively. Just as he intended to depart, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, Merlin, Stark. The two looked up to see Hammer enthusiastically waving at them from the street, quickly making his way over. Come on, let's go together. I'll give you both a ride, he said, casually pulling Merlin and Stark towards the vehicle, showing no signs of any grievances with Stark. Stark, exasperated by this brazen behavior, quietly withdrew his arm. No thanks, we are still waiting for someone. Happy, noticing someone encroaching on their territory, rushed over with a sense of urgency. Hey, sir, please maintain your distance. I am friends with your boss. There's no need to be so tense, he replied. But no matter what was said, Happy remained steadfast. At that moment, Pepper also approached, though she wasn't particularly fond of Hammer. She knew it would be unseemly to create a scene. Miss Pepper. Oh no, I should address you as President Pepper. The doll beside you appears quite charming. Hammer greeted her with enthusiasm, offering a compliment to Baymax, who stood nearby. Hello, I am Baymax, he said politely, waving his hand. Wow, is this your new product? Hammer exclaimed in astonishment. Let us discuss this further upon our arrival at the destination. Pepper temporarily placed Baymax back into his case and took her seat in the car. Merlin occupied the passenger seat as they set off for the racetrack. Upon reaching the relaxation area surrounding the venue, they found many people had already gathered. Monaco, renowned not only for its famous racetrack but also for its casinos and tourism, attracted crowds who, much like betting on horse races, were wagering on today as drivers. One could say that even with $1 million fortune, one would still be considered impoverished in this realm of gambling, where the stakes were exceedingly high. Once inside the venue, Hammer discreetly pulled Merlin aside. Merlin, our Hammer Industries truly requires a genius like you. If you desire, I could offer you the position of president, Hammer earnestly proposed. Merlin chose to overlook the latter part of his statement, replying, I accepted this invitation with the intention of joining Hammer Industries. However, I am not interested in researching battle armor, but rather in androids and space-based weaponry. Androids? Space-based weaponry. Hammer was taken aback, not expecting Merlin to aim so high. Yet, he quickly began to dissuade him. I understand you are a prodigy, but you are still young. These endeavors may be beyond your grasp. The funding required for such research far exceeds that needed for battle armor. The crux of the matter was that Merlin possessed a mature understanding of battle armor technology. Although the recent conflict in New Mexico had not stirred significant repercussions, it had garnered some attention. Initially, they assumed the rival's armor was a gift from Stark. But upon thorough investigation, it became clear that Merlin's black and white suit was indeed self-developed. This indicated that the rival had also mastered Iron Man-esque technology, which was precisely why Hammer felt such urgency. What do you mean I cannot grasp it? You are aware of my relationship with Stark. I could never transfer his technology to you. If you doubt me, you are free to decline, Merlin replied coolly. No, I absolutely believe in your capabilities, otherwise I would not have extended my invitation repeatedly. Hammer hastily reassured him, realizing that he had finally managed to engage Merlin, and he could not afford to jeopardize this opportunity at the last moment. Moreover, even without cold fusion, the other party possessed talent in hot fusion. Losing such a genius would indeed be a lamentable loss. Very well, I shall await your news, hoping it will not disappoint me. Merlin extended his hand. While Hammer felt a tinge of regret, the prospect of Merlin joining was indeed a cause for celebration. Given that he was still a youth, the future looked promising. Welcome aboard. Shortly, I will have you print a contract to present to Sheriff George. Hammer, filled with excitement, shook Merlin's hand, having licked for so long. He finally achieved satisfaction. The chapter concludes. Chapter 85. The Emergence of the Whip. unleashing the overwhelming Optimus Prime. During the discussion between Merlin and Hammer, Pepper seized the opportunity to showcase Baymax. While Stark Industries was already prospering from clean energy alone, the addition of an artificial intelligence like Baymax could only enhance its success. As Stark Industries transitioned from a weapons manufacturer, Baymax's appearance and functionality seamlessly aligned with the company's current direction. If Baymax could leave a lasting impression on the public, the negative repercussions of its past as an arms dealer would be entirely overshadowed. As the competition commenced, the conference room displayed live footage of the event. Pepper, look, is that Mr. Stark? Suddenly, Pepper was tapped on the shoulder. Upon glancing at the screen, her eyes widened in shock when she recognized the familiar figure clad in a racing suit and helmet. My goodness, when did he get up there? At that moment, Stark had donned his helmet and settled into the vehicle. It was too late for her to intervene. Concurrently, a black and gold drone hovered above the racetrack. After abandoning his research on the arc reactor, Stark integrated energy into his transforming armor, which could morph according to Stark's programming after acquiring the reactor. The armor currently suspended above the track was the Mark III, infused with this energy source. Do not worry, the Mark III is monitoring from above, Merlin reassured Pepper, who had also spotted the hovering drone. Although she felt slightly relieved, her heart remained heavy with concern. After all, this was Formula One racing. With a sudden flourish of flags, the next moment saw the Formula cars launch forth like arrows, creating streaks of illusions across the track. Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, Stark's red racing car sped along the track, closely tailing the other vehicles without falling behind. However, not long after the race began, the camera abruptly shifted away from the cars. Oh, what is happening over there? Why is a crew member on the track? Is he trying to commit suicide? As the scene revealed a middle-aged man, casually chewing on a toothpick and clad in orange-yellow work attire, carelessly stepping onto the track. Gasps erupted from both the screen and the live audience. But as the intense heat melted away his outer clothing, exposing a rudimentary exoskeleton and electric web beneath, Hammer's eyes glimmered with interest, drawn to the round energy source on the man's chest. It was the cold fusion reactor energy he had long coveted. With a crackle, high-voltage currents danced along the length of the whip, and even the audience beyond the screen seemed to faintly perceive the crisp sound of electricity. Buzzing. Just then, a race car rushed around a bend, speeding past the man with a deafening roar. However, the next vehicle was not so fortunate, as it appeared poised to collide with its opponent. With a resounding crack, Ivan swung his electric whip, and the searing plasma sliced through the front of the racing car, cleaving it in twain. Boom. The car lost its equilibrium, skidding chaotically before crashing into the wall, rendering it a wreck. As more racing cars sped past, flames quickly erupted in the curve. PFF. Ivan squinted, expelling a toothpick from his mouth, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Stark's car surged forth. The distance between them diminished rapidly, and just as Ivan was about to strike Stark in half with his electric whip, a sudden energy projectile screamed through the air. Crack. Ivan swiftly adjusted his wrist, lashing out at the energy orb. The plasma whip discharged momentarily, but still struck the car at an angle. The tires were instantly severed in two, and the vehicle tilted violently before careening away. A drone zipped past like a phantom, swiftly positioning itself beneath the racing car, enveloping Stark's form in its mechanical embrace from the head down. Snap, snap. Accompanied by a flurry of metallic sounds, the racing car crashed to the ground. Yet Stark was nowhere to be seen in the driver's seat. Ivan's expression darkened as he looked skyward. Stark had somehow donned his suit, his hands and feet supported by hall thrusters, allowing him to hover above. Who are you? Stark alighted on the ground, gazing at the figure before him, clad in rudimentary exoskeleton, brandishing two electric whips, eyes filled with animosity. Stark, your family are all thieves and bandits. Now, I shall reclaim all that is mine. Ivan bellowed furiously, brandishing his long whip as he charged forward. Stark raised an eyebrow, extending his arm, from which a bullet sprang forth. Whoosh. Buzz. A powerful electromagnetic pulse erupted, and as Ivan closed in, the high-temperature currents surrounding him abruptly extinguished, leaving only a tangle of wires. Crack. The whip landed harmlessly against the surface of Stark's armor. Stark seized the wires, yanking them with tremendous force, and Ivan was instantly drawn towards him. Bang. A heavy steel fist struck Ivan's forehead, causing his head to jerk back as he collapsed, unconscious. Days later, at Merlin's modification shop. All right, let us take a look in the backyard, Merlin remarked, clad in work attire as he patted the chassis of Optimus Prime. In the aftermath of the Monaco incident, the Future-S lamenting whip was incarcerated, and the event ended on an unsatisfactory note, prompting Merlin to return to Apple City. As for Hammer, he remained behind, his intentions evident. If Merlin would not undertake the task, he would seek someone else. The heavy truck's lights flickered, followed by the roar of the engine. As it backed into the backyard, Boss Merlin. Upon seeing their newly returned leader, Bumblebee and the others transformed excitedly into their Autobot forms. Rest assured, I have fully recovered. You should transform into your Autobot form and allow the medic to conduct an examination, Merlin suggested, stepping back a few paces. Very well. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of transformation or the newly acquired metallic form, Optimus Prime exhibited a slight stiffness during his transformation. Accompanied by a shower of sparks and the crisp sound of metal colliding, Optimus's towering mechanical frame rose from the ground, standing majestically in the backyard. Following a period of treatment, the once battered and scarred Optimus Prime had undergone a remarkable rejuvenation, restoring him to his original visage. Moreover, thanks to the incorporation of adamantine metal, he now possessed an enhanced sense of solidity. During the treatment, Merlin had also equipped him with a nuclear engine and a Hall thruster. With a power output exceeding 3 million kilowatts, it was sufficient to elevate Optimus's colossal form into the sky. To be honest, I, too, wish to experience such a grievous injury. After scanning Optimus from various angles, the medic remarked in awe, "There is not a single issue. In fact, you are even more formidable than before. If I hadn't witnessed your repairs firsthand, I would scarcely believe such feats were possible for a human." The medic, captivated, stroked Optimus's form, expressing exuberant admiration. Hey, do not touch recklessly." Although the Cybertronian features were not overtly pronounced, the medic's incessant touching made Optimus feel a twinge of discomfort. "Leader, I have never asked anything of you. Allow me to observe more closely." The medic persisted, inching closer to Optimus. "Step back, or I shall dismantle you," Optimus replied, playfully pushing his face away, feeling somewhat exasperated. "How about this? Let Merlin modify me as well." Observing the medic's relentless enthusiasm, Optimus felt a sense of resignation. "Do you have any plans for the future?" Merlin inquired while perched upon Bumblebee's shoulder. They gathered together, initiating a discussion. "We must locate Megatron and retrieve the Allspark," Optimus declared resolutely. "Be more specific. Earth is vast, and you cannot possibly search with just a handful of individuals. I have already sent a signal to Cybertron. They should begin arriving on Earth within the next few years. The Decepticon members will also be on their way, and we can only collaborate with the military to confront them effectively," Optimus pondered, articulating the strategies he had devised during his recuperation. This indeed is a commendable choice, particularly as the military possesses satellite capabilities. Compared to their erratic movements on Earth and the sporadic pursuit by human military forces, cooperation emerges as the most prudent choice. I shall forward your applications to various nations. However, it would be wise to wait until the Decepticon members have made a significant impact on Earth before making our presence known. Understood. Optimus Prime nodded. Should they reveal themselves prematurely, in the absence of an adversary, they may be perceived as foes. After discussing further particulars, Merlin departed the modification shop after providing Simmons' contact information. Once the wreckers joined Hammer Industries, preparations for the next endeavor could commence. Upon returning home, Merlin encountered the long-awaited George, accompanied by a lady with flowing red hair. Clad in an elegant black gown. "I am Justine Hammer. My father has sent me to discuss contractual matters with you." Justine tucked a strand of her red hair behind her ear, her crimson lips curling into a smile as she introduced herself. "We need to discuss the contract from Hammer Industries," George added, raising the folder in his hand. Merlin nodded and opened the door to allow them into the room. "Are you truly certain about joining Hammer Industries?" George inquired earnestly as they took their seats. "Indeed, Mr. Hammer has invited me numerous times, and my research can only be advanced with the assistance of Hammer Industries. I find it impossible to decline," Merlin explained with a nod. "Mr. Hammer values my contributions, and I believe aligning with Hammer Industries is a commendable choice. Yes, my father intended to come in person today, but pressing matters have detained him. However, to express his sincerity, he sent me in his stead." Justine chimed in with a smile, though inwardly she mused about Merlin's youthful naivety. She had recently learned that her father had discovered a scientist capable of creating an army of armored suits, thereby diminishing Merlin's significance in the grand scheme. "I harbor reservations regarding Hammer Industries," George said after a moment of contemplation. He was not particularly optimistic about the company, especially in light of the recent embarrassing disclosures by Stark, which cast the firm in a somewhat ludicrous light. Upon hearing George's remarks, Merlin remained silent. But Justine felt a pang of anxiety. "I understand that Sheriff George may hold some biases against our company, but every enterprise encounters setbacks throughout its development. These temporary challenges do not dictate future success," she quickly interjected. George shook his head in disagreement, then turned his gaze to Merlin. "I have reviewed the contract. While the terms are indeed generous, it essentially amounts to selling your soul to Hammer Industries. We could negotiate for better terms." "Certainly," Merlin assented. Subsequently, George brought up numerous contractual details, all of which would be amended only with Merlin's consent. In the end, Justine reluctantly revised several sections of the contract. And once Merlin affixed his signature, their conversation reached its conclusion. Welcome to Hammer Industries. Though there were some discrepancies from what was anticipated, Justine still exhibited great enthusiasm regarding Merlin's addition. She eagerly hoped that the new department and funding would be swiftly implemented, as she was impatient to commence her work. Merlin, with a firm handshake and a smile, assured her, absolutely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Justine departed with the contract in hand. What are your plans for the school? George inquired once Justine had left. I had previously explained the situation to the principal, and he agreed. I will attend the graduation ball when the time comes, Merlin replied, noting that the school had likely already sent an email to George. That's reassuring. Remember to reach out if you need anything, George said, feeling relieved that Merlin had everything arranged. A month later, at the outskirts of Apple City, within the Merlin laboratory, Hammer Industries maintained a close collaboration with the Eagle Nation government, even previously working together at a conference in Washington to extract Stark's armor technology. Hammer Industries was responsible for manufacturing and supplying it to the Eagle military. However, they had now found another individual capable of creating armor, Ivan. At the end of the month, Hammer Industries planned to host a Mecha Army launch event, boldly proclaiming that the pinnacle of future warfare technology would be Hammer Industries armor. They aimed to remain significantly ahead and become the foremost technology company in the world. Interestingly, Merlin's involvement did not stir much excitement, and he was content as long as the conditions were favorable. In accordance with the contract, Hammer Industries constructed a laboratory exceeding 6,000 square meters for him in the outskirts of Apple City, with funding duly allocated. Merlin, this will be your laboratory from now on. Do you truly not require an assistant? Justine, who was responsible for the handover, asked as she surveyed the empty laboratory with curiosity. As long as the procurement department is efficient, it will suffice. In the future, having biosynthetic individuals will be adequate. Merlin responded. Chapter 87. Ida Wong, General Raiden, Titanfall Marvin Robots, Superpowered Chappie. After the establishment of the Merlin laboratory, Merlin spent the majority of his time secluded in the lab. Within a week, the necessary equipment and materials had been procured and organized. After half a month, Merlin successfully constructed his first 3-nanometer lithography machine. Coupled with the extensive data collected by the Mute Assistant over time, various skill chips, including culinary arts, firearms, cold weapons, driving, household management, and seduction, were gradually produced. Thus, the first batch of biosynthetic individuals was created. The central laboratory of the Merlin laboratory spanned over 6,000 square meters, divided into a central lab, a warehouse, and a production workshop. Currently, the production workshop remained in a tentative state. It would only be fully operational once various biosynthetic individuals were developed in the central lab, at which point lithography machines and production lines would be constructed to facilitate mass production of the biosynthetics. After the bionic beings entered the mass production phase, the manufacturing base of the offline platform could also expand, alleviating any concerns regarding stock shortages in the marketplace. With the emergence of numerous bionic beings, there would be no need to worry about personnel shortages in the offline sector. In the laboratory, Merlin, peering through a magnifying glass under the glow of a desk lamp, meticulously operated on a completely naked bionic being with tweezers, as if conducting a delicate surgery. The bionic being's long blue hair cascaded like an exquisite painting, framing a gentle yet cold visage of a refined woman. Her bosom was notably ample, and Merlin carefully embedded a small chip into the smooth, white expanse of her neck. Ding! At that moment, a chime echoed through the room, but Merlin did not lift his gaze. He turned only after the chip was fully inserted. Standing quietly at the entrance was Ada Wong, adorned in a form-fitting red dress, her black stockings embracing her flawless legs, her bare shoulders accentuating her perfect figure, and her short black hair framing her delicately featured Asian face. Is there something you need, Ada Wong? Merlin inquired, as he concealed the last flaw of the God of Thunder's bionic parts. The procurement team has arrived, Ada replied, tilting her head toward the entrance. Oh, the materials have arrived. At her words, Merlin felt a surge of excitement and promptly shouted towards the door, Marvin, Chappie, stop playing games and go greet the delivery. Bang. Thud. Bang. Oh, for heaven's sake, Marvin, you are such a child. Has the oil in your head burn out? Bunny ears. Your nunchaku skills are abysmal. Don't call me daddy, bunny ears. Be careful, or I'll smash your camera. I have the trench coat gifted by Merlin. I have the gold chain bestowed by Merlin. Amidst a cacophony of raucous noise infused with a distinct American flavor, two robots emerged from the room, one clad in a dark yellow trench coat and round hat, resembling a detective, and the other adorned with a large gold chain and tattoos, exuding the aura of a street punk. Both were playfully shoving each other while holding squeaky chickens, causing a commotion throughout the corridor. Observing these two lively characters, Ada couldn't help but smile. Enough noise. Quickly head to the entrance to receive the delivery. The production line is about to commence. Merlin waved his hand to silence them. Upon hearing Merlin's command, Chappie and Marvin ceased their quarrel, yet as they departed, they continued to silently bicker with their squeaky chickens. Merlin smacked his forehead in regret. Chappie's design was inspired by the police robot from the film Chappie, while Marvin was based on the Pathfinders from the Titanfall game series. The Marvin robot was intended for physical labor, construction, and repair tasks, displaying its status on a screen embedded in its chest, often greeting others with a smile, making it a frequent target for player mischief. The Pathfinder, on the other hand, was an upgraded version of a standard Marvin robot. Merlin has also integrated medical knowledge, combat skills, physical sciences, and emergency protocols into his repertoire. Nevertheless, he remains quite fond of the name Marvin. Together, they are entrusted with the safety of the laboratory, while Ada Wong serves as Merlin's secretary, managing communications with the procurement department. As for Thor, who is currently resting in bed, there is little more to say about him. Hey, Dad's here. The laboratory's entrance slowly creaked open, and Chappie greeted warmly. Haha, Chappie. I truly wish I could dismantle your chip and see how much alcohol is stored inside. The driver, a bearded man named Hall, frequently transports materials and has become good friends with both Chappie and Marvin over time. No, his head is merely filled with burnt oil. By the way, has my puppy arrived? Marvin appeared more composed, his chest screen displaying an expression of eager anticipation. Of course. Here, let me show you this precious gem. Hall retrieved a Bernese mountain dog puppy from the vehicle and handed it over. Marvin eagerly accepted it, cradling it gently in his arms. Oh my goodness. It is truly a little angel. Marvin caressed the puppy's head, his face lighting up with joy. Let me see. Chappie also rushed over, unable to contain his excitement. Move aside. Hurry and operate the forklift to unload the cargo. Marvin pushed him aside, carefully placing the puppy into a cardboard box. Be good, I will return shortly. Merlin will definitely adore you. The warehouse's roll-up door gradually opened, and Chappie and Marvin expertly maneuvered the forklift to begin unloading the cargo. Most of the shipment consisted of electronic components. Once the production line commenced, aside from the humanoid robots, Chappie's police robots and Marvin's models would also enter mass production. Hall leaned against the front of the vehicle, smoking a cigarette as he observed the laboratory with curiosity. Thus far, he had seldom encountered the owner of the facility, having only glimpsed their image through Hammer Industries employee records. Merlin's arrival had not caused much stir. Rather, the commotion surrounding Hammer Industries' armored division had garnered significant attention. Now, observing these two quirky robots, known for their colorful language, Hall found them far more reliable than any armored military unit. However, he refrained from making grand proclamations. He was merely a driver, content to deliver goods and engage in light-hearted conversations with these innocent robots. After all, after living for so long, moments of such relaxation were rare. The warehouse was situated at the entrance of the laboratory, beyond which lay a vast testing ground for experiments. Following the testing area, one would find the central laboratory and production facility. Each section was fortified with security measures. Should anyone intrude recklessly, the defense system would automatically activate, neutralizing the intruder. End of chapter 88. On the right track, Los Santos service area opens. Let the games begin. Next time. Thank you for the puppy, Uncle Hall. Remember to think of Dad. Chappie and Marvin waved farewell to the departing cargo truck. Hall glanced at the silhouettes of the two robots in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but chuckle. Once all the necessary electronic materials and components had arrived, Merlin began to assemble the Marvin Mechanical Legion and the Guardian Mechanical Legion. For the Bionic Beings and the Mechanical Legions, Merlin planned to divide them into two factions. The Bionic Beings would continue to utilize blue blood energy, while the Marvin Mechanical Legion, aside from those within the factory, would be distributed among various offline bases, powered by igniting sources of energy. In this manner, the Marvin Mechanical Legion would not only be capable of producing platform supplies, but also serve as an armed defensive force. The promotional campaign for Hammer Industries' armored troops continued to thrive, while Merlin seemed to have vanished from the scene. If it weren't for Gwen and the others calling to check in, they might have assumed he had gone missing. Meanwhile, the Merlin laboratory transformed dramatically in just under 2 months, evolving from an empty space into a bustling hub. At the end of the month, within the Merlin laboratory, Chappie mused aloud. You say the Marvin robots are for production, whereas those modeled after me are for security, but what purpose does this pleasure robot serve? He rested his chin on his hand, gazing curiously at the voluptuous female bionic being illuminated under the lights, clad in a loose robe that accentuated her curvaceous form, radiating an aura of sensuality. Although the bionic being still bore visible blue blood veins and some exposed mechanical components, it did not diminish her allure. Perhaps for cleaning, Marvin replied, lowering his hat's brim in contemplation. Just then, the alloy doors slowly opened, revealing Merlin accompanied by Ada Wong. What are you two observing? Merlin inquired, following their gaze to spot the pleasure bionic being he had recently developed. He had been acquiring the likeness rights of various female internet celebrities. And once he had secured enough, mass production of the pleasure bionic would commence. His initial focus was not on industrial bionic beings, but rather on the realm of pleasure. Other industries were fraught with complexities, and the emergence of bionic beings would undoubtedly disrupt the broader environment. Hence, starting subtly with pleasure seemed more palatable for the public. I will be away for a while. Ada Wong will temporarily manage the laboratory. You two must also enhance security to prevent any intrusions. Understood, boss. They responded in unison. Merlin nodded and turned to leave, but halfway out, he suddenly recalled something and spun back to remind them. By the way, we're running low on dog food. Remember to order some online. Instead of departing immediately, Merlin ventured into his collection room. With an iris scan, the alloy door gradually opened, revealing rows of glass displays that captivated his attention. As he entered, the sensor lights automatically illuminated, unveiling a long line of showcases before him. Beneath the hazy glow of lights, exquisite androids stand in various poses, quietly stationed on the platform. Clad in a long robe is Tsunade, with the delicate figure of his death partially visible beneath her thin nightwear, alongside the alluring bunny girl Mai, the masked 2, and the elegantly swaying 02 in her red gown, as well as Raiden Shogun with a blade embedded in her chest, Tifa Sylvana with her hands on her hips, Lara Croft, and Princess Peach, all entering the collection room, leaving one momentarily dazzled. This is Merlin's expansive collection room of large figurines. Surrounded by his beloveds, he approached the workbench and grasped the battle armor backpack in his hand. The lab is now in your capable hands. Should anything arise, have the little mute contact me, he instructed Ada Wong, who was clutching files behind him. Before departing from the central laboratory, stepping out into the bright sunlight, the vast square was alive with Marvin robots busily transporting goods between the warehouse and the production workshops. Inside the production facility, androids were transferred into a dust-free workshop, subsequently embedded with the appropriate chips, and finally activated after being infused with blue blood. In another workshop, lithography machines tirelessly produced skill chips, which would be uniformly placed in a temperature-controlled storage after final testing. Additionally, a spacious tower factory remained vacant. This would serve as the manufacturing site for rocket satellites, awaiting the sufficient assembly of technical androids for activation. Aside from the laboratory, the recently created androids had all ventured to Los Santos. As more outposts emerged, the online service area of Los Santos finally commenced, smoothly unfolding with the groundwork laid by the Free City service area, much to the excitement of the players who embraced this thrilling development. Upon reaching the perimeter of the laboratory, rows of police robots, armed and vigilant, scanned the surroundings, their overhead cameras enhancing their vision. Currently, the police robots were not the entirety. Some had been dispatched to hunt vampires. Finally, we are on the right track, just waiting for the game to begin. Merlin exhaled deeply, his backpack swiftly transforming into a black and white battle armor that enveloped him, vanishing in a flash of white light above the laboratory. Had it not been for the comfort provided by his wives and their adorable Bernese mountain dogs, the past month of solitary research might have proven overwhelming. Apple City, Manhattan. Hammer Industries Manufacturing Department. Merlin had departed the laboratory upon receiving an invitation from Hammer to create weaponry for Colonel Rod of the War Machine, while also touring the unmanned battle armor Legion crafted by Ivan. Ultimately, Hammer sought to flaunt his capabilities to Merlin, asserting that even in Merlin's absence, others could still fabricate steel armors for Hammer Industries. Whether this was due to Hammer's previously humble invitation or the tendency of men to undervalue what they possess remains uncertain. Merlin, over here. Under the guidance of Justine, Merlin arrived at his destination, a vast workshop where Hammer, wearing sunglasses, exuded confidence. Beside him stood a slender, monkey-like African-American man. In the background, rows of tall, gray unmanned battle armor lined the space, while a long-haired man in overalls, with a toothpick in his mouth, was engaged in repairing one of the suits. War Machine Rhodes, the Scourge Ivan. Hey, Merlin, you finally made it. Upon seeing Merlin, Hammer greeted him with unabated enthusiasm. Hello. I am Rhodes. Rhodes kindly extended his hand, having heard much about the young man before him from Stark. This chapter concludes. Chapter 89. The Armament of War Machine. Hacking the Scourge's system, Vampire Seeds. Mr. Stark has mentioned you. I am Merlin. Merlin shook his hand. I am curious to know how he described me. A valiant Air Force colonel? Or the most sagacious soldier? Well, somewhat conceited, replied Rhodes, rolling his eyes. After a brief exchange that fostered camaraderie, They finally addressed the main topic at Hammer's prompting. How did you acquire this suit from Stark? Merlin inquired, gazing curiously at the silver armor resting on the test platform. I gave him a beating and took it, Rhodes responded, his expression darkening at the recollection of unpleasant memories. Ever since Stark returned, he has been indulging himself recklessly, behaving like a madman. That self-destructive version of him is far from the Iron Man he once envisioned. Merlin recalled the altercation that had transpired at Stark's party 2 nights prior, one that had involved Stark and Rhodes, culminating in Rhodes leaving in disappointment while clad in the silver armor. What can we do for you? Hammer interjected, perhaps a software upgrade? Or a change of energy source? If it were merely those matters, the obstinate Merlin would be of little help. As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Merlin. Merlin responded with a smile. However, we have new personnel who can address these issues. Hammer chose not to press further, recognizing that the other party was still affiliated with Hammer Industries. A bit of venting was permissible. Rhodes glanced at Ivan in the background. He had recently looked into the latter's identity, but had grown accustomed to it. If Hammer Industries did not release him, the government would intervene. No, we only need to enhance firepower. Rhodes interjected, eager to halt Hammer's lengthy exposition of trivialities. Hammer paused. Well, that's indeed Hammer Industries' forte. He promptly showcased their weaponry. Claridge high-tech semi-automatic pistol, 9mm rounds. This may be somewhat lacking in firepower. Let us see the next one. The 42 shotgun, manually loaded, with each magazine containing 5 rounds, is noted. Moving on to the next item, Hammer introduces the Belgian-made 2000 submachine gun. Finally, he presents my Eiffel Tower, the Viper missile, equipped with whirlwind explosives, featuring cyclic trinitramine. This is sufficient to obliterate a bunker with a single strike. Even one concealed deeper below. I refer to it as my ex-wife, my magnum opus. Observing Rod's impassive demeanor, Hammer eventually reveals the bottom box of Hammer Industries. Merlin stands beside, eyeing the elegantly slender ex-wife missile, resembling a cigar, with a raised eyebrow. Rod glances over the array of weapons before him. Though he feels a stir of interest, the technological prowess displayed by Merlin during the lizard incident prompts him to redirect his gaze towards Merlin. Mr. Hammer is now my employer. Merlin gestures towards Hammer. If you could join the military, we would certainly offer you better treatment. Rod chuckles. Yet this statement catches Hammer off guard. Hey, Colonel Rod, poaching in person ISNT proper. We are the best of allies. Rod spreads his hands. I merely feel you do not value him enough, leaving someone capable to languish. No, every technician is a treasure to our company. He is the youngest among us. And I fear he may overexert himself. Hammer quickly clarifies his stance. Despite his dissatisfaction with Merlin's lack of contributions in the realm of armored technology, he recognizes the epic-making significance of both the electromagnetic rifle and the atomic gun. Surrendering them is not an option. Then let us see what can be brought forth. Rod states, arms crossed, this being merely a casual remark. Merlin, the company's reputation may rest on your shoulders. Hammer affectionately pats Merlin's shoulder. You are likely familiar with my weaponry, a miniaturized electromagnetic pulse emitter, ideally suited for crippling electronic devices. Merlin refrains from presenting weapon samples, as these are already equipped by the police. Upon hearing about the miniaturized electromagnetic pulse emitter, Ivan, stationed at the back door connected to the unmanned armored lines, looks up in surprise. Last time at the Monaco circuit, he had been disabled by Stark's single shot from a miniaturized electromagnetic pulse emitter. Next comes the electromagnetic rifle. In terms of firepower, to be honest, it does not surpass conventional weapons significantly, yet it possesses distinct specialties, usable in particular environments. If you truly seek firepower, Star Mall is your best option. I trust your military has players there. Most here are aware of the relationship between Merlin and the platform. Ultimately, after some contemplation, Rod includes Merlin's electromagnetic rifle, miniaturized electromagnetic pulse emitter, and atomic gun in his plans, intending to procure the remainder directly from Merlin's modification shop via Star Mall. Hammer had no objections. These matters had been clearly articulated in the contract. Merlin, we are to host an exhibition of the Unmanned Armored Legion at the McPherson Sports Arena tomorrow, and I trust you will be in attendance. Once Rhodes and the others had departed, Hammer affectionately draped an arm over Merlin's shoulder and whispered, the honor of tomorrow should rightfully belong to you. Yet alas. Very well, I shall attend, Merlin replied, unperturbed by his words, though the mention of the exhibition day sparked a flicker of interest in his eyes. Rest assured, remain devoted to the company. You are still young, with a future brimming with infinite possibilities. I have great faith in you. By the way, how is your research progressing? During this period, Hammer had dedicated himself entirely to the Unmanned Armored Legion, and since Merlin's arrival, he had yet to inquire about his endeavors. The progress is quite satisfactory. After the exhibition concludes, you are welcome to come and observe. Should you be interested, Merlin responded vaguely. That is splendid. Feeling somewhat stuffed after indulging in several of Hammer's large pancakes, Merlin hastily excused himself, citing pressing research as his reason, and promptly returned home. Little mute. Hack into Ivan's system. Await my command for tomorrow. Received. Merlin then reviewed the captured vampire data. 360 in Apple City, 603 in Los Angeles, 196 in Florida, and over 3,000 vampires nationwide in Mexico, all inexorably heading towards Los Angeles. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 90, Star Initiation, the prop item league commences. The vibrant free city, Los Santos. After a thorough review, confirming everything was in order, Merlin turned his attention back to Hammer's unmanned armored system. With the little mute silently infiltrating, it had become apparent that Ivan had concealed a trick within the system. Yet, as the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The three entities resembled Russian nesting dolls, intricately hidden within this singular system. Tomorrow would unveil everything. During this time, aside from managing the vampire resources, Merlin had also taken control of the alien hive, persistently stimulating the alien queen with high-voltage currents to encourage oviposition, thereby increasing the yield of materials. Over 3,000 alien eggs awaited the arrival of the vampires, at which point they would collectively undergo the synthesis of Material 002. Meanwhile, the status of Material 003, the Deadpool alien, remained undecided. Since encountering the alien queen, Deadpool had been treated as a perpetual motion machine, incessantly producing aliens. Currently, they resembled wild beasts trapped within the confines of a tunnel, merely biding their time until freedom beckoned. Material 002, the vampire alien, is infectious and possesses distinct vulnerabilities, thus becoming a relatively common adversary within the game. In contrast, Material 003, though fewer in number, consists entirely of immortal beings, marking them as elite foes. Naturally, since this is a game, there must be a central narrative, unlike the lizard incident in the game. This time the primary objective is singular, to obliterate the source of the monstrous production, the alien hive. As the development of androids and Marvin robots progressed, the platform flourished, allowing for a degree of prosperity to emerge. With the impending event, Merlin, keen to avoid any oversight, tirelessly simulated the unfolding of the game. Unlike the previous lizard incident, the preparatory work this time required a much broader scope. How many skill chips have been produced so far, little mute? Merlin suddenly inquired, a thought striking him. 1,630 combat mastery chips, 1,660 firearm proficiency chips, 530 swordsmanship mastery chips, and 960 dagger proficiency chips, totaling 5,900 chips. Little mute reported one by one. Randomly extract 3,000 for testing. Understood. Although it felt somewhat rushed, there was no time to spare. Further delays would lead to exposure. By the time Merlin's gaze shifted away from the computer, the clock had already passed 1 in the morning. He yawned, closed his notebook, and after freshening up, prepared to lie down for some much-needed rest. At that moment, a sudden tapping at the window startled him. Sitting up in bed, he turned to the source of the sound. Beneath the silvery moonlight, Gwen Spider-Man, clad in a black and white form-fitting suit that perfectly accentuated her silhouette, had quietly perched herself at his bedroom window. Merlin was momentarily taken aback, and then a realization dawned on him, causing his expression to shift to one of embarrassment. It seemed that a while back, Gwen had mentioned wanting to invite him to a movie. However, during that time, Hawkeye had conveniently delivered the Elman medal, and after tending to Optimus Prime's injuries and modifications, Hammer Industries had just completed the construction for Merlin's experiment. Consequently, he had been preoccupied and had forgotten about the invitation. Scratching his head, Merlin was about to greet her when she abruptly thrust a spider envelope into his hands, shot him a glare, and leaped away, vanishing from the window. Well then, he thought, glancing at the spider-webbed envelope on his desk as he opened it. 3 days later, at 10 o'clock in the evening, at the Lion Cinema in Queens. Don't go missing. Seeing the familiar handwriting, Merlin raised an eyebrow. 3 days from now seemed quite feasible. After carelessly tossing the envelope into a drawer, he flopped onto his bed, burying his head in the pillow to sleep. Tomorrow promised to be busy. Rest was essential. The following evening, at the McPherson Sports Arena, Merlin, over here, in the corridor of the arena, Pepper, who had been waiting, waved eagerly upon spotting him. With his iron backpack still slung over his shoulder, Merlin quickly approached her. Who are these? Pepper asked, joyfully embracing Merlin before casting a puzzled glance at the two women behind him. One was a fiery siren in a tank top, revealing generous swathes of her shoulders and midriff, while the other was a poised woman in a tailored pencil skirt. Her sleek black hair neatly styled, exuding the air of a secretary. Upon closer inspection, the two individuals wore expressionless faces, which appeared somewhat peculiar. Elena and Melinda are the two androids I have crafted over the past 2 months. Elena is a gift for Happy, while Melinda serves as an assistant-type android, capable of alleviating the considerable pressures of managing a company. Melinda will undoubtedly be of great assistance to you. After Merlin's words, Melinda automatically approached Pepper. Greetings, Miss Pepper. I am designated as Model 300, an assistant-type android. Pepper widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at the remarkably lifelike Melinda, unable to resist. She reached out to touch Melinda's face, finding the texture to be nearly indistinguishable from that of a human. Were it not for Merlin's earlier remarks, she might have remained oblivious to the fact that the woman before her was an android. My goodness, I can hardly believe it. Are you truly an android? Pepper exclaimed in wonder. The newly hired secretary beside her looked on in astonishment at the android. What model is she? After conversing with Melinda, Pepper's gaze shifted to the voluptuous Elena. Isn't Mr. Happy still single? Merlin hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand, hinting at something unspoken. Indeed. Pepper nodded in understanding and smiled. Well, even though I've already hired an assistant, having another one wouldn't hurt. Merlin glanced at Pepper's new assistant and recalled that she was originally supposed to be Natasha, but her identity had been revealed to Stark during a rescue mission. The name that immediately sprang to mind was Agent Hill. Justin Hammer. His exhibition hall is located in the main hall, and the event is about to commence. Attendees are urged to enter promptly. At that moment, an announcement echoed throughout the auditorium. Shall we proceed inside? To be honest, when the Iron Legion made its debut, I initially thought you were responsible for creating it for Hammer Industries, Pepper remarked with a smile toward Merlin as she headed toward the main hall. Melinda quickly followed suit. I've been quite busy this month. I hardly had any time to craft the iron armor. My purpose in attending is simply to witness who possesses the capability to manufacture iron armor akin to Stark. As they conversed, the group entered the expansive main hall, where they found themselves amidst a throng of people. Government officials and technology companies from various sectors gathered to participate in this groundbreaking exhibition, which promised to be as revolutionary as Iron Man himself. With the exhilarating sound of a saxophone introduction filling the air, Hammer appeared on stage, dancing flamboyantly to the beat before the microphone. Oh yeah, Hammer exuberantly shouted to the audience below, who responded with a sparse but polite applause. I think you should consider joining Stark Industries. Your boss seems rather clownish, Merlin candidly articulated Pepper's thoughts. Almost. In any case, I am now the president. And the company is under my control, without the need to concern myself with that Stark fellow any longer. The healthcare robots are one matter. But today as androids truly startled her. If we could entice Stark Industries to collaborate, perhaps the principles against arms sales would not hold such weight. We shall discuss this further after the exhibition concludes. Merlin shook his head, refraining from giving a direct response. Pepper, resting her chin in thought for a moment, concluded that she ought to have a conversation with Stark regarding this matter. At that moment, the music in the hall ceased, and Hammer finally took to the stage to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, for far too long, our brave soldiers have risked their lives in battle. Then came Iron Man, and we believed we would no longer suffer losses. Yet, he refuses to disclose advanced technology. This is unjust. It is truly regrettable, Hammer lamented, shaking his head as if to condemn Stark's selfishness. Below the stage, Pepper nearly rolled her eyes at Hammer's shameless remarks. Merlin, however, had grown accustomed to the audacity of the other party. While he spoke of fairness and transparency, Hammer Industries merely supplied armors to the military, hoarding the technology for themselves. However, today, ladies and gentlemen, Hammer Industries shall strive at the forefront to lead the world in technology, and I am honored to introduce to you. Hammer paused dramatically before solemnly unveiling the United States military's newest face, the Hammer Iron Soldier. As his words echoed, triumphant music surged once more, and the sound of the elevating platform reverberated throughout the hall. The Army Iron Soldiers, a row of heavy, gray-armored suits, resembling fortresses, rose slowly on the stage, each adorned with antenna-like anti-aircraft long guns. The Navy Iron Soldiers, a legion of blue naval soldiers, shouldering missile launchers, ascended next. Following them were the Air Force and Marine Corps Iron Battalions. The suits appeared excessively bulky, akin to imposing shielded mountains and robust guerrillas. Thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by the jubilant music, elevating the atmosphere in the venue. While this was revolutionary technology, it still required soldiers to operate. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the first Air Force Rapid Response Individual Armor, along with its pilot, James Rhodes. What? Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Rhodes emerge clad in Stark's armor. Damn, these people are nothing but thieves. This is clearly Stark's technology, and they merely added some incongruous weaponry to claim it as their own? Upon seeing the grotesquely modified iron suit, she couldn't help but curse. Over the past few weeks, she had been negotiating with the military regarding the armor, only to find that they had outright seized the rights to its use, brazenly showcasing it to all. Just as she was about to stand up, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, capturing the attention of all present. "Oh, our Iron Man is arriving." Merlin smiled upon seeing the familiar figure. The once circular energy core on his chest had vanished, replaced by a new triangular arc reactor. This signified that Stark had discovered a new element. Bang! Wow! Clap, clap, clap! "Oh, Iron Man." As Iron Man touched down, the entire venue erupted like gunpowder. Everyone leaped to their feet, cheering exuberantly. This clearly illustrated Iron Man's esteemed reputation within Apple City. It has begun. Witnessing Stark's arrival, Merlin's excitement widened into a grin. The game was finally about to commence. After Stark's heroic landing, he slowly rose, gazing at the war machine before him, prepared to speak when a chilling melody resonated, causing a tremor within him. Indeed, the lizard incident bore the same tune. His heart raced. Was it returning? Suddenly, the lights in the venue dimmed, and on the large screen above the stage appeared a grotesque image of a creature. Dark and menacing, with fangs reminiscent of a vampire, akin to a velociraptor-like monster. Its sleek black exterior glistened ominously, with viscous drool dripping from its maw, inducing a wave of discomfort. ID-002, Vampire Alien, a bloodthirsty beast, the darling of the night, a shadowy crawler, the source of plague, an immortal nightmare. ID-0021. Infectious entity, more agile, more frenzied, more bloodthirsty. They are puppets of monstrosity, marionettes of the dark. Have you heard the legends of vampires? Simply act as you envision. But remember, do not take too long to prepare. Item League. Event Service Area, Los Santos Server. Liberty City Service Area. Game Location, Los Santos. As the night descends and the city's galaxy ascends, the bloodthirsty creatures will infiltrate Los Santos under the moonlight. Lurking beneath dim streetlights, within cramped bedrooms, and in secluded jungles, humanity will become their prey, their puppets. Note: please steer clear of dark and damp corners. Player task: hunt down the vampire alien, halt the spread of the virus, locate the lair of the alien creatures, eliminate the alien queen, and rescue Los Santos. Event rules: slaying an infected entity grants 1 point, defeating a standard alien yields 2 points, vanquishing a vampire alien awards 3 points. Eliminating an elite vampire alien bestows 6 points, and killing the alien queen rewards 300 points. To ensure the fairness of the event, prior to the arrival of players in Freedom City, steel war machines will be deployed to Los Santos as enhancement items. A total of 60 units will be dispatched. Upon the commencement of the competition, the platform will release various items. Event rewards: first place receives the Cybertron Spark, the vehicle asset Avenger Fortress, and a fixed asset hangar. Second place obtains the vehicle Dark Warplane and a fixed asset hangar. Third place earns the Congelatine Tank, either in Freedom City's Manhattan District or the Beverly Hills Apartments in Los Santos. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Turmoil. The first batch of items is en route, with tens of thousands of players in migration. Note: in this game, both ordinary individuals and players may participate. Based on the points accumulated, one can purchase supplies at the nearest weapon or modification shop. Upon reaching 100 points, one can become a player. Here's wishing everyone an enjoyable experience. Over 3 months have passed since the lizard incident, and just as the situation had yet to settle, the Star platform has unexpectedly launched another game. Fortunately, this time it is not set in Apple City, but in Los Santos. However, the number of players has surged by tens of thousands. Apple City once boasted nearly 100,000 players, but following the lizard incident, that number sharply declined to just over 50,000. In the past 3 months, around 30,000 players have joined, bringing the current total to approximately 80,000. In Los Santos, although the server has only been operational for a little over a month, the experience gained from Freedom City, coupled with the influx of Marvin robots and androids enhancing productivity, has led to a substantial increase in player numbers. Additionally, the numerous gangs in Los Santos have transformed it into a more liberated city within just a month. The player count has rapidly escalated to 30,000, far exceeding the initial growth rate observed in Freedom City. Moreover, Los Santos is inherently more chaotic than Freedom City, as the star tasks flash across large screens, televisions, computers, and cinemas throughout the city. Both Freedom City and Los Santos are momentarily engulfed in silence. Aside from the players, the majority of ordinary citizens are plunged into panic. This sentiment echoes in both cities, as the shadow of the lizard incident still looms over the military and civilians of Freedom City, with the green-skinned race serving as a constant reminder. Thankfully, the location of this game is not in Freedom City, providing a slight sense of comfort. Los Santos, having only gleaned the details of the lizard incident through cinematic portrayals, lacked the profound understanding of its implications that the residents of Liberty City possessed. Nevertheless, The notion of monstrous invasions described within the game instilled an undeniable sense of dread. Before long, the once bustling streets descended into an eerie silence as players mounted their vehicles, forming groups or embarking solo, racing towards the direction of Los Santos. Above, streaks of light traversed the sky, creating a vibrant atmosphere akin to a grand celebration. As law enforcement attempted to intervene, the players had already dispersed from Liberty City in every direction. Tens of thousands mobilized, with an array of vehicles, DeRosso, Tiraldo, Tyrant, armored cars, and white birds, roaming the streets, buildings, and night sky. Powerless, the police could only dispatch officers to follow the players towards Los Santos. Simultaneously, various jewelry stores in Los Santos fell victim to looting by passing players. Many astute individuals had gleaned hints from the mission descriptions, making silver jewelry their primary target. However, time was of the essence, leaving little room for preparation. Los Santos found itself in a similar predicament. Not all players chose to partake in the chaos. Within the expansive exhibition hall, the appearance of an alien vampire creature on the grand screen, accompanied by the mission briefing, altered the expressions of all present, evoking memories of the lizard incident from months prior. Meanwhile, Ivan, hidden in the shadows, felt a pang of unease as the mission unfolded. For one of the tasks pertained to him, to ensure fairness in the competition before the arrival of Liberty City players. 60 iron armors will be deployed to Los Santos as enhancement items. The number matched precisely with the armors he had constructed over the past months. 20 were currently on display, while the remaining 40 lay in the Hammer Industries warehouse. How did this platform acquire such knowledge? A shiver of apprehension coursed through Ivan, as if he were being watched at every moment. Gritting his teeth, he hastily activated the program he had preset in the system's backend, swiftly taking control of all the iron armors. He had anticipated the outcome of losing control over the armors, yet the process unfolded seamlessly. His brow furrowed. But upon seeing Stark clad in armor through the screen, his resolve solidified. Beep, beep, beep. He pressed the button, locking onto Stark. Whatever the platform intended, as long as it did not impede his mission to eliminate Stark, he would proceed. Once Ivan seized control of the system, all Iron Legion units, along with the Vulcan cannon perched on Rhodes' shoulder, aimed squarely at Stark. Oh no, no, no. Get out of here quickly. The entire system has been compromised, Rhodes exclaimed, witnessing the ominous red alerts flashing across his panel. Emerging from his reverie, Stark beheld all the armors raising their hands, weapons aimed squarely at him. The hall's thrusters immediately discharged energy, propelling him upwards. The relentless barrage of bullets erupted, shattering the overhead glass into a cascade of shards that fell like grains of sand. A cacophony ensued, with chaos enveloping the venue as everyone scrambled for the exits, clutching their heads in panic. Merlin's backpack swiftly transformed into armor, enveloping him entirely, and he swiftly lifted Pepper beside him, soaring toward the rear of the exhibition stage. Hammer had mysteriously fled to the back, anxiously urging the engineers behind the scenes. Melinda will protect you. I must take my leave, Merlin exclaimed, eager to engage in the fray, and without waiting for Pepper's response, he jetted away from the scene. With Melinda and Agent Hill present, Pepper's safety was assured. Little Mute, send the evidence of Ivan controlling the armor to Sheriff George. Then assume command of all armors and head to Los Santos. Received. In the night sky, Stark gazed anxiously at the Iron Patriot Legion pursuing him. Jarvis, can you hack into their systems? No, sir. They have changed their targets, Jarvis replied. What? Stark paused, only to witness the Iron Legion, which had been relentlessly tailing him, suddenly reverse direction, streaking toward the open night sky. Which way are they headed? He quickly inquired. Los Angeles. Just then, over 40 armored figures surged into the air from the city, racing toward Los Santos. Stark comprehended the situation and promptly turned to pursue the armors. Mr. Stark, do you want to join? A familiar voice crackled in his earpiece, and soon Merlin, clad in black and white armor, caught up with him. Merlin, what brings you here? How is Pepper? Sister Pepper is already backstage. My uncle has gone to her, and with the android's protection, there's no need for concern, Merlin assured him. No, Ivan. Stark began to turn, but a heavy silhouette suddenly ascended, brandishing 2 electric whips as it pursued them. Unlike the Iron Legion's armor, this figure's metallic surface appeared denser, a clear indication of meticulous craftsmanship. All right, it seems Pepper is safe for now. With the armored figure in pursuit, Stark felt a sense of relief and swiftly transformed into a streak of light, darting into the ranks of the Iron Legion as they sped toward Los Angeles. Merlin, it would be wise for you to return. It is best that you remain at home this time. Merlin received Stark's admonition. No. Even Uncle Punishment and the others had gone. At this moment, as the chief planner, I could not afford to be absent. Subsequently, hovering in the night sky, Merlin prepared to accelerate and catch up, but a sudden voice beside him instinctively halted his movements. Accompanied by a whoosh through the air, a red figure, exuding energy, appeared beside Merlin. I think you've forgotten something, Haven to you? Arsai, arms crossed, floated before Merlin, her faintly red eyes fixed on him with a hint of annoyance. Merlin replied, I was just about to find you. Do you believe me? He spoke somewhat awkwardly. Are you using a misguided navigation? Arsai responded, somewhat exasperated. Hell's Kitchen was clearly in the opposite direction. Let us go. I'll accompany you. She understood their current precarious situation as Transformers and Merlin's intention to protect her. Yet, she simply wished to remain by his side. Merlin nodded, preparing to depart, but in the next moment, he sensed something anew, causing him to pause once more. Lowering his gaze, he focused intently on a figure atop the Empire State Building in Apple City, illuminated by bright neon lights. A black and white silhouette, resembling a spider, clung to a web, retreating vertically along the building, the strands tautening beside its hands. Whoosh! When the elasticity of the web reached its limit, Gwen, the Spider-Woman, launched herself like a slingshot skyward, propelled by the building's facade. With her arms pressed against her body, she gazed intently at Merlin, akin to a black and white arrow soaring into the pitch-black night, racing towards him. However, Merlin's elevation proved too great. Halfway through her ascent, Gwen lost her momentum and, under the force of gravity, flailed her limbs in disarray before plummeting toward the city below. Whoosh! A flash of white light surged forth, and in the next instant, Gwen was caught by the nape of her neck, suspended in mid-air by Merlin. He held her as one might a small kitten, quietly observing her. Gwen, feeling slightly embarrassed under his gaze, waved her hand awkwardly. Hey! After this brief exchange, she adeptly clambered over him like a spider, settling onto his back. I need to get to Los Angeles. Please give me a ride. I promise I will protect you, she said, patting his shoulder from her perch. We're not that familiar, are we? Merlin rolled his eyes. Come on, buddy, we've fought side by side as comrades. And we're practically on the verge of dating. Your words truly hurt my feelings. Oh dear, I'm so heartbroken. Let me jump from here and meet my demise. While you alone wallow in regret at the movie the day after tomorrow, I have chosen a romantic film. And it is truly difficult to imagine how you will weep at that moment. Alas, the thought of your tears makes me hesitate to proceed. Merlin remarked, Gwen, the moment you don the mask, you become an entirely different person. Is this akin to wearing a disguise and shedding one's true self? Please, be quiet and hold on tightly. In a sudden burst, Merlin transformed into a radiant white light and vanished from the spot. Wow, Gwen gasped, instinctively clutching Merlin tightly. Yet, once she felt the exhilarating rush, she could not contain her exuberance. Wow, this is amazing. However, before her cheers could linger, an ominous sensation gripped her. She felt a deadly gaze fixated upon her. Arcee had inexplicably caught up, glaring at Gwen, who was perched on Merlin's shoulder, seemingly contemplating whether to cast her down. Gwen's jubilant exclamations abruptly ceased, and under the scrutiny, she instinctively recoiled. Why does this feel like being caught in the act? She muttered, though she did not dwell on it. Despite having often jested about Merlin's thoughts being consumed by gears and machinery, she had never truly doubted him. After all, the union of human and machine seemed implausible. Los Santos. The city erupted in chaos, with sirens wailing and helicopters illuminating the skies. Following the announcement of a mission, Los Santos declared martial law, swiftly clearing the streets of civilians. Police cars patrolled relentlessly, while helicopters scanned the city from above. Jewelry stores and manufacturing facilities were cordoned off, as players continuously entered and exited. After the mission's announcement, the Los Santos police issued a statement, declaring their intention to collaborate with players to delineate combat zones, thereby ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens amidst the impending crisis. The police possessed an advantage in electronic intelligence, enabling them to swiftly uncover clues about the monsters. Conversely, players wielded superior weaponry in numbers but were blind in electronic matters. Thus, collaboration with the police emerged as the most effective strategy to trace the monsters and earn points. After all, not all players were irredeemable criminals. Given the exponential increase in player numbers and the ineffectiveness of enforcement measures, the police had no choice but to accept their presence. At the Hellfire modification shop, Dominic and Brian sat at the bar, while vigilantes and others stood by vehicles equipped with nitrous boosts and atomic engines, quietly parked in the workshop. Members of the street racing gang gathered here, each fully armed and equipped with various firearms. Some bore grave expressions, while others brimmed with eager excitement. Mia leaned against her brother Dominic, her face etched with concern. Suddenly, the phones of Dominic, Brian, and others chimed, causing them to tense up and hastily pull out their devices. Player racing mission. Please drive your respective vehicles to gather at the Garden Building. Event start time, 8 o'clock. Destination, Santa Monica Beach. Mission reward. The top 60 will receive battle armor items. With a shared understanding, Dominic and the others rose in unison. What time is it? Dominic inquired, clutching his rocket launcher. It's 7:30. We have half an hour left. Let's go? We must make haste. Those who are not participating will stay behind to protect Mia and the others. After stating this, Dominic proceeded to his Teraldo vehicle. Brian, armed with a rifle, boarded his vigilante and started the engine. Letty, holding a bullpup rifle, ignited the super fuel. Among the gang, only the three of them were players. Be safe. Mia kissed Brian and cast a worried glance his way. Boss, take me with you. I want to go too. At that moment, Vince blocked Dominic's vehicle, shouting out. What do you want to go for? Dominic leaned out, furrowing his brow. I want to become a player as well. This is my chance. And I don't want to hide and miss it. Becoming a player requires luck. Out of the millions in the city, only a few tens of thousands get to be players. Therefore, it's not guaranteed that you can simply wish to be one. This mission, however, offered an opportunity to all ordinary people, and despite the inherent dangers, many were eager to seize it. After a moment of contemplation, Dominic tilted his head and signaled, "Get in." Upon hearing this, Vince's face brightened, but he cast a dark glance at Mia and Brian before opening the door and taking a seat in the passenger's side. Ever since Dominic and the others became players, Vince felt somewhat isolated. The romantic bond between Mia and Brian had rapidly intensified, leaving him to believe his misfortune was the reason he had not become a player. He thought that if he could just become a player, he could win Mia back from Brian. As Mia watched with concern, the three vehicles vanished into the quiet streets. It was only after a subordinate reminded her that she came to her senses and retreated to the basement for safety. When Dominic arrived at the garden building, a starting line had already been established at the intersection, with a multitude of vehicles neatly lined up across 3 streets. The rumble of engines reverberating in the tranquil night air. One by one, special vehicles with sirens joined the procession, and under the illuminating beams of helicopters overhead, the streets were filled to capacity. Remarkably, just 5 minutes before the speed competition commenced, hundreds of players had already gathered, causing the 3 streets to become congested, all vying for the 60 coveted spots. However, judging by the current situation, once the event began, it would undoubtedly lead to a bottleneck, allowing only a select few vehicles to surge onto the track towards Nika Beach. Who will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. On board the aircraft, a journalist persistently reports the unfolding events, capturing the attention of audiences worldwide, making this a focal point of global interest. The vehicles of the 3 individuals align in succession, and through the windows, one can discern the solemn expressions of the 4. Tang, the leader, glanced at the seemingly endless line of cars on the street, feeling a twinge of headache. Fortunately, the constraints of time and transportation prevented a further influx from other districts. Otherwise, the congestion would have been unimaginable. Soon, they arrived at the end of the line, joining the queue. In the last 5 minutes, players continued to arrive, their engines roaring and an array of peculiar vehicles forming a spectacular display along the thoroughfare. Ding! At precisely 7:59, all players' mobile phones chimed, heralding an unprecedented symphony in the street. However, this time, a cold electronic voice emanated from a large screen nearby. The competition is about to commence. Players, please fasten your seatbelts. Drive recklessly, and tears will flow. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the chilling electronic voice faded, the previously subdued street erupted in a cacophony. The resounding roar of engines echoed through the night sky. The earliest players surged forth like arrows released from a bow, transforming into fleeting phantoms racing along the empty streets. The initially congested thoroughfare began to thin out, but an unexpected incident occurred at the intersection. Bang, bang, bang. For heaven's sake, can you drive? You might as well retreat to your mother's womb. Please, mate, let me cut in. Vehicles on both sides collided violently with those in the center, instantly creating a blockade. As 3 parties converged onto the same street, players on either side fiercely vied for position, competing for rewards. The intersection quickly descended into chaos, with the sounds of crashes, curses, and sirens ringing incessantly. Only the fortunate vehicles managed to squeeze through, rapidly darting away. Blast it! Tang, watching the impassable jam, felt a surge of anxiety and couldn't help but pound the steering wheel in frustration. It was uncertain whether they could even break free from this quagmire, let alone compete. Boss, I remember your car is equipped with missiles. Just blast them away. Vince exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency. Are you trying to get us killed? At this distance, we'll be reduced to ashes. Tang shot him a look of disbelief. Inside the vigilante vehicle, Brian's face reflected his anxiety as he repeatedly pressed the accelerator. But facing the impassable blockade, he found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted at the congested intersection, flames soaring skyward. A player could no longer contain themselves and had resorted to using missiles to clear the path. Buzzing sounds filled the air. As the formidable Don stared wide-eyed at the distant flames, his vehicle suddenly jolted, followed by a sensation of weightlessness that catapulted both him and his car into the air. Suspended in this void, he glanced downward to see a slanted magical vehicle racing past, while all the cars ahead were being hurled away like pieces in a match-3 game. Bang, bang, bang. With the addition of several slanted magical vehicles and pointed shadowy figures, the previously congested and chaotic roadway was forcibly cleared. As vehicles soared into the air like dumplings in boiling water, creating a frenzied dance of chaos. Soaring through the air, Don observed the tilting front of his car and promptly pressed the rocket propulsion button. Boom. The airborne Telardo surged forward explosively, ascending like a rocket. Meanwhile, Brian swiftly merged into the path cleared by the slanted magical vehicle, accelerating to catch up. Letty launched into the air, maneuvering the superburn rocket to slice through the dense chaos of vehicles above. Chapter complete. Chapter 93. The Sudden Crisis. Alien creatures on the racetrack amidst the congested roadway. Each player showcased their unique abilities. Some utilized the jetting capabilities of the Pegasus Tyrant motorcycle to leap into the sky from ramps, while others wielded rocket launchers to forge a path ahead. Driving the Telardo straight through, the slanted magical vehicle and pointed shadowy figures emerged as the ideal breakthrough machines. In this race, vehicles like the Tyrant and Drossel did not meet the participation criteria. Letty propelled the Super Burn skyward, resembling a rocket as she aimed toward a building. Just before impact, she swiftly maneuvered the controller to activate the jump rope pneumatic device, causing her one straight vehicle to tilt, aligning the chassis parallel to the structure. Bang! The Super Burn glided off the building's surface like a skateboard, landing at the intersection's exit. Whoosh! Upon landing, she pressed the jet button again. The explosive force countering the inertia of her descent, transforming her into a fleeting specter racing along the open street. Bang! The Crimson Telardo followed closely, surging ahead once more. Amidst the roaring flames of the explosion, a black vigilante vehicle shot forth like an arrow piercing through the fiery curtain. "I'm out," Brian exclaimed, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, excitement evident in his voice through the headset. "Letty South in first place. Don't get left in her dust." Don chuckled with relief as he spotted the vigilante breaking through the flames in the rearview mirror. Vince's expression darkened, once a trusted lieutenant within the street gang. He now felt overshadowed since Brian's arrival, who not only gained the boss's trust, but also captured the heart of the one he secretly admired. He wished nothing more than for this interloper to meet an untimely end. Hearing the news of both men's safety, Letty smiled and accelerated once again, charging forward. As she drove her supercharged vehicle, gradually distancing herself from the bustling city center and taking a shortcut up the mountain, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The dimly lit mountain road was eerily silent, and Letty's eyes were fixed ahead, her brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, an unsettling noise pierced the stillness. Startled, she abruptly slammed on the brakes. The immense inertia caused her vehicle to skid wildly across the road, resembling a spinning top. A moment's inattention could send her crashing into the guardrail and tumbling down the slope. The headlights flickered erratically in the moonlight. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Letty's hands clutched the steering wheel tightly as she squinted at the scene before her. She managed to halt her vehicle just in time, but to her left, a wrecked yellow Land Rover Comet obstructed the mountain road. Gasoline mingled with a dark crimson liquid, forming a puddle on the ground. With a hum, Letty shifted into reverse, aligning her vehicle. As the bright headlights illuminated the area, she finally discerned the condition of the car. A jolt ran through her. The shattered windshield and the interior were splattered with blood, and a long streak of crimson marked the hood, indicating that the driver had been dragged out. However, what shocked her even more were the claw marks on the hood, resembling those of some large beast. A gust of wind, tinged with a hint of brine, swept past her, raising goosebumps on her skin. As she surveyed the dark, foreboding hills surrounding her, she regretted her choice of the supercharged convertible, which offered little protection. A shadow darted through the night, startling Letty, who quickly grabbed the unmarked rifle from the passenger seat, her senses heightened. The cold weapon provided her with an unexpected sense of security. "Where are you? I may have encountered a situation." She gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with determination. Beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. In that moment, she wished she could take off and escape, but the sinister darkness around her quelled that thought. It felt as if the lurking monster would pounce the moment she let her guard down, tearing her to shreds. With her rifle held aloft, Letty remained vigilant, her mind racing with apprehension. "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." The alluring, magnetic voice of Big Tang resonated through her earpiece, instilling a sense of safety within her. Letty's nerves were taut. The surrounding darkness enveloped her, the the headlights being her only source of reassurance. Yet, the shadow that had made a sound earlier had not reappeared, though she could still feel the presence of something watching her intently. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine erupted behind her, and Big Tang, driving his Tiraldo, appeared on the mountain road. Upon seeing their arrival, Letty's tense demeanor relaxed momentarily. But in that instant, a shadow lunged forth from the inky blackness. Huh, humph. Letty let out a muffled groan, and the next moment, she was yanked into the darkness like a mere rag doll. Letty, exclaimed Boss Tang, who was racing towards her, immediately pressing the launch button. With the aid of the car's headlights, the machine gun mounted on Tiraldo roared to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets that whistled through the night. Igniting sparks in their wake, a fierce roar erupted, seemingly having struck its target, followed by a cacophony of agonizing howls piercing the night. Letty was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground, while the creature melted into a shadow, vanishing swiftly into the gloom. Boss Tang drove up to Letty's side, while Vince, clutching a rocket launcher, scanned the surroundings warily. Letty, are you all right? Upon exiting the vehicle, Boss Tang's gaze fell upon Letty's shoulder, drenched in crimson, and a wave of concern washed over him as he lifted her into his arms. I'm fine, we must press on. We need to secure the item. Letty's face was ashen, her words deliberate and strained. Otherwise, we will be at the mercy of these creatures. All right, speak less. Vince, go to the back seat and tend to her wounds. Boss Tang's eyes darted around, furious yet rational, as he placed Letty carefully in the rear. Vince hesitated, observing Letty's bloodied shoulder, recalling the mission briefing stating that bites from the vampire-like creatures would lead to viral infection, transforming a victim into a host. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Perhaps there's an antidote at the platform. Boss Tang growled, sensing Vince's reluctance. Okay. Vince gritted his teeth and swiftly retrieved a first aid kit from the trunk, rushing to the back seat to dress Letty's wounds. Meanwhile, Boss Tang returned to the driver's seat, accelerating with a rocket boost, crashing through the obstacles ahead, and speeding towards Perro Beach. Chapter 94. The arrival of the battle armor. The game begins, the virus spreads, chaos in Los Santos rat-a-tat-tat. Oh, what the hell is this? Help. Damn it, get away. Get away. Boom. Die, monster. Damn it. It didn't blow this creature to bits. On the once serene racetrack, amidst the shadowy night and the flickering streetlights, hordes of pitch-black creatures emerged, like hunters lurking in the shadows, silently preying upon unsuspecting players. On Hollywood Hill, a series of howls echoed under the moonlight, the cool beams illuminating the sleek, obsidian exteriors of the creatures, seemingly absorbing all light. Their mouths oozing with slime as they revealed their menacing vampire fangs. Thousands of these entities flickered like a migrating swarm along the mountain paths, each one vanishing into the darkness, heading towards the neon-lit streets of Los Santos. Among them were several creatures with dark red skin, lacking the fearsome fangs. Their appearances not overtly menacing, hardly distinguishable from their ordinary counterparts. Deadpool creatures. The monsters have made their entrance. In the midst of chaos, Xiao Ran was abandoned halfway, while Tang Laoda continued onward with Letty in tow. Along the journey, they encountered numerous discarded vehicles and bloodstains. The most vivid scene illuminated by the headlights being that of a creature dragging a corpse into the abyss of darkness. Tang Laoda, without a moment's pause, relied on Tiraldo's jet propulsion and his exceptional driving skills to swiftly reach the vicinity of Perro Beach. As they entered the open area, the appearance of the monstrous beings diminished significantly. Upon reaching their destination, Tang Laoda quickly swung open the car door and lifted the pale, semi-conscious Letty, directing her toward the designated location on Perro Beach. By this time, over 30 individuals had already arrived at the site, standing on the sand, gazing upwards in anticipation. Hurry over, shouted Tang Laoda as he raced ahead with Letty on his back. Los Santos, once a bustling metropolis, now seemed to be frozen in time. The streets lay desolate, yet sporadic makeshift barricades emerged, with police lights and searchlights illuminating the scene. A line of armed soldiers stood vigilant, weapons at the ready, scanning the empty streets ahead. Collaborating players lurked in the shadows, awaiting the arrival of the creatures. Los Angeles City Hall. Reports indicated the discovery of monster tracks near Perro Beach, and casualties had already begun to mount among players participating in the speed race. They're here, exclaimed a middle-aged man in a suit, balding and wearing a grave expression. How many? How many victims? He inquired anxiously, realizing the monsters had indeed manifested. It's unclear. These creatures lurk in the shadows, devoid of body heat, making them nearly impossible to detect. However, the attacks have mainly occurred on remote mountain paths, targeting players involved in the races. Sheriff Rayner responded, shaking his head. All right, Sheriff Rayner, dispatch a team to see if we can capture one of these vampire-like creatures. We cannot solely rely on the scant details of the mission, the mayor ordered. Understood. Sheriff Rayner nodded and promptly exited the command room to issue orders. However, before he had departed for long, a technician who had just answered a call suddenly gasped. Mayor Flea, we have a situation. Her expression was tinged with fear as she looked at the mayor. What is it? Flea asked, sensing an ominous feeling rising within him. Ever since the Star mission was announced, he had not dared to rest, knowing not the extent of devastation this calamity might wreak upon the city, nor how many lives might be lost as a consequence. The Northern District has erupted. A flood of distress calls has inundated us. We have no idea how many of these creatures have infiltrated the city, and our defensive lines remain oblivious. What? Flea exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. How is that possible? Are the guards blind? The monsters have already infiltrated the residences, and they remain unaware. Quickly, notify them. We must do everything possible to escort the residents to safety, he ordered, urgency rising in his voice. To the Northern District. Freely's countenance was somber, for this was the most bustling part of Los Santos, a veritable enclave for the affluent. Despite the substantial security presence established here, they were caught unawares as a monstrous entity stealthily infiltrated their midst. The Northern District of Los Santos boasted superior geography, being elevated compared to the southern areas, and thus it was predominantly a haven for the wealthy, warranting an even greater deployment of security forces. Barron, an African-American attorney, typically represented clients from his community. Leveraging the prevailing political correctness surrounding race, he had triumphed in numerous legal battles, consequently amassing a considerable fortune and gaining notoriety among his peers. This financial success afforded him a residence in the affluent sector. However, upon receiving a harrowing assignment from Star Publishing, he hastily returned home, enlisting the company of several friends. Clutching a handgun, he stood by the window, parting the curtains to peer anxiously into the enveloping darkness, which seemed poised to consume him. The balcony that usually hosted lively barbecue gatherings now lay desolate. Barren, all doors and windows are secured, and with each of us armed. Any creature that dares approach will be riddled with bullets, one of his companions assured him as he ascended the staircase, cradling a rifle. Barron nodded in acknowledgement. But in the next instant, a terrifying sight seized him, causing his eyes to widen in horror. What is it? The ascending friend inquired, momentarily taken aback by Barron's expression. A sudden dampness atop his head made him instinctively reach up, only to find his fingers coated in a viscous, transparent slime. Realization dawned on him as he looked up. In an instant, a creature, reminiscent of a monkey in stature, lunged at his face. The once tranquil surroundings of the Villa District near the recording studio erupted in chaos. The silence shattered by blood-curdling screams and the cacophony of gunfire. Help! The pandemonium unfolded like a chain reaction as the previously serene neighborhood descended into turmoil. Through tightly woven screens, dark figures of alien beings had silently infiltrated the homes, some occupants unaware of their impending doom, swiftly devoured as they were caught off guard. The air was filled with the sounds of chaos. Gunfire and frantic banging reverberated through every room. Soon, bloodied and panic-stricken individuals flung open their doors, fleeing into the streets. As the guards on the front line received urgent news from the mayor, shadowy figures began to emerge on the once quiet thoroughfare, all bearing visible injuries. Under the glare of the streetlights, the stains of blood on their garments became starkly apparent. A few guards instinctively rushed forth into the fray. The seasoned veterans sensed something amiss and swiftly readied their weapons, aiming at the approaching figures with heightened vigilance. As the figures drew nearer, the young guard observed that the humans' appearances seemed rather peculiar. Their bodies were drenched in blood, and their heads and physiques faintly shimmered with dark, chitinous reflections. Were those tails? How could they possess tails? Although the guard was concerned for the residents, he was no fool and promptly raised his weapon, targeting the swaying, eerie silhouettes. Halt! If you advance any further, we will open fire. As soon as the command was uttered, one officer pulled the trigger at a black man. The bullets whizzed through the air, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist upon impact. Hey, Tana, what are you doing? Who permitted you to fire recklessly? Tana, however, did not respond. Instead, she stood transfixed, staring ahead. The man she had shot seemed unfazed, continuing to advance until, as if jolted awake, he suddenly lifted his head. The smooth, dark mask obscured his face, revealing only a mouth with two menacing fangs. Attack! These are infected. The infected howled, instantly surging forth like a shadow, reaching the nearest officer before anyone could react. With a sickening crunch, the infected sank its teeth into the officer's neck, blood gushing forth as the officer convulsed in agony. Attack! Tana bellowed, and the once quiet street erupted into chaos. The bullets whizzed through the air, despite the infected speed. They were mercilessly turned into a sieve by the hail of gunfire. Yet soon, more figures emerged from the shadows, transforming into dark silhouettes with grotesque, toothy grins, lunging ferociously at the defensive line. With a resounding boom, one infected caught fire, as a player armed with a rifle joined the fray. Another infected exploded into a fireball, meeting its demise on the spot. The influx of players, armed with explosive and incendiary ammunition, turned the scene into a prime opportunity for scoring points. As for missiles, they reserved those for the vampire aliens. At Peloro Beach, the designated area was now host to 86 individuals, many having fallen victim to the aliens' hunger or perished in vehicular accidents. The vicinity around the Garden Bank Tower was still congested, with numerous vehicles unable to navigate the roads. Boss Tang held Letty close, offering her comfort, his eyes fixated anxiously on the night sky. Where are the welfare supplies? Suddenly, Brian exclaimed, "Look, they're coming." Following his gaze, everyone gazed upward in astonishment as several beams of white light pierced the previously inky sky. Armored suits descended like a magnificent meteor shower, hurtling rapidly toward the beach. With a series of sizzling sounds, 60 formidable steel exosuits emerged, accompanied by the crackling of scorching air. Are there 5 that have yet to descend? In the sky above, 5 beams of white light continued their descent towards the heart of the city. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the hulking steel exosuits, radiating white light, landed upon the beach like a disciplined battalion of iron warriors, stirring great excitement among the players present. I choose the Marine Corps. Air Force. The players rushed forward, gathering before the exosuits. Brian, too, walked eagerly to one of the Marine Corps exosuits. As the sensors on its head scanned him thoroughly. Authentication successful. Click, click. With the whir of machinery, the steel at the back of the exosuit opened, revealing the humanoid control chamber within. Brian swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming as he stepped into the cockpit of the exosuit. Buzz. The exosuit sealed shut behind him, and a bright array of panels illuminated before him, projecting a vivid image of the beach, as if he were wearing it. Welcome to Hammer Technology. Please raise your right hand, left hand, right leg. Imagine an apple in your mind. Meanwhile, Vince approached another exosuit, brimming with excitement. But the moment the red lights on the exosuit's face illuminated, he was momentarily taken aback. Authentication failed. Get lost. A player rudely shoved him aside, proudly standing before the scanner. Authentication failed. Player not among the 60. What did you say? The burly player fumed, raising his shotgun towards the exosuit's head. Rat-tat-tat. In an instant, the exosuit raised its arm, and bullets from a machine gun whistled forth, piercing the burly player's body. Bang! The burly man stared in disbelief at the exosuit before him, the light gradually fading from his eyes as he collapsed heavily onto the beach. A pool of crimson surrounding him. Vince instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes wide with trepidation as he gazed at the lifeless body of the burly player. The previously boisterous crowd clamoring for the exosuits fell silent. Sizzling sounds filled the air as Brian finally completed the novice tutorial, activating the hollow thrusters and soaring into the sky. It seemed the game in Los Santos had commenced. Merlin hovered above the city, where chaos reigned below. Infected entities transformed into shadowy figures, frantically lunging at humans in the streets. Meanwhile, vampire hybrids lurked in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. Flames soared into the sky, and the city was engulfed in turmoil, with screams, explosions, and roars echoing incessantly. As the number of those infected by the vampire virus surged, the city resembled an apocalyptic landscape, with countless agile infected entities leaping onto rooftops, deftly dodging bullets, and mercilessly slaying one human after another. The players find themselves in a precarious situation, as the vampiric aberrations lurk like the most cunning hunters in the shadows, leaving no one certain of where they might emerge to drag one into the abyss. My heavens, Gawain's head popped up from behind, stunned by the chaotic scene below, shrouded in smoke over the city. Chapter complete. Chapter 95. The bone-devouring whip crack. Just as Merlin and his companions were focused on the situation unfolding in Los Angeles, a flash of white light suddenly appeared, and in the next moment, Stark was struck by a whip plummeting from the air. Thud. Stark regained his composure just before hitting the ground, landing steadily on the tumultuous street. Suddenly, an infected creature lunged at him, its sharp fangs piercing his neck like a spear. Crack. Yet, in the next instant, the creature's teeth shattered, blood spraying everywhere. Stark delivered an elbow strike, sending the infected being flying, and swiftly unleashed a palm blast that struck its head. Boom. The dark head exploded on impact, the headless corpse convulsing violently on the ground, its cranium slowly regenerating with the flow of blood. This was not the vast, desolate plains of New Mexico. Humanity's blood was inexhaustible here, abundant and nourishing. Not only the infected, but even the vampiric aberrations grew increasingly powerful. The more blood they consumed, the thicker their life force became, enhancing their regenerative abilities. Coupled with the city's intricate topography, humans without silver weaponry or ultraviolet lights found it exceedingly difficult to escape the hunt. Thus, as time progressed, the radius of infection expanded rapidly, and the vampiric aberrations evolved at an alarming rate, their self-healing becoming ever more formidable. Stark paid little heed to the infected creature behind him, instead cautiously surveying the path ahead. Crack! The bone-devouring whip, clad in battle armor, descended and unleashed electric whips that sent the lunging infected creatures tumbling away. Seizing the opportunity, Stark fired an electromagnetic projectile. Buzz! The powerful electromagnetic waves erupted from the armor of the bone-devouring whip, but unlike last time, his opponent did not simply shut down. Stark, do you think I would fall for that trick again? The whip coiled around Stark's neck, the intense voltage causing chaos within the circuitry of his steel suit. Release him. From the skies, Rhodes piloted the Iron Patriot, the Gauss gun on his shoulder emitting a ghostly blue flame as a torrent of bullets rained down. Rat-a-tat-tat. Sparks flew from the surface of the bone-devouring whip, but thanks to the extensive enhancements made to his armor's defenses, it staggered back only a short distance, sustaining minimal damage. Smack! The bone-devouring whip lashed out at Rhodes in the sky, a flash of white light severing the Gauss gun equipped on the Iron Patriot in half. Just as Stark regained his footing, a shadow suddenly leaped from the street shadows, once more bringing him crashing to the ground. Huh! The vampiric creature gaped its maw, incessantly lunging at Stark beneath it, emitting a series of guttural roars. Oh, what a grotesque sight! Stark, peering through the panel, was repulsed by the creature's menacing fangs and viscous slime, prompting him to unleash a repulsor blast that sent the beast reeling. Bang! The monstrous entity was hurled backward, green blood splattering in its wake. Upon landing, it seemed to recognize Stark's formidable nature, swiftly retreating into the shadows, its blood dripping onto the ground and corroding it into a plume of black smoke, which soon dissipated into the night as its wounds healed. Stark gazed at the charred armor where the creature's corrosive blood had marred his suit, feeling a surge of unease. The potency of that blood was astonishing. Had his armor not been forged from titanium alloy, his flesh would surely have been devoured. Stark, be careful, came Rhodey's alarmed shout. Stark turned just in time to see an electric whip curling toward him. As the whip was about to strike his face, it suddenly recoiled. Big guy, look over here. Gwen had miraculously appeared behind the whip wielder, ensnaring the arm that wielded the electric whip with her webbing, and then propelled herself forward. Bang! In the instant the foe turned, Gwen delivered a powerful kick to his midsection. The tremendous force reverberated through the thick armor of the whip wielder, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Crack! Crack! Bang! The whip wielder was launched like a cannonball, crashing through a streetlight and into a building, debris flying everywhere, leaving behind a gaping black crater. Impressive. Merlin landed beside Gwen, astonished, giving her a thumbs up. Though aware of Spider-Man's moniker as Little Hulk, witnessing the spectacle firsthand was a striking visual experience. He surmised that Ivan would certainly be feeling the repercussions of that kick. RC also descended behind Merlin, with no intention of engaging. For her, as long as she didn't actively harm Merlin, her primary duty remained to protect him. Gwen acknowledged Merlin's praise with a gesture. This guy's armor is too thick. It's completely impervious. Rhodey lamented over the comms. Stark shared his frustration. The opponent had sacrificed agility for brute strength in close combat, leaving him with limited options. It seemed the only recourse was to employ high-powered laser energy for cutting through. However, just as he prepared to activate the laser weapon, a creature suddenly lunged at him from the shadows once more. Sensing the residual heat in his abdomen, Stark's eyes brightened. The sound of crumbling bricks echoed from the depths of the crater, and soon a hefty figure, clutching its midsection, emerged from the darkness. Ivan, gritting his teeth and holding his waist, slowly climbed out of the pit, feeling as though his spine might have snapped from that kick. Hey, Ivan, look over here. Stark suddenly called out. As he turned towards the sound, a colossal alien creature was hurled above his head. Merlin instinctively raised his arm, unleashing a flurry of miniature missiles that struck the airborne vampire alien. The moment of detonation sent green blood splattering, resembling a rain shower upon the body of the death whip. Ivan initially froze, but was soon pierced by an intense burning sensation that penetrated to his very marrow, prompting him to cry out in agony. A deluge of blood cascaded onto him, the corrosive smoke enveloping him in its embrace. Merely witnessing the scene was excruciating. Gwen, observing the dire state of her companion, couldn't help but retreat a few steps. As the white smoke gradually dissipated and the death whip lay silent on the ground, Stark cautiously confirmed the creature's life status before daring to approach. Oh, how dreadful! Upon witnessing the shattered bones intertwined with armor and flesh, he turned away, unable to bear the sight. End of chapter. Chapter 96. The first wave of airdrops arrives, virus serum. Exploration skill chip. A series of comets streaked across the skies of Los Santos, landing between the cityscape as 60 players clad in battle armor descended upon the northern district. Big Boss, holding the increasingly unconscious Letty, returned to the modification shop. Letty. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he looked at Letty, who was ensnared in the bed. At that moment, Letty's face had sprouted dark silicates, resembling tattoos, her eyes engulfed in a shadowy hue, and her fearsome fangs continuously oozing saliva. Like an eerie humanoid beast, her ink-black eyes and silicate scales sent chills down one's spine. "Brother, what happened to Letty?" Mia asked, her expression a blend of concern and terror as she gazed at Letty, now monstrous in appearance. "She was attacked by a creature. The virus is currently ravaging her body. We must find the antidote swiftly." Big Boss furrowed his brow, feeling helpless in the face of Letty's impending transformation into an infected being. Just then, a familiar notification sound resonated. Brian pulled out his phone and quickly displayed a look of surprise. "Boss, we have a solution. Look at the mission." In his moment of despair, Big Boss snapped back to attention and opened his phone. Competition concluded. The match officially begins. The first batch of airdropped supplies has been deployed. Supplies include any weapon or vehicle from the store, skill chips, silver weapons. Virus serum, virus serum. Big Boss's eyes ignited with determination. "Quick, we must find the virus serum." Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way towards the armored suit. Time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the greater the peril for Letty. Once her neural pathways were fully compromised, even the serum would be futile. "Mia." In the face of peril, Brian handed Lydie a revolver, the unspoken words lingering in the air, heavy with implication. Mia flinched, unable to fathom the act of taking her brother's lover's life. "Protect yourself," Brian urged, shoving the hefty revolver into her grasp before decisively donning his armored suit. Pursuing the formidable figure clad in Air Force armor. In the Northern District, an aerial drop was anticipated, the platform growing increasingly extravagant. Stark and his team received updates on the mission, their eyebrows raised in surprise at the prospect of additional supplies. Meanwhile, Merlin hovered in the night sky, gazing down at the murky chaos below, reminiscent of a quagmire that was Los Santos. "Alas, it is far too dark this time," he lamented. Observing the inky expanse beneath him, though familiar streets and structures sparked a sense of intrigue within him. The Sancudo military base, Los Santos Airport, the Los Santos River, the Garden Bank, and the iconic Hollywood Hills, each landmark unfolded before his eyes. Throughout the city, apart from the fortified streets, silence reigned, with only frantic crowds scurrying through the streets, fleeing in terror. Whether vampires, mutants, or Deadpool variants, they thrived in the dark, damp environment, adept at stealthy predation. Thus, this encounter lacked the chaotic fervor of the previous lizard incident. Instead, a more insidious threat lurked, unpredictable and foreboding. While players could still confront the lizard men, the vampires lurking in the city's shadows posed a far graver challenge, as without silver weaponry or ultraviolet lights, they were utterly defenseless. Their only recourse was to collaborate with the police around the defensive perimeter, uniting to fend off the monstrous onslaught. The police had stationed ultraviolet lights along the barricades, capable of incinerating any vampire or infected entity that dared to breach their defenses. Yet, the coverage of the ultraviolet floodlights was limited, hastily established, and could only protect a fraction of the defenses. Nevertheless, as numerous bases centered around ultraviolet facilities were erected, and with the addition of 60 armored suits and Iron Man himself, a semblance of order began to return to the chaotic Northern District, offering residents a clearer path to safety. However, as the populace fled with purpose, the number of infected and latent carriers swelled, leading many makeshift bases to face internal strife and external threats. By the Los Santos River, a violet halo spread across the bridge, enveloping terrified residents within its glow. Surrounding them, armed police formed a protective circle, creating a natural barrier atop the bridge. At both ends of the bridge, shadowy figures darted around the violet perimeter, instinctively fearful of the radiant light, forced to circle the edges where police and players stood vigilant. The helicopter buzzed overhead, its bright searchlight illuminating the scene below, where a multitude of infected beings emitted a cacophony of howls, surging relentlessly toward the streets. Bang! Horn, wielding an electromagnetic gun, continually squeezed the trigger. Laser beams slicing through the air, obliterating the heads of the infected with each shot. Yet, in a startling turn of events, the headless corpses slowly rose, their crimson stumps visibly regenerating. Undeterred, Horn swiftly fired another shot, shattering the chest of one such creature. Bang! 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 He unleashed a flurry of shots, only pausing when his phone beeped, before targeting the next adversary. Score increased by 1. Total score, 130 points. Horn was among the first players in Los Santos. A retired soldier with a passion for automotive culture, his foray into the gaming world had proven lucrative, allowing him to acquire a military armored vehicle and an electromagnetic rifle. Prior to the commencement of the Los Santos competition, he had received communication from the police, opting for collaboration. The rationale behind his agreement lay not only in the ease of information access, but also in the protection it afforded his loved ones. However, it now appeared that the information was of little utility. They had anticipated a thrilling escapade akin to a game protagonist, only to find themselves ensnared in an apocalyptic scenario that left them reeling. Damn, these creatures are truly formidable. I expected zombies, but instead, I encountered these even more terrifying infected beings. A young player nearby lamented after finally dispatching one of the infected, expressing his frustration over the 3 incendiary bullets wasted. Initially, a single incendiary bullet sufficed to eliminate an infected, but as time passed, the creatures consumed more blood, their silicon exteriors becoming increasingly robust, necessitating 3 bullets for a single kill now. Moreover, the speed of the infected had escalated, making it challenging for bullets to find their mark. Horn glanced at the energy gauge of his electromagnetic rifle, noting it stood at 60%, with the duration of this game still uncertain. He grasped the silver cross worn around his neck and silently prayed to calm his racing heart. Nevertheless, he mused, it was certainly better than facing the police, who wielded makeshift clubs. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the sky. As the players looked up, a shimmering airdrop box descended slowly from the night sky. The airdrop had arrived. The eyes of all players sparkled with excitement. Before them, the once pitch-black sky erupted with brilliant white lights, resembling a constellation of stars strewn across the northern cityscape. Gradually, a 3 cubic meter box, suspended by parachutes, drifted down to various corners of the city. Players with flying vehicles like Del Rosso and Tyrant soared into the air, swiftly retrieving supplies from the airdrop, yet a substantial number of airdrops continued to land throughout the city. Before long, plumes of thick smoke began to rise. The transport aircraft in the sky flashed by in an instant, but soon, one fighter jet after another pursued it. It was evident that the military had been keeping a close watch on the situation in Los Santos. Let us go. We must seize the airdrop, Horn declared, glancing at the dwindling energy of his electromagnetic rifle. Prolonging their current state was untenable. Once their energy and ammunition were depleted, they would be utterly defenseless against the infected. With neither firearms nor artillery to rely on, engaging in close combat was out of the question. For the time being, they could only look forward to the airdrop supplies. After all, in a game, it was impossible not to provide players with a modicum of experience. With that thought, he stealthily broke away from the group and made his way towards his red Intimidator armored vehicle, accompanied by his comrades. Similarly, upon witnessing the airdrop descend, numerous players began to harbor their own intentions and stealthily sprinted towards their vehicles. Regardless of the circumstances, it was not their duty to protect these unrelated individuals. With a more promising direction ahead, they were unlikely to waste time here. Buzzing and roaring with the sound of engines, specialized vehicles departed from the bridge, dispersing in various directions towards the rising signal smoke. Hey, where are you all going? Come back quickly. Damn it, there are still so many people behind. How can you leave? Let them go. They will surely end up as monster fodder. Damn it, who told you to leave? Stop. I can offer you money. A lot of money. Please, take me with you. As the players departed, the defense of the outpost began to waver precariously, and the residents under the ultraviolet lights felt a wave of panic wash over them upon seeing the players driving away in their vehicles. Some began to curse angrily, while others were willing to pay to follow along. Game currency and real currency were interchangeable. Bringing one more person along was not a significant issue, provided they could remain quiet within the vehicle. Hence, players with armed vehicles were not particularly bothered by this. More individuals felt that, compared to the pitch-black world teeming with monsters outside, remaining within the protective circle of ultraviolet light was far safer. The police were somewhat helpless regarding the players' departure. After all, these players were also residents of Los Santos, albeit with a unique status due to the platform. Fortunately, as a large number of players and residents left, the protective barrier began to shrink, allowing them to retreat into the safety of the ultraviolet light. However, correspondingly, a multitude of infected began to surge forward. With the airdrop's descent, players who had previously concealed themselves in various locations emerged, each piloting their vehicles. Some players, equipped with silver items and ultraviolet lights, were entirely unafraid of vampires and the infected, yet they remained wary of other players attempting to seize their spoils. Thus, they opted to remain hidden and quietly develop their resources, accumulating points. While other players needed 3 shots to eliminate the infected, these individuals merely raised their ultraviolet lights to dispatch them with ease. Only the lurking vampires and other players posed a genuine threat to them. Among the players, many have acquired these unique items, and some have even seized the opportunity to sell silverware. However, with the arrival of airdrops, they no longer intend to linger. While silverware or purple lights may not be of necessity, the newly introduced skill chips and the serum for curing the vampire virus are indeed essential. What should be done next? These monsters are seemingly endless, and aimlessly wasting time here is hardly a viable solution. Rod extended his hands, and electromagnetic pulses shot forth, striking down an isolated infected entity, while he inquired through the headset. Yet, merely exterminating these infected beings proves to be of little consequence. It is imperative to locate the concealed vampire aberrations. Otherwise, the infected will continue to emerge relentlessly. Merlin wielded an electric whip, sweeping through the area, clearing a substantial distance. This electric whip apparatus was salvaged from Ivan's armor. Although much of it had been corroded by the alien blood, Merlin managed to find a relatively intact piece, which he repaired and put to use. Although he did not bring the Edmund mechanical longsword, the electric whip proved effective, severing a circle of infected entities in half with a single lash. Meanwhile, Gwen swung through the city on strands of web, rescuing those in peril. I am well aware of this, yet these monsters are elusive. I wonder when the players from Freedom City will arrive. Rod found himself yearning for their presence. Once the players from Freedom City arrive, the situation should reverse. The players from Los Santos have had insufficient time to develop. They remain rather inexperienced. Let us go and explore what the airdrop platform has to offer. Perhaps there will be a delightful surprise. Stark's voice suddenly echoed through the headset. Rod, intrigued, immediately followed suit. Merlin knew quite well what lay within the airdrop, having placed the items himself, yet the allure of a blind box remained enticing. Whoosh! With a vigorous thrust of his arms, he ascended into the sky, closely followed by RC. Soon, they traced the signal smoke to the nearest airdrop, situated atop a rooftop. However, at this moment, two teams of players had already gathered around the airdrop. One group brandished electromagnetic rifles and rode Tyrant 2, while the other consisted of two individuals clad in iron battle armor. Both sides stood guard, warily confronting one another. Leave this place. We discovered it first, Brian warned, raising his arm. This is no child's play. Whoever sees it claims it, Horn retorted, brandishing his electromagnetic rifle, while the Tyrant 2 beneath his allies stirred restlessly. Missiles primed and ready. As neither side was willing to yield, Big Tang promptly intervened. We only require the virus serum. The rest is yours. He lowered his weapon and raised his arm to indicate his intentions. Upon hearing this, Horn's gaze flickered, considering the imposing iron armor of his adversary. He was reluctant to escalate tensions. Very well. He nodded in agreement. Horn and Donald lowered their weapons and approached the supply crate, while Brian and Horn's teammate remained on guard, eyeing each other warily. Donald tore open the crate, revealing a plethora of resources that instantly captivated their attention. A skill chip for reconnaissance? Horn's eyes gleamed upon seeing one of the labeled items among the supplies. The chapter concluded with the revelation of combat prediction chips, knife technique chips, and astonished players. As the supply crate opened, the first layer revealed a detailed inventory of its contents. Stepping out of his combat suit, Donald approached the supply box, his gaze flitting over various weapon chips. At last, amongst the final entries, he spotted the item he yearned for. A look of delight spreading across his face. The virus serum. I want this, he declared, pointing decisively at the serum. Horn smirked slightly. Your luck is quite remarkable. He perceived that the bald man before him must have had a relative or friend infected by the vampire alien, for he would not forsake abundant resources for merely a single virus serum. Once more, they delved into the crate, both men busily retrieving items, while their respective companions, no longer in confrontation, remained vigilant of their surroundings. Found it. Soon, Donald carefully extracted a vial of blue reagent from the crate, accompanied by an instruction manual. Virus serum can eliminate the virus and restore normalcy before the brain is irrevocably damaged. He suppressed his excitement and returned with the virus serum to the Iron Air Force. Let us go, we've got it. Wonderful. Brian exhaled in relief, for otherwise, they would have had to search through other supply drops. Without further hesitation, the two swiftly departed from the rooftop of the building, heading towards the modification shop. Horn, oblivious to their exit, gazed eagerly at the metallic box in his hands. The exterior bore an instruction manual as well. Grade, rare, combat prediction chip, anticipates the future. It can predict the target's next move by analyzing the movement of their skeletal muscles. Usage, place it at the center of the shoulder blade along the spine. Note, if you wish to switch chips, do not discard your pet. Horn's eyes brightened as he opened the metallic box, revealing a completely black, spider-like mechanical entity before him. He picked up the palm-sized spider, examining it closely. Upon noticing the chip in its abdomen, He gritted his teeth and, following the instructions, positioned the mechanical spider at the spinal location. As the spider made contact with his skin, 8-minute spikes pierced into his spinal nerves, and the nanochip in its abdomen gradually illuminated. As the delicate spikes embedded themselves into his skin, they began to connect with his nerves. Horn felt a shiver traverse through his body, his pupils momentarily dilating before swiftly returning to normalcy. The black mechanical spider, having successfully completed the chip implantation procedure, scuttled along his back until it perched upon his shoulder, resembling a beloved pet. As Horn regained his senses, he marveled at the mechanical arachnid, then extended his arm to rub the area along his spinal column, where a subtle square protrusion confirmed the successful implantation of the chip. "Brother Horn, are you all right?" The youth beside him, noticing Horn's momentary tremor, expressed concern as he returned to normalcy. Horn turned his head, and with a mere thought, the skeletal structure and musculature of the youth materialized in his mind. A fleeting red silhouette indicated the youth's next movement, perfectly aligning with the phantom's trajectory. Movement prediction. Horn felt a surge of astonishment at such advanced technology. "Brother, are you okay? Why are you silent?" The youth waved his hand, puzzled by Horn's unwavering gaze. "Oh, I'm fine. Let us leave this place." Horn snapped back to reality, hastily gathering the supplies before sprinting downstairs. The youth followed suit, taking the remaining items, and together they descended on the tyrant. The rooftop was perilously dangerous. Upon entering an office area, the lights flickered to life, illuminating a plethora of weapons strewn across the floor. The metallic clatter resonated as a silver set of throwing knives was tossed out. Throwing knives. The youth's eyes sparkled at the sight. "Nalin, take this. It should complement the throwing knife set," Horn remarked, his gaze shifting as he pushed a metallic box towards Nalin. Nalin picked up the box and, upon reading the label, was taken aback. "My goodness, is this for real? Level, Premium, Throwing Knife Technology Chip. Mastery in Throwing Knife Techniques. Usage Instructions. Note: the throwing knife technology chip provides a much clearer and more concise overview than the detailed combat prediction associated with rare items." Unable to contain his excitement, Nalin opened the box, revealing a silver spider, comparable in size to the one on Horn's shoulder. Realizing the implications, he glanced at the black spider on Horn's shoulder and understood. "Brother Horn, have you already implanted it?" "Yes, there are no issues at present," Horn replied with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Nalin wasted no time, promptly placing the silver spider on his back. Even if it was not perfectly positioned, the device would automatically adjust itself, provided it was not too far off. With the chip implanted, Nalin felt a slight tremor as the process completed. Is there any difference? He wondered aloud, examining his hands with curiosity. "Why not test it and see?" Horn suggested. Indeed, Nalin eagerly grasped the throwing knife set from the ground. Level, Ordinary, Silver Flying Knife. He produced a finely crafted silver flying knife, surveying his surroundings before the knife was launched from his grasp. With a soft thud, it embedded itself at the center of the clock hanging on the wall. Thud, thud. In the next moment, his hand moved with such speed that it appeared as a blur, sending forth a flurry of flying knives that struck their targets with unerring precision. Nalin gazed at his hands in disbelief. Although he had practiced before, he had never achieved such accuracy. In the past, he often struggled to control the knives at long distances, leading to frequent misses, but now, that issue had been flawlessly resolved. "Quickly retrieve the knives. We will rely on you to confront the monsters ahead," Horn urged, continuing to sift through the supplies. Most of what remained were weapons and ammunition, including several special bullets. However, he soon seemed to discover something, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Level, Premium, Probe Chip. This is a pair of glasses equipped with a probe chip that can sense all biological fluctuations within a kilometer. Note: with this, you will no longer fret over hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. Horn turned to Nalin, who had just returned with the retrieved darts. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. Players from Freedom City arrive. The situation turns around. Los Santos Bridge. Above the Los Santos River, a pulsating violet light flickered incessantly. While the infected beings surrounding it howled under the cold moonlight, their jet black, smooth masks reflecting the flickering flames, creating an eerie spectacle as if monsters were emerging from the very asphalt. As time passed, they coalesced into a relentless tide of darkness, with the violet light standing as a solitary beacon, seemingly on the verge of being swallowed whole. Damn it! A weary officer mechanically squeezed the trigger. But as the flash of the gun faded, a hollow sound echoed from within. In frustration, he cast aside his rifle, retreating a few steps as he gazed at the endless waves of infected beings beyond the violet glow. "Boss, I'm out of bullets." The seasoned officer, puffing on a cigarette, apathetically observed the chaos outside. "You should have left with those players. You are one of them." entitled to the resources of the platform rather than waiting here for death. He said in a subdued tone. No, I cannot abandon you or them, the young officer replied, shaking his head as he glanced back at the residents huddled together in the violet light. Do not worry, with the violet light, these monsters cannot breach our defenses. Once military support arrives, we shall be saved, he asserted optimistically. The seasoned officer exhaled a plume of white smoke, peering through the mist at the infected beings outside the violet light, yet his expression was far from optimistic. Only 3 hours had passed since the game commenced, and the entire northern district had already fallen. Do you believe that when the military is prepared to arrive here, how much longer can the entire city endure? Upon hearing this, the young officer fell silent, subsequently pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Suddenly, just as he was engulfed by a sense of despair, a commotion erupted from the surrounding dark tide, and the throngs of infected were carelessly tossed aside, as if a tank had rolled in, causing chaos and panic. Within the dense mass of infected, a path was forcefully cleared. In the protective circle of the purple light, all officers stood alert, their eyes fixed on the ominous, shadowy passage ahead. One by one, the infected began to disperse, and a colossal creature, resembling a lion and cloaked in deep crimson, emerged slowly. Its thick, blood-stained, silicon-like exterior was robust, and while it bore some resemblance to the ordinary aberrations described in the mission, it lacked the grotesque fangs of a vampire, instead boasting a more sinister crimson hue. The crimson-skinned aberration approached the violet light, cautiously leaning forward towards the beam, as its forehead drew nearer to the ultraviolet rays. Everyone within the circle held their breath in tense anticipation. The purple light illuminated the creature's brow, casting a faint halo. The atmosphere was thick with suspense, and when it became apparent that the aberration was neither unscathed nor exhibiting any abnormalities, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. What could this signify? It was self-evident. Impossible. It appeared utterly unharmed. A voice trembled in fear, echoing the collective horror. The aberration seemed to harbor a disdain for the light, yet its allure was overshadowed by the tantalizing flesh before it. This was an elite aberration. In an instant, it lunged into the crowd like a wolf amidst sheep. A police officer brandished a silver knife, striking the aberration, but the wound swiftly healed under the violet light. The creature retaliated, sinking its teeth into him. Help! Quickly! Get out! The once peaceful zone illuminated by the purple light erupted into chaos, screams piercing the night as the deathly aberration surged within. While the relentless tide of infected pressed from the outside, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, their cries resonating with despair. Suddenly, the overhead purple light extinguished, plunging the bridge into darkness. At that moment, Merlin sat cross-legged atop a towering structure, propping his chin on one hand, gazing out over Los Santos. In the northern region of Los Santos, glimmers of purple starlight flickered amidst the pitch-black streets, revealing temporary bases hastily constructed. The twinkling stars seemed to form a celestial map, subtly interlinked amidst the thick fog of signals. However, in an instant, one of the purple lights abruptly dimmed, followed by a cascade of extinguished stars, as if someone had severed the power supply, plunging the star map back into shadow. The neon lights only served to deepen the coldness enveloping this silent city. As the black tide surged forth like ink, it began to gradually engulf the violet star map, the cacophony of roars drowning out the relentless sounds of gunfire. With the extinguishing of the northern star map, the black tide spread outward with an observable swiftness. Alas, perhaps next time I should choose a smaller nation. This battlefield is simply too vast, Merlin murmured with a hint of regret. Rising to his feet, he gazed towards the east, a vague direction for the next battleground forming in his mind. Checking the time, he turned his attention towards the direction of Liberty City. Just as he spoke, a brilliant light appeared on the pitch-black horizon, and suddenly, the entire sky above Los Santos erupted like fireworks. A myriad of starlight cascading down like a meteor shower upon the city. Liberty City players have arrived in Los Santos. The exhilarating news rapidly spread throughout the entirety of Los Santos. Whoosh! A brilliant illumination round exploded in the air above Los Santos, illuminating the rampant infected and chaotic scenes throughout the city streets. The players from Liberty City had arrived. Horn lifted his gaze, watching as comets streaked across the sky. Just moments after resolving the vampire virus within Letty, Big Tang and his companions emerged, their eyes wide as they beheld the brightening night sky. A convoy consisting of Durasso and Tyrant vehicles glided by, interspersed with Vigilante Transformers and the Ultra Burn Transformers Legion. On the ground, Vigilantes, Ultra Burn units, and Teraldo vehicles merged into the various lanes of Los Santos. Aircraft soared overhead, their cabins opening as players piloted their vehicles into the brisk night air, cheering as they plunged into the darkness. Woohoo! Let us give the rookies of Los Santos a little shock. Ah, here I come. Open your parachutes. Puff, puff, puff. Following the passage of thousands of comets, a multitude of parachutes resembling mushrooms, laden with vehicles and players, floated through the skies. Buzzing in orderly rows, they arrived in the crisis-laden city of Los Santos, carrying with them madness and hope. The stars merely provided a platform. As time progressed, the players from Liberty City had formed numerous guilds and clubs, uniting rather than scattering like the events of the Lizard incident. The concentration of players signified a concentration of resources, fostering cooperation and mutual benefit among the guilds and clubs. Originally shrouded in darkness and fraught with peril, Los Santos transformed into a vibrant cacophony with the arrival of the Liberty City players, countless individuals entering the game with excitement. Chaos. It became even more tumultuous. Like a stagnant pool of despair, Los Santos was suddenly invigorated as if a bomb had been thrown into it. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire. An infected being was instantly pierced through the chest in the street. However, this time the infected entity did not undergo self-healing. Instead, it swiftly transformed into a charred corpse that shattered with a thunderous crash. The Blade Warrior, clad in a black trench coat and donning sunglasses in the dead of night, lowered his handgun and frowned at the dissipating remains of the infected. Compared to ordinary vampires, their defense seemed somewhat stronger, perhaps due to the external black shell. Clang. Swish. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and the surrounding infected entities froze instantaneously, subsequently disintegrating into a cloud of ash. Score 111. The Blade Warrior flicked his long knife and was about to sheath it when a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. Bang. Instinctively, he raised his blade in defense, and an infected creature collided violently with the edge of his weapon. With a whoosh, the infected entity disintegrated upon contact with the silver blade, scattering like sand upon the ground. He gazed ahead, where a towering black mech swung a crimson metallic staff. Sweeping away, the infected scattered around the streets in a breathtaking display. In front of the mech, a figure clad in a tight red suit and hood, wielding a blind cane, was engaged in a relentless battle against the surrounding infected entities. It was the Night Demon. Bang! A shadowy figure darted past. Still dressed in a suit, John rode his Hellcat down the street, followed closely by a green-furred beagle that resembled a lion, deftly trampling over infected entities in its path. Woof woof. Suddenly, Duke halted and barked twice at a darkened house. John and the Hellcat quickly came to a stop and joined Duke's side. Are there vampire mutants here? John, weapon in hand, eyed the entrance warily. Woof woof. Duke barked again, then charged through the door with determination. John, clutching a rifle, followed suit. Rat-a-tat-tat. Woof woof. How? Soon, the interior of the house erupted with the sounds of rapid gunfire and barking, followed by anguished cries until silence fell. Only then did John emerge alongside Duke, exuding calmness. Let us move on to the next location. The arrival of players from Freedom City shifted the tide of battle instantaneously. Having experienced the Lizard incident, they seemed well acquainted with the chaos, and players equipped with Heart of Steel began to wreak havoc. However, some, due to their arrogance, fell prey to lurking vampire mutants, meeting their demise. Horn, wielding a fully charged electromagnetic rifle, traversed the corridor, while Nalin donned reconnaissance glasses, hands poised over a set of throwing knives at his waist, ready for action. The two cautiously descended the staircase, alert to their surroundings. Here they come, Nalin whispered urgently, as if sensing something through his keen sight. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow lunged from the darkened hallway towards them. Whoosh! A throwing knife flew from his hand, cutting through the air with a chilling gleam. Flash! The vampire xenomorph that had been toppled in midair immediately disintegrated into ash, vanishing into the shadows. Yet, within the edifice, there was not merely one xenomorph. Nalin swiftly hurled 3 throwing knives, dispatching the shadowy figures that emerged from the darkness, reducing them to mere fragments. Nevertheless, another one managed to stealthily breach their defenses. Horn's gaze was fixed intently on the approaching xenomorph, and he anticipated its every move with uncanny precision. Bang! An electromagnetic pulse surged forth, its tremendous charge piercing through the xenomorph's cranium with lethal force. Be careful, there's another one, Nalin suddenly exclaimed, flinging a throwing knife toward Horn. However, at that moment, the xenomorph had already reached Horn's rear. Alarm bells rang in Horn's mind as he hastily turned around, but the creature's fangs were perilously close, leaving him no time to react. Just as Horn was on the verge of being bitten, a plasma cannon struck the xenomorph's abdomen with devastating force. Bang! The massive frame of the vampire xenomorph was sent hurtling away. Who was that? Both men instinctively turned their attention toward the source of the attack, where a ripple of light traversed the space, revealing a robust figure emerging from the dim illumination. Horn and Nalin were taken aback, stepping back in trepidation. It was the Predator. After eradicating all xenomorphs in New Mexico, he had returned to Los Santos. Though he revered the spirit of the warrior, he was not foolish. How could one possibly confront an opponent wreathed in lightning? Carmi cast a glance at the duo, casually retrieving a throwing knife from the wall and scanning it. It was silver. Under the watchful eyes of Horn and Nalin, he took the silver throwing knife and once again vanished into the shadows. Whoosh! The healing xenomorph on the ground was instantly struck by a throwing knife, disintegrating into ash. Horn and Nalin remained vigilant, waiting for an extended period until it became evident that their adversary had no intention of reappearing, prompting them to cautiously alter their positions. After collecting the throwing knives, Nalin noticed one was missing. It was likely taken by that peculiar and mysterious being. Consider it a repayment for saving your life, Horn remarked with a smile, patting Nalin's shoulder before continuing down the staircase. That was your life saved, Nalin mumbled as he hurried to catch up. However, upon reaching the street, the scene that greeted their eyes rendered them momentarily speechless. The once quiet street, filled with infected entities, was now bustling with activity, as various mech vehicles traversed the thoroughfare, forming a convoy that relentlessly swept away the surrounding infected. There were even silver artifacts and purple lights for the cleanup. The lingering fear that had once gripped Horn and Nalin dissipated upon witnessing the multitude of people in action. Today, I find myself at a loss for words. End of this chapter. Chapter 99. The second batch of supplies is set to arrive, as we seek the nests of the alien creatures. The arrival of players from Freedom City has brought this game to a thrilling climax, and with the players from Los Santos having consumed the first batch of supplies, humanity's counteroffensive has finally commenced. Merlin stands atop a tower, observing the transformations below. Following the arrival of the players from Freedom City, the black tide that had rapidly spread across Los Santos began to visibly recede, while the points accumulated on the platform surged at an astonishing rate. The second batch of supplies is about to arrive. Just as the players fervently hunted the infected and the alien beings, the platform issued yet another announcement. Boom! A brilliant electromagnetic cannon streaked across the dimly lit streets, obliterating the infected with the ease of bursting bubbles. At the source of this chaos stood a tall, dark collid Gilatank transformer, its long electromagnetic cannon still crackling with arcs of electricity. Suddenly, a dark red alien creature leaped from the shadows, landing upon the arm of the collid transformer. "Get off, you pest!" the collid exclaimed, disdainfully shaking its arm, yet the creature clung fiercely to the mechanical seams, refusing to be dislodged. Buzz! An atomic arc wave erupted violently in the air, sending the alien creature that had adhered to the collid flying away with a shriek. Rat-a-tat-tat! The collid's other arm deployed a machine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets that turned the fallen alien into a sieve. Perched upon the shoulder of the collid, Harry held his atomic energy gun, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Despite the collid transformer's unmatched prowess, caution was paramount in the face of the hidden aliens lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a grimace crossed Harry's face as he glanced at his arm, where a blood-red imprint had emerged, surrounded by dark, silicate substances. I must find the virus serum quickly. Earlier, he had been clearing the area alongside the collid. But as they turned a corner, an alien had unexpectedly lunged from an adjacent building, sinking its teeth into his arm. Had the collid not reacted swiftly, he might have been dragged into the abyss. Consequently, he had ascended to the collid's shoulder. Roar! As he pondered this, the aliens, previously reduced to mere remnants on the ground, suddenly surged, attempting to flee the scene. The collid immediately activated the makeshift ultraviolet lights. However, the ultraviolet lights, which had proven invincible since entering the city, now appeared utterly ineffective, as the aliens fixated on the light and vanished into the darkness. What is going on? Is it ineffective? The collid pondered, glancing at the ultraviolet light strapped to its arm, noting that the light itself was functioning perfectly. It should be the elite alien. For now, let us disregard that and seek out players in Los Santos, for they were the first to acquire supplies and are bound to possess the virus serum. Harry recalled the dark crimson silicon shell upon the alien and explained briefly, then gently patted Khan's head and said, "We must head to the North District, for that is the source of the incident. Come into my body." With that, Khan prepared to transform into his tank form. Suddenly, Harry's phone chimed. The second wave of supplies is about to be deployed. Khan, hold on a moment. Harry's expression brightened as he read the notification, and he raised his gaze. 3 transport aircraft buzzed through the night sky, their lights flashing, and like eggs being laid, a series of supply crates began to plummet from the heavens. Within a mere minute, the skies above Los Santos were filled with a multitude of airdrops. Unlike the previous drop that only covered a portion of the North District, this time it encompassed the entirety of Los Santos. As the crates descended, players with flying vehicles were the first to soar upward to claim their prizes. Vehicles like the Deroso and Tyrant ascended like schools of fish, each selecting a supply crate. However, some players appeared unsatisfied with merely one crate. After thoroughly scavenging the contents, they ventured forth to other drops. Suddenly, a barrage of missiles erupted in midair, and a player piloting a Deroso was incinerated in a fiery explosion against the night sky. Khan raised his electromagnetic cannon, aiming at the airborne players, energy crackling with anticipation. At this moment, those players, having secured their supplies, dared not linger in the air for too long and hastily returned to the safety of the city. The second wave of airdrops was plentiful, yet for nearly 100,000 players, it felt akin to searching for grains of rice. Thus, any airborne player who was overly greedy would inevitably face repercussions. Just then, a supply crate, swaying precariously under the drag of its parachute, descended in front of Harry. Fortune smiled upon him. As he observed the crate releasing a plume of yellow smoke, his eyes sparkled with delight, which Khan then gently lifted for him. Khan, be vigilant. Do not allow anyone to approach. The supply crate was modest in size, approximately 1 cubic meter. He swiftly pried it open, revealing a list that caught his eye. Purple light, hemolytic gun set, firearm skill chip, virus serum, 36 explosive bullets, 2 heavy revolvers, with a swift motion. The serum in the test tube was emptied and injected into Harry's body. He glanced at his arm, observing the black silicon substance receding at a visibly rapid pace. With a sigh of relief, Harry felt the tension within him ease. Once his nerves had settled, he turned his attention to the remaining supplies. Grade, Premium, Hemolytic Gun Set, Hemolytic Launcher, 10 tubes of Hemolytic Agent, imbued with dissolving healing factor effect. Grade, Premium, Weapon Technology Chip, Weapon Proficiency on the other side. Merlin gathered with Stark and the others. The situation at the scene had momentarily stabilized, allowing us to search for the alien nest mentioned in the mission. Stark stood atop the tower and proclaimed, "The outbreak of calamity began in the northern district, which implies that the alien nest is likely situated nearby." As he spoke, he projected a map of northern Los Santos. Based on the estimated number of aliens, it was evident that this nest had existed for quite some time, making the likelihood of it being within the city rather low. Therefore, our primary exploration direction would be around the Hollywood Hills. I shall venture westward into the mountain range. Merlin will head south, and Rod will proceed eastward. Make sure to inform us immediately upon discovery. This is not the time for individual heroics. He glanced at Merlin as he uttered the last sentence, clearly indicating that the youngest, Merlin, was the most likely to indulge in such heroism. End of chapter update. Yesterday, I was scratched by a cat, feeling a bit nauseous and lacking appetite. Today, I want to get vaccinated. I aim for 6,000 words. Chapter 100, Alien Nest. The team gathers again this time. Merlin distributed approximately 3,000 skill chips, of which 60% were premium, 35% were ordinary, and the remaining 5% were rare. The rare chips primarily consisted of combat prediction and memory simulation. Combat prediction is straightforward, while memory simulation resembles a memory palace chip. Both types connect to the brain's neural pathways, unlike the premium chips, which only link to the spinal cord. These rare chips were developed by Merlin himself, while the premium and ordinary chips were mass-produced. In addition to the chips, there were special bullets, silverware, UV lights, serums, and hemolytic agents. The hemolytic agent was specifically designed to combat the Deadpool aliens, implying that one must acquire the hemolytic agent to eliminate them. Consequently, as the second wave of airdrops was being utilized, players began a full-scale counteroffensive. Faced with the indestructible Deadpool aliens, they could only attempt to capture them and subsequently inquire in the chat group who possessed the hemolytic agent. The number of players gradually diminished. But as the gaming environment became increasingly secure, many ordinary individuals who obtained airdrop supplies also accumulated sufficient points to become players. Thus, the number of players on the platform began to rise once more. The direction Merlin sought was precisely where the alien nest was located. However, upon arriving at the alien nest tunnel, he discovered that others had already reached the site and were engaged in battle with the aliens at the tunnel's entrance. Boom! An arrow struck a vampire alien on the head, exploding and erupting in a burst of flames. Natasha, clad in a crimson bodysuit, advanced swiftly, wielding a silver dagger that she plunged into the struggling, charred form of the alien creature on the ground. The vampire alien let out a few agonized cries of defiance before dissipating into nothingness. Meanwhile, the massive black and red Hellcat was pinning down a Deadpool alien as if it were a mere mouse, its metallic palm visibly corroded in places. John looked on helplessly at his corroded silver longsword. Ah, it seems this is indeed the elite alien, but it appears to be immortal. If we cannot kill it, how are we to earn points? Surely the game wouldn't design something solely to vex the players, would it? The Saint, wielding a Nepalese machete layered with silver, bore some dents and pockmarks, evidently from the splattered blood of the aliens. Uncle Punishment glanced at Hawkeye and Natasha beside him. I just checked the posts on the player forum. To defeat the elite alien, we need to airdrop a hemolytic agent. I've already purchased a set. Should we wait? Natasha stepped back a few paces, casually swinging her silver short dagger as she replied, it's best to hold off. No one knows how many elite aliens lurk within the lair. A couple we can manage, but more than that would be overwhelming, Hawkeye suggested, aware that everyone had experience dealing with such crafty aliens. With silver items in hand, they felt emboldened, though the corrosive nature of the alien's blood remained a significant concern. In this regard, the vampire alien was less troublesome than the ordinary variants. Who was there? At that moment, Hawkeye seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly drawing his bowstring with the arrow aimed into the darkness. As he made this discovery, the others too became alert, raising their weapons toward the shadows. Under their watchful gaze, accompanied by a flicker of optical electronics, the imposing figure of a predator stealthily materialized before them, with a shoulder-mounted cannon primed. Several targeting red dots had inexplicably found their way onto the heads of the group. The Hellcat let out a warning growl, the atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. Hawkeye squinted, seemingly recognizing the figure, recalling their previous encounter in New Mexico against the vampire alien. Hey, what is going on here? Just then, a voice echoed from above, breaking the heavy silence between the two parties. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Uncle Punishment and the others raised their eyebrows in surprise. With a flash of white light, Merlin, clad in battle armor, descended between the two groups. This guy isn't an enemy. We've seen him before in New Mexico, Merlin explained, casually draping an arm over Camille's shoulder. Camille, who often preferred solitude, felt a bit uncomfortable but, sensing no hostility, refrained from assuming an aggressive stance. In New Mexico, aside from the mission target, the being clad in black and white armor and wielding a mechanical greatsword left a profound impression on him. This scene contrasted starkly with the Earth depicted in the Iron Blood records. Moreover, the individuals before him exuded an unusual aura. Is it just you? Natasha, upon encountering Merlin, lowered her weapon and inquired. She recalled that Merlin was supposed to be with Stark. Stark and Rhodes are searching other areas. I have sent a message, and they should arrive shortly. It has been a while. It seems fate has once again united us as teammates. Last time, you were the protected key figure, Natasha smiled, feeling a wave of relief upon hearing that Stark and the others would come. After all, they were uncertain how many creatures awaited them in the alien nest, especially with the final alien queen lurking. While their points would be diluted among more participants, their primary goal was not to achieve rank, but to resolve this crisis. Long time no see. John waved and greeted them. Since Merlin joined Hammer Industries and established the Merlin Laboratory, they had not seen each other for quite some time, and they reminisced about their past missions. How many points have you acquired? Merlin casually asked. Not much, but the rewards from this game are nearly sufficient, John replied, having obtained a rare memory simulation chip, while Uncle Ben acquired a combat prediction chip. Their powers had significantly increased. Natasha and Hawkeye had also gathered some premium supplies. While waiting for Stark and his companions, they gathered around the Deadpool alien to discuss. Merlin, as a technician of this platform, do you know any insider information? Natasha probed tentatively. No, Merlin shook his head, but I did receive a mission to New Mexico related to these creatures, though not of the kind we see here. Natasha and Hawkeye nodded, aware of Merlin's presence in New Mexico. This implied that the organization had been planning this for months, and Merlin was likely dispatched in a capacity akin to that of a tester. After taking some traditional medicine, I feel much better. The chapter concluded. Chapter 101. The Radiant Judgment. Entering the tunnel, the guarding worker bees. Accompanied by a whooshing sound slicing through the air, a young man piloting a drossel arrived at the scene. Hey, who is the burgundy romantic? The young man called out, his head poking out of the window. Burgundy romantic? Merlin silently directed his gaze towards Natasha, who possessed wine-red hair. That's me. Natasha, slightly embarrassed, tucked her hair behind her ear and gestured. The young man then noticed Merlin and the others, and upon seeing John's face, his eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness. The Punisher, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the suit-wearing cat, along with Little Merlin, were present. Little Merlin rolled his eyes. Ever since the lizard incident, he had been bestowed with such a moniker due to the main storyline. Despite his frequent online proclamations of being the city's light and his claims of concocting potions to avert crises, the impact had been minimal. Conversely, the title Little became increasingly significant, perhaps due to his public appearances without a mask, lacking an air of mystery. Otherwise, he might as well have adopted a name like Dr. Dawn. Are you all here? Where's Daredevil? Iron Man didn't join you? The youth, while producing a hemolytic agent, eagerly inquired. Thank you, but we did not operate together, Natasha replied. Are you affiliated with the Light of Judgment? Indeed, though currently, I am merely a courier. I didn't expect you to have heard of us. The youth clenched his fist, making the golden tattoo on his hand more pronounced, proudly stating, "The Light of Judgment is one of the largest guilds in the free city service area and the first guild established in the platform game. The first flare in Los Santos was released by them. Those who have played the game are surely aware of you. To be frank, with the establishment of offline gaming guilds, even the Falcon had to shift his focus here. Previously, their efforts were primarily directed towards the reconstruction of Apple City, the Lizard Incident, and the Green People race, leaving them overwhelmed these past few months. By the time they regained their senses, both the offline platform and the players were nearing maturity, with the government having limited options, especially since they often purchase weapon research on the offline platform themselves. Moreover, the individuals who founded the guilds possess considerable influence in society. I have another order to fulfill. I must take my leave." After requesting a signature from everyone, the youth swiftly exited the scene. Shortly thereafter, a post surfaced on the offline forum, revealing information on the resale of the alien nest addresses. Players from the Light of Judgment in Los Santos began to mobilize towards Merlin and the others. "Quickly, we must accelerate our actions, otherwise, we will encounter trouble when a multitude of players arrives," Natasha remarked gravely, sensing the message transmitted from the red spider on her shoulder. Sometimes, having more people creates more complications. This is not merely a game. The tunnel space is confined, and no one can predict what may transpire. "Should we wait for Stark and the others?" "They should arrive in a few minutes," Merlin inquired. "Let us proceed. They can catch up with us swiftly," the Punisher declared, shaking the rough, silver ballistic dagger in his hand. John and the others nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us enter." Merlin shrugged nonchalantly, aligning with the majority's decision. "Not in haste. Before that, let us test the efficacy of this agent," Natasha suggested, opening the supply box to reveal 30 vials of hemolytic agents and a makeshift firearm. The scene bore a striking resemblance to an anesthetic gun. He forcefully injected the hemolytic agent into the barrel, swiftly approaching the Deadpool alien, which was firmly pinned down by the Hellcat, thrashing in a desperate struggle. Whoosh! The hemolytic agent shot forth, slicing through the dark red, silicified exterior of the Deadpool alien and embedding itself within its flesh. The serum within the vial was injected into the alien's body as the pressure fluctuated. In no time, the thrashing Deadpool alien let out a wretched cry of agony, its violent movements intensifying to the point where the Hellcat felt it might no longer be able to hold it down. As the screams gradually diminished, the alien's form began to dissolve at a perceptible rate, appearing almost liquid-like. Within mere seconds, the Deadpool alien was reduced to nothing but a long, hardened silicified skull. The results were quite satisfactory, though precision targeting of its vulnerable spots was essential. Natasha cautiously stored the remaining hemolytic agent and proceeded with the tyrant towards the dark, profound cave. Although the hemolytic agent could eradicate the Deadpool alien and negate its healing factors, it still required injection. A standard metal syringe would be ineffective against the alien's sturdy silicified shell. Upon entering the cave, everyone instinctively formed a protective circle around Natasha. The Hellcat, Duke, and Saint marched at the forefront, followed closely by John and the Punisher, while the tyrant guarded Natasha's side, with Hawkeye and Merlin providing support from the rear. The Predator, armed with silver shurikens and a shoulder cannon, stood ready to attack at a moment's notice. Roar! Suddenly, a resonating roar echoed through the vast, shadowy tunnel, followed by a swarm of worker aliens that sensed the intrusion into their nest, angrily crawling towards them along the tunnel's periphery. Under the illumination, the numerous worker aliens resembled gigantic ants, baring their menacing mandibles as they charged forth with ferocious intent. Bang! Whoosh! Rat-a-tat-tat! Energy pulses, electromagnetic pulses, armor-piercing rounds, arrows, and plasma cannons erupted, transforming the once silent and shadowy tunnel into a cacophony of brilliance and noise. Bang! After the Saint obliterated the last worker alien's head with a shotgun blast, the tunnel fell once more into silence. Were these creatures truly so feeble? He pondered, giving a perplexed kick to the corpse of the worker alien. They appeared to be the reproductive variants, indicating that their lair lay within this very vicinity. Natasha crouched down for a closer inspection, gaining a measure of confidence regarding their target. Zzz. The Punisher tossed a flare, and as the magnesium ignited, everyone instinctively winced. Illuminated by the glow, the area was densely populated with towering alien eggs, coated in slime, evoking the sensation of stepping into a bizarre extraterrestrial cavern, which was likely to induce psychological discomfort. Whoosh! Suddenly, a facehugger burst from its shell, lunging directly at the Punisher's face. Splurt! Once everyone had come to their senses, the facehugger, resembling a grotesque creature, was swiftly dispatched by Punishment Uncle's blade, sent flying through the air. Bang! Damn! These monsters inherited their treacherous habits from birth. It's no wonder they delight in ambushes. The Saint murmured in disdain. I will make up for the missing chapters as soon as I recover. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 102. The Alien Queen. The Battle. The Laboring Alien? The facehugger emitted a pitiful scream before being obliterated by a shotgun blast from the Saint. Its green blood splattering and igniting a burning sensation in the vicinity. A series of infrared beams swept across the entire alien egg zone. As the shoulder cannon of the valiant warrior, Carmi, blazed to life, unleashing a torrent of plasma fire. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire area ahead was engulfed in a fierce blaze, the distant explosions causing the tunnel to tremble, debris cascading down as if the structure were on the verge of collapse. Hey, enough. If we continue bombarding this place, it will cave in. Hawkeye raised his hand defensively, urgently intervening. We still need to locate the alien queen. Natasha shouted in agreement. If we keep this up, the tunnel ahead will collapse, completely obstructing our path. Sensing the tremors surrounding him, Carmi promptly ceased fire. As the shockwaves dissipated, the tunnel was nearly shrouded in smoke and rubble. Yet all the alien eggs had been utterly destroyed. Speaking of which, if we were to present these alien eggs to those capitalist tycoons, which one would be more enticing? The tunnel fell silent for a moment until Merlin broke the stillness. This. Natasha and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. This is a thought-provoking question, Hawkeye remarked, raising an eyebrow, his tone subtly contemplative. I believe someone would indeed develop a corresponding market. If these aliens could inherit certain genetic traits from their hosts, they should yield a cadre of loyal and diligent laboring aliens, Merlin mused further. The others exchanged peculiar glances. According to Merlin's notion, a horde of fearsome aliens would toil endlessly under the exploitative gaze of unscrupulous bosses, a truly absurd image of 996 and 007. That's an interesting idea. We should keep one alien egg to explore this opportunity, John chuckled, and the atmosphere brightened momentarily. However, just as everyone prepared to advance, Duke, leading the charge, suddenly bristled, barking fiercely at the dark tunnel ahead. Woof, woof, grr. Duke emitted a low growl, crouching low and baring his fangs, poised for an attack. The Hellcat also seemed to sense something, its electronic eye scanning the shadows with caution. Thud, thud, roar. Heavy sounds echoed in the dim tunnel, punctuated by sharp, raspy growls that hinted at the emergence of some colossal beast. A tense atmosphere began to envelop the group as everyone raised their firearms, warily gazing into the depths of the tunnel. Thud, thud. The sound grew increasingly nearer, revealing a creature towering at 15 feet, reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, cloaked in a pitch-black hue. Adorning its head was a fan-shaped crown of petrified bone, while its arms, slender and emaciated like those of an aged man, contrasted sharply with its long, athletic limbs as it approached. The creature exuded an aura of regal, yet ferocious motherhood, akin to an enraged matriarch. The alien queen. Upon witnessing this colossal entity charging forth like a dinosaur, the thought instantly flashed through everyone's mind. Seeing the alien queen, Carmi in the rear was instantly electrified. Damn it, after so long on Earth, I finally encounter a worthy adversary. However, before he could revel in his excitement, the Hellcat had already sprung into action, its massive mechanical form leaping forward. A woof, 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 woof. Duke roared, joining the fray. Ahaha, at last. We meet. The Saint, exhilarated, slung his shotgun behind his back, unsheathed a long knife, and executed a few flourishes before charging ahead. Noticing this, Carmi had no time for reflection and swiftly launched his mechanical spear into the fray. This marked perhaps the least fulfilling hunting experience of his cosmic voyages. The creatures of this planet were even more deranged than his Ironblood clan. They had even established a vast hunting ground. Suddenly, from behind the alien queen, a group of 6 Deadpool aliens surged forth, acting as sentinels as they darted past her feet to engage the Hellcat and its companions. Whoosh! A metal arrow silently pierced the head of one Deadpool alien, followed by a surge of electricity erupting, ensnaring it within a web of currents. The rapidly moving alien was instantly incapacitated, stumbling to the ground. John unleashed an electromagnetic pulse that penetrated the alien's skull, immediately followed by a hemolytic agent that whistled through the air, accurately striking the wound of the Deadpool alien. Natasha swiftly inserted another vial of hemolytic agent, targeting the Deadpool alien pierced by Carmi's spear. Meanwhile, Merlin soared into the air, positioning himself above the struggle between the alien queen and the Hellcat. Boom! The Hellcat's enormous mechanical body pinned the alien queen beneath it, its claws relentlessly slashing and etching wounds into her exterior. Debris flew in all directions, leaving scratch marks on the tunnel walls. Yet, in the next moment, a stream of green acidic fluid erupted from the alien queen's maw, splattering across the Hellcat's face. The corrosive power elicited a shriek of agony from the Hellcat, which instinctively rolled aside, its claws clutching its face in distress. "Oh, whoa, Lena." In the back, John, hearing the Hellcat's cries, glanced over in alarm, but at that moment, a Deadpool alien lunged at him, leaving him unable to assist. The alien queen struggled to rise from the ground, but pain shot through her ankle the next instant, causing her to stagger against the tunnel wall. Woof woof. Duke viciously sank his teeth into the ankle of the alien queen, thrashing his head in a frenzy. With a furious roar, the alien queen flung him away with a powerful kick. Crack! A searing electric whip descended from above, and before the alien queen could regain her footing, she was forced to turn to the side to evade the strike. Whack! A piercing scream escaped the alien queen as a significant portion of her dark, fan-shaped crown was brutally severed, the intense heat instantly vaporizing her spilt blood. In the air, Merlin swung the electric whip once more, akin to a cowboy, delivering another lash across the alien queen's obsidian back. Crack! A charred scar appeared in its wake. Roar! The alien queen howled defiantly at the sky, then, like a wall-clinging gecko, swiftly adhered to the wall, her legs propelling her upward towards Merlin. Suddenly, Merlin yanked his arm, retracting the previously cast electric whip, which coiled around the neck of the charging alien queen like a serpent. Bang! The massive body of the alien queen crashed to the ground, the heat radiating from her neck searing her flesh, eliciting a frantic roar as she attempted to drag Merlin down from above. In the air, Merlin's battle armor engines roared to life, his hands gripping the electric whip apparatus tightly as they engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Chapter 103, Game Update. Career panel activated, Death Stranding. After a brief stalemate, the alien queen suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, hurling Merlin away. Bang! He collided heavily with the tunnel's interior, a burst of sparks erupting as he fell to the ground. Yet, the electric whip remained firmly clutched in his hand. Bang! Once on the ground, Merlin quickly regained his footing, leaning back as if he were a nail driven into the earth. Beneath his visor, he gritted his teeth, his face flushed as he stared at the colossal alien queen before him. "Little bug, you possess great strength, but that's what makes this enjoyable." Merlin activated the hydraulic electronic assistance of his armor, amplifying his arm's torque. Bang! With tremendous force, the ground cracked beneath him, and the alien queen, previously resembling a reluctant dog unwilling to return home, was suddenly yanked down by the explosive power of the electric whip, losing her balance and crashing heavily to the ground. My heavens, I didn't expect Merlin to be so ferocious. Natasha, watching this tumultuous scene, couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. The others, who had intended to assist, instinctively halted in their tracks. Crack! The electric whip coiled around the alien queen's neck suddenly tightened. Then, under Merlin's control, it circled around before striking down with force. Whack! A flash of white light shone as a long, slender, and remarkably emaciated leg was severed. Roar! The tunnel reverberated once more with the mournful cries of the alien queen. A grotesque alien queen, deprived of a hand and a foot, nearly half her body missing, found herself incapable of rising, rolling on the ground in despair, her corrosive green blood splattering everywhere. With a crack, Merlin once again lashed the creature's hardened head, leaving a deep charred mark. RC let out a furious roar, unleashing an electromagnetic cannon that engulfed the alien queen. A thunderous explosion echoed as her body was pierced and her life force extinguished, plunging the entire tunnel into a profound silence. Moments later, two bright streaks of light cut through the air as Iron Man and Rhodes arrived. "Oh, heavens, I'm pregnant again. What has become of my babies? Their mother doesn't even know to let them come back to see me. How tedious. Why hasn't she returned?" In the pitch-black cavern, Merlin and the others exchanged bewildered glances at Deadpool's soliloquy. It seemed this fellow was the embryonic spawn of the elite alien. Stark illuminated the surroundings with a spotlight, cutting through layers of repulsive slime to reveal the naked and incessantly chattering Deadpool. "Oh dear God, you finally found me. I felt like a production machine, endlessly churning. I'm on the verge of collapse." Upon spotting Stark and his companions, Deadpool immediately shifted his demeanor, his tone morphing into one of despondent numbness, akin to a woman in dire straits encountering her saviors. The Punisher stepped forward in silence, brandishing a ballistic knife to slice open Deadpool's abdomen, from which a writhing, yellow alien embryo, encased in slime, swiftly emerged. With a swift motion, Carl instantly grasped the embryo's neck, applying slight pressure, silencing it instantly. "No, my child," Deadpool lamented, extending his wounded arms, his cries a blend of sorrow and melodrama. Merlin and the others exchanged incredulous glances, their foreheads adorned with beads of sweat. This individual had immersed himself too deeply in the role. Perhaps it would be better to administer a sedative instead. Rhodes pouted, articulating his disbelief. Stark rubbed his chin, a flicker of recognition igniting within him as he scrutinized the figure before him. It was only upon recalling the last encounter with Wade, clad in his tight red suit and peculiar mask, that the realization dawned. Who is willing to lend a hand to extricate him? Natasha questioned, taking a step back in mild distaste at the sight of the slime-covered figure. John and the others instinctively retreated a few steps, leaving the contemplative Stark at the forefront. Observing the rapidly vacating space around him, Stark felt a twinge of exasperation but suppressed his nausea as he pulled Deadpool out. "Oh, I remember you now. You audaciously confident weirdo in the tight suit." Deadpool, who had initially intended to retort, suddenly buried his face in despair. "Mother, the death of the alien queen. The alien nest has been destroyed. The mission is approaching its conclusion." With a countdown of 30 minutes, players are urged to conclude the battle promptly. Just as the players were fully immersed in the game, a sudden announcement echoed through the platform, signaling the impending conclusion of the game. What? It's ending? For heaven's sake, what is happening? With so many infected entities, how could 30 minutes possibly suffice? I wish to play a little longer. This time, the game is concluding even earlier than before. As players pondered this perplexity while valiantly slaying the infected, the half-hour mark arrived, and the sky was suddenly filled with the resonant hum of helicopter blades. Armed helicopters, equipped with ultraviolet searchlights, descended upon the city, bathing the previously dim landscape in a wash of violet light. The densely packed infected entities on the streets evaporated into wisps of black mist under the illumination of the searchlights. Armed units swiftly descended into the city, wielding silver weaponry and ultraviolet lamps, commencing a thorough sweep of various structures. The Eagle Sauce military had intervened. No wonder the game was coming to an end. How could the military respond so swiftly this time? Alas, thoughts of ranking were futile now. At least I secured a skill chip. Otherwise, my efforts would have been in vain. Upon witnessing the military's arrival, players promptly exited the game with expressions of frustration, knowing that even if they defeated the monsters, their scores would no longer count. The following day, amidst the keen interest of all players, the platform finally released an exhilarating announcement. The update for the Starline platform has been completed. New items include skill chips and androids. The professional panel is now accessible. For the police role, it requires the installation of guard chips, which encompass skills such as scene simulation, combat proficiency, marksmanship, and negotiation. For the agent role, it necessitates the installation of agent chips, which include skills like makeup artistry, computer proficiency, and assassination techniques. For the fighter role, it requires the installation of chips. Special profession, mechanic. This role requires the installation of weapon chips, which include skills such as firearm construction, computer mastery, and space-based artillery usage. Special profession, pharmacist. This role necessitates the installation of biochemical chips, which encompass skills like healing potion formulation, cryogenic formula development, and lizard potion formulation. Special profession, planner. This role requires the installation of memory chips, which include skills such as hacking, route generation, and satellite detection. Vehicle updates include Avenger Fortress, Celestial Death, Blazing Fury, Orca Submarine, Congelatin Tank, Hydra, Chernobyl, Huntress, Barbarian, and Transport Helicopter. The Guild and Club Team Forum is now open, allowing players to register on the platform. A new faction has been introduced, Transformers. Professions and vehicles will undergo periodic enhancements, so stay tuned for updates. The rankings for this game have been announced. First place, Knight of the Holy Light Judgment. Second place, Hellfire Lucifer. Third place, Helios. Rewards will be distributed 1 week later, and players should collect them at the designated location upon receiving the notification. The top 2 ranks are held by guild members, essentially reflecting the guild's achievements. Only the third place, Helios, managed to secure his position through the support of the Congelatin Transformer and his company. In these expansive games, a lone wolf striving for recognition must invest significantly more effort or possess an abundance of luck. Alternatively, the emergence of individual combat weapons, such as biological enhancements and armor upgrades, may alter the current dynamics. This game update represents a seismic shift for the entire Eagle Nation. Observing the offline update announcement, Stark fell into a prolonged silence, reflecting on the situation. In contrast to the jubilant players outside, celebrating as if it were a festival, Punishment Uncle and others wore grave expressions, sensing an impending storm. This update can be viewed as the platform, once shrouded in secrecy, fully unveiling itself to the world. How Eagle Nation will respond remains uncertain, yet their historically domineering and avaricious nature suggests that the resolution will not be amicable. However, given the uncertainty following these significant events, the opposing side is cautious and hesitant to act recklessly. Stark's expression was one of inner turmoil, not due to the update itself, but rather a message received from the platform. Technician Tony Stark, may I inquire if you accept the development of individual battle armor? Stark did not immediately dismiss the idea. Considering the tragic events that had recently unfolded, he found himself in a quandary. His original intention was to create an Iron Legion to uphold world peace, albeit this was merely a broad vision. Yet time seemed to elude him, as the recent calamities left him with a sense of suffocation. While everyone was still grappling with the platform's updates, Merlin was particularly focused on the system enhancements. New game unlocked. Death Stranding, end of chapter. Chapter 104. Stark assembles a team, system updates, and the gaming realm. Stark Tower. Following the resolution of the crisis in Los Santos, the guests accepted Stark's invitation to a celebratory gathering. Let us raise a glass in celebration. Cheers. Cheers. The crisp sound of clinking glasses echoed through the hall as everyone raised their goblets in unison. After everyone drained their glasses, they settled down, and the atmosphere grew lively. Having fought side by side, the camaraderie, coupled with the effects of the libations, quickly fostered familiarity among them. Once the ambience reached a suitable level, Stark articulated the thoughts he had contemplated during the flight. The matter of the platform guild was well understood by all, with the platform's evolution. Players uniting had become a formidable force. I have delved into the skill chips and must assert that this technology is revolutionary. It allows an individual to effortlessly acquire a skill. Especially with the introduction of several unique professions, the number of individuals possessing extraordinary powers on Earth will undoubtedly increase. Stark paused, surveying the expressions of Merlin and the others. Thus, to avert a grave situation and to respond more swiftly to the crises facing our planet, we must unite and form a team. This serves dual purposes: to confront Earth's challenges and to uncover the individuals behind the platform, as well as to prevent player misconduct. At this juncture, relying solely on one person's strength is insufficient. We can complement each other's abilities. There remains over 1 trillion in the platform, yet to be utilized. After stating his proposal, he lifted a glass of sake to his lips, though his gaze flitted about, assessing the reactions of his companions. Upon hearing Stark's suggestion, Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions tinged with nuance. They recalled that Director Fury had previously presented the Avengers initiative to Stark, and now he intended to forge his own superhero team. Punisher and John also fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of the proposal. The table fell into a moment of silence, and under Stark's anxious gaze, the solitary assassin John was the first to break the quiet. What are the specific responsibilities of the team? Must they adhere to someone's command? John was somewhat intrigued by this, particularly because someone from the Italian mafia recently presented him with a blood contract, compelling him to travel to Rome to assassinate the reigning Queen Gianna. While he had no interest in familial strife, the obligation of the blood contract was a debt he could not disregard. Thus, despite his weariness of bloodshed, he found himself entangled in this affair, necessitating a substantial enhancement of his strength. Neither the Assassin's Guild nor the Italian Mafia were adversaries he could confront alone. This was also the reason for his involvement in the game unfolding in Los Santos. Although he had acquired formidable power through the memory simulation chip, he felt it was insufficient. Stark's proposal, however, presented him with an opportune moment. With the support of Stark Industries and his allies, he would not have to bear the weight of the Assassin's Guild and the Italian Mafia alone. Merlin and others turned their attention toward him, noticing no one-voiced objections. Stark steadied himself and organized his thoughts before speaking. Our team's responsibility is solely to combat crime and ensure the safety of citizens. During periods devoid of immediate danger, everyone is free to engage in their own pursuits. However, to ensure timely assembly, I can arrange accommodations for you in Stark Tower or its vicinity. Should anyone encounter difficulties, you may approach me for assistance, such as with bounties. Of course, I will prepare a detailed report for your review, after which you may decide. He exhaled deeply, reclining on the sofa as he awaited further dialogue. What about our stance on criminals? Punisher suddenly interjected. My approach is one of total eradication. I place no faith in the law. As a figure opposing superheroes, his merciless and brutally sanguinary methods had always drawn criticism. Joining the team would surely make him a target for external scrutiny. With my presence, I can secure the finest attorneys, ensuring that criminals receive the severest punishments. Frank, I am aware of your past, and while I regret it, your methods are indeed too extreme. Stark, though not surprised, felt a twinge of exasperation. If you are willing to take my word for it, then I must decline. Punisher decisively shook his head. No problem, I respect your choice. Stark replied, his hands open in acceptance. We shall return to discuss this with our director. Natasha contemplated before responding. I will consider it further after reviewing the report. John also did not acquiesce immediately. Stark grinned widely. At least one individual was inclined to join. Aren't you going to ask me? Merlin, after sipping his juice, suddenly waved his hand and inquired quietly. Stark shot him a glance. Just enjoy your juice. Merlin thought to himself that although he understood the other's reluctance to become embroiled, he still wanted to deliver a couple of punches. After the party concluded, everyone departed from Stark Tower with contemplative expressions, and Merlin returned home. However, upon reaching his doorstep, he was momentarily taken aback by a tall figure. Haha, what a coincidence. You finished work so early today? Merlin awkwardly greeted. Blocking his entrance was George. It's past 11. That hardly qualifies as early. Open the door. George tilted his head, urging Merlin to let him in. Are you not employed at Hammer Industries? What brings you to Los Santos? Merlin inquired. I've told you countless times that these matters are not for you to involve yourself in. Both your aunt and I are quite worried about you. The admonitions and warnings resonated throughout the living room until Mrs. Stacy and Gwen intervened, allowing George to return to his own home, albeit with a sincere expression from Merlin. Finally, tranquility was restored. After completing his evening routine, Merlin lay wearily on his bed and exhaled deeply. Next time, I won't be so lenient. Once his mind settled, he began to immerse himself in the system. System update complete. New game world unlocked. Death Stranding. Entry into the game world requires prestige points. 1 million prestige points. 11. 10 million prestige points. Time flow rate 1. 2. 50 million prestige points. Time flow rate 14. 100 million prestige points. Time flow rate 16. Each entry lasts 24 hours. End of chapter. Chapter 105. Death Stranding. Traversing game worlds following the system update. The game transitioned from acquiring technology through prestige points to world traversal. What a substantial update this turned out to be. Initially, while aboard the aircraft, Merlin intended to explore the new gaming technology, but it appeared that his prestige points had peaked, prompting an update in the system rules. Prestige points had now become a consumable resource. This change could also be related to the game Death Stranding. The technology within the Death Stranding universe is fundamentally based on caloric matter, which is categorized as advanced technology, something entirely absent in Merlin's world. As he contemplated this, the thought of unlocking butter made Merlin smile, as if he were dreaming of something joyful. Prestige points. 900 million. Glancing at his current prestige points, he noted that he originally had 600 million, and after some time in Los Santos, he had accumulated an additional 300 million. While his influence remained global, it seemed that other countries feared that the platform might destabilize society, leading to widespread information suppression. Thus, this time, he only gained 300 million. Although the numbers continued to rise dramatically, the maximum increase would be 100 million. To unlock for a full 24 hours, 100 million would equate to 60 days. Precisely 2 months, while reality would only span 10 days. Although 10 million and 50 million may seem more advantageous, they also require a greater investment of time. There are both advantages and disadvantages. It ultimately depends on whether you have sufficient time. While there is currently enough prestige to unlock the game world, Death Stranding is inherently set in a post-apocalyptic era, necessitating some preparations. Whether it be the Doom's ability or the Chiral matter, extensive research is essential. He glanced at his intellect. Following the system update, it had increased by 3 points. The ability of photographic memory had become his most basic skill. With such elevated intellect, it would be a pity not to pursue the arcane arts. After gaining a clearer understanding of the recent system update, he began to recall information regarding Death Stranding. In the future world, humanity made significant technological breakthroughs. The scientific community developed a dimensional space perception system using the concept of infant perception, a theory once dismissed by scientists, which eventually became a reality through continuous technological evolution. This was an extension of the successful external synthesis of infants. Initially, humanity could only detect substances from the subspace through sonar signals emitted from sensors. As technology advanced, scientists further expanded their capabilities by creating micronuclear explosions to warp space, thus opening a gateway to parallel worlds. To their astonishment, they discovered that this parallel dimension closely mirrored Earth's ecological environment. Humanity formed a special task force globally, of which Sam, a former Marine, was a member. To avoid the creatures of the other dimension as much as possible, the team leader donned a wearable infant perception device. When members connected the device to their equipment, it activated a subspace object detector, automatically tracking the movements of those otherworldly beings. Society faced a form of devastation due to the invasion of the parallel world, with many humans becoming puppets, unable to fully die, and invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people. This phenomenon was termed Death Stranding. The superpower known as the United States fragmented, leading to a dispersal of its populace and the emergence of the Eagle City Federation. This other dimension is referred to as the Beach. The game's protagonist, Sam, is a repatriate. He does not experience death in the traditional sense. Upon dying, one enters the Beach, only to be returned to the real world once more. Normal individuals possess both body and soul. After death, the soul travels to the beach before proceeding to the world of the deceased. The beach is the destination for souls post-mortem, and each individual has their own unique beach, manifesting different landscapes based on their thoughts and obsessions. Conversely, death stranding occurs when a soul becomes stranded on the beach, failing to transition to the world of the deceased, thus re-establishing a connection to the real world through a metaphysical tether, resulting in the phenomenon of stranding. Within the body lies antimatter. If it were to consume the living, annihilation of matter and antimatter would ensue, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Overall, all events unfold against the backdrop of the sixth great extinction. As the embodiment of the sixth great extinction, Amelie chose to expedite the process rather than await the impending doom on the beach for what would be an interminable span of millennia. Thus, the Kale Network was conceived. Once the Kale Network interconnected the entirety of Eagle Nation, it would result in an elevation of the concentration of Kale matter throughout the nation, causing the beaches of all individuals to become indistinctly intertwined, ultimately merging with the beach overseen by Amelie, culminating in the final stranding, the sixth great extinction. Meanwhile, Merlin harbored aspirations of usurping Amelie's role, aspiring to become the embodiment of extinction himself. In such a scenario, players would also have the opportunity to become repatriates. Possessing the ability to traverse dimensions, he was unconcerned about the solitude that plagued Amelie. Merlin spent the entire night in contemplation, mulling over the intricacies of the world within the Death Stranding game. This venture was not solely for the player's benefit. It was equally for his own advantage. By mastering the beach, he could not only teleport, but also wield control over it, with the capability to repatriate players at will. However, he pondered what chemical reactions might arise with other dimensions. Ding! At that moment, his phone emitted a notification. Rubbing his temples, Merlin opened his device to reveal a message. Don't be late tonight at 10. Spider-Man. Today was indeed the appointed time. Had it not been for the reminder, he might have ventured into the Death Stranding game world to scout the atmosphere. Beyond the primary beach, the other Kale matter and antimatter were also invaluable treasures. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in Queens at the Queen Lion Cinema, the air was still rife with tension as the aftermath of the Los Santos incident lingered, leaving the streets largely deserted. Merlin arrived at the cinema's entrance aboard a sleek black-and-white spider-themed motorcycle, producing his pre-purchased movie ticket and entering the screening room to await the film's commencement. However, after a considerable duration, the movie began to play. Yet Spider-Man remained conspicuously absent. Would he truly stand me up? Merlin surveyed the empty screening room and the romantic film flickering on the screen, his expression tinged with exasperation. Just as he lamented, a figure descended before him, suspended like a spider in midair. End of this chapter. Chapter 106. What I Desire is Spider-Man. Gazing at the figure so close at hand, adorned in a spider mask, Merlin could even perceive the faintly accelerated rhythm of her breath. The familiar scent enveloped him. Having spent so much time with Gwen, he could recognize her essence without needing to see her face. I'm not late, am I? Gwen, too, sensed Merlin's fervent presence, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy and intense. Merlin did not respond, but instead gently reached out, placing his hand beneath her chin and slowly pulling back her mask. Gwen trembled slightly, but did not resist. The mask was gently pulled away, revealing luscious, enticing lips, and a soft breath brushed against Merlin's face like the fragrance of orchids. In the hushed ambience of the cinema, illuminated by the flickering screen, Gwen took a step back, her breath quickening, before she donned her mask again, releasing the webbing and gracefully settling into the seat beside Merlin. Would you like some? Merlin offered the prepared popcorn. Gwen remained silent, seemingly lost in a reverie. Not hungry. How about this? Merlin playfully popped a piece of popcorn into her mouth, eyes sparkling with mischief. Gwen, gazing at Merlin's teasing expression, felt her cheeks flush beneath her mask, biting her lip in irritation. Oh, Merlin, you know how to keep it subtle with me, yet you're all playful with everyone else. With that thought, she angrily leaned in to contest the popcorn. As the cruise ship on the screen began its descent into the depths, the two lone spectators in the cinema were oblivious to the unfolding drama. After the film ended, Gwen lowered her mask, concealing her flushed face, and led Merlin to the rooftop of the cinema. Hey, do you want to experience the thrill of swinging? On the rooftop, Gwen wrapped her arms around Merlin's waist, while Merlin playfully draped her arms around Gwen's neck, mimicking a role reversal. She teasingly adopted a boyish tone. All right, then take me home. Merlin instantly got into the spirit, leaning against her as if she were a little girl. Gwen rolled her eyes instinctively. Then hold on tight. With that, Gwen leaped off the rooftop, both of them exclaiming in exhilaration as they felt the rush of wind around them. Wow. Gwen skillfully swung open the window to Merlin's bedroom, but before Merlin could react, she suddenly flipped the script, lifting Gwen and tumbling onto the bed. With a soft thud, Merlin gazed through the mask, seemingly locking eyes with Gwen. When a girl asks a guy to take her home, you know what that implies. I certainly do, but please don't take off my mask. Gwen felt the warmth of Merlin's breath, gazing at the all-too-familiar face before her, her resolve crumbling as she made a desperate request. Perfectly aligned with my desires. Let me tell you a story. Gwen nodded weakly. The following day, in the midst of her dreams, Merlin gasped as she awoke. Looking down, she saw Gwen's lower face exposed. Seems like you get more excited when I wear the mask. Gwen licked her lips, speaking seductively. I don't care who is beneath your mask. When you wish for me to know, I shall. Merlin rested her head on her arm, smiling at her. I just hope you won't be too startled when that moment comes. Gwen tilted her head, leaning in once more. Goodbye. After Gwen donned her black and white spider suit, she waved at Merlin and prepared to leap from the window. Wait, there's a gift you should remember to collect, right at the cinema entrance. Once you go, you'll know which one it is, Merlin suddenly interjected. Gwen turned back, blinking her eyes, and the white compound eye device blinked in unison before she gracefully jumped down, swiftly vanishing amidst the urban structures. Until next time, Merlin whispered, then began to tidy up the disheveled room. Once the room was in order, Merlin had a bite to eat and commenced browsing the news. An increasing number of extraordinary powers are emerging in society. What consequences will they bring? The Air Force establishes a space institute and invites players to join. The CEO of Hammer Industries has been arrested. Recently, numerous sensational news stories have emerged, particularly concerning players, player guilds, and clubs. However, the primary focus remains on the Los Santos incident and the arrest of the Hammer Industries CEO. The Los Santos incident speaks for itself, primarily revolving around condemnation and praise directed at the gaming platform and its players, along with ridicule aimed at the military firefighters. The arrest of the Hammer Industries CEO stemmed from the uncontrollable Steel Legion and the illicit hiring of the criminal Ivan, which culminated in chaos at the stadium, nearly resulting in catastrophic casualties. Coupled with platforms and other businesses eager to take advantage of the situation, Hammer's path to recovery appears quite challenging. After some difficulty, I managed to get my car back, but was apprehended. I'll consult with the editor, and it should be unblocked by tomorrow. Tomorrow, in September. I'll see if I can push for a significant update. Chapter 107. Justine's Visit and Merlin-esque Conditions. The Bionic Project with the emergence of Marvin robots and the extensive expansion of offline production lines. Various heavy weaponry such as fighter jets and tanks have also begun to be manufactured. Merlin has finally overcome the limitations of insufficient productivity. Originally, Merlin intended to take advantage of the aftershocks of the Los Santos incident to expedite the production of satellites, space-based cannons, and nuclear submarines. However, recalling the printing technology from Death Stranding, he deemed it more convenient to enter the world of Death Stranding instead. Simultaneously, skilled chips and bionic beings began to be offered on the platform, yet the pricing deterred many players. Ordinary skill chips range from 50,000 to 500,000, while premium chips cost between 300,000 and 10 million, with rare ones soaring to over 100 million. Professional chips were similarly priced to the rare ones. But special professional chips commanded astronomical sums, with fewer than 10 purchasers currently. Particularly, the profession of pharmacist encompasses various specialized potions, each of which is a groundbreaking advancement in biotechnology on its own. Moreover, the sale of bionic beings commenced. Upon launch, pleasure bionic beings were swiftly sold out, followed closely by security bionic beings. Although they do not rival the Transformers seen among Manhattan players, having a bionic companion is still quite advantageous. The platform's operations gradually fell into a rhythm, and with the increase of production lines, the servers continuously expanded outward. In the Asian region, the neon lights have begun to illuminate. On this particular day, Merlin had just completed organizing the materials related to Death Stranding and was preparing to immerse himself in the game world. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. As he opened it, he was taken aback to see a woman clad in a red dress, her delicate features marred by exhaustion. Ms. Justine, is there something you need? May I invite you in? Justine pressed her lips together and inquired. Of course, please come in. Merlin nodded, stepping aside to allow her entry into the room. Is this concerning President Hammer? I express my condolences. After Justine settled down, Merlin served her a cup of coffee and took a seat opposite her. Upon hearing Merlin mention her father, her expression darkened. I never anticipated my father would act in such a manner, she said, shaking her head in disappointment. Then, shifting the focus, her demeanor became serious as she continued. However, I am not here to discuss my father's affairs. Rather, I seek a particular project you possess. With her father imprisoned, Justine, as the primary heir, was poised to assume the role of president. Yet, the other shareholders of Hammer Industries were unlikely to concede the position to her easily. With Hammer incarcerated, many of his subordinates had shifted their allegiances for personal gain, leaving Justine with a scant pool of loyal supporters and her authority continually undermined. Unless she wished to follow Stark's example, relinquishing the company's management to her father's nominal friends or associates while adopting a more ceremonial role as president. She was not inclined to do so. This conglomerate was the fruit of her family's arduous labor. She could not so easily relinquish it to others. However, she lacked Stark's exceptional talent for a resurgence. Yet, her own limitations did not imply that others were equally constrained. Merlin, who had recently joined the company and was invited by Hammer himself, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for her needs. My project? Merlin set down his coffee, puzzled. Take a look at this. Justine remained succinct, presenting her phone to him. Merlin glanced down at the screen. Stark Industries will launch a parent-child technology exhibition on Christmas Day. The exhibit features the intelligent personal medical assistant robot, Baymax, developed in collaboration with Mr. Merlin. The medical chip within Baymax is equipped with millions of medical records, capable of instantly detecting various health indicators. The energy source will utilize Stark Industries' clean energy box. This, Merlin nodded in realization, then returned the phone to her. Justine gazed at him expectantly. I regret to inform you that regarding the Baymax technology, I have already signed an exclusive contract with Pepper for Stark Industries. Merlin shook his head, expressing his regret. Justine's expression immediately faltered. Although she had anticipated this outcome, disappointment was inescapable. Moreover, this research predates the other party's affiliation with Hammer Industries, leaving her at a loss for words. However, Merlin's subsequent remark transformed her anxiety into elation, igniting a fervent excitement within her. Although the absence of a large-scale robot was evident, the advancements in the field of androids had indeed progressed. Androids? The ones recently launched on the online Star platform? Indeed. You should be aware of my collaborations with the platform. The androids are the fruits of my research. If you truly desire this project, I can provide it to you. Is that true? Justine exclaimed, her eyes widening with anticipation. Securing the android project would undoubtedly solidify her position at Hammer Industries. Of course, as a member of Hammer Industries, I have no qualms about entrusting the project to anyone, Merlin hinted. Justine's expression faltered slightly. She discerned the underlying implication. The opportunity to seize this project hinged upon her willingness to offer something in return. After all, others could also present corresponding benefits. Why should it be exclusively for her? What do you desire? How can I assist? Justine mused, a seductive smile playing on her lips as she gazed at Merlin. Merlin raised an eyebrow, noting her youthful exuberance. Justine, in her early 20s, was in the prime of her vivacity, hardly old by any measure. I can grant you this project, but the actual rights and benefits must remain with me. You, in turn, can leverage this project to establish your foothold within the company. Merlin articulated his terms. Justine squinted, resuming her seat, fixating intently on this seemingly innocuous high schooler. She felt compelled to reassess her perception of him. Previously, she had perceived him as an idealistic youth chasing dreams, yet he appeared far more astute than she had assumed. You must understand, your research has always been supported by my father. She attempted to sway him with her father's goodwill. Mr. Hammer merely seeks the core technology of Iron Man that I possess. However, I am grateful for his support. Hence, I have proposed this project to you. Merlin remained unfazed. While he was not particularly motivated by monetary gain, he preferred to retain control rather than await financial allocations from others. After a moment of contemplation, Justine ultimately gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Regardless of the circumstances, establishing her foothold within the company was paramount. Very well, but this time, your guardian need not accompany you for the project, she remarked. Chapter 108. Entering the game world, encountering the time ring. Justine offered a slight smirk, evidently irked by Merlin's previous reliance on parental assistance despite his evident capabilities. This time, I can manage on my own, after all. It will be publicly proclaimed that Hammer Industries has achieved a technological breakthrough. Merlin chuckled nonchalantly. Having acquired the information she sought, Justine chose not to linger at Merlin's home for long. The current situation at Hammer Industries was precarious, and she found herself engulfed in anxiety each passing day. Finally, a sigh of relief escapes, for despite some discrepancies, the overall trajectory is indeed progressing positively. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of relinquishing certain interests and rights. Moreover, it is essential to note that Merlin has only recently joined Hammer Industries for a few months, and his research on bionics bears little significant relation to the company. Had it been a project consuming billions from Hammer Industries, the situation would certainly have warranted a different consideration. The nature of talent is elusive at the moment of departure. A tinge of envy escapes her lips as she muses how, if only she possessed the gifts of Stark and Merlin, she would be free from the burdens of corporate affairs. Upon Justine's departure, Merlin promptly forwarded Ada Wong's contact information. The inventory of bionic beings has already been produced, and a trade exhibition will suffice for the unveiling. Unlike the offerings directed at players, the societal sales are inclined towards practical bionics, companions for leisure, domestic assistance, appliance repair, culinary expertise, and the like. Merlin's modification shop. Call the mute one, leave a message, and ensure that no one enters within the next 24 hours. Very well. After issuing this instruction to the mute assistant, Merlin proceeded to the lounge, preparing to immerse himself in the gaming realm. With Optimus Prime and the defense systems of the modification shop in place, concerns about imminent dangers were greatly mitigated. In the dimly lit room, Merlin donned a backpack laden with metallic armor and substantial provisions, gliding on a hovering sword skateboard. He then activated the system panel. Please select the time flow rate. Contemplating the options before him, he ultimately chose a rate of 1:6. He recalled that much of the world of Death Stranding lay desolate, with most inhabitants residing within subterranean facilities, isolated from one another, and should fortune not favor him, he might encounter nothing at all. Thus, a longer duration seemed prudent. 100 million reputation points. Please confirm. Merlin clicked confirm. In that instant, countless particles of light coalesced before him, and his energy surged. A hauntingly azure vortex materialized in his presence. With a brief flicker of electric arcs, the spatial passage stabilized. Observing the swirling, surreal energy within the portal, Merlin steadied his mind and allowed the magnetically levitated sword skateboard to carry him through. In this future world, technology has reached unprecedented heights, with a fully automated logistics system in place. However, amidst this advancement, a cataclysmic event known as the Void-Devouring Incident fractured the nation of Eagle into two. This explosion obliterated all communication and transportation networks, ushering in a phenomenon known as time rain, which forced the populace to seek refuge in their respective node cities. In this transformed landscape, couriers of supplies have ascended to the status of heroes. The surface, ravaged by the explosion and prolonged abandonment, has devolved into desolation, with various flora reclaiming the vestiges of human habitation. Thus, the Eagle Nation after the Great Explosion, the sky, shrouded in dense clouds and surrounded by towering mountains, suddenly transformed into a misty expanse. A multitude of birds, sensing an impending crisis, flapped their wings in unison, fleeing towards the horizon, darkening the heavens. The atmosphere was thick with fog, and a gentle drizzle formed a veil of mist that enveloped the desolate peaks. The chill of the air pervaded the solitude, casting a profound sense of isolation throughout the world. On a cliff adorned with moss and jagged rocks, tiny particles of light emerged like fireflies, infusing this desolate realm with a flicker of vitality. The concentrated luminescence swiftly coalesced, and with a surge of spatial energy, a passageway materialized. A figure, poised upon a flying sword, gradually emerged, descending amidst the barren mountains. Raindrops began to patter upon his dark hair, spreading like ink as they reached the white tips. As if responding to the downpour, the metallic backpack behind him morphed into a black and white battle armor, enveloping him in protective embrace. A hum resonated as an electromagnetic shield activated, seemingly unaffected by the elements. Merlin exhaled in relief, observing that his adaptive battle suit remained unchanged beneath the rain. His cowcat armor, crafted from biometal, was a unique alloy devoid of life, yet susceptible to corrosion from the temporal rain. Only by establishing a barrier could its integrity be preserved. After assessing his condition, Merlin surveyed his surroundings. The misty curtain of rain obscured the view, revealing only the faint outlines of distant peaks, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese painting. The mountains lay silent, devoid of avian life, and human traces were obliterated. A rainbow hung inverted in the temporal rain. What? An inverted rainbow? Merlin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before expressing his frustration. His luck seemed unpredictable. Having just traversed through, he now encountered temporal rain. This phenomenon, a byproduct of the cremation of the deceased, released chiral substances into the atmosphere. If this rain first encounters a living organism, it accelerates the passage of time for that being, hastening aging in humans and animals, while causing plants to wither and metals to corrode. Pausing to contemplate, he held his breath. At that moment, he yearned for Gwen's spider sense. Suddenly, a series of frog-like footprints appeared in the puddles before him, varying in depth beneath the relentless rain. The prince drew closer, yet the chip within his armor detected nothing. He found himself missing Gwen's keen instincts. Then, an engine roared to life through the veil of rain, causing the footprints that had just emerged to vanish as if they had never been. The rapid sound of footsteps quickly faded away, gradually vanishing in the direction of the engine's roar. Merlin exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the receding path, excitement gleaming in his eyes. However, he remained cautious, steadfast in his position, biding his time until the temporal rain ceased. Despite the perilous circumstances of his arrival, encountering others was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. As the incessant patter subsided, accompanied by the dissipating ominous clouds, the temporal rain came to a halt. Following the radar's guidance, he glided low through the air on his suspended flying sword. Merlin's astonishment suddenly erupted as he slid along the hovering mechanical blade. On his virtual probing panel, a solitary green had been joined by another, inexplicably appearing beside it. Due to the pervasive presence of chiral substances in the sky, flight was rendered impossible. Thus, in this realm, only magnetic levitation provided the swiftest and highest means of transportation. The air remained somewhat humid after the rain, as sunlight filtered through the misty clouds. Merlin floated amidst the damp breeze, weaving through the rocky green shade, and soon arrived at a secluded cave. This cave was shallow, resembling a makeshift shelter. Inside, a man and a woman were engaged in conversation. The man, bare-chested with disheveled long hair and a somewhat disheartened gaze, contrasted sharply with the woman, who donned a black work uniform, black leather pants, and tightly fitted long boots. Her dark blonde hair was neatly tied up, revealing a face imbued with a certain spirited demeanor, though her eyes perpetually harbored a hint of melancholy. Both soon noticed the figure on the suspended sword, clad in a black and white armor, surrounded by a faint blue electromagnetic field. Hello. That was quite an exhilarating experience. Merlin greeted them amiably, lifting his visor. Who are you? Asked Fulgur, her curiosity piqued as she held a package. Sam, still dressing, regarded Merlin with surprise. In a post-apocalyptic world, encountering living souls on the surface was an exceedingly rare event, and today he had stumbled upon two. Merlin Xiao, a traveler, he replied thoughtfully before inquiring, and you? Upon learning that Merlin was a traveler, both expressed surprise. Fulgur, from Fulgur Express, she introduced herself. I am Sam Breeges, Sam added succinctly. A legendary independent courier. Fulgur supplemented with a hint of pride. I see. Is this yours? Merlin asked, producing a cognitive enhancement drug he had found along the way. Thank you. That saves me a great deal of trouble, Sam responded, reaching out cautiously to retrieve the item, clearly hesitant to engage in any physical contact with Merlin. Sam suffers from a profound fear of physical contact, a condition that incites intense aversion and dread when he interacts with others, often resulting in nausea, vomiting, or even dermatological allergic reactions. Are you a traveler? Do you possess the Doom ability as well? Inquired Fragile, her curiosity piqued by the boy before her, who appeared rather unique, his enthusiastic demeanor distinctly at odds with the world around them. Due to the presence of Kale and the Void Devourer, everyone lived in isolation within underground bases, resulting in predominantly reclusive personalities. Furthermore, Kale's substance could adversely affect emotions, inciting rage and madness. However, those endowed with the Doom ability, while allergic to Kale's essence, exhibited remarkable resilience, remaining unaffected emotionally. No, but I possess it. It can silently whisk me away from any location. And my armor can filter out Kale's substance, Merlin remarked, gesturing towards the hovering flying sword beneath him. As he spoke, he turned around, making scarcely a sound. It seems you have made considerable preparations for your journey, Fragile noted, raising an eyebrow. Of course, I certainly do not wish to be devoured during my travels. Indeed. Fragile nodded, seemingly wanting to invite him to join her, yet the mysterious aura surrounding Merlin left her uncertain. The pain from her injuries made her hesitant to trust anyone further. I shall take my leave. Let us exchange contact information so we may communicate at any time. Very well, Merlin agreed, having prepared his identity before their encounter. In this era of universal isolation, establishing an identity was relatively uncomplicated. After receiving Merlin's contact details, Fragile unfolded an orderly yet chaotic metallic umbrella, seemingly composed of fragmented space, and in the next instant, she vanished from sight, startled by her abrupt disappearance. Sam glanced around in astonishment. Are you delivering goods? Let us go together. I happen to need to visit the next outpost as well, Merlin interjected, approaching him with a familiar ease. Sam regarded the boy's warm and youthful features, sensing something absent from this world, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. He remained silent, merely shouldering the heavy load as he exited the cave. Merlin shrugged and quickly caught up with him. Would you like to place your load on the flying sword? It would be far more convenient than carrying it on your back. Reflecting on the likelihood that his motorcycle had plummeted off the cliff and was likely lost, Sam realized that traversing the remainder of the journey with such a burden would be challenging. However, he said nothing further, continuing to carry the cargo in silence toward their designated location. Is it not heavy? Honestly, you seem to be struggling quite a bit. What if you were to fall and damage it? The employer surely wouldn't commend you for that. Really, it's unnecessary. My flying sword can carry both me and my armor without issue. Your supplies should be no problem. Why are you silent? Is it because you haven't spoken in a while, causing your vocal cords to weaken? That's not good. If this continues, you may become mute. Before them lay a river, Would you carry your goods across? What if they were to get wet? Sam felt that what he was about to hear in this moment surpassed everything he had encountered in his years of existence. Since birth, he had never encountered someone as loquacious as this. Gazing at the expansive river before him and listening to the incessant chatter of the youth beside him, he finally reacted. He let out a quiet sigh, then unloaded the goods he was carrying, placing them upon Merlin's suspended mechanical sword. A rather unwise choice. Merlin's incessant prattle momentarily ceased. Sam tilted his head to glance at him, and in the monotony of their journey, he finally uttered his first words. You are exceedingly animated. You seem less like a denizen of this world and more akin to a human from before the great explosion. I have never met anyone like you. Although Sam found Merlin's incessant chatter somewhat bewildering, the sudden ripple in his endless solitude was not entirely unwelcome. Indeed, I am not of this world. I am but a traveler passing through. This world is on the brink of extinction, perhaps in a few tens of thousands of years. When chiral matter saturates the entire world, the sixth extinction will commence, Merlin asserted confidently, pointing at the sky while carrying his backpack. Extinction? Sam paused by the riverbank, gazing at Merlin in astonishment. Can we still manage to produce another? The chapter concluded. Chapter 110. 5 days later, the printer, electromagnetic slideway, approaches. Yes, extinction. In this world, there have been 4 great explosions. The universe was born in an explosion, the earth formed from an explosion, life emerged from an explosion. And the 4th was the annihilation of the void. You are a returnee, a life rejected by the entity of annihilation, an existence cursed with immortality. Wait, a life rejected by the entity of annihilation? Sam suddenly recalled something and asked in a low voice. Indeed, it is the entity of annihilation that possesses the power to return human souls. I hope that when you die and return to the realm of the dead, you might relay a message for me. Merlin paused, looking at him earnestly. What message? Though I lack the power to prevent the great extinction, I can help find direction for the survival of life in this world. I am a traveler of the world. He mused for a moment before shrugging. Just these 2 sentences. Just these 2 sentences? Yes. For the first time, Sam gazed earnestly into another's eyes. I will. He nodded resolutely, seemingly harboring no doubts about Merlin's words. Although I am pleased that you trust me so much, there is no need to look at me like that. I am still young and cannot bear the weight, Merlin jested, feeling the heavy atmosphere and attempting to lighten it. Sam paused, momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing the jest, shook his head in exasperation before plunging into the river. By the time he reached the opposite bank, Merlin, riding his flying sword, had been waiting for quite some time. Indeed, the weight-bearing capacity of the flying sword is remarkably potent, Merlin mused softly. Sam had grown weary of conversation. Their courier journey persisted, the 2 traversing a desolate and eerily tranquil road, with Merlin primarily initiating discussions while Sam silently endured the sudden clamor of their expedition. As time elapsed, Merlin rediscovered the sensations akin to those experienced while delivering parcels on his computer. The landscape, though magnificent, bore an air of monotony. Yet there lingered an undeniable desire to continue the adventure. Fortunately, after a protracted journey, Merlin and Sam finally arrived at the first stronghold. With a crackling sound accompanied by electronic resonance, a projection of a woman clad in a white tank top, wearing glasses, and possessing a gentle demeanor materialized before them. Mama, a living corpse. The woman, originally named Mary Jane, was a conjoined twin with her sister, Rockney. Although they were separated by surgery, they were left with lingering repercussions. Mama's ovaries could no longer produce eggs, and her sister Rockney was unable to conceive. Following the tragic demise of Rockney's beloved in a disaster, Mama, endowed with telepathic abilities, sensed her sister's anguish. Consequently, she combined Rockney and her lover's frozen essence, resulting in the act of gestation within Mama's womb. However, during the birthing process, calamity struck as Mama fell victim to an attack by insurgents, leading to a tumultuous entanglement of life and death, with Mama and the newborn coexisting within the confines of the base. In an instant, Merlin's mind flashed with the recognition of her identity. She was, indeed, the target he was to engage with. The legendary figure was late. What could have delayed her? I encountered a temporal rain and coincidentally met a child who claims to be a world traveler. He requires your research, Sam interjected, stepping aside to allow Merlin to proceed. My research? Merlin inquired, to which he received an affirmative nod regarding the matter at hand. Mama's ethereal image regarded Merlin for a moment before retreating a few steps, nodding in agreement. In light of our esteemed courier's reputation, I shall acquiesce, she proclaimed, puffing her cheeks playfully. Thank you. With that, Merlin remained within the base, and upon receiving data from Mama, he extracted a vial of blood left by Sam for his research. Simultaneously, leveraging Sam's identity, he established contact with the Bridget organization. acquiring advanced technologies such as 3D printers, maglev vehicles, electromagnetic slides, and exoskeletons. Given Sam's status and the apocalyptic nature of the world, much of the technology was nearly publicly accessible, making acquisition relatively straightforward. That evening, within the base, Merlin experienced a violent tremor as a cascade of temporal rain fell, and a pitch-black void erupted violently. This event seemed to correspond with Sam's mission to transport corpses to the fire site. Merlin surmised the cause of the disturbance, but chose to remain unfazed, immersing himself further into the knowledge of this world. However, with less than 5 days remaining, Merlin focused intently on the research of printers and lethal weaponry. With the assistance of Mama's connections and the blood of Sam, the repatriator, the research on weaponry has progressed remarkably well. The technology of 3D printing poses no significant challenge for Merlin. By integrating Cairo crystals with the printer, it is capable of replicating any weapon, even nuclear arms, without difficulty. On the 6th day, after being immersed in the base, Merlin finally stepped outside, cradling a newly acquired infant detection device. In the dimly lit nutrient solution, a naked infant curiously gazed at the world beyond the glass wall, sucking on its fingers. "Let us proceed," he gestured, and the mechanical longsword flew into his grasp. Compared to a few days prior, the blade of the longsword was now enveloped in a faint yellow energy aura, a product of his recent collaboration with Mama in weapon research. Through the examination of the extinction factors found in Sam's blood, they devised weapons capable of inflicting damage. However, ultimately, it was merely an enchantment, vastly different from Sam's blood bombs and other consumables. The device he held was a recent acquisition from the Bridget organization, the existing government of Eagle Sauce. The drizzle cast a hazy veil over the surroundings, and it was the perfect weather for their mission. Merlin lightly leapt onto the flying sword, leaning forward as he swiftly vanished into the base, cutting through the rain towards the depths of the wilderness. It was uncertain how long he traversed the wilds until he reached the banks of an expansive river, at which point the detection device finally responded. The detector flickered rapidly like a petal, its colors and direction shifting incessantly, a sense of tension spreading rapidly. Suddenly, the detector flashed with great intensity, and the infant in the incubation chamber seemed to sense something, widening its eyes in anticipation. With the sound of liquid rolling, Merlin looked down to find that the once damp grass had transformed into a pool of pitch-black tar, hands emerging from the depths like those of the damned, grasping at his ankles with relentless force. It felt as if he were sinking into a swamp. "It's coming." The chapter concludes here. Chapter 111, Cairo Crystals. Astonishing gains, return. The haunting echoes of wails and cries reverberated in Merlin's ears, as the Ozradek detector on his shoulder emitted a crimson light, rapidly oscillating like an anxious flower urging him to flee. The inky tar had spread without notice, and numerous shadowy figures clutched at his ankles, attempting to drag him into the abyss. A scene of hell had bled into reality. Buzz. The blue energy enveloping the blade of the mechanical longsword trembled, swiftly slicing through one of the grasping arms. With a crack, the blue light severed the limb, which dissolved into a pool of dark liquid, merging into the tar. It worked. Merlin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Although Mama had conducted the initial test, he had yet to experience it firsthand, leaving him with a lingering uncertainty. Suddenly, a swarm of humanoid figures surged towards him from all directions, relentlessly dragging him into the tar pit. As he struggled momentarily, he was swiftly engulfed by the unceasing tide, plunging into the depths of the tar. With a splash, he was immediately yanked out, reminiscent of a water spirit's swiftness. Merlin glided through the tar like a hunted prey, maneuvering rapidly past numerous rocky obstacles until he reached the edge of a vast tar lake. Upon his arrival, the tranquil darkness of the lake's center erupted, forming a colossal dome. A massive, chaotic mass of tentacles writhed and flailed, resembling both an octopus and a jellyfish, surging forth from the depths. With a resounding crash, the jellyfish, crowned with a smooth, rounded head, let out a thunderous roar and charged towards Merlin, intent on consuming him. The multitude of figures that had been grasping at him vanished without a trace, restoring Merlin's freedom. Typically, upon encountering a living being, the instinct is not to devour immediately, but to locate the largest nearby form to maximize explosive potential. This one, so immense, should suffice. Though he could not see, Merlin could surmise the situation from the ripples in the tar, his eyes igniting with determination. "Go." He gestured, and under the guidance of his detection device, a mechanical longsword shot forth, slicing through the air with a radiant blue glow. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced the jellyfish's center, unleashing the destructive energy of the extermination factor, which rapidly disintegrated its internal structure. A piercing, agonized wail echoed through the silent rain. As the jellyfish's massive form was severely injured, plummeting from the sky, and crashing heavily into the dark tar. With a splash, Merlin's hand curled slightly, swiftly extracting the sword embedded in its forehead, then slashing again with a glimmer of blue light across its body. Another anguished cry erupted, as the jellyfish flailed wildly like a dog reveling in a muddy pit, thrashing its body against the inky tar, splattering the viscous substance everywhere. Sensing its pain, the jellyfish instinctively submerged within the tar to evade further harm. The once tumultuous tar pit quickly settled into stillness. With no target in sight, the longsword returned to float behind Merlin, pulsating with blue energy, ever ready to strike. Merlin remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. As the odorok detector on his shoulder diminished its vibrating frequency, shifting from an orange swirling mode to a slow blue oscillation. Suddenly, the previously tranquil odorok detector directed its attention to the ground beneath him, the orange warning light flaring to life, trembling violently. Merlin hesitated not for a moment. He sank down, gathering strength, and with the assistance of the enhanced exoskeleton, he soared upwards like a superhero. At the very instant he leaped, a colossal jellyfish surged forth, laden with a copious quantity of tar-like liquid, its myriad of inky tendrils reaching skyward toward Merlin. With narrowed eyes, he could not see, but through the oscillation of the Odradek detector and the traces left by the memory chip, he swiftly discerned its position. Whoosh! As the detector swayed, a network of azure lights swiftly formed beneath Merlin, dispersing the jellyfish's outstretched tentacles entirely. A familiar roar echoed once more, as the orange detector stabilized atop his form. Go! Merlin commanded softly, and the mechanical longsword erupted with electromagnetic energy, plunging downwards. Whoosh! The blue luminescence, imbued with overwhelming electrical force, instantaneously pierced through the vast body of the jellyfish, plunging into the tar pit below. Meanwhile, Merlin, having leapt into the air, began his descent under the influence of gravity. Thud! He plummeted like a massive boulder into the gradually thickening tar. As he lifted his head from the rain of tar, the Odradek detection device upon his shoulder gently swayed twice before retracting into its bud-like state. The inky tar lake slowly receded, revealing a desolate expanse of gray earth. The incessant downpour had quietly ceased, and the dark weapons gradually ascended into the air, dissipating into nothingness. Sunlight filtered through the mist, casting its glow upon this eerily silent landscape, gradually vanishing into the ground, while clusters of golden sprouts broke through the soil, swiftly transforming into crystalline flowers resembling outstretched palms. In mere moments, a small sea of blossoms materialized before Merlin, more plentiful than he had anticipated. Upon witnessing the blooming of the Cairo flower, Merlin finally relaxed his vigilance and produced a Cairo crystal collector to enter the field. Snap! As he moved through, the Cairo crystals unfurled like human palms, swiftly disintegrating into powder that was collected in the cylindrical device. Merlin gazed in awe at his surroundings. The golden extraction powder swirled through the air, coalescing into a spiral, resembling a dreamlike galaxy. A drone printer ascended slowly, accompanied by a beam of light scanning over Merlin's hands, as a Hasselblad camera seemingly materialized before him. Click! After completing the collection of the Cairo crystals, Merlin glanced at the time. Alas, he had hoped to seek out Mama for a soak in the hot springs, but it appeared he was out of time. He shook his head in mild regret. Over the past few days, he had remained in the central node city where Sam had taken him, communicating with Mama solely through virtual projections. With the printer technology and Cairo crystals now resolved, this venture had already yielded considerable rewards. Yet, he wondered what Amelia might be contemplating. Ding! The reputation points have been utterly depleted. The host must return to the real world. Familiar particles of light materialize, swiftly coalescing into a spatial passage that appears before Merlin. This chapter concludes. In the instant Merlin vanished from this realm, a crimson figure emerged in the very spot of his disappearance, clad in a red, form-fitting gown. Amerly gazed at the residual particles of energy in the void, her expression flickering with uncertainty. Sam's words were indeed true. She extended her hand to feel the emptiness, murmuring softly to herself. When Sam perished and returned to the underworld, he had encountered her, inquiring about the extinction entity and relaying Merlin's message. She had promptly investigated Merlin's underworld, but he seemed to have appeared out of thin air, leaving no traces nor a presence that belonged to this world. After failing to locate Merlin's underworld, she had begun to believe him to some extent, yet, given the gravity of the situation, she sent Sam back and began to clandestinely observe him. However, she did not anticipate that he would suddenly vanish from this world. Staring into the void where he had disappeared, a sense of panic surged within her. Would he return? Had she missed the chance to save this world? At Merlin's modification shop, as particles of light converged, Merlin stepped back through the passage on his floating sword, returning to the lounge. Just in time. His battle armor transformed swiftly into a backpack, now enhanced with an additional layer of metallic exoskeleton. These were the exoskeletal devices he had installed at the central node city. Glimpsing at the time on the clock, he noted that precisely 24 hours had passed. He had expended another 100 million reputation points and could re-enter the game world. However, his primary focus now lay in transforming the technologies he had acquired from the game into his own strength. With the offline platform's influence growing ever larger, once the Eagle's affairs in Los Santos concluded, attention would shift toward the platform. Although Merlin possessed a plethora of heavy weaponry, it paled in comparison to the colossal Eagle. Furthermore, with the sale of technologies such as androids, the technical personnel of his platform would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly develop weapons with a deterrent capability. At that moment, the phone rang suddenly. Merlin pressed the answer button, and Pepper's voice came through. Merlin, the day after tomorrow is Christmas. The medical conference for the Baymax robot is scheduled at Garden Square, and representatives from various foundations will be attending. As the designer, you mustn't be late. The appearance of Baymax has generated considerable buzz online, particularly as it focuses on medical assistance and personal assistance, garnering the attention of numerous medical relief foundations and hospitals. Whether as a symbol of cuteness or as an intelligent assistant for healthcare, the Baymax medical robot is indeed an excellent choice. In an effort to promote the Baymax robot, Merlin submitted an article to Disney. Consequently, with the release of the animated feature Big Hero 6, which is infused with numerous Iron Man elements, it rapidly gained immense popularity. The lovable Baymax character quickly became a darling of the nation, his endearingly clumsy appearance significantly overshadowing the repercussions of the Lizard and Los Santos incidents. As the cinematic world merged with reality, Stark Industries' Baymax had not even been released for sale, yet the pre-order button was already inundated with requests. It is noteworthy that Big Hero 6 was originally adapted from Marvel Comics. Merlin certainly performed a commendable act. Upon opening his computer, a plethora of emails popped up, and the mute assistant automatically filtered out the ones from Stark Industries. Sighing, Merlin reflected on the spate of unfortunate events recently and welcomed the prospect of good news. He recalled the invaluable assistance provided by his assistant, Melinda, and promptly expressed his gratitude. The efficiency of the androids was truly astonishing. After exchanging pleasantries, the two ended the call. Merlin glanced at the time. There was just a little over a week until Christmas, and with the holiday season underway, the upcoming exhibition was bound to be teeming with visitors. As he stepped out of his room, RC approached him with a worried expression. Having monitored the situation for 24 hours without any sign of activity, had it not been for Merlin's explicit instructions, she would have rushed in to check on him. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine, Merlin reassured her with a smile, then turned to see Optimus Prime and the others peeking over the backyard fence. Is there something you need? He inquired. Well, there is indeed a matter at hand, Bumblebee replied awkwardly as he withdrew his head. I'll be right over, Merlin nodded. Glancing back at the concerned RC, it was about time to consider the modifications for RC's transformation, though he pondered whether the printer could replicate rare metals like vibranium or adamantium. Regarding her enhancements, Merlin was still deliberating the inclusion of android elements, but he felt that biometal was already quite impressive. Moreover, introducing android features after the Gundam's enlargement might seem incongruous. Let us go. It might be related to the Decepticons, he concluded, calculating the timeline as the Decepticons and Autobots were likely to arrive on Earth soon. Merlin had recently come across reports of mysterious giant robot sightings in Chicago. Upon reaching the backyard, Optimus and the others had transformed back into their Autobot forms, readying themselves for departure. Merlin, my companions have arrived. It is time for us to leave, Optimus said with a hint of reluctance. Thank you for your care during this time. But the threat from Megatron has not yet been resolved. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Ratchet expressed his gratitude. My friends, we shall return swiftly. I hope you will take me for a thrilling ride then. Bumblebee gave Merlin a thumbs up. Kid, you are the first friend I have recognized on this planet. When the time comes, I'll introduce you to some of my friends who are fond of research. Ironhide added generously. On their home planet of Cybertron, the Doctor was a master inventor, known for many intriguing creations. Merlin immediately thought of the Doctor, recalling the time-slowing device in Hot Rod's hands, which had been crafted by him. I am eagerly anticipating it, Merlin said. This isn't a farewell of life and death. We shall meet again in the future. So take care. It was likely that on Christmas Day, messages would be sent to various nations, and news regarding the Decepticons would be relayed to them as well. Merlin waved his hand, and several humanoid robots dressed in work attire emerged from the workshop. If there is anything inconvenient, they can communicate on your behalf and provide cover for you. Oh, I feel like crying, Bumblebee exclaimed, affectionately rubbing his face against Merlin's. Optimus Prime and the others departed from the modification shop, while RC, as Merlin's guardian, remained by his side. Chapter 113, printing orbital cannon satellites. Player recruitment for the Iron Legion Optimus Prime and his companions needed to gather allies to reach Earth, while the humans there needed to become aware of the Decepticons' presence and danger. A week's time seemed just about right. After Optimus and the others left, the modification shop became noticeably quieter. From now on, you shall accompany me. Let us return home first. After nearly a week in the gaming world, Merlin felt a bit weary. After a night's rest, he would begin working the following day. All right. RC nodded with delight, seemingly pleased that Optimus's departure afforded them some private time together. After tidying up the modification shop, Merlin rode home on RC, who had transformed into a motorcycle. That night, after washing up, Merlin lay in his bedroom. Under the soft glow of the lamp, he stared blankly at the ceiling, contemplating his future plans. If the world of Death Stranding unfolded smoothly, then the resurrection mechanism for players would pose no issue. However, he did not intend to implement this mechanism hastily. Rather, he would wait until the platform was fully developed and the majority of experienced players had been filtered out before introducing it. No one could predict what other gaming worlds might be unlocked in the future. Perhaps players' abilities would be required once again. In the case of the Death Stranding world, if a substantial number of players entered, it could potentially evolve into a construction game. Thus, the selection of players was of great importance. Once the printing device was completed, the resources in the marketplace would be capable of real-time transmission. Though termed transmission, it was essentially the replication and printing of items. Production bases would gradually be replaced, leaving only the copied samples. Having formed a rough plan for the gaming platform, Merlin opened his phone to check the latest news before preparing for sleep. On Christmas, Stark Industries invites you to the White Technology Expo. Justine Hammer, inheriting her father's legacy, takes on the role of CEO at Hammer Industries. A competition? Hammer Industries is also hosting a technology exhibition on Christmas Day, held in Hall 1 of the sports arena. Who is chief designer Merlin? His name graces both Hammer Industries and Stark Industries technology exhibitions. Iron Man selection? A platform has presented a task for battle armor, and players who meet the conditions will receive a suit crafted by Iron Man himself. It is reported that Iron Man will select participants through these tasks, forming an Iron Legion composed of players. Upon seeing the news about Iron Man, Merlin was taken aback, and he promptly opened the platform to find that a task had indeed been issued. Rather than a mere task, it resembled an audition. Only those who succeed would qualify to obtain the armor. Truly a flourishing display of innovation. A platform bursting with technology, ever-evolving players, guild clubs, the Iron Legion, superhero teams, Cybertronians, and biotic beings. Furthermore, there are printers, exoskeletons, and electromagnetic slides, with the possibility of even more excitement to come, such as the Nether and Void Devourers. Just as he was feeling a surge of excitement, a sudden knock echoed at the window. A striking figure, adorned in a black and white ensemble, appeared outside. Well, it seems I won TB resting tonight. Gazing at Gwen, the Spider-Woman, Merlin grinned widely. With a swift motion, the window was flung open, and Merlin reclined back. I've come to challenge you to billiards. Don't miss the cue ball. Gwen, peering through her mask, regarded Merlin earnestly. Then you must learn diligently, Merlin replied, tilting his head and rising to teach her the proper billiard stance. Bend, cue back, align your eyes with the cue stick. Crack. The cue ball struck the 8 ball with precision, the soft sound resonating as the ball sunk into the pocket. Under Merlin's guidance, the rhythmic sound of billiard balls colliding echoed continuously. The next day, Merlin, feeling somewhat fatigued, yawned as he made his way downstairs. Did you not rest well? RC asked as she approached him. I toiled all night. Let us head to Merlin's laboratory, he casually replied as he mounted the seat. Health is paramount. This time, Merlin relinquished control, allowing RC to start the engine and transport him to the laboratory. Boss, you've finally returned. It's been ages since I last saw you, exclaimed Marvin and Charlie, bustling forward as soon as he entered. Marvin, dressed in a stylish trench coat, carried an air of coolness, while Charlie exuded a rough-and-tumble vibe. Sister RC. Merlin and RC, transformed into a vehicle, stepped into the laboratory, and upon witnessing the bustling activity of Marvin robots and biotic beings within, RC couldn't help but marvel. My goodness, when did you create all of this? In recent months, I am preparing to create something substantial. Merlin entered the central laboratory, where a Tifa android, clad in a fitted professional outfit with long, shapely legs adorned in black stockings and sporting glasses, approached him holding documents. This is the latest progress report from the lab, she stated. Where's Dr. Ada? Merlin casually inquired as he accepted the report. She has gone to discuss the production and sale of androids with President Justine. For now, I am managing the laboratory, Tifa replied, adjusting her red-framed glasses. Has Dr. Isaac awakened? Merlin asked, surprised upon noticing a particular entry in the report. Yes, he is still in nutrient solution, Tifa confirmed. Dr. Ezek's head had been preserved and later brought to the laboratory by Merlin, who crafted an android body for him. Notify Ford Jane. But do not concern yourself with him for the time being, Merlin mused, realizing he lacked the time to elaborate further and decided to postpone the matter. His primary focus now was constructing the space-based cannon satellite. Recently, the agents from various departments of Eagle Nation had destroyed numerous hidden production bases along the supply routes, and it was only a matter of time before they located him as a technician. Yet, he was not overly worried about his covert identity, as it was merely a minor player orchestrating operations. Following the developments of recent months, in addition to Merlin and Stark, many more technicians had joined their ranks, including Bruce Banner, Victor Von Doom, Reed Richards, among others. The construction of the space-based cannon satellite did not consume much of his time. As his intellect grew, many concepts became increasingly comprehensible. After successfully creating the data model, he commenced work on the printer. Within a week, he needed to launch the satellite and space-based cannon weaponry into orbit. Chapter 114, Antimatter Propulsion, Space-Based Cannon, Antimatter Projectile. 3 days later, in Merlin's third aerospace laboratory. The vast factory floor was illuminated by the dark moonlight filtering through the skylight, making Merlin and Alcee feel as diminutive as ants. This was Merlin's aerospace research facility, also serving as the satellite manufacturing area. Accompanied by the hum of electric engines, several trailers entered through the wide doors, pulling behind them several enormous cylindrical devices. 6 in total, under Merlin's direction, the colossal cylindrical apparatuses were arranged in a circle beneath the skylight. Each of the 6 pillars stood 8 meters tall with a diameter of 0.6 meters, resembling a setup for some ceremonial occasion. These 6 massive cylindrical devices were the Cairo printers that Merlin had constructed over the past 3 days. As Merlin and Alcee ascended on the lift, the full scale of the towering printers came into view, and their perspective broadened. Is there truly such marvelous technology and material? In recent days, Alcee has come to understand the applications of printer technology. She has heard that a type of Cairo crystal can be used for grinding, enabling the printing of any electronic device or material, which left her somewhat astonished. As the story unfolds, Merlin gestured towards the area below. With the arrival of 6 printers at the designated computational location, the surface's electronic fluorescence illuminated brightly. A hum filled the air, accompanied by electromagnetic vibrations, as the tops of the printers projected virtual beams of light converging at the center. Once the debugging was completed, the Cairo crystal was ready to be injected. 6 Marvin robots approached, clutching the input pipes, and inserted them into the printer interfaces. The injection commenced, accompanied by the sound of pneumatic valves, as golden powder appeared in the pipes and flowed into the internal apparatus. With the injection complete and the satellite technical data inputted, the final question arose: should the printer be activated? After all preliminary tasks were finished, they finally reached the last step. Activate. Merlin grasped the railing tightly in front of him. Although he had witnessed similar phenomena in the world of the game Death Stranding, this was his first experience in the real world, and anticipation was evident on his face. With a hum, in the very moment his command was issued, the light that had been converging at the center dispersed, forming a void aligned with scanning wavelengths. Next, to Alcee's astonishment, a series of mechanical components materialized on the ground as the virtual beams swept across. The 6 printers began their concerted efforts, rapidly fabricating a solid base platform, followed by a colossal rocket launch apparatus. Antimatter propulsion. Antimatter consists of antiparticles, which are counterparts to normal matter. When matter and antimatter collide, they annihilate each other, releasing high-energy photon gamma rays. Currently, humanity can produce only minuscule amounts of antiparticles through particle accelerators, with total artificial production amounting to mere nanograms. Whether through nuclear fusion or matter-antimatter annihilation, the most critical technology lies in energy containment. With the presence of antimatter fuel in the engine, the space-based cannon satellite can maneuver within low Earth orbit indefinitely and launch antimatter energy strikes at any time. And this target is none other than Earth itself. Whether utilizing antimatter or cold fusion technology, ascending into space poses no challenge, thereby eliminating the need for secondary or tertiary propulsion, significantly reducing the rocket's size. Consequently, the current aerospace manufacturing workshop is more than sufficient. Equipped with the pre-established technical specifications, the 6 printers synchronized their programs, and the previously empty workshop gradually filled with a colossal entity, which continued to rise and expand. Truth be told, as Merlin observed the printers fabricating the satellite, he was reminded of a film he had seen in a past life, Killzone. In that film, upon a player's demise, a Black Reaper sphere replicated the player's body in a manner akin to the printers before him. Ah, what a brilliant idea. It is now mine. Mr. Ford, Ms. Jane is looking for you. At that moment, Ada Wong's voice resonated through the workshop. Upon receiving news of Dr. Essex's awakening, Jane Ford hastily booked a flight from England to the United States. "All right, RC, keep an eye on things here. I will take a look," Merlin said as he entrusted the workshop to RC and made his way to the central laboratory. Upon arriving at the central lab, Jane, clad in a scarf and down jacket, gazed around in astonishment. Listening to the argument between Charlie and Marvin, alongside the sight of Marvin robots transporting goods, she felt as if she had stepped into a futuristic world. "Jane, long time no see," a voice called from behind her. "Merlin," Jane exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Since the New Mexico incident, aside from missing Thor, her thoughts had often wandered to this uniquely intriguing young man. To her, Dr. Essex was like a father figure, and although Merlin claimed to have a way to revive him, she remained uncertain. After months had passed, she had nearly resigned herself to burying Dr. Essex on Christmas Day. Yet, unexpectedly, she received an email from Merlin just before Christmas. And upon learning that Essex had truly come back to life, it felt like a dream. After exchanging warm embraces and pleasantries, Merlin led her into the central experiment, directing her toward Dr. Essex's location. In the bionic laboratory, under the bright lights, Dr. Essex lay on the examination bed, his body entwined with blue tubing and electrical networks, with blue energy continuously flowing into him. Though Dr. Essex appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person at that moment, Jane, who frequently lived with him, immediately sensed something was amiss. "Indeed, my method is precisely this: to recreate a body for him." Merlin nodded, affirming her thoughts. "My goodness, this is truly astonishing. Are you certain this isn't a film?" Jane gasped, covering her mouth in shock as she gazed at Merlin. With divine intervention at play, this hardly seemed implausible. Merlin chuckled softly before approaching Dr. Essex and removing all the tubes and wires. As the plugs were disconnected with a hum, the prototype marking device on Dr. Essex's forehead illuminated with a blue glow, and his eyes slowly fluttered open. "Who are you?" "It's me, Jane. Wonderful. You are truly alive," Jane exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as she embraced him. Merlin quietly withdrew from the room, allowing the two to cherish their reunion. After expressing their gratitude to Merlin, Essex and Jane departed from the Merlin laboratory, while the satellite's printing progress continued steadily. End of this chapter. Chapter 115, Schemes from All Sides. The space-based Cannon satellite successfully docked. As the press conferences for the bionic beings and the Baymax robots unfold, and with the festive season of Christmas approaching, the entire Eagle Nation is enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Even the somewhat dilapidated residents of Los Santos muster their spirits to prepare Christmas trees in anticipation of the holiday. The incidents involving the lizard and Los Santos have faded amidst this revelry. Merlin, too, refrains from causing any disturbances, for to the citizens of Eagle Nation, Christmas is akin to the New Year, a time for joy. In addition to printing space-based artillery satellites, Merlin has begun preparing Christmas gifts for family and friends. As for the players, once resources and printers are expanded, they will be gifting mystery boxes in celebration of birthdays. On the eve of Christmas, the entire Apple City is aglow with lights, with a dazzling Christmas tree entwined in neon illumination. Meanwhile, Merlin's laboratory in the outskirts remains serene, with Marvin robots systematically traversing the production line. The only notable addition is a massive Christmas tree in the plaza. However, within the now bustling confines of Merlin's third aerospace laboratory, a sense of excitement fills the air as Merlin, RC, Ada Wong, Charlie, and Marvin gather, gazing expectantly at the colossal contraption before them. Although significantly smaller than an ordinary rocket, it still looms large in their eyes. It carries nearly 500 grams of antimatter artillery, capable of wreaking havoc from the scale of a building to that of an entire city. Henceforth, any who dare to threaten them will need to reconsider their intentions. Merlin gazes at the immense rocket engine and the dark-hued space-based artillery satellite atop it, his previously taut nerves finally beginning to relax. The satellite, integrated with the artillery, possesses the capacity to pinpoint locations across the globe. Naturally, certain air defense zones remain a topic for further discussion. However, with the silent accomplice standing below, there is little cause for concern. A mere milligram of antimatter can generate 180 megajoules of energy, equivalent to the energy stored in 22 fuel tanks of Eagle Nation space shuttles, while the destructive potential of 500 grams is anticipated to surpass that of the Tsar Bomba. If measured against the neon light, it equates to approximately 3,800 units. Despite the relatively small weight of the antimatter, numerous devices have been constructed to contain and control the energy it produces. Let us prepare for ignition. Regardless of the outcome, a sense of ceremony must be upheld. Ignition countdown. 10, 9, 8, ignite. Boom. A tremendous surge of energy erupts from the engine's nozzle, with the shockwave carried by the energy ring creating a hurricane that disperses in all directions. prompting Merlin and the others to instinctively raise their arms in defense. The roar of the energy engine reverberates continuously, and under the immense thrust, the colossal rocket gradually lifts from the ground. Amidst the howling winds, the dark rocket pierces through the laboratory's ceiling, ascending into the heavens with its energetic tail. Whoosh! The speed of the rocket is not particularly swift, primarily due to material limitations. Given the immense size of the rocket, a higher velocity would result in greater pressure on its internal components, consequently increasing the likelihood of malfunctions. Although it employs antimatter propulsion, the rocket and satellite as a whole are fundamentally 3D printed, and the collection of Cairo weapons amassed by Merlin is rather limited, making it impossible to fabricate metals with excessive density. Achieving the construction of such a colossal rocket is already a commendable feat. Furthermore, the primary capability of the space-based cannon is deterrence. It may not even be launched multiple times throughout the year. Currently, aside from Merlin, only players who have taken up the mechanic profession would find it useful, yet the exorbitant costs restrict many from indulging in such endeavors. At the moment the rocket ascended, the military radar of Eagle Nation detected anomalies in the sky. Even without radar, the massive rocket's launch was visible to all in Apple City. On the street, Fury sat within a modified vehicle, gazing through the windshield at the dark night sky adorned with twinkling stars, a sense of foreboding suddenly rising within him. That direction seemed to point towards the location of Hammer Industries' Merlin laboratory, speculated Coulson beside him. It is likely, as Hammer Industries had reported to the Air Force recently. As the stars gradually faded, a moment of silence enveloped them until Coulson finally broke it. I believe our current course of action may not be the wisest choice. Capturing Merlin will not halt the platform and player development. Rather, it may provoke unforeseen consequences. Fury continued to stare into the night sky, his expression somber. We have been investigating for a long time. Merlin is the first technician recruited by the platform, and most of the technology in the game has been developed by him. Our aim is not merely to apprehend him, but to ensure societal stability, directing his research towards constructive purposes rather than allowing it to be squandered on ordinary individuals, leading to an increase in extraordinary powers and societal unrest. Just like that fellow Stark, who seeks to keep power firmly in his grasp. Fury shook his head, voicing his concerns. Coulson remained silent. In the end, it won't just be us. The military and the legislators will also take action. We are going to secure him, Fury declared, starting the vehicle and departing from the scene. Christmas promises to be a spectacle. After the launch of the space-based cannon satellite, it swiftly broke through the atmosphere, reaching the designated low Earth orbit coordinates. Low Earth orbit refers to the trajectory surrounding Earth, situated at an altitude of less than 2,000 kilometers. Within this altitude range, celestial bodies move at a considerable speed, resulting in a shorter orbital period. Typically, satellites for detection, communication, navigation, and meteorology are positioned within this orbital range. Of course, the space-based cannon satellite, equipped with an antimatter propulsion system, could also reach the moon. However, operating in low Earth orbit allows for the fastest positioning and is the most economical method under the influence of gravitational pull. After the rocket reached low Earth orbit, it gradually came to a halt, and the antimatter engine extinguished, drifting languidly in the vast emptiness of space. With a click and a clack, though soundless, the rocket's machinery began to disperse. The outer shell unfurled first, dividing into 6 petals, slowly rotating under the influence of gravity. As the shell blossomed like petals, it revealed the thick, dark cannon tubes within. A blue arc of light traced along the lengthy rail. The energy of the flower's core pulsating as antimatter, under intense confinement, flowed into the launch chamber, poised for imminent launch. In the pitch-black void of space, a metallic bud gradually unfurled, the ethereal blue rail emanating a ghostly glow, resembling a slumbering behemoth orbiting the Earth along its path due to gravitational forces. The space-based cannon satellite successfully docked. Chapter 116. As Christmas approaches, the exhibition begins, and the art of duplication. Inside the control room of the Merlin 3rd Aerospace Laboratory, the successful docking of the satellite elicited exuberant cheers from everyone present. Oh my goodness! Fantastic! We did it! Marvin and Charlie leaped up, clapping and celebrating in jubilation. Success! Merlin also sighed with relief. It was his first time printing the satellite rocket, which had left him somewhat apprehensive. Now that the docking was successful, he could finally relax. In the future, if anyone displeased him, he would unleash a blast from the antimatter orbital cannon. A space-based weapon, once accurately targeted, would be exceedingly difficult to intercept from the ground. Following the successful launch of the space-based cannon satellite, the Cairo matter in Merlin's possession had nearly been depleted. In addition to printing the space-based cannon, he had also printed an Avenger, which he awarded to the first-place winner of the Los Santos event. The second place, the Hellion, and the third place, the Con-Gelatin tank, were already in production on the assembly line. Moreover, with the distribution of the first place prize, another local DeLorean Autobot emerged on Earth. As for the third place, Harry, he already possessed a Con-Gelatin, which was a transformer, and thus decided to sell it, adding a bit more money to purchase a combat prediction chip to install in himself. Similarly, he aimed to enhance his strength and participate in the Iron Man Legion selection. Recently, on the player forum, aside from discussions surrounding the latest chip spiders and bionic beings, the most heated topic was undoubtedly the selection tasks released by Stark. In the wake of the Los Santos incident, players gradually recognized the significance of unity, consciously forming small teams to collaboratively undertake missions. They became increasingly adept at utilizing the platform. Those who reveled in playing superhero to combat crime installed security chips, prompting the platform to recommend tasks targeting criminal organizations and eradicating evil. For those focused on accumulating wealth, a navigation chip would lead them to resource transportation tasks. Bounty hunters, on the other hand, could freely mix and match chips, receiving recommendations for private tasks issued by various employers. Those who revel in criminality tend to advocate for gang rivalries and herb smuggling missions. As for the eccentric ones, they are directly assigned to players who aspire to be superheroes. After verifying the operational status of the orbital cannon satellite and confirming its functionality, Merlin returned home with Archie. However, as soon as he entered his bedroom, a familiar figure appeared at the window as if waiting specifically for him. Merlin found himself laboring through the night once more, engaging in a spirited game of pool with Gwen, the Spider-Woman. Both players tacitly kept their masks partially on. It had been a week since they last met, and Gwen's skills had notably improved. Outside, snowflakes gently drifted down, while inside, the atmosphere was ablaze with excitement. The following day, Merlin slept until evening, only roused by the blaring of his alarm. Snow had fallen, and as he drew back the curtains to inhale the fresh air, he was greeted by a scene blanketed in white. Rows of Christmas trees and snowmen adorned the entrances of various apartments, while plows navigated the streets, clearing the accumulated snow. Families, clad in thick coats, engaged in playful snowball fights, embodying a scene of peace and prosperity. Suddenly, the idyllic tableau was shattered by a sharp gunshot. A black man burst from a convenience store, clutching a large quantity of food as urgent sirens blared in the distance. Before the police arrived, a young man produced an armor-piercing pistol and riddled the fleeing figure with bullets. Hearing the mechanical spider's alert from his shoulder, the young man smiled, pleased with his progress in eradicating crime. With Christmas approaching, many individuals from the community would take advantage of the season to engage in zero-cost holiday shopping, prompting him to stake out various convenience stores, rather than allowing the police to apprehend these criminals only to release them after a brief warning. He preferred to deliver a more permanent solution. 1 million, wait for me, he thought, as the sirens grew nearer, prompting him to slip into a nearby alley. In a flash, a figure darted past the adjacent window. Gwen, the Spider-Woman, locked eyes with Merlin and gave him a thumbs up before pursuing the young man. Merlin tilted his head in surprise at the unfolding events, which, while unexpected, seemed somewhat fitting and dramatically poetic. After tidying his room and tossing the bedding into the washing machine, he prepared a meal to satiate his hunger. At 6 o'clock, there was a knock at his door. Merlin, let's go. We're attending the Stark Industries Tech Expo. The design is quite impressive, George announced, standing outside with his wife. Where's Gwen? Merlin inquired, noticing only the two of them. She's already at the venue. We can head over now? George replied, shaking his head in mild exasperation at the mention of Gwen. Previously, due to his busy schedule, he had not paid much attention to Gwen. However, during this recent holiday, he finally found some leisure time and discovered that his daughter often disappeared mysteriously, frequently absent from home. Merlin nodded thoughtfully, closed the door, and then followed George and the others to the square garden. At 8 o'clock, the Stark Industries Baymax exhibition was set to commence, coinciding with the Bionic exhibition hosted by Hammer Industries in the Gymnasium's Hall 1. Given this, Merlin had no choice but to devise a way to employ his doppelganger technique. By the time Merlin and his companions arrived at the square garden, the venue was already teeming with people. As a family robot, Baymax garnered significant attention. Most attendees were families, alongside members of various foundations and charitable legislators. Meanwhile, military personnel from Eagle Sauce, along with other department members and key legislators, had headed to the Hammer Industries exhibition in Hall 1 of the Gymnasium. They could not ascertain which exhibition Merlin would personally attend today, but considering he was associated with Hammer Industries, and the bionic technology was evidently more advanced and practical than the Baymax robot, they largely deduced he would gravitate towards the technology exhibition hosted by Hammer Industries. Merlin, Dad, Mom, over here. A golden-haired Gwen excitedly waved to them from the crowd, running towards them. Compared to her previous youthful radiance, There was now a hint of mature elegance about her. "We agreed to come together. Why did you come alone?" Mrs. Stacy gently chided. "I couldn't help it, miss. Pepper invited our band to perform the opening act. You should blame Merlin for that." This chapter concludes with Chapter 117, The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. Arresting Merlin. It was indeed Merlin's suggestion that the opening for today's Baymax Technology exhibition was allocated to Gwen's band. With the holiday at hand, the band members, being students, had ample free time. Therefore, they could hardly refuse such a grand opportunity. Their band had gained a modest reputation. Yet it was primarily among the student body, clearly insufficient for participation in such a significant exhibition. However, as the main focus of the technology exhibition was Baymax, such an opening could suit anyone, and featuring a band composed of high school students aligned beautifully with the day's theme. Baymax represented warmth and the joy of family, rather than a cold medical machine. "Merlin, over here." Amid their conversation, Pepper approached with her assistant. "Mr. George, Mrs. Stacy." Pepper greeted them politely with a nod and then turned to Merlin, saying, "The exhibition is about to commence, and I may need to borrow this young one for a while." "Of course, no problem. We are eager to witness the Baymax robot as well." Mrs. Stacy chuckled, giving Merlin a gentle push. "Then I must leave too. The opening performance is about to begin." Gwen winked and headed towards her band. Pepper, accompanied by Merlin, arrived at the exhibition hall, where rows of adorable Baymax robots donned festive Santa hats and fake beards, resembling plump, jolly figures of Christmas cheer. Behind them stood a battery storage unit shaped like a Christmas tree. These Baymax robots were designated as special gifts for the holiday season, with all proceeds from their auctions set to benefit a medical foundation meticulously overseen by personnel from Stark Industries, ensuring utmost trustworthiness. Understanding the purpose of the Baymax robots, Pepper recognized how to shape their persona and marketing strategy: family, healthcare, warmth, happiness, and generosity, focusing on the cultivation of noble qualities. Everything seems splendid. But where is Mr. Stark? Is he absent from such an important occasion? Merlin inquired curiously, nodding in admiration as he surveyed the surroundings. Upon mentioning Stark, Pepper's expression darkened. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the recruitment of the Iron Legion, largely neglecting company affairs. "I saw his news yesterday," Merlin remarked, his tone peculiar. "He was at a party, reveling with a group of women. Rumors had recently circulated about his flirtations with his teammate, Black Widow. Despite the myriad of experiences he had endured, Stark's playboy tendencies appeared resistant to change. Do not concern yourself with him. We have parted ways. My focus must be solely on the company. Other matters are of little consequence to me," Pepper replied with a resigned shake of her head. Indeed, Natasha was a captivating agent, adept at captivating the hearts of men. It would be surprising if Stark could withstand her charms. As the performance by Gwen's band concluded, the exhibition transitioned to its main event. I trust everyone has been eagerly anticipating this moment. So without further ado, let us delve into the main topic. Please welcome Ms. Pepper Potts, the CEO of Stark Industries, alongside Mr. Merlin, the designer of Baymax. They bring with them a special Christmas gift from Stark Industries, the limited edition Baymax. Let us give them a round of applause. The spacious garden exhibition hall erupted with enthusiastic applause. Children's faces flushed with excitement as they craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the stage, accompanied by cheerful music. A row of Baymax robots adorned with Santa hats gradually rose from the stage, while a large screen in the background showcased animated clips of Baymax from Big Hero 6. "Daddy, look, it's Baymax. Baymax. It's really Baymax. He is my favorite. Mommy, can we buy one?" The arrival of Baymax sent the children into a frenzy, with adults unable to conceal their own excitement, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the stage. Leading technology for a joyful life, the exhibition in the Garden Square commenced simultaneously with a bionic exhibition in the adjacent sports hall. However, in stark contrast to the vibrant atmosphere of the white exhibition, the ambience surrounding the bionic individuals was considerably more somber and serious. Seated below were key officials from the Eagle Nation, including government ministers, military personnel, intelligence agents, and legislators, all gathered in this space. The bionic beings undoubtedly represented a groundbreaking scientific achievement capable of transforming societal structures, particularly the security-oriented bionic entities, which similarly could be adapted for use in bionic soldiers. Nevertheless, their primary focus today, aside from bionic technology, was to seek out the inventor behind this research. The individual in question held more than just one bionic technology. Let us welcome Ms. Justine Hammer, the executive president of Hammer Industries, along with Mr. Merlin, the chief engineer of Hammer Industries. Today's exhibit showcases bionic beings. Applause erupted as Justine, clad in a striking red dress, ascended the stage alongside Merlin. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity's technological advancement has always been in pursuit of a more comfortable and convenient way of life, seeking more efficient and rapid methods of production. The exploration of robotics has consistently been an unavoidable facet of human history. However, today, Hammer Industries has taken a significant step forward. This is undoubtedly one of my father's most commendable achievements. I now invite our chief engineer, Mr. Merlin Xiao, to share his insights on the future prospects of bionic technology. Justine gracefully stepped aside, allowing Merlin to take the spotlight. As Merlin began his presentation, the audience observed with keen interest. Among them, Fury watched Merlin with a furrowed brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Just as Merlin was discussing the integration of bionic beings into human society, a cadre of sharply dressed agents abruptly burst onto the scene. Upon recognizing the lead agent, a bespectacled bald man, Coulson was momentarily taken aback. Citterville? What brings him here? Fury, too, widened his solitary eye in surprise. He had only brought Coulson for this mission. So how did Citterville appear here, acting so recklessly? Noticing the aggressive approach of the agent squad, Merlin halted his discourse. Who are you? Why have you barged in? Justine interjected, her voice steady and commanding. Citterville calmly reached into his jacket pocket, producing identification. S.H.I.L.D. is here. Mr. Merlin Shaw is implicated in a case of arms smuggling, posing a threat to societal safety. We must take him in for questioning. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. As the chapter concluded, the bewildered Hydra agents were left in shock upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intent to apprehend Merlin, particularly Fury and the military personnel, who appeared utterly confounded. They were not so obstinate as to disregard protocol, surely. There should have been a more diplomatic approach to inviting the individual back. Yet, now, the arrest was declared outright, leaving no room for negotiation. Citterville, what are you doing? Who authorized your attempt to apprehend Merlin? At this moment, Fury could no longer maintain his composure. He rose to his feet and demanded an explanation. General Ross, who had been about to stand, hesitated for a moment, adopting an attitude of detached amusement as he observed the unfolding drama. The legislators appeared bewildered. This was not part of the plan. If they were to act, it was inconceivable to arrest someone in such a public setting. Merlin was no ordinary high school student. He was the chief engineer at Hammer Industries and a partner at Stark Industries. Just one of them was enough to give them a headache, let alone the combined might of two domestic military industrial giants. Who would dare to confront them openly, especially with the presence of a mysterious platform? Although they wished to curtail its growth and bring it under their own control, they intended to do so only through coercion and inducement. The economy of the Eagle Nation had already suffered significantly due to the Lizard incident and the Los Santos debacle, and they had hoped to negotiate with Merlin. Even if they could not bring him under their wing, collaboration could hasten economic recovery. How could they possibly turn away a lucrative opportunity? Sitterwell's decisive action left the front row spectators, each with their own ulterior motives, in a state of confusion. Director Fury? Sitterwell handcuffed Merlin, and upon seeing the director's apparent surprise, he displayed a look of bewilderment. Wasn't this your directive? Mr. Pierce received your message and instructed us to come swiftly. Fury's expression darkened further, his frustration boiling over. When did I ever issue such a command? Fury's already stern countenance was now a deep shade of fury, teetering on the brink of madness. Suddenly, a familiar electronic tone resonated throughout the expansive exhibition hall, causing the faces of all present to change dramatically. Even Justine was not exempt. She remembered this sound from her father's recent exhibition. The familiar, liberating music echoed once more in the grand hall, and the visuals that had been showcasing the future plans for the androids transformed abruptly. World mission, Hail Hydra. Cut off one head, and two more shall take its place. During the Second World War, there existed an organization that instilled terror across nations. Subsequently, this entity did not perish but rather infiltrated various countries, lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The task at hand involves carrying a signal locator to the Hydra organization. In 30 minutes, a space-based cannon will obliterate the target base. Participation requires the inclusion of a mechanic within the team. The reward for the annihilation of the base is a fixed asset transport device. This device permits immediate transportation to its location upon the purchase of goods from the marketplace, alongside the initiation of an insurance service. The task is marked with locations including Washington, Serbia, Sokovia, and Apple City. The objective is to eliminate the concealed Hydra members, Baron Strucker, Baron Zemo, Dr. Zola, Viper, Madam Hydra, and Crossbones. Baron Zemo carries a combat prediction chip with a bounty of 3 million. Dr. Zola possesses artificial intelligence, also with a bounty of 3 million. Crossbones has a premium combat chip with a bounty of 500,000. The rewards for this mission can be commensurate with one's status. A world map materialized on the grand screen, with numerous red dots being swiftly marked across it. Upon observing the coordinates of Washington, Fury's expression darkened, as it indicated the location of their S.H.I.E.L.D. base. The senators and military personnel, upon witnessing the dense cluster of red dots on the map, broke into a cold sweat. The name Hydra was a distant memory. They had believed that World War II had completely eradicated the threat. Yet shadows of the organization lingered globally. What astonished them further was the terrifying capabilities of the platform, rendering the entire world devoid of secrets before the organization. At that moment, they began to suspect whether the creators of the platform might be extraterrestrial beings. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief that they had not hastily provoked the platform's technical staff. The implications of Hydra's resurgence were unfathomable to them. Just when it seemed the task had concluded, the screen lit up once more. Cybertron Mission, Megatron, and Optimus Prime have sent signals into the cosmos. Members of the Decepticons and Autobots have infiltrated Earth, hiding in various locations. They possess the Allspark energy within them, if one wishes for their allies to attain completeness. This is the singular opportunity available. Choose your faction: Autobots, Decepticons, Bounty Hunters. Notable characters include Agent Simmons. This mission is classified as special and operates on a point system. 1,000 points can be exchanged for a transforming vehicle, becoming your companion. The mission's scope encompasses Earth. Lastly, Merry Christmas. I hope everyone enjoys this gift. The enthusiasm is palpable. Many players in Manhattan were previously troubled by the Allspark situation, and now this mission provides a resolution. Those who have long envied the players of Manhattan are now thoroughly satisfied. For the guilds and clubs, the rewards for vanquishing Hydra are particularly enticing. With the advent of the commodity teleportation device, they no longer have to wait to acquire their purchased items. The Lone Wolf players are equally content with both missions. Not long after the Los Santos incident, the platform once again unveiled 2 world-class tasks, as if even the masterminds were celebrating Christmas. Witnessing the simultaneous release of these 2 missions left everyone present in a state of shock. Merlin's companion, Sitwell, was momentarily rendered speechless, staring blankly at the enormous screen before him. In the next instant, a multitude of firearms encircled them. Do not move. We currently suspect that you are affiliated with Hydra. General Ross's eyes gleamed as he regarded them. After all, Hydra was a direct lead. Observing this, Fury grew anxious. General Ross, however, he was abruptly interrupted. You 2 will accompany us for a while. Until your suspicions are cleared, you will remain here. You have no authority to arrest me. Fury stepped back, his brow furrowing. I am now the Secretary of State. For the safety of our nation's territory, you must assist in the investigation. Ross invoked his new position. Following the Hulk incident, he had been reassigned elsewhere, yet his power had not diminished significantly. In this chapter's conclusion, we delve into the aftermath of the Hulk incident, during which General Ross's unauthorized human experimentation led to calamity in Times Square, Manhattan. His daughter perished in that tumultuous conflict. Consequently, after the incident, Ross's position was relinquished, and he gradually faded from military prominence. However, he did not depart from the political sphere. Instead, he transitioned to civil administration, assuming the role of Secretary of State, overseeing national security and diplomatic affairs. Essentially, he merely shifted his authority from one hand to the other, with his influence in civilian matters being somewhat dispersed compared to his military command, necessitating a reorganization of his team. Human experimentation is somewhat commonplace for the United States, but Ross's actions this time indeed raised eyebrows. Child, please accompany us for a moment. We merely wish to understand certain matters. I assure you, you will not be treated as a criminal during the inquiry. After detaining Fury and the others, Ross swiftly adopted a more amiable demeanor. He appeared kind, akin to a gentle uncle speaking to Merlin. Dressed in a tailored suit, Ross had softened considerably since the loss of his daughter, exuding less of an oppressive presence. Moreover, Merlin was regarded as a veritable treasure for the United States. Both the white robot and the android could significantly enhance the nation's tax revenues. The tax bureau is indeed the core of the United States, while other concerns can be set aside. Very well. Merlin nodded decisively. Ms. Justine, let us conclude today's exhibition. Upon hearing that Merlin had not thrown a tantrum, Ross sighed in relief and then turned his gaze towards the newly appointed president of Hammer Industries. It seemed as though this platform was deliberately targeting Hammer Industries, as it had unveiled tasks during both of their technology launch events. Following the announcement of the platform's task, the audience in the hall began to disperse in groups, whispering amongst themselves as they left their seats. This task was directed at the management of Eagle's Sauce. If what the platform claimed was true, they would need to exercise caution. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they were no longer in the line of fire. As the audience continued to exit the exhibition hall, the press conference could only be hastily brought to a close. The most bewildered among them were the members of Hydra, who were still grappling with the implications of this task. What on earth? They were merely attempting to apprehend a technician, yet their operation had been exposed so brazenly. After this debacle, all their years of effort had been rendered futile, and they now faced a backlash from the players. Initially, they had perceived Merlin's rapid development as a threat, coupled with their own lack of strength, prompting them to implement an insight plan to eliminate the opposition preemptively. However, they never anticipated such severe consequences, nor did they realize that this mysterious platform possessed such extraordinary capabilities. I've entrusted the sale of the bioengineered individuals to Ada. My absence won't be an issue. As Merlin prepared to depart, he offered some reassurance to Justine. What? Another Merlin has appeared at the big white press conference? As he reached the door, Ross suddenly received a shocking message. He scrutinized Merlin before him, and a thought struck him. Are you certain? He inquired, still uncertain. The response came swiftly with affirmation, accompanied by images from the scene. Bioengineers. At last, Ross was convinced. Truly astonishing, Mr. Merlin, you have outsmarted us all. He gazed helplessly at the seemingly harmless high schooler before him. If you have any inquiries, I can assist, the bioengineered Merlin said with a smile. Let us go? Ross replied without further ado. After all, it was not appropriate to emulate S.H.I.E.L.D., or, rather, Hydra, by attempting to apprehend someone publicly at Stark's press conference. This task announcement differed from the previous two incidents, aside from Hydra's intent to capture Merlin. The task was displayed prominently on the exhibition hall's big screen, while others were sent to players' phones and mechanical spider devices. However, apart from the new players, most utilized mechanical spiders. The cost of a standard chip was comparable to that of a skeletal horse, making it feasible to acquire one after completing tasks for some time. Additionally, the implantation of a chip came with a complementary mechanical spider. Ding. In the audience, a figure with silver hair, a delicate countenance, and a frail body reminiscent of a cat, Felicia, suddenly flickered her gaze. She revealed a black mechanical spider forming a wristwatch on her wrist, accompanied by an electronic sound. A beam of light emanated from the spider's compound eyes, creating a holographic projection before her. World mission, Hydra's annihilation, Cybertron mission, it seems today must come to an end. Felicia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the two newly released tasks on the platform. Stealth was her forte. However, she needed to find a mechanic to collaborate with. She glanced at Merlin on the platform, discreetly concealing the mechanical spider on her wrist. For now, she would focus on completing the task assigned by Jean Bing, ensuring her father's safety first. With the release of the tasks, a series of notification sounds echoed at the White Robot launch conference, and projections streamed from the player's mechanical spider's eyes. Attendees of the White Robot conference were predominantly family, including numerous young high school and university students. Thus, while the number of players was not vast, it was not insignificant either. How wonderful. At last, there were tasks to undertake. Finally, it was not just about monster hunting. Mechanic. How on earth could I afford the mechanic profession chip? Soon, a murmur of discontent began to rise from below. Merlin simultaneously received news from the arena. Goodness. I had hoped to let you all enjoy a peaceful Christmas. He mumbled upon returning backstage. Merlin, come here quickly. Pepper waved her hand urgently upon seeing him. What is the matter? Merlin inquired. Pepper did not respond verbally, but scrutinized Merlin's face closely before pinching it. Hey, Pepper, I'm still young. Pepper, upon hearing this, smirked and delivered a light smack to the back of his head. I just wanted to see if you were real. Do you know what is happening at the arena? Someone is trying to arrest you. Moreover, the platform has consecutively issued 2 tasks. How can we have a peaceful Christmas? Are you real? Or are you a replicant? Pepper complained, casting a doubtful glance at him. Of course, I'm real. The theme over there is replicants, so they must have sent my replicant. Merlin hastily assured, patting his chest. That is good to hear. Your replicant has already been taken away, but I want to let them take you. Upon hearing this, Pepper finally felt reassured. Don't worry. I'll handle this matter. You need not concern yourself overly. Chapter 120. The boisterous forum and Merlin under attack. Merlin's replicant was not subjected to any trouble. Rather, he was invited to the office building alongside Ross in the same vehicle. In contrast, Fury and his companions were treated with less courtesy, being taken directly to the interrogation room to be questioned about Hydra's intel. As for Merlin, after the Christmas-exclusive White Auction, the launch conference concluded splendidly. This charitable fund totals $33 million, which will eventually be delivered to patients in need through the Stark Foundation. The task released by the platform this time does not mark a catastrophic beginning. Moreover, the recipients of the task are merely players. Thus, the joyful atmosphere of Christmas Eve remains undiminished. However, amidst the warmth of the holiday spirit, many players have quietly departed from Liberty City, heading towards Washington. Concurrently, a significant influx of hackers has invaded various intelligence and political departments, including the Pentagon, all in pursuit of information regarding Hydra. Merlin, seated atop RC relinquished control to her and began to peruse the platform's forum. Oh, seeking a mechanic for collaboration. You need to do nothing but create a positioning device and press the launch button. I will shoulder all expenses. Damn it. I'm an alchemist. Had I known, I would have purchased a mechanic. Envious of the esteemed individual above, care to form a team? We have a mechanic in our squad. Recruiting a mechanic. The Hellfire and Holy Light Judgment Guilds have already journeyed to Washington. Is anyone interested in heading to Sokovia? I have uncovered some information regarding Baron Strucker of Hydra. Is the individual above a planner? After the task was posted, the forum exploded with activity, appearing somewhat chaotic. However, with the emergence of mechanic posts, order was finally restored, prompting many players to leave comments below. Praise to OM Messiah. Please provide details on the signal positioning device and the cost associated with the orbital cannon. Praise to a certain Messiah. I purchased a mechanic after the professional system update, but the orbital cannon option remained dim until it finally illuminated this morning. Speculation suggests it may be related to last night's rocket. Now let us discuss the financial aspects. Creating a signal positioning device will cost approximately $600, while a single orbital cannon shot ranges from $700,000 to $3 billion. Indeed, $3 billion is as devastating as you might imagine. It could obliterate an entire city. To annihilate a base, it would require about $3 million, contingent upon the size of the base. If you wish to invite me, I shall charge a service fee of merely $10,000. I will solely provide the signal positioning device and the final orbital cannon strike. Should you desire to purchase weaponry, I also possess exoskeleton infantry combat weapons. However, currently, I only have power arms and pneumatic piston legs available. Exoskeleton designs can only be acquired by mechanics, encompassing arms, legs, feet, and entire bodies. However, a prerequisite is the purchase of a newly released printer from the store. The detailed explanation provided by the player praising OM Messiah garnered the highest attention and was pinned at the top. Below, various mechanics contributed their insights, alongside planners and alchemists. The unique professions, purchased at the expense of their entire fortunes, were finally proving their worth. As Merlin was engrossed in the forum, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air beside her. Clang! A burst of sparks erupted as a fan-like apparatus silently hovered next to Merlin, intercepting a claw that was launched towards her. Click! The pedal-like device folded twice before adjusting its direction to point skyward. This apparatus, modified from the Otis Woke detection device, had been transformed into radar detection, utilizing magnetic levitation technology in conjunction with radar sensors to form a passive defense system. Merlin followed the direction indicated by the blades and looked up to see a mysterious woman, clad in black leather, wearing a mask, and sporting silver hair tied up, resembling a black cat, appearing on the balcony of a nearby building. The claw had been shot from her hand, but it was not aimed at Merlin. Rather, it sought to ensnare her. Black Cat Merlin murmured to herself. At that moment, Alcee quickly transformed into her automotive form and positioned herself before Merlin, brandishing a laser gun aimed at the Black Cat above. With a flash, crimson beams of laser energy shot forth, reaching the Black Cat in an instant. However, upon realizing her attack had missed, the Black Cat swiftly retreated, causing the laser to strike the edge of the rooftop, sending debris flying. Fortunately, as they were in a relatively secluded street, the chaos did not attract much attention. Click! The cowcat armor rapidly enveloped her body, and the next moment, the engine roared to life, trailing a white glow as she pursued. Merlin, be careful, Alcee called out, her engine propelling her forward in hot pursuit. As Merlin ascended into the air, she spotted the Black Cat being cornered on the rooftop by Spider-Man, a good neighbor from Apple City. The Black Cat extended her fingers to unleash claws, shredding the webbing that bound her hands, and then elegantly stepped aside. Nice shot, Spider-Man, she taunted. Stop. Why did you attack Merlin? Gwen, the Spider-Woman, swiftly twisted her wrist, demanding an explanation. Mind your own business. I have no desire to complicate matters, Spider-Man. The Black Cat hissed, feeling Merlin closing in behind her. Her silver teeth clenched, her body tensed, and sharp claws glinted ominously in the moonlight. Unless you tell me why you assaulted Merlin, I will have no choice but to deliver you to the police station, Gwen insisted, unyielding. Crouching low like a vigilant spider ready to pounce. Then be prepared to be torn apart by me, the Black Cat retorted, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a shadow and darted away. Whoosh! A dull whistle mixed with the sharp sound of slicing air grazed Gwen's ear. Bang! The force was immense as Gwen braced herself against the Black Cat's wrist, her surprise evident in her murmur. The Black Cat's eyes widened slightly. She was injected with an enhanced version of the super soldier serum, yet she was so effortlessly halted. She shot a furious glare at her opponent, then executed a powerful kick, only for her adversary to effortlessly evade it with a series of backflips. Your strength seems off. Have you undergone genetic mutation? Gwen inquired with curiosity. Ever since the lizard incident, She had seldom encountered genetically modified individuals. You are still a player. At that moment, the mechanical spider on Black Cat's chest became evident. Bang! Merlin, clad in battle armor, landed alongside RC behind Black Cat. Chapter end. In the 121st chapter, the guild that arrived first in Washington encountered Dr. Octopus. With Gwen as Spider-Woman in front and Merlin and RC behind, Black Cat's expression darkened as she found herself surrounded. You want to capture me? Whose orders? Merlin lifted his visor and questioned the woman in a black and white bodysuit with flowing silver hair. RC raised her laser gun, her finger poised on the trigger, ready to unleash a crimson beam that would pierce her opponent's skull. Black Cat sighed as if accepting her fate, raising her arms in surrender. All right, I concede. In truth, I was coerced into attempting to abduct you. My father's life is in their hands, and it was Kingpin who sent me. He paused, emphasizing the last name with a weighty tone. Kingpin. Gwen gasped in astonishment, but in the next moment, her spider sense flared. Whoosh. She instinctively sidestepped as a flying claw brushed past her. Seizing the moment of Gwen's distraction, Black Cat, who had initially raised her hands in surrender, suddenly sprang into action. With her claws extended, she leaped like a nimble feline, diving off the rooftop. The claw she had thrown latched perfectly onto the edge of a nearby building, while Black Cat, free-falling from the rooftop, swung swiftly along the rope. See you. She triumphantly waved at Merlin and the others still on the rooftop. However, in the next instant, a magnetic levitation blade sliced through the rope, causing the overconfident Black Cat to plummet straight down into the darkened street below. Wait. Gwen's eyes widened as she instinctively shot out a web to save her, only to be stopped by Merlin. She won't die. Black Cat, who had been falling weightlessly, suddenly crashed against the nearest building, her sharp claws sinking into the wall and sparking as they made contact. Gritting her teeth, she dug her fingers into the surface. And under the immense force of gravity, she left a 6-meter-long scratch on the wall, her fingers feeling as though they might snap. Once she felt her body had absorbed enough of the impact, she pushed off with her feet, deftly disappearing into a tall Christmas tree. With the trunk quivering, Black Cat vanished into the night. Merlin and RC approached the Christmas tree, where they could still see a long streak of blood. Clearly, the abrupt fall had not been kind to her. I am heading to find Jean Bing. Would you care to join me? Merlin suddenly turned to Gwen, who was standing parallel to the ground against the building wall. Of course, I will join you. She shot out a web line and swiftly made her way towards Hell's Kitchen. On the 195 highway leading to Washington, the road, which had been desolate due to Christmas, was now ablaze with lights. Countless vehicles sped along the highway, their headlights piercing the night as they raced towards Washington. Similarly, the route from Los Angeles to Washington was bustling with increased traffic, predominantly comprised of specialized vehicles sold on various platforms. The police officer, temporarily summoned to intercept the flow, gazed at the red digits flashing on the display, feeling utterly helpless against the icy gusts of wind that swept past. Damn it, which fool called me here? How am I supposed to stop this? As the cold wind howled around him, he muttered a few curses, then retreated to his car, his expression calm as he watched the vehicles zoom by. Simultaneously, the once silent and frigid night sky was now lively, filled with the sounds of roaring engines and the dull thrum of propellers. Fighter jets sliced through the cool moonlight, heading towards Washington. Among them were combat aircraft, armed helicopters, bombers, and transport planes. Names like Hellspawn, Sparrow, Barbarian, Akula, Blaze, Thunderbeast, Hydra, and Villain echoed in the air. Even an Avenger was present. It resembled a world at war. As various aircraft traversed the sky, Washington lay approximately 400 kilometers from Apple City, taking about 4 hours by car, but merely half an hour by air. Therefore, shortly after the mission was announced, both Hellfire and the Light's Judgment had already dispatched their fighter jets and transport planes, with all guild members arriving over Washington. However, they remained cautious, awaiting word from the planners within the guild. As one of the top guilds among players, they had nearly acquired every profession, but for special professions, their financial prowess allowed them to purchase only one each, which was already a stretch. Sustaining these purchases required additional resources. Besides the planners, the mechanics and alchemists had a significant margin for error, with their resource consumption continually rising. This mission posed a greater danger for their guild, as they were up against the long-hidden Hydra organization. While they were confident in their abilities to confront them, thanks to their various skill chips, the primary concern lay with the enemy's heavy firepower. Thus, Hellfire and the Light's Judgment formed an alliance. Through their investigations, they discovered that the Hydra organization in Washington was formidable. If they could dismantle it, the rewards would certainly exceed a mere asset teleportation device. Inside the Avenger vehicle, a young man dressed casually with long golden hair and a rugged appearance inquired, "Dr. Otto, how are things progressing?" He was Elsenberg, the Knight of the Light's Judgment and the founder of the guild. Elson, a member of a knightly lineage, utilized the remaining resources and connections of his family to establish this guild as the platform began to flourish. Before him sat the bespectacled scholar, Otto Gonzalo Octavius, a scientist who would later be known as Dr. Octopus. However, at present, he served as a technician for the platform, and with the sophisticated chip technology at his disposal, Otto was not mentally compromised by the Octopus tentacle chip controllers, thus maintaining his original personality. The platform was designated as a base for SHIELD. Was it truly wise for us to launch a preemptive strike? Otto inquired uncertainly, examining the information he had gathered. Elson shook his head, assuring him that it would pose no issue as long as the platform operated smoothly. They would proceed with their plans while he handled the rest. Otto, reassured, ceased to dwell on his concerns. SHIELD possessed an aircraft carrier, which would be a significant obstacle should they engage in a direct assault. Without Iron Man's arc reactor technology, and with SHIELD's inside initiative yet to be implemented, they had not constructed 3 space carriers. Their primary strategy would be infiltration, although there was always the possibility of utilizing space-based weaponry if the opportunity arose. The members of the Hellfire Guild were primarily assassins or members of assassin families, so entrusting the mission to them was not a concern. After a moment of contemplation, Elson stated, End of chapter 122, SHIELD, A Den of Serpents. Commenced the assault. The leader of Hellfire was indeed a member of an assassin family, though it was more appropriate to refer to him as an assassin now. Both the Order of the Holy Light and Hellfire Guild possessed elements of religious faith, a potent tool for fostering unity in the West. Assassins and knights were the predominant beliefs in Western nations, leading to a swift influx of players into both guilds upon their establishment. Recently, various factions such as churches, witches, priestesses, and succubi clubs have emerged, reminiscent of a Renaissance. Cyberpunk Renaissance. The Order of the Holy Light adhered to the knightly creed, thus primarily incorporating combat and security chips. In contrast, Hellfire followed the Assassin's Creed, focusing on stealth, assassination, and espionage chips. Consequently, during this mission, both factions would collaborate, with the Order of the Holy Light drawing fire while Hellfire players infiltrated to position the signal locator at the designated site. Hellfire had already arrived at Virginia Beach aboard a killer whale. It was time for them to commence their operations. Elson raised his wrist, glancing at the spider projections message, a smile illuminating his face. These shadowy assassins were indeed thriving, having even acquired a killer whale. Reflecting on his own transport, a prize from their last mission, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at Hellfire's direct purchase of a nuclear submarine. Once the platform emerged, opportunities for profit margins dwindled significantly. After all, they were not mercenaries, and thus earnings naturally increased. A chuckle escaped Ochuo's lips. Typically, to distance themselves from any potential repercussions, employers refrain from contacting directly, opting instead for intermediaries. The unscrupulous nature of these agents is self-evident. On a $10 million contract, they might siphon off as much as 50%. However, with the advent of the platform, employers need not fear exposure of their identities, as they can simply post tasks. To enhance the likelihood of success, they may seek out highly rated bounty hunters, while minor tasks can be assigned to players. Yet, a formidable barrier remains in the form of a gold-plated obstacle in the underground of Apple City, hindering the development of player factions. With time remaining before the offensive, Elson engaged in casual conversation with Ochuo. Just as he was about to speak, the mechanical spider wristwatch on his arm emitted another chime. He activated the projection, only to find the situation had escalated alarmingly. The SHIELD had effectively morphed into the Hydra organization. After perusing the message from a friend, he could not help but voice his incredulity. What does this mean? Ochuo, intrigued, leaned in. A friend had just received the latest intelligence indicating that one of the Hydra operatives dispatched to apprehend Merlin Shaw had already confessed. The information was sure to astonish. Elson paused, building anticipation, before extending his wrist, projecting an image of a bespectacled middle-aged man clad in a yellow suit with striking blonde hair. Alexander Pierce, the former director of SHIELD, yet in truth, the leader of Hydra. Furthermore, he had utilized the algorithms of Arnim Zola, the deceased scientist, to orchestrate large-scale assassinations of individuals deemed threats to Hydra. According to the bounty tasks released on the platform, it is highly probable that Arnim Zola is not truly dead. Crossbones is embedded within SHIELD as well. In fact, it seems that nearly the entirety of SHIELD is comprised of Hydra's covert operatives. It appears our taxes have not nurtured a cadre of guardians, but rather a nest of venomous serpents. Elson remarked with a tone laced with derision. This situation is indeed absurd, Ochuo responded, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. SHIELD was established as a special task force by the Security Council, crafted by the hands of luminaries such as Howard Stark. Yet now, it has been quietly infiltrated and transformed into a den of snakes. It is difficult to fathom the extent of societal harm Hydra has perpetrated over the years, nor the number of individuals who have fallen victim to their assassins. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding Howard Stark's alleged death in a car accident are now shrouded in suspicion. However, one aspect that astonishes me is the high school student, Merlin Shaw. I recall that during the initial Lizard incident, he emerged as a central figure, and now he has triggered another task as a pivotal character in the narrative. You, being a fellow technical expert on the platform, must possess some insights regarding him. Elson switched the projection, retrieving Merlin's dossier for further examination. Students of Central City High School, inventors of electromagnetic pulse emitters, atomic energy guns, and electromagnetic rifles. Designers of the Baymax robot, pioneers in bionic technology, collaborators with Stark Industries, and chief engineers at Hammer Industries. These astonishing achievements cascade forth in dazzling array. Each accomplishment, if isolated, would suffice to earn renown within the scientific community, yet they all converge upon the singular figure of a high school student. Many of the weapons he has developed are available for purchase on the platform, and numerous items you currently utilize are products of his innovation. Ochuo said little more, merely nodding with a sense of pride. At once, Elson's face illuminated with understanding. Clearly, this individual is not only a genius in the tangible world, but also in the digital realm. It is no wonder that such a monumental task has been triggered. Had I been apprehended, this mission might never have materialized. Ochuo has only released a handful of technologies on the platform, yet the rewards reaped are indeed substantial. However, they pale in comparison to those garnered by the likes of Merlin and Stark. As dawn broke, the radiant golden light illuminated the sky, revealing rows of armored suits that spread across the skies above suburban Washington like flocks of birds. Commenced the assault. Elson glanced at the time, then with a serious demeanor activated the mechanical spider communication to issue commands. The Avengers' propellers whirred and transformed like transformers, gradually accelerating into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The engines of the Sky Fury aircraft roared, forming a fleet that surged into the heavens. Following closely, a squadron of transport helicopters towed massive magnets, which magnetically attracted tanks, armored vehicles, and other military apparatus towards the SHIELD base in the outskirts. The Transformers squad had also reached the ground, with vehicles driven by players racing swiftly along the roads. Meanwhile, on the other side of Virginia Beach, a sleek black submarine silently surfaced, as numerous players piloted Teraldos or Dawn diving suits to land upon the beach. The two guilds commenced their operations, while other players continued to converge upon Washington. An epic battle was imminent. The chapter concludes with Chapter 123, the compromised military base, aerial assault on the White House, and Natasha's lone struggle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The residents of Washington were roused early by the shrill sounds mingled with the deep rumble of engines. As they stepped onto the streets or leaned out of their windows to gaze skyward, they were struck dumb, as if hit by a powerful blow. All the residents who ventured outside stood frozen in place, their faces etched with shock as they gazed upward. My God, I must still be dreaming. As enormous shadows swept by, the once tranquil skies of Washington became populated with rows of fighter jets, soaring like a flock of eagles, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. The aircraft darted through the sky like swift hawks, leaving behind long trails of white vapor, soon followed by the colossal Avenger, resembling a fortress beast gliding slowly above. Various armed helicopters and troop carriers hauling tanks and armored vehicles trailed behind like diligent engineers. The colorful Transformers, including Vigilante, Durasso, and Teraldo, hovered nearby, standing guard like sentinels of mechanized might. Under Elson's meticulous planning, a shimmering canopy of silver and gold paint adorned the sky, complemented by orderly dawn tattoos, rendering the entire contingent as if they had descended from the heavens, imposing and brimming with righteous luminescence. The overwhelming momentum surged forth, almost suffocating the onlookers below, who felt as though they were witnessing a knightly army passing through a Central European realm. This was no mere skirmish. It unmistakably resembled an extraterrestrial technological invasion. At that moment, several F-22 fighters ascended from the Andrews Air Force Base, heading toward the majestic knightly forces. As the pilots peered through their shields and beheld the army of the Holy Light Judgment, a wave of trepidation washed over them. What have we done to offend the commander to warrant such a warning? They wondered. Halt! A vigilante mech broke away from the formation. brandishing a massive weapon as it hovered above them, issuing a grave warning. The pilot looked up, took a deep breath to steady himself, and then raised the megaphone to declare, "You are approaching a military special zone, and you have been locked onto by surface-to-air missiles. Please cease your advance immediately and land within the military base to undergo an investigation." Simultaneously, Elson received the radar alerts indicating they had been targeted. Though unperturbed, he did not wish to squander time and promptly activated the communications with the Andrews Air Force Base. "This is the Holy Light Judgment. You should be aware of our intentions, so it would be wise to clear the way." A crackling sound of signal interference preceded the voice of an officer. "You are approaching the White House Administrative District. If you wish to proceed, you must circumvent the area and follow our designated route. That is out of the question. If the president is fearful, let him hide in a bomb shelter. We shall not take a detour. If you persist in your obstinacy, I would not hesitate to unleash a space-based cannon within Washington." "Should you be curious about the power of such a weapon?" Elson retorted bluntly, laced with mockery. "We pay exorbitant taxes each year, yet all we have produced is a cadre of incompetents who dare to bark at taxpayers. I am beginning to suspect your interception is merely a tactic to buy time for Hydra. I am confident that a military tribunal will provide me with a satisfactory resolution. Do not speak nonsense." The officer's expression darkened immediately. In light of last night's Hydra incident, the entire Eagle administration was rife with anxiety. At this critical juncture, entangling themselves with Hydra would be a perilous predicament, difficult to extricate from. "I shall remain vigilant of your actions." With that, the communication was abruptly terminated. Ultimately, the other party reluctantly acquiesced. After all, the power of the Light's judgment was nearly on par with their military base, boasting superior technology, rendering any conflict utterly futile. Moreover, this was occurring above the heart of Washington, D.C. The societal landscape was gradually shifting. Soon, the pilots dispatched to issue warnings and evict were relieved to receive intelligence from the military base. Who could withstand the barrel of a mech hovering ominously above one's head? They swiftly adhered to the directives from the vigilante transformers, distancing themselves from the opposing forces, subsequently monitoring their movements from a secure location. Before long, Andrews Air Force Base dispatched several fighter jets to join the ranks of the 22 aircraft, commencing surveillance on the actions of the Light's judgment. Under their watchful eyes, the Air Force boldly traversed above the White House, reaching the vicinity of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. The S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Following the incident, chaos erupted within S.H.I.E.L.D., with numerous agents swiftly defecting, seizing control of all technological personnel within the agency. Pierce resumed his position as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., commanding the organization. "And what of Hill and Natasha? They must have sensed something amiss and hidden away. I shall send a team to locate them," replied Brock Rumlow, his face pale as he clutched a rifle. Brock Rumlow, a member of Hydra, codenamed Crossbones, possessed exceptional combat skills and firearms expertise. Having inadvertently gained superpowers influenced by the Tesseract, he could accumulate energy and unleash a beam of fiery light. With Hydra's secrets laid bare, the mood among its members was far from jubilant. The outlet for their frustrations was naturally directed at Pierce, who issued commands within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Pierce felt equally powerless. He had merely aimed to eliminate threats to Hydra, never anticipating such dire repercussions. "Sir, they have fled to the aerial aircraft carrier," a member reported over the communication line. Pierce nodded and then turned to Crossbones. "Go ahead, do not hold back. Since our presence has been revealed, let the world witness the long-concealed might of Hydra." "Understood," Crossbones replied, excitement illuminating his features as he departed the office with a cadre of agents. Meanwhile, Hill, Natasha, and Hawkeye stealthily infiltrated the aerial aircraft carrier, where Hydra had completely supplanted S.H.I.E.L.D. Their only recourse was to seize control of the aircraft within the carrier. Securing an aircraft would afford them a chance to escape. Little did they anticipate that merely overnight, their identities had undergone a dramatic transformation, with adversaries surrounding them in every direction. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor around the corner, 3 individuals in total. An arrow swiftly pierced through the corridor, striking an agent adorned with the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D. His comrades, quick to react, turned just in time to catch a whiff of the ocean, before darkness enveloped them. Bang! Whoosh! Natasha leapt forward, dispatching the enemy with remarkable efficiency, then deftly hurled a shuriken, eliminating the last Hydra member who dared to raise his weapon. Thus concluded this chapter. Chapter 124. Invasion. As the aerial aircraft carrier ascended, its close-range defense cannons primed, Marveling at Natasha's swift and decisive actions, a murmur of admiration arose. Yet, upon hearing this praise, Natasha's expression darkened, devoid of any joy. Hawkeye and Hill raised their bows and pistols, warily eyeing the corridor's end. Crossbones emerged from the opposite corner, flanked by a team. Given that we belong to the same organization, how about you let us pass? Natasha sighed inwardly, masking her feelings with a jest. Of course, no problem. We're all members of S.H.I.E.L.D. But with Director Fury captured, Pierce has temporarily resumed leadership. Our key members are required at a meeting regarding this matter. Crossbones chuckled, taking a few steps closer to Natasha and her companions. We still have a mission, Natasha replied, her face etched with the weariness of a worker. There's no rush. The meeting won't take long. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the seemingly concerned Crossbones suddenly lunged at Natasha. The narrow, expansive corridor erupted into chaos as bullets and arrows whistled through the air. Bang! Natasha skillfully evaded a hook punch, springing back as her foot touched the ground, executing a side kick that sent her opponent staggering. However, Crossbones merely brushed off the attack, nonchalantly patting his abdomen before launching himself at her once more. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, yet in this confined passage, Natasha found herself momentarily at a disadvantage against Crossbones. Meanwhile, Hawkeye and Hill swiftly dispatched the remaining Hydra members. Whoosh! Natasha instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a swift strike. But the baton suddenly halted midair before sweeping violently across. Bang! Natasha felt as though she had been struck by a great force, sent crashing against the metal wall of the corridor. Gritting her teeth, she winced at the pain radiating from her chest, taking a sharp breath. Had it not been for the cushioning at her sternum, several ribs might have shattered. Bang! The baton whistled past her again, but this time, Hawkeye blocked it with his compound bow. Crossbones, taken aback, turned to see that all the Hydra members he had brought were now lying defeated on the ground. Where's that woman? He muttered, noticing that one of the trio was missing. Agent Hill had vanished. That is no longer your concern. Natasha, feeling some discomfort in her chest, pressed her hand against it as she rose with Hawkeye's assistance, flashing a grin towards Crossbones. Let us deal with the two of you first. Crossbones twisted his neck, seemingly unfazed, just as he was about to charge out again when everything around him suddenly trembled. S.H.I.E.L.D. Base is under attack. The aerial aircraft carrier is about to launch. All departments, prepare for combat. Warning. S.H.I.E.L.D. Base is under attack. The urgent warning reverberated through the base, accompanied by the roar of the aircraft carrier's engines, instilling a sense of urgency in the air. Seizing the moment, Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged glances and swiftly vanished around the corner of the corridor. Crossbones instinctively wanted to pursue them, but, recalling the impending enemy, he begrudgingly cast a glance in the direction they had disappeared before turning towards the deck of the aircraft carrier. As Crossbones and a host of Hydra soldiers reached the deck, reconnaissance drones zipped overhead, while the scenery around them continued to ascend. The ground-based machine guns opened fire, a barrage of bullets whistling out in a long stream towards the drones soaring above. Upon reaching the edge of the deck and surveying the distant scene, Crossbones was taken aback. It was early morning, and the gentle sunlight filtered through the light mist, suffusing it with a soft golden hue. Yet, at that moment, a vibrant, dreamlike golden curtain pierced through the mist, revealing armored suits that emerged like golden eagles amidst the clouds, poised before the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. The rotor blades of the armed helicopters dispersed the surrounding mist, followed closely by a battalion of transformers, their metallic helmets gleaming with a solemn sheen. On the ground, a formidable array of tanks and armored vehicles advanced like a horde of colossal beasts, marching in unison towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters alongside the aircraft above. The entire scene resembled a grand and imposing canvas, surging forth with the force of a tempest. This is rather intimidating, Crossbones thought to himself, feeling the weight of the futuristic knightly forces before him. Suddenly, the entire deck began to tremble, and a barrage of surface-to-air missiles launched from the aircraft carrier, scattering into the air like petals from a celestial maiden, targeting the airborne and ground forces of the Judgment of Holy Light. Simultaneously, a fleet of aircraft ascended from the deck. Disperse formation, find a way to deploy the signal locators onto the carrier. Elson commanded, unfazed by the incoming missiles. The moment the order was given, the previously aligned Air Force fighters flipped their wings and swiftly scattered. The pilots, acutely aware of the approaching missiles, remained focused as they instinctively pressed the button. A multitude of decoy flares erupted from their wings, effectively intercepting the incoming missiles with precision. The transformer forces advanced with determination, extending their hands as several missiles locked onto the incoming anti-air projectiles and were swiftly launched. The Avenger aircraft also deployed its cannons, unleashing a barrage of large-caliber bullets that soared through the air in a linear formation, intercepting the missiles one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Even before the two sides drew near, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireballs, reminiscent of fireworks. The Swift Star Raptors and Flame Strikers surged toward the space carrier, their rapid velocity rendering them nearly undetectable to the anti-air missiles. Meanwhile, the Hydra and Hellion aircraft engaged the aerial adversaries. As more fighter jets closed in, the close-in weapon system aboard the space carrier began to activate, representing their final line of defense. The close-in guns, an intricate system combining fire control and weaponry, were equipped with surveillance and tracking radar systems, advanced electronic computers, and control panels. Under the watchful eyes of two radars, they monitored the aerial missiles and vehicles, automatically calibrating the shooting parameters. Their accuracy within 5,000 meters could achieve a precision of 0.1 square meters. Upon detecting the approaching aircraft, the 6-barreled 20mm GU 611 Gatling gun began to whirl, emitting a brilliant flame as a dense stream of shells formed a protective network in the air. Chapter 125. The Infiltration of Hellfire. Boom. Fireballs erupted above the space carrier, flames licking the sky as the Gatling gun spun rapidly, firing a continuous line of bullets, creating an intricate defensive web. The fighter jets, akin to swift falcons, darted through the barrage, relentlessly assaulting the space carrier. Suddenly, one Star Raptor was struck in the tail, igniting a fiery blaze that sent it spiraling downward, engulfed in thick smoke, ultimately crashing to the ground in a massive explosion. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the pilot ejected, drifting slowly through the air beneath a parachute. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh. Boom. The close-in gun's Gatling muzzle erupted with incandescent flames, a barrage of bullets weaving a dense tapestry of light across the sky. Amidst the deafening roars, the aircraft navigated through a perilous gauntlet, where any misstep could result in a fiery demise. Puffs of smoke began to waft through the clear sky, while the hovering space carrier loomed like a colossal fortress, besieged by a relentless swarm of eagles. The aerial battlefield descended into chaos, and the ground engagement commenced. Boom. An electromagnetic cannon streaked across the battlefield. The Conjala fired an electromagnetic shot, shattering the entrance of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Following this, a procession of tanks and armored vehicles surged through the breach, infiltrating the interior of the facility. Simultaneously, from armed transport helicopters, players clad in tactical gear swiftly descended via zip lines, swiftly organizing into teams and dispersing to encircle the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. The operatives are trained to perfection, akin to battle-hardened commandos. Each individual is equipped with security chips, as well as chips that enhance their proficiency in firearms and tactics. Although their combat prowess may slightly lag behind that of conventional soldiers, in every other aspect, they are formidable. Moreover, most of the players here have endured two significant events, rendering the current skirmish trivial in comparison. Be it lizardmen, infected entities, or vampiric abominations, each poses a greater challenge than the mere humans that fall to a single shot. Furthermore, with the advent of various skill chips, they can effectively compensate for any deficiencies in their abilities. If close-quarters combat is lacking, they can simply install a combat chip, instantly becoming professional fighters. If firearm skills are inadequate, they can acquire firearms proficiency, and if all else fails, they can invest heavily in a security profession chip. Thus, the issue of ordinary players requiring extensive training is easily resolved. A mere 1 or 2 encounters can elevate them to seasoned veterans. Consequently, in the face of specialized agents, the players exhibit unwavering confidence. As the players infiltrated the base, they commenced combat against the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The sound of gunfire erupted. Suddenly, a player was struck by a stray bullet, igniting spontaneously and engulfed in flames, their anguished screams echoing. The surrounding teammates paled at the sight. There were players on the opposite side. Caution is paramount. Horn's expression darkened as he urgently warned his team. Previously in Los Santos, Horn, alongside Nalan, had vanquished numerous infected entities and vampiric abominations after the outbreak. Following the arrival of players from Freedom City, he joined the guild at the behest of the Judgment of the Holy Light. Both players and retired soldiers were prime candidates for recruitment by the Judgment. After joining, Horn swiftly ascended to the role of captain. We merely need to create the illusion of an offensive outside. Do not forget our primary objective. This is not a game. There is no resurrection mechanism, Nalin cautioned, his demeanor significantly steadier than before. The player who had just perished was a newcomer to the platform. typically characterized by a sense of overconfidence, believing they were mere data capable of wreaking havoc like characters in a video game. Whoosh. Boom. A missile soared through the air, leaving a trail of white smoke before striking a Khanjali tank, erupting into a fiery explosion. Bang. A hidden sniper swiftly pulled the trigger, eliminating the agent wielding a rocket launcher on the spot. As the smoke cleared, the Khanjali's dark exterior was severely damaged. However, the driver inside sustained minimal injuries. After a momentary daze from the blast's force, he quickly turned the cannon towards the direction of the recent attack and fired. Boom. The building crumbled as if made of paper, penetrating deep into the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. A multitude of SHIELD agency aircraft buzzed overhead, poised to provide ground support. Yet, a Chernobyl missile launcher raised its formidable missile bay, aiming skyward. As the aircraft drew near, a barrage of anti-air rockets surged forth. The Chernobyl missile vehicle, a defensive missile system derived from the Soviet 958 rocket launcher, known as the Tornado, boasted formidable firepower synonymous with its Soviet lineage. Virtually no aerial vehicle could evade its rockets. With a series of piercing sonic booms, the rockets soared like fireworks, a synchronized swarm of missiles targeting the hovering aircraft. Boom. 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 The sky erupted into a tapestry of fireballs. Within the base, apart from the technical personnel, nearly all agents had assembled outside to fend off the player's incursion. The air was thick with smoke, while aircraft, bullets, and shells flew chaotically, casting a shadow over the battlefield. Amidst the turmoil, a group clad in stealth attire stealthily infiltrated the SHIELD agency's interior. These individuals wielded optical cloaking technology, acquired from the formidable Karlmi Iron Blood warrior, recently made available in the marketplace. They dispersed, moving silently within the agency, infiltrating the server room, placing metallic patches atop various computer cases. Once their tasks were complete, they regrouped as per their arrangement. "Phil, is there anything amiss?" inquired the squad leader of the Hellfire players through his earpiece, pausing briefly. Meanwhile, the planner within the nuclear submarine scrutinized the computer screen, laden with the SHIELD agency's network nodes. "We're all set now. Let me confirm the package points." He replied with a nod, promptly pressing the enter key. With a crack, the virus patches deployed by the Hellfire infiltration team rapidly activated, forming an interconnected network encompassing the entire SHIELD agency. Simultaneously, all surveillance footage and data from within the agency synchronized with his computer. There were 2 points of interest, Point A and Point B. Point A had the fewest personnel, but required infiltration into the agency's underground server room. End of chapter.